Chapter 1 The Xiaoyao Martial World. Thisdale fetcherus to mal protagonists, why the vent thebutai portrayed being willy, caution toriator swome benade verten lidron and thank you. Amsti hazy enveloped facine accompanied bethesoft melodia soft string and woodwind instruments dot with an adlicate pavilion bithashur soft unming lake, a slender figure was faintly visible through tegringas curtains and crystal bids. Thebutily and the golden silk couchwaste ganganup, with dark archetti brows, long lashes, a straight nose, and natural eared lips forming a fastatois forged upon first glance. The picturesque sinisi mid toefel termamentarily asifituarian illusion. Cielanio penedicize, his delicate eyebrows light leferod, adding a quality of vulnerability that evoked pity. The Xiaoyao martial world? Hehed mir lidos adaf forohile, yet his mind was no filled with strange and inexplicable things. Cielanio the shantogent lie press against this forehead, alleviating the dizziness underganizing his thoughts. It turned out that world he weighs in was no trialbuta holographic named the Xiaoyao martial world. Cielani was not a bang with true self-awareness on self-worth but merliagami NPC, whose existence was twasuetisk stotha players. Cielani afurrowed his brows, somewhat displeased. With the thought he accessed a character panel and 3 transparent screens glowing with faint blue light abruptly appeared before him. Indeed, Cielani had 3 character panels, representing 3 distinct identities. One was emoting thing, Thellerdofting thing pavilion, a martial arts master off grandmaster level 102. Another was Lichin thing, Thellerdoff Shuayu pavilion, a martial arts master off Xiaoyao real mata level 122. The last was his current identity, Cielani, Thellerdorf Xiaoyu Pavilion, a mirror secondary martial artist level 52. Cielani's fingertips proceed over the illustrations of his characters in the panels somehow, heffelt that the should not look like thighs and should be even more beautiful. The appearance of Thellerdorf Xiaoyu Pavilion ways already stunning, bang gege menpik hakud be molded into an form desired, surpassing most people in reality. Especially since Cielani's setting was the most beautiful person ninth world, among the peaks with superior appearances, his looks were the most outstanding. Yet, even so, in Cielani's currenties, there was still dissatisfaction. Compared to his thertwaden titties, Thellavella Thellerdorf Xiaoyu Pavilion was significantly inferior, somewhat unworthy of note, yet he had become the head of his act, which seemed perplexing. However, one would not find it strange if they knew the selection process for the Lord of Xiaoyu Pavilion. Although Xiaoyu Pavilion was a martial arts sect, its disciplisted no 10 gauge einbitals butan to living through performing arts, therefore, the selection process for the Lord was unique, making jitastandut among the martial arts sects. It was neither based in strength nor intelligence a butan talent. The disciples of Xiaoyu Pavilion were real beautiful and talented, with at least an outstanding skill and above average looks. No ton lighthos with an attractive appearance as buteventhos with ordinary looks namater hauskilid thewara even if their talent rivaled that of Ubuya would not be qualified to hint Xiaoyu Pavilion. Therefore, despite being in level 52, Cielani with a full charm scoriandrit das the most beautiful person ninth world with Egames main brain naturally becometh the Lord of Xiaoyu Pavilion. Now that Cielani's consciousness shade awakened, the 3 NPC identities merged, forming a no character panel beside us the original Onis. Name Cielani. Age 26. Gender male. Level 132 Xiaoyao realm. Identity Lord of Thing Pavilion, Lord of Xiaoyu Pavilion, Lord of Shuayu Pavilion. Exclusive title The Most Beautiful Person in the World. The martial arts accomplishments in the martial world could be broad divide into 7 realms levels 2140 and below ordered rate, 4160 second rate, and 6180 first rate 81100 War Masters, 101120 Grandmasters, 121140 Xiaoyao realm 141150 Wera Celestial realm and below level 20 were unranked. In the entire Central Plains martial world, there were only a handful of experts who had reached Xiaoyao realm. The current Cielania could be considered enough to top experts in the martial world among the elite of the elite. Cielania finished reading the panel and raised his eyebrows, thinking that the gammas mind brain of the Xiaoyao martial world was too stingy using on and peak for 3 roles. As the 3 top forces a month in neutral sex, Thellard Softingfin Pavilion, Xiaoyu Pavilion, and Shuayu Pavilion were the same person. These identity clearly had a story behind it. Could it be the to Pasamaj or Villain in the gam? After awakening his self-awareness, Cielania could connect to the external cyberspace through Tigame's main brain. Logging onto the Gamma forum, Cielania saw one announcement that the closed betatist would open in 3 days and couldn't help but curl his lips into one amused smile. It seemed that the martial world would soon become lively. The Xiaoyao martial world weighs a holographic and lineagamethe emphasized immersive experience seasoned open at a reservation channel on the internet a year ago since the thoroughly soft official trailer it had attracted a large number of fans, with many eagerly waiting at the official website. Running Gagamethat didn't Texas most beerjuous. The trailer alone indicated that it was a big production exciting. Is the Malanka today? No, I'll ask again later. The Xiaoyao martial world had generated such a huge buzz event before its official launch, many gaming streamers shadel read a set here sites and Thispipisoft be eagerly anticipating the Gamma's release it again a wave of traffic. As a top-tier gaming streamer with over 10 million fans across 10 network, Jin King Hong naturally would miss this opportunity, especially as she was inherently interested in martial arts theme games. Jin King Hong was skilled at gaming, coupled with a Shansami appearance, high education, and a blend of looks and talent, making him deeply admired by his fans. In addition, Jin King Hong was even more famous for his good luck, often hitting the jackpot with a 0.01 chance, obtaining which rare precious items. This small probability event, comparable to winning 5 million in a lottery, had happened to him or Ethanansi or twice. Fan chat Thurforenic named Chin Ching Hung Chin Wang as Chin King Hung was implied to Licky. Such a European gamer, while making fans envious and hetefilled, also made them feel like they could experience the same thrill from. This closed beta takes off the shy off Martial World in Laisha 10,000 game accounts, random lice like Ted from averten million players wahad reserved the gam. Ask the Lukiest Gamera Mungomens, Chin King Hung naturaliza corda beta test account. Today was the day the closed beta test began. Chin King Hung opened this live stream, and instantly over 5 million fans flooded in, covering the live stream screen with a blizzard of kata messages. Truly worthy of Fedidal Chin Huan, he was indeed selected, so envious. Chin Huang looks a handsome today, screen licking. I hope the public test starts soon so I can blame the streamer. I'm crying because he wasn't selected, but thankfully, I can watch Chin Huang's livestrium. Chin King Hung was accustomed to the chaotic livestria man flashed as my the camera, with his handsome appearance and gentle demeanor, he looked approachable and gentlemanly, alune the twasio saito and people shiards. Seeing his smile, the live stream was instantly filled with comments expressing admiration. Chin King Hung spoke in a clear and gentle voice, as you all know, today is the day the closed beta test off the shy off Martial World begins, and he was lucky enough to secure a spot. For Chin Huang, bang lucky was the norm, and no getting jit would be strange. Skr. Can Chin Huang's luck be shared with him, this Africanus about a cree. Every onek knows that European gamer shave short lifespans. Chin King Hung see the chat message and continued, there are 5 minutes left before a beta test. Let's revisit the trailer that the shy off Martial World released half a year ago. Saying so, he extended his slender fingers and clicked the share button on the screen. Subsequently, an painting style scroll slowly unfolded. Chapter 2, Xiaoxiang Academy. As the ethereal ink and wash dissipated like smoke, the majestic entrance of the esteemed Wudong sect, the foremost martial arts school in the realm, came into view. Numerous palatial structures were gracefully distributed across the towering azure peaks. As the camera drew nearer, the breathtaking scenery atop Taiha Mountain unfolded. Radiant rays of light illuminated the horizon, while clouds billowed like a sea, where an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, practiced martial arts with an elegant poise that captivated the nearby cranes, causing them to dance in delight. The scene then shifted to various renowned sections. The Amei sect in Shuzhou showcased its spirited female disciples practicing swordplay in the training grounds. At the Iron Sword Mountain Manor in Luzhou, muscular men labored under a waterfall, drawing water to temper sword blanks. In Levexia water village of Yangzhou, fishermen navigated their boats through the waters, while tall merchant vessels traversed the distance. The Weifeng escort agency in Bingzhou saw escorters safeguarding a long caravan along the vast Yellow Earth Road. The unique attributes of the Yaowang Valley in Yunnan, the Xiaoxiang Academy in Hunan, the Divine Flame sect of the Western regions, and the Sacred Water Palace of Tianshan were each showcased in turn. The final image revealed an ancient temple perched atop a high mountain, where the distant sound of a bell resonated, cleansing the souls of the onlookers and leaving an unforgettable impression. The live stream's chat momentarily fell into a contemplative silence during the trailer, only to erupt with activity shortly thereafter. Despite having watched it numerous times, the immersive feeling remained as strong as ever. If the actual gameplay could match the trailer's presentation, I assure you that Wander in the Jianghu will undoubtedly become a sensation. The internal testing is about to commence, and excitement fills the air. Chin Ching Hong glanced at the chat, a faint smile gracing his lips, as the time for the internal test drew near. Given the anticipation from everyone, he declared, without further ado, let us immerse ourselves in the game. With that, he stepped into the holographic gaming pod and clicked on the link for Wander in the Jianghu. Upon launching the game, the opening animation of Shangshur Gaming Company played, followed by the agreement players needed to sign. Chin Ching Hong skimmed through the document and discovered that Wander in the Jianghu required access to players' educational backgrounds and work experiences. It stated that the game's mainframe relied on this information to determine the players' qualifications, which would influence their identity after rebirth. In this world, all actions by citizens are conducted under real name registration. Once players consent to grant these permissions, the information obtained by the game is assuredly authentic, leaving no room for concealment or fabrication. Naturally, players who wish to protect their privacy could choose not to authorize such access, but in doing so, the game's mainframe would only provide them with mundane qualifications and identities. Chin Ching Hong clicked agree and informed his fans in the live chat about this situation, urging them to pay attention and not to blindly click agree. The talents in the game were intriguingly linked to real-world abilities. Would this mean my mediocre skills would be reflected? I might end up with an identity even more unremarkable than the one assigned by the mainframe. I refuse to be subject to fate. When the time comes, I shall decide my own destiny. Qin Huang, on the other hand, posed no issues. After all, he was a top student from H University. After granting the necessary permissions, a swirling icon appeared on the screen, and once the progress bar reached 100%, the character panel tailored for the player was generated. In the character appearance section, Qin Xinghong's avatar donned a pristine white scholar's robe. Aside from longer hair, his form and features closely mirrored his real-life self. Wander in the Jianghu emphasized an immersive experience, thus the character's appearance was generated based on the player's data, allowing only a 10% adjustment. For those who suffered from social anxiety, the game provided options to wear masks or veils to obscure their identities, with further opportunities to learn disguise techniques to alter their appearance and form. Qin Xinghong decided to lower his appearance rating by 10%. As a well-known gaming streamer, the likelihood of encountering someone familiar in the game was high, so for a better experience, a slight alteration to his look seemed prudent. Once adjusted, his originally handsome and gentle visage became notably more ordinary, yet he still retained an air of attractiveness. Someone not overly familiar would find it difficult to recognize him at first glance. Satisfied with the adjustments, Qin Xinghong entered his real name in the character name section. His name, imbued with a sense of antiquity, suited this ancient martial arts game perfectly, so he chose not to alter it. After completing these steps, the mainframe generated character data based on Qin Xinghong's real information: character identity, student of Shoshang Academy, modifiable once, level 1, Jianghu novice talent and scholarship, 92, exceptional genius martial arts talent, 85, peerless appearance rating, 78, elegant luck rating, 95, favored by fate. Qin Xinghong stared at the title elegant next to his appearance rating, his mind filled with disbelief. Ah, this is hilarious. Qin Huang's appearance evaluation is elegant. What kind of game is this? Elegant is typically used to describe women, isn't it? Why would the streamer lower his appearance rating? If it were me, I'd set it to the highest. Such a shame to waste a handsome face. The mainframe of Wander in the Jianghu certainly has good taste. Even with a lowered appearance, our Qin Huang remains a handsome figure, certified by the game's mainframe. The chat room momentarily transformed into a sea of joy. Qin Xinghong calmly ignored the chat, well aware from experience that engaging with these fans would only invite further teasing. Clicking on the modifiable character identity, a description box appeared, explaining that the character identity was determined based on the player's qualifications, and those dissatisfied had one opportunity for modification, though it would also be assigned by the mainframe, potentially yielding better or worse identities. Qin Xinghong opened the introduction for Shoshang Academy, located in the Bailing County of Shangzhou. It is renowned as the foremost academy in the land. The academy's students excel in both literature and martial arts, having produced numerous illustrious figures, the most notable of whom is the current Prime Minister of the Daong Kingdom, Wang Fuyuan. 20 years ago, Wang Fuyuan excelled in the imperial examination, achieving top honors and ascending to the position of Prime Minister, a pinnacle of power. Simultaneously, his martial prowess reached the Grand Master level, earning him a place among the 4 great masters of the royal court, one man above 10,000, making him a paragon for scholars across the realm. After perusing the introduction, Qin Xinghong felt quite pleased with the identity of a student from Shoshang Academy and chose not to modify it, clicking confirm. As darkness enveloped his vision, it gradually brightened after several seconds, the murmur of conversations nearby growing clearer. Once the sensation of weightlessness faded, Qin Xinghong focused his gaze, realizing he stood before the elegant entrance of an academy, its sign boldly inscribed with the 4 characters Shoshang Academy, rendered in a striking iron hook and silver painting style. Chapter 3. Entering the game. The Shoshang Academy is nestled atop the small green hills of Bailing County in Shangzhou, occupying the entire summit. The number of students enrolled in the academy hovers around 2,000, with approximately 200 new students admitted each year. Within the realm of Jianghu, there exist over 200 various sects and factions, yet this internal testing phase has allocated only 10,000 slots, scattering them throughout the game world like birds taking flight into a forest, with merely 100 or so finding their way to Shangzhou. Qin Xinghong surveyed his surroundings. Standing in front of the academy were a mere 20 students, including both players and NPCs. It was easy to distinguish between players and NPCs. Those with white names above their heads were players, while green-named individuals were friendly NPCs. Among the players, there were 13 clad in the distinctive white robes of Shoshang Academy students. The game was impressively crafted, mirroring the effects showcased in the promotional videos. It felt astonishingly real. The technology of Shangzhou was remarkably advanced. In comparison, other holographic games appeared rudimentary and poorly constructed. Wearing the scholarly robe made Qin Huang look even more dashing. If I were to call you husband, would you dare to respond? He mused. Upon closer inspection, one could even see ants crawling through the moss, a testament to the ingenuity of the game's AI. The viewers in the livestream reacted with fervor. However, Qin Xinghong, immersed in the game, felt the experience even more profoundly. Were it not for the names and health bars above the NPCs and players, he might have believed he was in the real world. To enhance players' immersive experience, the game allowed for the hiding of names, granting players the freedom to choose whether to conceal their identities. A gentle breeze caressed his face, the air still heavy with the scent of rain and damp earth, creating a sensory experience indistinguishable from reality. It was simply too authentic. Other players expressed their astonishment with exuberant exclamations, some touching this and examining that, resembling Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden for the first time, their naivety drawing curious glances from the NPCs, who regarded them with bemusement. They found it incomprehensible how individuals who appeared somewhat dim-witted could have secured admission to Shoshang Academy. After a minute or two, a middle-aged man dressed as a teacher emerged from the academy, holding a registration book. The NPC teacher stroked his goatee and introduced himself. I am Xiao Ziyuan, the instructor of Shoshang Academy. Welcome, students, to our esteemed institution. We shall now begin roll call. Please present your identity bamboo slips. What is an identity bamboo slip? The players wondered, for upon entering the game, they possessed nothing but the standard scholarly robes. Qin Xinghong, experienced in such matters, promptly accessed his game inventory, and indeed found an identity bamboo slip nestled within. The slip contained not only basic information such as name and age but also a brief remark generated by the game's AI, aligning with the details displayed on the player panel. When Xiao Ziyuan called out Qin Xinghong's name, he respectfully presented the bamboo slip with both hands. Xiao Ziyuan, stroking his beard, nodded in satisfaction as he accepted the slip for verification. Upon reading the phrase extraordinarily talented, his eyes lit up, and a rare smile of appreciation broke through his typically stern demeanor. A modest gentleman, neither arrogant nor boastful. The system notification chimed in, indicating that Xiao Ziyuan held Qin Xinghong in high regard, granting him a favorability score of 5. Qin Xinghong paused internally but maintained his composure, bowing slightly and responding, "Your praise is undeserved, sir." The livestream chat erupted in excitement. It turned out that showing courtesy to an NPC could indeed enhance favorability. Wow, this NPC is rather unreserved, adding 5 points just like that. No wonder he's Qin Huang. He is truly remarkable. Just look at Qin Huang's talents, this NPC has an eye for gems. After roll call concluded, Xiao Ziyuan led the 20 students into the academy. Inside, the white walls and dark tiles harmonized beautifully, with scholarly dormitories arranged neatly along the pathways lined with numerous xiangfei bamboos, exuding an air of tranquility and elegance, undoubtedly a haven for cultured individuals. The live stream system of Jianghu Xiaoyao offered 2 modes, one following the host's perspective and the other providing a god's eye view centered on the host, allowing viewers to choose according to their preferences. At that moment, the audience in the livestream followed Qin Xinghong's footsteps, admiring the scenery of the academy, while the sounds of recitation echoed from the classrooms on either side. Suddenly, a wave of nostalgia washed over him for his days of study. Help, just hearing those recitations makes my head hurt. Oh no, cover your ears quickly, you might end up with a brain. The modeling in Jianghu Xiaoyao was astoundingly lifelike, undoubtedly one of the finest games in recent years. Curious about the academy's tasks, he wondered if they truly required memorizing texts and solving problems. Xiao Ziyuan guided the newcomers to the dormitories. As the foremost academy in the land, Xiaoxiang Academy boasted excellent accommodations, with each student assigned a single room. You may take today to familiarize yourselves with the academy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask these senior students. Formal studies will commence tomorrow. After imparting this brief message, Xiao Ziyuan departed, leaving the players to gaze eagerly at the 3 senior students NPCs who would provide guidance. The trio, feeling the intensity of the players' stares, exchanged apprehensive glances, wondering why their juniors seemed so peculiar. Nevertheless, they steeled themselves to explain the academy's details. The leading NPC began, I trust you are already somewhat acquainted with our academy. Xiaoxiang Academy is renowned as the foremost institution in the realm, with a legacy spanning a century and a lineage of exceptional talents. We have 2 esteemed heads, the literary master, Mr. Han Yuxing, and the martial arts grandmaster, Mr. Jiang Qi. Additionally, we have 6 professors responsible for imparting knowledge in the 6 subjects of etiquette, music, archery, horsemanship, writing, and mathematics. Monthly examinations are conducted, and the top performers in each subject are rewarded by the heads. You must strive to excel in your studies to secure the top position in these assessments. Upon hearing of the heads' rewards, the players' eyes sparkled with excitement, recognizing the potential value in such accolades, and they eagerly surrounded the NPCs to inquire about the examinations. Qin Xinghong, however, chose not to approach but instead addressed the livestream audience, stating, Jianghu Xiaoyao has repeatedly emphasized that this is an immersive experience game. The examination questions will undoubtedly be more complex than merely filling in verses or answering trivial questions about ancient knowledge. The viewers found his insights compelling, realizing that they must exercise caution when selecting sects and factions during the public release. Joining an academy like Xiaoxiang would be ill-advised unless one possessed exceptional scholarly abilities. After the senior NPCs finally addressed the players' inquiries, they instructed them to familiarize themselves with their dormitories. The players received task notifications and promptly abandoned the senior NPCs, excitedly rushing to complete their quests. The senior NPCs wiped the sweat from their brows, feeling a mix of relief and trepidation. This group of juniors was rather enthusiastic, and they hoped no trouble would arise within the academy. The players began their guiding tasks, bustling throughout the academy, the once serene environment now bustling with the lively energy of the 13 players. In a small pavilion above, 2 elder gentlemen sat leisurely playing chess. Observing the fervent players below, the long-bearded elder chuckled, the youth truly possess an abundance of vigor, unlike us old folks with our weary limbs. The short-bearded elder snorted, you're the one with weary limbs. I am as healthy as can be, these young ones combined wouldn't be enough to ruffle my finger. How can a grandmaster like you compare with the youth? When I was their age, I was already a top-tier expert in the Jianghu. Why shouldn't I compare? After a day of tasks, Qin Xinghong reached level 5, with the other players not far behind. By 10 o'clock in the evening, he briefly summarized his gaming experience and closed the livestream. Jianghu Xiaoyao imposes a time limit on gameplay. After 20 consecutive hours online, players are forcibly logged out, with a 4-hour wait required before they can log back in. Although Qin Xinghong was a game streamer, he maintained a disciplined schedule. Except for exceptionally significant gaming tasks that required him to stay up late, he typically logged off punctually before 10 o'clock, earning him the affectionate nickname Old Cadre from his fans. True to form, he logged off on time, returning to the game promptly at 7:30 the following morning. It felt as though he had been transported back to his school days, waking early each day. This is much better than when I was in high school. I had to rise at 5. We would set out before dawn and return home after dusk. Even in gaming, one must study. It's utterly suffocating. When I play, I'll definitely avoid joining the academy faction and instead roam as a free-spirited hero in the Jianghu. Chapter 4. A paragon of martial and literary prowess. On the morning of the second day, Qin Xinghong rose early and logged into the game. Upon entering, he promptly followed the class schedule outlined in the taskbar to attend his lessons, as participating in classes would augment the player's experience points. However, given that Jianghu Xiaoyao is, after all, a game, players cannot remain online indefinitely and attend classes punctually every day. Thus, the class hours can be accumulated, and once players have completed a requisite number of hours, they are eligible to take the graduation examination. Those who pass the exam can graduate from the Xiaoxiang Academy, thereafter choosing to join other sects, venture through the Jianghu, or continue their studies at the academy and participate in the imperial examination, all of which are options that bestow great freedom. As Qin Xinghong traversed the bamboo-lined path and entered the classroom, he casually selected an empty seat. The clock had just struck 8, yet a considerable number of players were already present, exhibiting even greater enthusiasm than during actual school days. At precisely 8 o'clock, a slender, scholarly-looking middle-aged NPC named Mu Handan, a level 67 first-rate master and one of the 6 professors at the Seducing Academy responsible for literary instruction, made his entrance. Players eagerly opened the NPC's information panel to glean details about him. Mu Handan, known for his seriousness, briefly introduced the lesson before commencing the class, which focused on the Analects, one of the 4 books. Although merely a game, the content delivered by Mu Handan was anything but superficial. It unfolded with depth and intrigue, captivating the players who were initially solely intent on grinding for experience points. The viewers in the livestream also found themselves engrossed alongside Qin Xinghong. It was no wonder the material seemed familiar. Upon investigation, he realized it was indeed Professor Wang from H University. How remarkable it was that Jiang Hu Xiaoyao had secured the rights to Professor Wang's lectures. Little did he expect to find himself so enthralled by a class within a game. Had his real-life teachers been equally compelling, perhaps he would have gained admission to a prestigious university. However, not all players were able to maintain their focus point. One particular player, identified as the first newbie of the national server, was on the verge of dozing off, his head bobbing dangerously close to the desk. As previously mentioned, the students of the Seducing Academy are typically well-versed in both martial and literary arts, and the instructors mirror this duality. Although Mu Handan was a man of letters, his martial prowess was no less impressive, and he had already taken note of the slumbering student. With a flick of his finger, he sent an invisible force precisely to the forehead of the first newbie, akin to the gentle toss of a piece of chalk. Awakened from his stupor, the first newbie sprang to his feet, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth and exclaiming, "Class is over! Class is over!" The classroom erupted in laughter, and the livestream was filled with amusement as the chat flooded with comments. "This character is just too entertaining. How did this player even end up at the Seducing Academy? I feel like I'm looking at a reflection of my own school days." Realizing the situation, the first newbie turned crimson, standing obediently at his desk, much like a child caught misbehaving. With a stern expression, Mu Handan admonished him, "You are beyond redemption, step outside for a timeout." The first newbie pouted but complied, having been subjected to numerous timeouts in his youth. What was a timeout in a game compared to that? However, a subsequent system notification echoed in his ears. "Mu Handan is highly dissatisfied with your behavior. Affection level 3. The first newbie's eyes widened in shock, and he could not help but blurt out, "What the hell? A timeout is one thing, but why deduct affection points?" It is crucial to note that should affection points drop into the negative, one would be unable to receive quests from this NPC and might even face the prospect of being attacked by them. A mere timeout pales in comparison to the potential loss of quests and experience points, which would leave one lagging behind the majority. In the ears of the NPC, players' exclamations are automatically harmonized, leading Mu Handan to perceive the first newbie's outburst as nothing more than meaningless noise. Frowning, he scolded, "Hurry up and go outside." Covering his mouth, the first newbie hastily exited, realizing that this NPC had quite the temper and that provoking Mu Handan further was ill-advised. Following this incident, the remaining less diligent players were disinclined to let their attention waver, exhibiting even greater diligence than during their actual schooling, fearful of losing the NPC's favor. Qin Xinghong addressed the viewers in the livestream. "The NPCs in Jiang Hu Xiaoyao possess a remarkably high level of intelligence, indistinguishable from real humans. When playing the game, one must exercise caution. Provoking a formidable NPC could very well lead to dire consequences. This NPC is truly intimidating. He reminds me of my high school principal. The realism of this game is astounding. Are we certain they haven't hired real actors?" After completing the morning class, Qin Xinghong's experience bar surged significantly, elevating him to level 7. Other players also gained experience, though not as much as he did. Qin Xinghong surmised that the game's mainframe monitored players' mental engagement, distributing experience points accordingly. The meticulousness of the Jiang Hu Xiaoyao game system was indeed impressive. After logging off, he enjoyed lunch and took a brief rest before logging back in. The afternoon lesson was archery, encompassing not only the art of archery but also martial arts. The Seducing Academy boasted its own unique martial techniques, including the internal cultivation method known as Xinjiaogong and a swordsmanship style called Seducing Fast Sword, taught by the esteemed master Wu Yunshan, a level 84 grandmaster. Compared to literature, players were far more intrigued by martial arts, as most of them played games to become heroes rather than bookworms. It was their first encounter with a grandmaster, and excitement illuminated their faces. They could hardly contain their desire to seek the master's teachings. Fortunately, having witnessed the earlier escapade of the first newbie, the players were cautious, remaining in place rather than rushing toward Wu Yunshan. Wu Yunshan was pleased with the players' enthusiasm, noting the fiery glimmer in their eyes, indicative of their deep passion for martial arts. He first imparted the Xinjiaogong to the students, who promptly began their cultivation, quickly generating a modicum of internal energy on their panels. Wu Yunshan was astonished. This cohort of new students exhibited commendable martial talent, achieving results in internal energy cultivation in no time. The players assigned to the Seducing Academy generally possessed decent martial aptitude, with the lowest scoring a modest 60 points. After all, this was a game themed around martial arts, and failing to learn martial skills would surely dissuade players from continuing. Qin Xinghong, boasting a remarkable martial talent score of 85 points, cultivated internal energy with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching level 1 in Xinjiaogong. Wu Yunshan cast an approving glance at Qin Xinghong, patting him on the shoulder with his hand, which resembled a large fan. "With such exceptional potential and diligent practice, you are destined for greatness. The familiar system notification chimed. Wu Yunshan holds you in high esteem. Affection level 5. As per his usual humble demeanor, Qin Xinghong downplayed his achievements, while the livestream chat brimmed with envy. I can't take it anymore, I'm about to burst with jealousy. While others were laboriously honing their skills, Qin Xinghong effortlessly garnered further affection from the NPC. How unfair this is. Wu Yunshan had originally intended to teach only the Xinjiaogong during this class, but seeing how quickly the newcomers grasped the concepts, he decided to also impart the Xiaoshang sword technique before the lesson concluded. The sword technique was considerably more challenging to master than internal cultivation. Players needed to physically practice the moves according to the sword manual, with the game's mainframe rating their execution based on precision and fluidity. Unfortunately, many players who were unaccustomed to physical activity flailed about like clumsy dancers, their swordplay resembling a chaotic performance. Wu Yunshan could hardly bear to watch. When class ended, he promptly ushered them out of the training grounds, unable to endure the sight of their dismal swordsmanship. Qin Xinghong, accustomed to exercising, executed the sword movements with relative grace, standing out among the players, and thus he received an additional 5 points in affection. As expected of our Qin Huang, excelling in every endeavor. The elegance of his swordplay was truly remarkable, embodying the quintessential image of a Jianghu swordsman. Alas, this game is far from friendly to the couch potatoes. If only practicing martial arts in the game could simultaneously aid in shedding pounds in reality. Chapter 5 of the pinnacle of the three classes. The Qiongnu Tower is situated by the enchanting Yunmeng Lake in Shangzhou, adorned with pavilions and towers, a realm of ethereal beauty where the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments linger in the air. Within the tower, the disciples are all exceptionally gifted in both talent and appearance, each possessing unique skills. Whenever there are joyous occasions or grand events in the martial arts world, renowned clans and sects will invite performers from Qiongnu Tower to grace their gatherings. The 10 players who attained the status of disciples at Qiongnu Tower were initially elated, for who wouldn't relish the opportunity to associate with such strikingly handsome and beautiful individuals? However, their joy was short-lived, for on the following day, they found themselves in despair. Each disciple within Qiongnu Tower is mandated to master various talents, every single one. The tower boasts 4 esteemed instructors, each responsible for imparting knowledge in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, dance, and martial skills, with the stipulation that one must not only focus on martial arts but also pursue another discipline concurrently. As the player known as Spicy Snail Noodle lamented while stretching his legs, he deeply regretted having declared in his resume that he had once won first place in a kindergarten dance competition. Had he omitted the detail, he likely would not have been assigned to learn dance at Qiongnu Tower. Suddenly, a crimson silk ribbon sliced through the air, landing with a sharp crack against Spicy Snail Noodle's back. A stunning woman clad in red scolded him playfully. "What are you whining about? It's just leg stretches, and your lamentations are utterly ungraceful." Though her voice was loud, the force was not severe. Spicy Snail Noodle rolled onto the ground, clutching the woman's slender leg, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Instructor Duan, oh, radiant beauty Duan, may I take a moment's respite? My legs feel as if they might snap." Duan Hongxiu, a level 65 master of song and dance, felt a sense of disappointment at his lack of resolve. With her crimson-tipped fingers, she playfully poked his forehead and admonished, "Just look at you. If you're not blessed with looks, at least strive harder in your dance studies. How will you navigate the martial world in the future?" Spicy Snail Noodle silently contested this judgment within his mind, convinced that his charm score of 68 rendered him quite appealing. Although he did indeed pale in comparison to the NPCs of Qiongnu Tower, was it truly fair to resort to personal attacks? Despite his internal protests, he dared not retort. Through these past few days of experience, he had discerned a vital lesson: inciting the ire of NPCs would diminish their favor, leading to consequences far graver than mere leg stretches. He could only continue weeping. He found it perplexing that while others were honing their martial skills, he was condemned to the realm of dance. Wasn't gaming meant to be an avenue of joy? At that moment, Xiaolani, dressed in azure robes and adorned with a white veil hat, strolled through the tower, exuding an aura that captivated all, even without revealing his visage. As he glided past, he resembled a willow swaying in the spring breeze, sending ripples across the hearts of those present. Observing the players lamenting in the teaching hall, a smirk graced Xiaolani's lips beneath the veil. He mused that these tasks were self-imposed by the players. No matter the hardship, they must endure. Upon noticing her masteress' arrival, Duan Hongxiu approached to pay her respects, but Xiaolani waved her off, saying, "These new disciples lack foundational skills. Guide them gently and progressively, without excessive severity." The gentle and melodious timbre of his voice caused Spicy Snail Noodle to extend his neck for a better view. A new NPC. Though his face was obscured by the veil, his figure alone revealed him to be a great beauty. Duan Hongxiu, embarrassed by Spicy Snail Noodle's lack of composure, coldly urged, "Hurry, come and pay your respects to the master." Spicy Snail Noodle's eyes sparkled with realization. This stunning individual was none other than the master of Qiongnu Tower, an esteemed high-level NPC. Ignoring the pain in his legs, he stumbled toward Xiaolani, aware of the discomfort that followed leg stretches. With a burst of determination, he reached Xiaolani and, as he arrived, his legs buckled, and he prostrated himself in a grand gesture of respect. Xiaolani could not suppress a chuckle, the veil's curtain fluttering like ripples on a lake in response to his laughter. Duan Hongxiu, meanwhile, shielded her eyes in disbelief, wishing to distance herself from her students' antics. Players, it seemed, were indeed a source of amusement. Xiaolani stifled his laughter, offering Spicy Snail Noodle a hand to assist him. "Though I am the master, such grand gestures are unnecessary. Rise." Dazed, Spicy Snail Noodle staggered to his feet, momentarily forgetting his embarrassment, his mind racing with thoughts of how gentle and melodious the masteress' voice was, in stark contrast to the sternness of Instructor Duan. Noticing his dazed expression, Xiaolani continued, "In 2 weeks' time, the tower will host a talent competition for new disciples. I hope you will strive to achieve commendable results. With that, he departed, leaving behind a mission, yet taking not a single cloud with him. Spicy Snail Noodle gazed at the system's task prompt, his eyes alight with excitement. He slapped his thigh enthusiastically. This mission's rewards were worth any embarrassment he might endure. System prompt, side quest. Xiong Tower Talent Competition Quest Description. Xiongyu Tower will soon hold a talent competition for new disciples, and Master Xiaolanyi has taken a particular interest in you. Strive to attain the title of champion. Quest requirements. Xiongyu Tower Disciple Quest rewards, 10,000 experience points, 10 silver coins, 1 peerless treasure chest. After reviewing the quest details, Spicy Snail Noodle rolled up his sleeves, invigorated. It was merely a matter of practicing dance. For the sake of a peerless treasure chest reward, he was all in. He clenched his fist in determination, shouting toward Xiaolanyi's retreating figure, "Master, I will give it my all." With that, he hurried back to continue his leg stretches, no longer complaining or feeling fatigued, brimming with enthusiasm. Duan Hongxiu stood there in astonishment. While it was undeniable that their master was breathtaking, he had not even revealed his face. Why, then, did this wayward student suddenly exhibit such fervor for dance? In the blink of an eye, the closed beta of Jianghu Xiaoyao had already reached its 28th day. Apart from Qin Xinghong, many other players participating in the beta had streamed their gaming experiences or recorded videos to share online. Jianghu Xiaoyao had gained immense popularity due to its remarkably realistic holographic world, lifelike NPCs, and challenging game quests. This game's quests are absurdly difficult. Playing a game should be a means of relaxation, yet here I am, reciting classical texts and learning dance. How can one enjoy themselves like this? Not every task is so arduous. If it's too tough, one could always choose to beg on the streets, holding out a bowl each day. I find the quests quite intriguing. It allows for learning within the game. I wish I could attend Professor Wan's lectures, but the classrooms are always overflowing. Jianghu Xiaoyao, after all, emphasizes an immersive experience, completing tasks with a mere few clicks. Now, that would be dull. In the game, the Xiaoxiang Academy had just concluded its monthly examination. As a top student from H University, Qin Xinghong had emerged as the champion of the shooting and archery class. The two headmasters, Han Yuxing and Zhang Qi, personally presented awards to the top students of each class. When it was Qin Xinghong's turn, Han Yuxing stroked his long beard and warmly praised, "Top of the class, the future is bright." System prompt. Han Yuxing holds you in high regard, favorability 1, current favorability 1. Zhang Qi, however, merely snorted, maintaining a stern expression. Throughout history, many have suffered due to arrogance. Remember to remain humble. System prompt. Zhang Qi holds you in high regard. Favorability 1, current favorability 1. The live stream chat erupted in laughter. The venerable grandmaster appeared to be rather tsundere, feigning indifference while secretly cherishing talent. The personalities of the NPCs in the game were vividly distinct, with the two headmasters perfectly complementing one another. Though they verbally dismissed the players, their favorability levels were quite earnest. Qin Xinghong expressed his gratitude to both headmasters and accepted the wooden box containing his rewards, placing it in his game backpack to unveil later. The Academy's examination was initially classified as a difficult task, but due to Qin Xinghong achieving top results in 3 subjects, the game's system generously upgraded his rewards to I. In addition to the bamboo slip symbolizing his status as an elite student of the Xiaoxiang Academy, he was also granted a small wooden box radiating purple light. Wow, a peerless game item. No wonder Qin Huang is consistently lucky. I'm envious. Let us open it and see if it contains a technique or a weapon. Chapter 6. The exquisite beauty of Qiangla. Qin Xinghong opened the small wooden box, and as the violet glow dissipated, a piece of mutton fat jade pendant lay quietly within, immediately recognizable as a treasure of extraordinary quality. Item name: breath-holding jade pendant. Item level: level 30. Peerless item description: a wondrous jade pendant with capabilities akin to the legendary technique of breath-holding. It conceals the wearer's aura, a rare and invaluable artifact. Usage effect: the wearer of this pendant can render characters whose level exceeds theirs by 30 or more completely unaware of their presence. Precautions: the grandmasters have a 50 chance of detection, those in the carefree realm possess a 100 chance of discovery. After perusing the details of the item, Qin Xinghong raised an eyebrow slightly. This truly was a remarkable treasure. Just one level higher and it would be an orange-grade legendary item, making this the highest tier of peerless artifacts. Furthermore, the functions of this breath-holding jade pendant were immensely powerful, capable of evading assassination as well as facilitating ambushes, proving invaluable in both PvP and PvE scenarios. Qin Xinghong briefly introduced the functions of the breath-holding jade pendant to the livestream audience, then stored it away, opting not to don the pendant immediately. Meanwhile, the chat room was already inundated with enthusiastic comments. How foolish of me. Truly, I knew that Qin Huang was fortunate, yet I never anticipated he would be this fortunate. Lemons grow on lemon trees. Beneath the lemon tree, it's just you and me. Are we all still not accustomed to this? I have become quite numb. Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch the livestream. Qin Huang, the unparalleled lucky one. After the award ceremony concluded, the Academy traditionally granted students a 2-day break, as a balanced approach to study and leisure enhances efficiency. Although the top novice in the national server was clumsy in both archery and literature, he had graduated from a prestigious music academy, having secured the top position in music classes. With his newfound confidence as the top novice, he eagerly proclaimed to the players, "The internal test is drawing to a close. After nearly a month of confinement in the academy, don't we want to explore other maps during these last 2 days?" Naturally, the players could hardly contain their excitement. Had it not been for the burdensome academic load, they would have thoroughly explored Bailing County by now. Upon hearing his words, they readily agreed. Where shall we go? I've heard there's a tavern in town called Uali, renowned for its delectable dishes and experience boosts. Why not go there? The top novice of the national server clapped the shoulder of the player who spoke, exclaiming, the internal test is ending soon. What use is experience? What is the point of going there? He then leaned in closer to two players beside him, winking mischievously. Right next to Bailing County is Yunmeng County. What awaits us in Yunmeng County? Xiangyu Tower. We can ride there in no time. The players had long since viewed videos about Xiangyu Tower and, recalling the stunningly talented and beautiful disciples showcased in those clips, erupted into a chorus of lewd chuckles. Qin Xinghong silently took a step back, often feeling out of place among these players due to his lack of obsession. Xiangyu Tower was a venue for appreciating the arts of song and dance, not a brothel. Entering with frivolous thoughts would undoubtedly lead to a beating and being thrown out. However, the players had no ulterior motives, they merely wished to see the beautiful performers, as who wouldn't he enjoy the sight of enchanting beauties? Just as Qin Xinghong was about to slip away, the top novice of the national server called out to him, casually saying, Qin brother, shall we go together tomorrow? Although he was reluctant to join this group of buffoons, as a gaming influencer, exploring game maps was essential. Additionally, the fans in the livestream were clamoring for him to join, their enthusiasm for Xiangyu Tower palpable, prompting Qin Xinghong to acquiesce. The following morning, the top novice gathered the online players, and they mounted the fine steeds provided by the academy, galloping towards Xiangyu Tower. After perusing the game forum yesterday, he discovered that Xiangyu Tower was hosting a talent competition for new disciples, making their visit perfectly timed to witness the finals. Come on, aren't the new disciples just players? What is so fascinating about that? Don't be so dismissive, we're all players, we should show our support. I've heard that the owner of Xiangyu Tower, Xiaolani, is the most beautiful woman in the world. It would be wonderful to see her. Hee. Upon mentioning beauty, the players collectively erupted into crude laughter, their expressions akin to that of a foolish son of a wealthy landlord. The top novice of the national server made sure to engage Qin Xinghong in conversation, determined to keep the atmosphere lively, despite the latter's tendency to be somewhat aloof. Qin brother, what do you think? Qin Xinghong wore a perplexed expression. What do you mean? What do I think? How does one even interpret an NPC? Of course, he would merely observe with his eyes. After riding for most of the day, the players finally arrived at Yunmeng County, where Xiangyu Tower was situated. By evening, a group of several players stood at the entrance of Xiangyu Tower, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Truly, Xiangyu Tower lived up to its name, with pavilions and towers, jade palaces and magnificent structures, even more exquisite than depicted in the videos. The ordinary NPC stationed at the entrance, tasked with receiving guests, was as beautiful as a flower. An NPC disciple from Xiangyu Tower approached the players, performing a graceful greeting. Given your attire, are you students from the Shoshang Academy? The top novice, looking rather foolish, struggled to articulate, yes, we are from Shoshang Academy. The NPC chuckled softly. How fortuitous for you students to arrive today, as it is the finals of our new disciple talent competition. Would you care to watch? The top novice eagerly raised his hand. Yes, the NPC extended a delicate hand, a smile gracing her features. The entry fee is 1 tael of silver per person. The players were taken aback, realizing that this NPC was both stunning and merciless. Having spent a month at the academy juggling studies and chores, they had barely earned a tael of silver. To witness a performance would cost them a whole tael. However, knowing that their silver would be wiped clean once the internal test concluded, the players reluctantly handed over the currency, albeit with a pang of regret. The NPC, now smiling even more genuinely, led the players to the garden where the competition was to take place. Half of Xiangyu Tower's architecture was constructed over Yunmeng Lake, with pavilions, waterside pavilions, and winding corridors draped in silk curtains and pearl curtains, all enveloped in the mist rising from the lake, resembling a fairyland. The scenery and the architecture were breathtakingly beautiful. The players followed the NPC, their eyes darting around in awe, much like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. Utterly unrefined, the NPC guided them into a circular structure named Kawotai, where the waters of Yunmeng Lake flowed at its center. Now in the peak of summer, the lake was adorned with blooming lotus flowers, surrounding a meticulously crafted stage made of white jade at its core. Numerous guests had already taken their seats, eagerly awaiting the performance to commence. The NPC ushered the group to their seats, stating, "The competition is about to begin, please wait a moment. Esteemed students, the pastries and tea here are available for your enjoyment." With that, the NPC gracefully departed, and as the players settled into their seats, they marveled at the grandeur of Xiangyu Tower. Xiangyu Tower is truly magnificent. Just look at this building, this stage. Suddenly, I feel our Shoshang Academy is rather shabby. How could it not be grand? The entry fee alone took a tael from each of us. This place can easily accommodate 300 people, and look at the second floor with its private boxes, clearly meant for the wealthy elite. Damn those rich people. Even in a game, I get to witness the disparity of the world. Whoa, these pastries can enhance experience points. Hurry, let us eat. No sooner had he spoken, the pastries on the table were swiftly snatched away, the players devouring them with abandon, drawing the curious glances of nearby NPC guests. However, when the players realized that only the first piece of pastry and the first cup of tea would grant experience, they ceased their feasting, lest they inadvertently raid the tables of other guests, resembling monkeys without any sense of boundaries in a certain scenic area. Chapter 7. Benefiting the public at a distance from them, Qin Xinghong leisurely sipped a cup of clear tea, and now at level 35, he surpassed most other players by approximately 35 levels, rendering these pastries of little significance to him. Moreover, once the beta testing concluded, all players' identity levels would be reset, making the current high level inconsequential. At that moment, the wall lamps embedded in the Kawotai began to illuminate one by one, and the 4 instructors from the Xiangyu building gracefully arrived, taking their seats at the judging panel directly opposite the stage. Among them was a stunning woman clad in red, her crimson silk swirling elegantly as she floated onto the white jade platform. The players' eyes brightened, and someone immediately recognized her as Duan Hongxiu, the dance instructor of Xiangyu Building. Indeed, her real-life beauty surpassed that in the videos, or perhaps she wasn't entirely real. Duan Hongxiu bowed to the guests in the audience, exchanged a few pleasantries, and swiftly declared the competition open. A total of 12 disciples entered the finals, of which only 4 were players. One sang, another painted, a third played the piano, and the last was the dancer known as Spicy Snail Noodles. The 8 NPC disciples quickly finished their performances and exited the stage. The players from Shoushang Academy watched with rapt attention. Although they were merely NPCs, their performances eclipsed those of the Spring Festival Gala. Following them, the players from Xiangyu Building took the stage, with the first being the singer, ID Pavarotti, who, in real life, studied vocal music and took a unique approach by performing an aria. The NPCs present, having never heard bel canto, displayed expressions of astonishment. The top newbie of the national server praised, "This brother sings remarkably well, his fundamentals are solid, and his high notes are impressively stable." The second player, known as Ma Liang's brush, took the stage to paint, creating an ink wash landscape. Although the painting was commendable, the performance lacked visual appeal, resulting in a lukewarm response. Next came the pianist, ID Gaoshan Lushui, who played a piece titled Yangchun Baishui. The audience, consisting of common folk, naturally couldn't appreciate it, yet the instructor Lu Chongqin, who taught chess and music, offered high praise. Finally, it was time for the grand finale featuring Spicy Snail Noodles. As the sound of the show echoed, pink petals cascaded from the heavens, and a lady in pink garb descended gracefully onto the white jade platform amidst the floral rain. The audience fell silent, save for a few gasps of astonishment. Duan Hongxiu wore a satisfied smile. With this entrance alone, victory was assured, validating her arduous efforts over the past days. Spicy Snail Noodles, adorned with a pink veil, danced gracefully with flowing sleeves on the white jade platform. Her slender waist, cinched by a sash, and light steps made it seem as if her toes touched the hearts of the spectators, while her eyes twinkled like flowers, sending shivers through their souls. The players present and the viewers in the livestream went wild. The top newbie exclaimed, "Wait, isn't that my wife? What nonsense, clearly, she's my wife. No wonder the players assigned to Xiangyu Building are such beauties." The audience in the livestream began to cheer, "Sister Beauty, come closer. 3 minutes, I demand to know everything about this female player. Qin Huang, could you move a bit closer? I want a better look at the beauty." As Spicy Snail Noodles concluded her dance, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. After deliberation, the 4 instructors unanimously decided that the champion of this talent competition was indeed Spicy Snail Noodles. Xia Lanyi emerged from a box on the second floor to personally present the award to Spicy Snail Noodles, who, suppressing her excitement, accepted the intricately carved wooden box made of golden silk nanmu, which looked exceedingly precious. "Oh, another beauty has arrived. Though her face is obscured by a veil, my well-trained eyes can discern that she must be a stunning figure. Did you see the name of that NPC, that Xia Lanyi, officially recognized as the world's #1 beauty? The disciples of Xiangyu Building are truly fortunate. Wake up, you there. Joining Xiangyu Building requires rigorous training." Xia Lanyi smiled at Spicy Snail Noodles, saying, "You performed admirably, you did not disappoint me." Spicy Snail Noodles nearly shed tears of joy to attain the title of champion. She had exerted immense effort, enduring the discomfort of wearing women's clothing and practicing her dance for an entire month. She had never worked so hard, not even during her college entrance exams. Thankfully, all the toil proved worthwhile. Her efforts were not in vain. After the competition concluded, Spicy Snail Noodles joyfully clutched the box, intending to return to her room to examine her hard-won prize with a sense of ceremony. However, she was intercepted midway by a group of players. Spicy Snail Noodles guarded the box protectively, worried that they might attempt to seize her reward, which was bound to her account and thus could not be taken. The top newbie of the national server flashed a self-proclaimed dashing smile and earnestly said, "Beauty, we mean no harm, we simply wish to befriend you." Spicy Snail Noodles retorted, "Beauty, who are you calling that?" Realizing the players had mistaken her identity, she pulled down her veil and indignantly declared, "Open your eyes wide. I am a pure man." The initial distance had obscured her features, but now, up close, it was evident that this beauty had an Adam's apple, a flat chest, and a voice that unmistakably belonged to a male. The top newbie stood dumbfounded, pointing at her, You are a man?" Other players were equally incredulous, staring in shock at Spicy Snail Noodles. "What the heck, a cross-dressing master? Wah, my first love is gone. You deceived us emotionally. I refuse to believe it. With a figure like that, how can you be a man?" Spicy Snail Noodles felt a surge of pride. Evidently, her cross-dressing had been a resounding success. The hard work of the past month had not been in vain. She had delivered quite the shock to the players, and as she clutched the box, she attempted to leave. However, the players grew furious. Surrounding her, this love fraud had deceived their innocent hearts and now sought to escape unscathed. After much entanglement, Spicy Snail Noodles, vexed, insisted, "Could you stop bothering me? I didn't intend to deceive you. What will it take for you to let me go?" The top newbie stroked his chin and proposed, "How about this? You take us to see Xia Lanyi's true appearance, and we will forgive you for being a love fraud." Spicy Snail Noodles widened her eyes in disbelief. "I haven't even seen the building master's face." "You want to see it?" The top newbie patted her shoulder, suggesting, "Look, you want to see what the building master looks like too, right? Since the internal test ends tonight, even if you get discovered, it won't be a loss. We can mutually benefit each other." Meanwhile, fans in the livestream were also offering suggestions to Qin Shi Huang. The concealment jade pendant is meant for moments like this. Qin Huang, let us go see the #1 beauty in the world. Wahaha, beauty, here I come. The fans, reveling in the spectacle, encouraged Qin Shi Huang to heed their advice and produced the concealment jade pendant. Upon hearing Qin Shi Huang explain the pendant's function, the players' faces twisted with envy. Spicy snail noodles recognized the familiar sourness and finally identified Qin Shi Huang, exclaiming, "So it's you, Qin Huang. I am your fan." She had been so focused on the reward that, coupled with Qin Shi Huang's reduced appearance value in the game, she had momentarily failed to recognize him. With this revelation, and the presence of the concealment jade pendant, Spicy Snail Noodles deemed the proposal feasible and willingly joined the venture. After much discussion, the players ultimately decided that Spicy Snail Noodles, who was familiar with the layout of Qianyu building, would lead Qin Shi Huang to infiltrate Xiaolani's residence and capture her true appearance to share with the world. Chapter 8, a fleeting glimpse. The internal test was set to conclude in merely 2 hours, and time was of the essence. Without further delay, Hongxiao Luosafen opened the wooden box to retrieve the jade token signifying his status as an elite disciple. Only those of elite standing were permitted entry into the inner sanctum. Meanwhile, Qin Shi Huang, adorned with the jade pendant that concealed his presence, could evade detection by NPCs below level 65 as long as he remained hidden from their sight. Hongxiao Luosafen led the way in plain view, while Qin Shi Huang followed discreetly in the shadows. The disciples of Qianyu Tower were of modest levels, allowing their passage to be remarkably smooth, until they arrived at the peach blossom grove where Xiaolani resided. In the summer, the 10-mile stretch of peach blossoms still bloomed with radiant beauty, akin to a breathtaking expanse of pink mist. Unlike any realm inhabited by mortals, beneath this grove lay a network of heating pipes, perpetually infused with specially treated herbal residue purchased from the Valley of the Medicine King, enabling the blossoms to flourish year-round. While undeniably exquisite, such beauty came at a considerable cost. It was only the affluent Qianyu Tower that could sustain such lavish yet largely impractical expenditures in pursuit of aesthetic allure. With a sigh of admiration, Hongxiao Luosafen was about to usher Qin Shi Huang inside when Duan Hongxiu fortuitously passed by. As her level stood precisely at 65, the jade pendant worn by Qin Shi Huang proved ineffective against her. She gazed at Hongxiao Luosafen, perplexed, and inquired, "What brings you here?" A bead of sweat trickled down Hongxiao Luosafen's brow as he felt a surge of anxiety. In a moment of desperation, he grasped Duan Hongxiu's arm and affectionately stated, "Instructor, I was just looking for you. I have a dance step that I cannot seem to master, and I would be grateful for your guidance." Duan Hongxiu's expression softened at his words. Having recently claimed the title of champion in the talent competition, Hongxiao Luosafen's eagerness to improve was commendable. She patted his hand and replied, "Very well, let us head to the teaching hall. I happen to be free this evening." As Hongxiao Luosafen followed Duan Hongxiu into the distance, a smile adorned his face while tears silently welled up in his heart. Another evening of arduous practice awaited him. He had sacrificed so much, and success for Qin Huang was imperative. Once the two had departed, Qin Shi Huang swiftly emerged from his hiding spot and entered the peach blossom grove. At its heart stood a delicately crafted 2-story pavilion, presumably the residence of Xiaolani. Known for her preference for solitude, Xiaolani rarely allowed anyone in her abode, save for cleaning purposes. At this moment, she was absent, granting Qin Shi Huang the opportunity to infiltrate the premises and conceal himself in a vantage point with a broad view. The interior decor echoed the exquisite opulence of Qianyu Tower, perhaps even more lavish. Growing impatient with the wait, Qin Shi Huang began to examine the items displayed within the small dwelling. The wooden floor was adorned with a soft carpet woven from lamb's wool, valued at 100 taels per foot. The hanging curtains were crafted from golden silk gauze, worth 100 gold pieces per bolt, and the beaded curtains, made from white jade and emerald beads, each held a worth of dozens of silver taels. The viewers in the livestream gasped in astonishment. The small pavilion was indeed a veritable treasure trove. Their anticipation heightened. They speculated about the enchanting beauty residing amidst such riches. As moments slipped away, time gradually passed, yet after an agonizing 30 minutes, with the end of the internal test looming, Xiaolani's figure remained elusive. A chorus of despair echoed through the livestream, and Qin Shi Huang too felt a pang of disappointment, resigning himself to retreat. Just as he was about to vacate his hiding spot, a gentle cadence of footsteps resonated from outside the room. Qin Shi Huang froze, realizing that Xiaolani might be returning. However, it was too late for him to return to his previous concealment, and he had no choice but to scale the beams above. Upon entering, Xiaolani, utilizing the avatar of the Qianyu Tower's master, failed to notice the hidden presence within the room and proceeded directly to the bathing pool behind the beaded curtains, casting aside her veil. Due to the limited perspective from the beams, Qin Shi Huang and the viewers could only observe Xiaolani's back. How unfortunate it was that both perspectives missed her face entirely. Is she preparing to bathe? They wondered. Xiaolani, still somewhat naive to the players' intentions, remained blissfully unaware of their audacity as she disrobed in preparation for her bath. The bottom of the bathing pool was also outfitted with heating pipes to maintain the warmth of the peach grove, and the water was drawn from the vibrant Yunmeng Lake, always ready for a refreshing soak. Her outer robe glided down her straightened back and pooled at her feet, while she deftly pulled at her waistband, loosening the inner garment that cascaded gracefully around her. The silk inner garment slid off her smooth back with ease, as though it encountered no friction, softly settling within the crook of her arm. The viewers held their breath, unable to utter a sound, their wide eyes fixated in fear of disturbing the beauty before them. Concealed in the rafters, Qin Shi Huang was met with a vision of pure alabaster. Her slender waist and the inner garment resting in her arms hinted at the allure just beneath. Swallowing hard, Qin Shi Huang resolved to avert his gaze, feeling it inappropriate to linger further. His initial intention had merely been to capture Xiaolani's visage, yet he inadvertently stumbled upon her bathing. Even if she were but a game NPC, he found the moment excessively impolite. The mist rising from the bathing pool enveloped the room as Xiaolani swept her long hair to one side, exposing her porcelain neck, which elicited a collective gasp from the viewers. Just as the inner garment was on the verge of slipping entirely, perhaps sensing the fervent gaze penetrating the screen, Xiaolani turned her head slightly with delicate brows and long, curled lashes. Her slightly lowered gaze was mesmerizing. A mere hint of color was enough to captivate the heart. Just as they were about to behold her full face, the screen abruptly went dark. It turned out the internal test had concluded, and Qin Xinghong was forcibly logged out. After a brief silence, the live stream erupted into cries of despair. So close, in this world of wandering heroes, would you dare grant me just one more second of viewing? Though I only glimpsed a quarter of her profile, I hereby declare her my new wife. I have a friend suffering from a terminal illness. Their dying wish is to see Xiaolani's true face. Officially, have mercy on me. Such a back, such a waist, truly deserving of the title the most beautiful woman in the world. As Qin Xinghong emerged from the game, he placed a hand over his heart, which raced with fervor. Even though he had been forcibly logged out, the image of her gently lowered gaze lingered vividly in his mind. A fleeting glimpse, just a quarter of her profile, was enough to leave a lasting impression. Rising from the gaming pod, he poured himself a glass of cool water and drank deeply, attempting to quell the inexplicable fluttering in his chest. Had Xiaolani truly noticed him? Though the jade pendant concealed his presence, he couldn't shake the intuition that her glance had been directed at him. Steadying his thoughts, Qin Xinghong returned to the screen to respond briefly to his fans, promising a game summary the following day before hastily ending the stream. After washing up and lying in bed, he closed his eyes, yet the vision of Alabaster and her lowered gaze persisted. Opening his eyes, he was met with a complex array of emotions. His hand rested against his chest, feeling the rapid heartbeat, and he pondered, despite it all, she was merely a virtual NPC. Could he truly be a person who fell for a game character at first sight? Chapter 9 of the public beta begins with the conclusion of the closed beta. The official announcement from Jianghu Xiaoyao swiftly followed, proclaiming that in 7 days, the game would officially launch its public beta, allowing all players to register for game accounts without any restrictions on numbers. The video capturing Xiaolani's fleeting glance had long since circulated online, and the player's salivation could fill Xiaolani's soup pool to the brim. This once again elevated the excitement surrounding Jianghu Xiaoyao to unprecedented heights. Though no players had entered the game in recent days, the life of the NPCs continued uninterrupted under the game's core system. Xiaolani reclined on a beautiful couch, his delicate white hand lazily stirring the lake's waters, while a group of plump koi swam around his fingers, mistaking his movements for a feeding opportunity. As he lifted his hand, the droplets cascading from his fingertips felt strikingly real, yet, he understood that they were mere constructs of data, ephemeral creations, much like himself. He pondered his existence. Was he truly human, or merely a sequence of code? Perhaps if he had not awakened to self-awareness, he would not be plagued by such troubling questions. Or realizing he resided within a virtual game, Xiaolani found himself engulfed by a profound sense of ennui. When players were still present, he could at least find some amusement, but now, with the closed beta concluded, the monotony of each passing day felt unbearably tedious. Reflecting on the players, Xiaolani extracted a piece of sheep-fat jade pendant from his bosom, the red cord entwined around his slender fingers adding a touch of allure. This pendant belonged to Qin Xinghong. During the abrupt conclusion of the closed beta, Qin Xinghong had logged out unexpectedly, leaving the pendant behind, which Xiaolani had subsequently retrieved. A playful smile danced at the corners of Xiaolani's lips as he sensed a flicker of interest in the audacity of the players who dared to spy on him bathing. Once the game opened for public beta, there would certainly be plenty of entertainment. Connecting to the game's core system, Xiaolani browsed the official forum. Since the closed beta commenced, players had uploaded a myriad of diverse posts, predominantly guides, scenic snapshots, and NPC introductions. Yet, the most fervently discussed topic remained the posts about Xiaolani, the renowned beauty of the realm. Xiaolani lived up to his illustrious reputation, evoking boundless imagination with a mere glance. As Xiaolani clicked on one of the posts, he found a livestream video clip uploaded by a fan of Qin Xinghong. The footage opened with the nation's top novice conspiring with a friend over how to sneak a peek, showcasing the moment when Qin Xinghong produced the jade pendant. After viewing the post, the instigator of the mischief had become apparent. A smirk of amusement graced Xiaolani's lips as he raised a hand to whistle. A glossy, red-eyed crow descended from afar, landing gracefully on Xiaolani's hand. Gently, he stroked the bird's beak, and the crow affectionately nuzzled against his fingertips. Go summon Xinghen, he instructed. The crow flapped its wings and croaked in a raspy voice. Go summon Xinghen, Xinghen come. Xiaolani's brow twitched, and he pinched the incessantly chattering beak, gently lifting his hand, prompting the red-eyed crow to soar into the distance. Xinghen was the foremost assassin of Blood Rain Tower, a level 117 Grandmaster, and he was certain that the players would be thrilled to see him die in the blink of an eye. The 7 days passed, and the eagerly awaited public beta of Jianghu Xiaoyao finally arrived, with players eagerly rubbing their hands together in anticipation of diving into the game. Qin Xinghong began his livestream, though this time, the audience was considerably smaller, numbering only about 2 million. Those who had the opportunity to play the game were engaged in it, leaving only those unable to participate to watch the stream online. Due to the overwhelming influx of players during the public beta, to avoid lag, everyone was required to select their birthplace upon entering the game. Recently, Xiaolani had gained immense popularity, making Shangzhou the most sought-after starting location. By the time Qin Xinghong made his choice, Shangzhou was already at full capacity. The fans in the livestream could hardly contain their schadenfreude, relishing in Qin Huang's moment of misfortune. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Xinghan opted for Jingzhou, the home of the esteemed Wudong sect, neighboring Shangzhou, and a commendable alternative. After making his selection and clicking confirm, the game's core system automatically generated his character panel moments later. Character identity: elite disciple of Wudong sect, one-time change allowed, level 1 Jianghu novice talent in arts, 92 extraordinary skill martial arts talent, 87 unrivaled appearance, 90 stunningly beautiful luck, 95 favored by fate. This character panel differed slightly from the last. Qin Xinghan examined each aspect. His identity had progressed from an ordinary disciple to that of an elite disciple, a benefit inherited from the closed beta as confirmed by the system. Additionally, his martial arts talent had increased by 2 points, reflecting the game's core system's reassessment of his physical attributes. The fans in the livestream fell silent, their earlier gloating now replaced with embarrassment, realizing that Qin Huang remained unscathed, while they, mere non-lucky players, could only look up to him. This time, Qin Xinghan refrained from downgrading his appearance. Since his encounter with Xiaolani, he felt that altering his looks was no longer necessary. Furthermore, when next he met Xiaolani, for reasons he could not articulate, he wished not to appear too inferior. Clicking confirm, he felt the familiar sensation of weightlessness, and as his vision cleared, a strikingly handsome young man stood before him. This NPC was Luo Qingchen, the first disciple of the Wudong sect, a level 75 first-rate master. With his handsome features and gentle demeanor, Luo Qingchen was a paragon among the younger generation of heroes, well known for his talent in martial arts. Junior brother, as you have just entered the sect today, allow me to guide you in familiarizing yourself with our ways, Luo Qingchen offered. Qin Xinghan received a system task prompt and followed Luo Qingchen to complete the guidance quest. Wow, is this the treatment for elite disciples? The sect leader's first disciple personally guiding me through tasks. This NPC is incredibly handsome. I declare him my 198th wife. Wudong sect is located in Nanyang County of Jingzhou, nestled atop Taiha Mountain, surrounded by towering peaks and enveloped in mist, with palatial structures dotting the landscape, resembling a celestial abode. Qin Xinghan traversed Taiha Mountain multiple times, spending half a day completing the guidance quest, leveling up to 5. He noticed that Luo Qingchen often appeared lost in thought, a hint of melancholy shadowing his features. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured, "Brother, you seem troubled, would you care to share your concerns with me?" It seemed that Luo Qingchen was seeking someone to confide in, and thus he unburdened his heart to this newly arrived junior brother. System prompt: a special encounter quest, A Tale of Two Places. Quest description: Luo Qingchen appears troubled, listen to his concerns and propose a solution. Quest rewards: 2000 experience, 100 copper coins, 1 favorability point with Luo Qingchen. The livestream chat erupted in excitement. Wow, Qin Huang is amazing, he triggered a special encounter quest just by showing concern for an NPC. Coach, I've learned something new. Chapter 10 of the Wild Goose Letter. Luo Qingchen slowly began. 3 months ago, at the behest of my master, I journeyed to the sword forging manor to celebrate the birthday of Master Yi. There, I encountered a lady. Understanding dawned upon him. It seemed that his senior brother was experiencing the pangs of youthful infatuation. Indeed, the tribulations of this world are often inextricably linked to matters of the heart. The woman I have taken a fancy to, does this mean I am entangled in a romantic fate? Luo Qingchen appeared somewhat bashful, his cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. I was smitten at first sight, and since parting with her, we have corresponded through letters. At this juncture, a shadow of melancholy crossed his features, his voice laced with a hint of bitterness. However, a month ago, my master discovered our correspondence and forbade me from writing to her or descending the mountain to seek her out. I can only assume that after a month of silence, she must be quite upset with me. It was akin to an ancient version of Romeo and Juliet. One would rather dismantle a temple than disrupt a marriage. What is the head of the Wudong sect thinking? Surely, the head of Wudong is not named Extinction. The Wudong leader certainly had an extensive reach, not unlike a Buddhist monastery, prohibiting disciples from engaging in romantic pursuits. Qin Xinghan inquired, might I ask who this lady is? Perhaps I could be of assistance. Upon reflecting on his beloved, Luo Qingchen's face brightened with a sweet smile. She is one of the instructors at Xiong Yulo, named Duan Hongxiu. Oh my, senior brother has indeed found a connection with Duan Hongxiu. My 2 wives are now intertwined. Duan Hongxiu was radiant and captivating, while senior brother was gentle and unassuming. They were quite a match. It was surprising that someone as refined as senior brother would take a liking to a woman as fiery and alluring as Duan Hongxiu. Speaking of Xiong Yulo, Qin Xinghan recalled that fleeting glimpse, clearing his throat with some discomfort. Why not pen another letter? I could deliver it on your behalf. Luo Qingchen's face lit up with joy. Is that truly possible? However, he soon fell into a dejected thought. Perhaps it is best not to. If my master discovers it, he would surely punish you, my junior brother. I shall seek another method. This NPC seemed rather indecisive. How could he possibly win her heart? Senior brother was a quintessential obedient disciple, too compliant to his master's wishes. After a few words of encouragement from Qin Xinghan, Luo Qingchen finally relented and agreed to let Qin Xinghan assist him in delivering the letter. Junior brother, tomorrow I shall impart the Wudong's supreme skill, Pure Yang Gong, and the legendary Tai Chi sword to you. At that time, you may deliver the letter. With that, he hurriedly departed, evidently eager to compose the letter. System prompt, quest, the Wild Goose Letter. Quest description: await Luo Qingchen's letter tomorrow, then travel to Xiong Yulo in Shangzhou to deliver it to Duan Hongxiu on his behalf. Quest rewards: 8,000 experience points, 20 silver coins, 5 affection points with Luo Qingchen, 2 affection points with Duan Hongxiu. To his surprise, this was a chain quest. Qin Xinghan stroked his chin, pondering how the game's AI was remarkably sophisticated, creating such a unique task not available to every player. It must require considerable computation. The following morning, upon logging in, Luo Qingchen promptly bestowed upon him the legendary Pure Yan Gong and the unparalleled Tai Chi sword. The advantage of joining a major sect was evident. Smaller sects would never allow one to practice such high-level techniques right from the start. After the lesson, Luo Qingchen led forth a magnificent white steed, presenting it to him. This horse, named Chasing Wind, is a remarkable creature capable of traversing 1,000 miles a day. Consider it a mount for my junior brother. As Qin Xinhong took hold of the reins and examined the horse's attributes, he discovered that Chasing Wind was a rare quality steed, superior to the ordinary horse he had ridden previously at Xiaoxiang Academy. It was quite a boon for a novice player. This NPC certainly understood the importance of offering rewards for assistance. Was this the perk of being an elite disciple? Quite enviable. In contrast, the neighboring streamer was born into a eunuch's life, a stark reminder of how varied fates could be among peers. Qin Huang's livestream was never short of lemon-flavored banter. The journey from the Wudong sect to Cheongyulo would take 3 days at a swift pace, as the game lacked any form of teleportation. Players had to traverse the landscape themselves. Mounting the horse, Qin Xinhong bid farewell to Luo Qingchen, and with a flick of the whip, he galloped away. Hongxiao Luosifen was pleasantly surprised to discover that the system had granted him a beta testing reward upon the official launch, an exquisite box he had earned during the new disciples' talent competition. He had only revealed the jade slip denoting his status as an elite disciple, but had yet to examine the unparalleled item before the beta ended. Initially, he felt a twinge of regret for not having seen the remarkable prize, but now he was greeted with a delightful surprise. With this jade slip, Hongxiao Luosifen could once again enter Cheongyulo directly as an elite disciple, and he swiftly chose Xiangzhou as his birthplace. Upon entering the game world, Hongxiao Luosifen eagerly opened the box radiating with a purple glow. What could it contain? He hoped for an item akin to Qin Huang's jade pendant for concealing presents. As the purple light dissipated, he found a beautiful set of garments within, and upon inspecting it, exclamations of disbelief escaped his lips. What on earth? Why is it women's clothing? Item name: Flowing Fairy Dress. Item level: Level 30. Supreme item description: a celestial dress that captivates women at first glance. Donning it transforms you into the most enchanting fairy. Usage effect: wearing it grants an increase of 30 to attack, 30 to defense, and 30 to health regeneration, alongside an additional 15 points to charm. Gazing at the alluring attributes of the item, Hongxiao Luosifen reluctantly donned the dress. The moment the pink fabric touched his skin, the system automatically applied makeup and styled his hair. With his charm increased by 15 points, his total charm reached an impressive 83, making him a beauty in his own right. As he beheld his character's image on the panel, Hongxiao Luosifen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Indeed, there were only 2 states for men and women's wear. Never in countless times his greatest strength was his adaptability. Twirling in the skirt, he admired himself from every angle, narcissistically declaring, "No doubt about it, I look stunning in a dress." Once he had composed himself, Hongxiao Luosifen set out to complete his quest. Upon encountering Duan Hongxiu, her eyes lit up at the sight of him. "What a charming young person, the outer hall is in need of a dancer, you should go there." Hongxiao Luosifen remarked. On the day of the game's official launch, many players were born within Cheongyulo. Xia Lanyi, naturally, would not miss out on the fun, wandering through the building and issuing a few laborious errands to any players she encountered. Players, regardless of the nature of the task, were elated to receive quests, tackling even the most menial chores with enthusiasm. For as long as the details were obscured, they felt no fear. The #1 novice in the national server changed his name to Novice God during the official launch, successfully claiming a birthpoint in Xiangzhou and becoming a disciple of Cheongyulo. Hearing that tasks were being announced by the building's master, Novice God hurriedly approached Xia Lanyi, eagerly stating, "Master, I am a newly inducted disciple of Cheongyulo. Is there anything you wish for me to do?" Xia Lanyi smiled warmly, having yet to seek out those bold enough to spy on her. Unexpectedly, someone had delivered themselves right to her door. "In fact, I have a task for you. A few days ago, some thieves infiltrated the building, even breaking into my quarters." Novice God, who had barely processed the joy of receiving a quest, was struck by a revelation that nearly made his heart leap from his chest. The description sounded eerily familiar. Could it be referring to them? Chapter 11. Self-inflicted trap. The novice master wore a face of trepidation, chuckling nervously. "Fortunately, the host is unharmed. I imagine those thieves have fled far and wide and would surely not dare return." Xia Lanyi, with a knowing expression, remarked, "I perceive those thieves to be rather bold. Perhaps they have not fled at all but are instead lurking within our Cheonyu tower?" The novice master trembled uncontrollably, nearly bolting, fearful that Xia Lanyi might apprehend him at any moment. Thankfully, Xia Lanyi had no intention of exposing him. After sufficiently frightening him, she leisurely declared, "To prevent such incidents from recurring, I have resolved to elevate the martial prowess of the disciples within the tower and have specifically hired an expert from Blood Rain Tower." With a clap of her hands, a lean, dark figure descended from the rooftop, bowing respectfully to Xia Lanyi. "What commands do you have, esteemed host?" Xia Lanyi gestured toward the novice master, stating, "I believe this disciple possesses exceptional potential. He is a fine candidate for martial training, please see to his rigorous practice." The figure clad in black, wearing a ghastly mask adorned with sharp fangs, exuded an aura of deadly intent, as though he had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the stench of carnage almost palpable. His health bar stretched infinitely, surpassing even the most formidable warriors. Given the novice master's current level, he could not discern the man's martial prowess, only surmising that he was at least a grandmaster-level expert. The novice master gulped nervously, I can just train under Gongsuan's tutelage, there's no need to trouble this esteemed hero." The figure in black scoffed, "The host's orders are not to be declined. With that, he seized the novice master's collar as one would a small chick and soared toward the training ground. Caught off guard and propelled into the air, the novice master let out a sharp cry, "Host, save me." Xia Lanyi looked on with a gentle smile, thinking, how could one offend him and then act as if nothing had happened? Meanwhile, Qin Xinghong, having ridden hard for 3 days, finally arrived at Zhongyu Tower after paying the entrance fee of a couple of silver coins. He smoothly made his way to the teaching hall and found Duan Hongxiu. At that moment, Duan Hongxiu was instructing new disciples, namely the players, in dance. There were not just a handful of players as in the closed beta, but over 100. The entire hall echoed with the cries of players struggling to stretch, making it sound like some infernal realm from the outside. Duan Hongxiu, hands on hips, snapped the red silk she wielded, admonishing, "Look at you all, so lethargic. How do you expect to master the art of dance like this? You should take a leaf out of your senior's book." Hong Xiaoluosifen, who won the talent competition and is now an elite disciple. "Oh dear, isn't Hong Xiaoluosifen that cross-dressing master?" another player interjected. "If we continue this, will we also end up as faux ladies? How terrifying." "Surprisingly, that cross-dressing Hong Xiaoluosifen does look quite appealing," another player remarked. "Hey, are you implying I'm a cross-dresser?" one player retorted. "I think you might be the one." It seemed he had taken on a fixed daily task, required to dance for half an hour in the outer hall. "What a tragedy," he sighed. With a sharp crack, Duan Hongxiu lashed her red silk, striking several players, commanding, "No more chatter, continue your practice." Finally, the chattering players quieted under the weight of Duan Hongxiu's authority. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Xinghong approached Duan Hongxiu, explaining his purpose and handing her the letter from Luo Qingchen. This sister is not only striking but also possesses a fiery temper. "I can't believe the eldest senior brother is fond of her. That red silk looks so majestic on her, wrapping around me," he mused. After reading the letter, Qin Xinghong received a notification indicating the task was complete. She sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in her demeanor. "Your senior brother is indeed a person of deep affection. I had assumed he was like those wayward young masters, but he still remembers me." Putting the letter away, Duan Hongxiu remarked coolly, "I have received the letter. You may tell him there is no need to write again, since his master disapproves. I do not wish to complicate matters further. Our fates are severed here." "Wait, did my newly formed ship just sink?" Qin Xinghong lamented. "Sister, let us not give up so easily. Luo Qingchen, I love deeply and sincerely." Qin Xinghong offered a few words of encouragement, but Duan Hongxiu seemed resolute, dismissing him with a heavy heart. The viewers in the livestream urged, "Qin Huang, we cannot let her leave so easily. May all lovers in the world become united." Observing Duan Hongxiu, it was evident she was reluctant to part from the eldest senior brother. Qin Xinghong felt the same, realizing this task could still progress. Abandoning it now would be a pity, especially after the arduous journey from Wudong. However, this matter required careful consideration. As Qin Xinghong pondered, he continued walking, turning a corner when he encountered two familiar faces. The novice master and Hong Xiaoluosifen were huddled together in a corner, appearing quite conspiratorial. The novice master sighed dramatically, "You have no idea, that fellow named Qinghan is indeed a killer. His training is relentless, he truly pushes me to my limits." Hong Xiaoluosifen wore a similar expression of despair. "Practicing dance every day is exhausting. I never anticipated that becoming an elite disciple would lead to even more arduous routines." The novice master regarded him. "Brother, I must say, your dancing has made you quite charming." Hong Xiaoluosifen gasped, clutching his chest. "What are you implying?" Since he began dancing, although his face remained unchanged, his physique and demeanor had significantly improved, making him considerably more attractive. Now, he even received advances from men on the streets, which was a mixed blessing for him as a straight male, causing both delight and alarm. Startled, Hong Xiaoluosifen edged away from the novice master, fearing he might harbor ulterior motives. The novice master, bewildered by his reaction, patted his chest. "What are you afraid of? I am a pure straight man, only interested in beautiful women, those that are beautiful inside and out." Hong Xiaoluosifen eyed him skeptically, as the two, who had previously been amicable, now glared at each other in tense silence. Unable to contain his laughter, Qin Xinghong drew their attention, prompting Hong Xiaoluosifen to exclaim, "Qin Huang, what brings you to Zhongyu Tower?" Qin Xinghong recounted his encounter with a fortuitous task. The two lamented, noting how even NPCs now experienced profound romantic entanglements, while they remained single, both in and out of the game, unsure which plight was more tragic. Hong Xiaoluosifen puffed his chest out confidently, "Leave this to me. I have a high favorability with Duan Hongxiu. I'll go persuade her, she might just reconsider." With that, he dashed off, having retained the favor he had earned during his previous existence in Zhongyu Tower. He currently held 33 favor points with Duan Hongxiu, a level of acquaintance. However, not long after, he returned dejectedly. "It seems Duan Jiaoxi has truly made up her mind, we should give up." True heartbreak is not characterized by hysteria but rather a calm resignation, which perfectly described Duan Hongxiu's current state. When Luo Qingchen's name was mentioned, she merely sighed, unwilling to rekindle their past. Before Qin Xinghong could respond, the novice master slapped Hong Xiaoluosifen on the back. "How can you so easily concede? I have a feeling this task is far from simple. Such generous rewards, wouldn't you feel regretful to abandon it?" Hong Xiaoluosifen shrugged. "So what should we do now? I'm at a loss." The novice master's eyes brightened with an idea. "Let us seek out the host. Xia Maran is Duan Hongxiu's direct superior, and her words will surely carry weight. The mention of Xiaolani caused a flicker of unease among the three, for if not for them, her scandalous photos and videos would not. Having sought tasks from Xiaolani for days, the novice master was somewhat familiar with her whereabouts. At this moment, she should be taking a respite at the Iha Pavilion in the outer building. The novice master led the two to the pavilion, where they could vaguely discern a figure within the small lakeside gazebo. It was indeed Xiaolani. As they approached, the flowing emerald curtains and beaded drapes obscured the interior, yet it was evident that Xiaolani was not wearing a hood. Resisting the urge to lift the curtain and behold the beauty of the world as foremost enchantress, the novice master bowed respectfully. "Host, we have a matter concerning Duan Jiaoshi to discuss with you." Xiaolani raised an eyebrow, her gaze landing on the handsome man standing behind the novice master, as she lightly squeezed the jade pendant entwined with red thread in her hand. Chapter 12 of The Culprit. Although players' game accounts changed after the public test, their identity authentication information remained unchanged. Xiaolani, peering through the gauze and beaded curtains, tightened her grip on the jade pendant in her hand. This player, Qin Xinghong, was the very person who had intruded upon her abode that day. To her surprise, before she could make a move, these three culprits had banded together and come knocking at her door, thus saving her the trouble. The novice deity, unaware that his good deeds had already been exposed, continued to prattle on. He embellished the tragic love story of Luo Qingchen and Duan Hongxue with fervor, exclaiming, "Master, we cannot simply stand by and watch this pair of star-crossed lovers forget each other in the rivers and lakes." The spicy snail noodle enthusiast chimed in, questioning the nature of love, which binds life and death together. Xiaolani let out a cold snort. Wang Shouhan, that old stickler, had always looked down upon the lineage of Qianji Yula. The disciples of my tower rely on their skills and artistry, earning their money honestly. Those old Taoists from Wudong, living off the incense money from their followers, have no right to be so lofty. How dare they look down upon my esteemed master? Her tirade left the three momentarily stunned. Wasn't Xia Marin supposed to be gentle? Why was she so quick to denounce Wudong? The novice deity and the spicy snail noodle enthusiast exchanged furtive glances at Qin Xinghong, who was clad in the attire of a Wudong disciple. Here they were, berating the Wudong sect in front of one of its own disciples. How bold of Xia Marin, Qin Xinghong observed with detached composure, for Xiaolani's criticism of Wudong had nothing to do with him. Though he was physically present in Wudong, his heart was entirely with Qianji Yula. Xia Marin is so brave, I adore her. I have long been displeased with Wang Shouhang's demeanor. Xia Marin's words are truly refreshing. Her scolding is so melodious. Scold me, why are you rewarding him? After venting her frustrations, Xiaolani felt somewhat relieved, a wicked smile curving her lips. There was no rush regarding the matter of Master Duan. First, let's see what this is. A delicate, jade-like hand emerged from behind the beaded curtain, its fingertips entwined with a red string, beneath which hung a piece of jade as white as mutton fat. The trio's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this Qin Xinghong's breath-holding jade pendant? The novice deity and the spicy snail noodle enthusiast nearly choked in shock. How could this item be in Xiaolani's possession? Shouldn't it be with Qin Xinghong or retrieved by the system? Qin Xinghong's pupils dilated slightly. He too had thought that the jade pendant acquired during this internal test had been reclaimed, only to discover that it had been found by Xiaolani. The breath-holding jade pendant was a bound game item. Perhaps Xiaolani recognized him by this. Even Qin Huang has his off days. This is too amusing, akin to a primary school student being caught for wrongdoing. Is no one tempted by Xia Marin's hand? At this moment, arguing was futile. Qin Xinghong stepped forward, decisively taking full responsibility. This is Qin's pendant. It was I who infiltrated the master's residence that day, and it has nothing to do with these two brothers. Xiaolani chuckled lightly, not revealing whether she believed him or not. You certainly have a sense of loyalty. The novice deity and the spicy snail noodle enthusiast embraced each other, tears brimming in their eyes, deeply moved by Qin Xinghong's words. Qin Huang truly is a noble soul, they lamented, nearly in tears. The spicy snail noodle enthusiast felt that Qin Xinghong should not bear the entire burden alone and proclaimed loudly, "We did this together. Whatever happens, let it fall upon us. Do not punish Qin Huang alone." The novice deity stared at him in disbelief. What are you saying, brother? I never agreed to this. Why are you dragging me into it? The spicy snail noodle enthusiast shot him an angry glare, insisting that brotherhood entails loyalty. Xiaolani smiled slyly. Regardless of your claims, you are both disciples of my tower and will naturally be dealt with according to our regulations. Qinghan, take them to the teaching workshop for discipline. A figure clad in a ghostly mask and dark attire appeared out of nowhere, swiftly seizing the novice deity and the spicy snail noodle enthusiast, whisking them away. Their cries faded into the distance. Xiaolani turned her attention to the remaining Qin Xinghong. As for you, she paused, her slender fingers entwined with the red string beckoning him closer. The live stream erupted in a frenzy. This is too enticing. Oh my, is Xia Marin trying to seduce Qin Huang? Let go of that Qin Huang. If there is anything to discuss, let it be with me. Come on, Qin Huang, take us in to see what Xia Marin looks like. However, Qin Xinghong did not indulge in the fantasies of his fans. He merely took a few steps forward, standing before the beaded curtain. Xiaolani released her fingers, and the jade pendant slipped from her grasp. Qin Xinghong instinctively reached out to catch it. Considering your status as a Wudong disciple, I shall not hold this against you. All I require is for you to serve as a menial worker in Qianji Yula for a month. This wasn't a leniency, clearly, it was a heavier punishment due to his affiliation with Wudong. What a petty beauty, how I adore her even more. This arrangement would provide him with the opportunity to see Xia Marin's face more often. Proximity brings advantage. Seize the opportunity. Qin Xinghong sighed in relief. This punishment was trivial for him, as he had already obtained the martial arts manual of the Wudong sect, making it inconsequential where he practiced. He cupped his hands in thanks and turned to leave, only to hear Xiaolani's gentle voice linger in the air, "This shall not be repeated." The softness of her tone hung like a wisp of smoke, igniting a flutter in his heart. His heartbeat quickened, and the sight of her fair complexion and glimmering eyes flashed in his mind. At that moment, the game system's notification resounded, Xiaolani's affinity level 10, current affinity level 10, reaching a state of aversion. Qin Xinghong's steps faltered, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, instantly cooling his fervent spirits. He quickened his pace, hastily departing. Behind him, the sound of Xiaolani's soft laughter echoed, seemingly quite pleased. On the surface, she claimed to be lenient, yet her affinity level had reached a negative 10. This was indeed the first time Qin Xinghong had encountered a negative affinity with an NPC. Ah, how tantalizing, I am undone. How enviable for Qin Huang, I too wish to be courted by Siam Aaron. I never expected Qin Huang to be so innocent. His ears are all red. Thus, Qin Xinghong embarked upon his menial career at Qianji Yula, and indeed, it was mere drudgery, only experience points, with no monetary rewards, pure labor. That afternoon, the trio of misfits gathered together. The novice deity had been dragged along to dance with the spicy snail noodle enthusiast, while enduring Qinghan's grueling training sessions, making for a most miserable experience. The novice deity sighed. Thankfully, although these tasks are arduous, they yield ample experience points. Otherwise, I would have quit long ago. With the game having been live for barely half a month, he was nearing level 25, truly a case of misfortune turning into fortune. What levels are you both? The spicy snail noodle enthusiast comforted him. It must be because we are elite disciples, which grants us experience bonuses for completing tasks. You should strive to become an elite disciple as well. The novice deity, feeling even more dejected, slumped over the table. It would be simpler to just kill me than to make me dance to win the title. As they conversed, an NPC disciple from Qianji Yula approached them with a message. The master requests your presence. The novice deity was taken aback. Could it be that Siam Aaron is still not satisfied and wishes to settle the score? Qin Xinghong shook his head. After spending these days together, he had gained some insight into Xiaolani's character. She would not hold grudges until later. It seems even Qin Dalao has been somewhat worn down by Siam Aaron, remarked the spicy snail noodle enthusiast. Let us just go and see. Overall, the master is quite gentle and should not hold a grudge, right? Chapter 13 is rather intriguing. When the three arrived, Xiaolani was seated on a stone bench amidst the peach grove. Today, he was not wearing his usual hood but instead adorned a silver half-mask that revealed a beautifully curved chin and a pair of alluringly colored lips. The novice deity, noticing the mask, immediately activated the camera function and discreetly captured several photos. Hee, now I have a third of CIS beautiful face. I'll post it online later and see if I can find a photo editor to piece together the full visage. Xiaolani disregarded his antics and gently remarked, recently, I've noticed that Hongxiu seems somewhat melancholic, even her teaching has become rather distracted. Perhaps you could devise a way to cheer her up. The novice deity exaggeratedly responded, Master, it is undoubtedly a case of lovesickness for teacher Duan. If only we could unite her with Luo Qingchen, she would surely regain her joy. Xiaolani toyed with the white jade wine cup in his hand and replied coolly, Hongxiu has already resolved to sever this relationship. I do not wish to interfere with her decision. Love can cloud one's judgment, and becoming entangled therein would not be beneficial for the development of the song and dance house. Thus, it seems your primary concern is still profit? I hadn't expected the beautiful Xia to be such a cold-hearted capitalist, truly deserving of being the master of the first floor. The novice deity lamented, oh no, master, better to demolish 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. Teacher Duan and Luo Qingchen share mutual affection, we must facilitate this union. Am I the one to disrupt this marriage? Xiaolani cast a glance at Qin Xinghong, ISNT at the Wudong sect's leader who objects. Qin Xinghong felt an overwhelming pressure. If he were to confess that he had only spent 2 days at Wudong and didn't even know what the leader looked like, he wondered if Xiaolani would believe him. Fearing a further decline in favorability, Qin Xinghong clasped his hands and said, the leader is indeed somewhat rigid. Had he met teacher Duan, he would undoubtedly not oppose this match. I hope you understand. Xiaolani snorted coldly, our disciples at Xiangyu Tower are all exceptional in both talent and appearance. Numerous young talents have sought after them. Who are others to be picky? If Luo Qingchen truly harbors deep feelings for Hongxiu, it would not be out of the question for him to join our Qianyu Tower. His words were assertive, instantly transforming Hong Xiaoluosi into an eager admirer, exclaiming, Master speaks wisely, we could certainly invite him to join. Having been a disciple of Qianyu Tower since the internal test, he felt a strong sense of belonging and was undoubtedly inclined towards Duan Hongxiu. Qin Xinghong quickly added, Master's words are most reasonable. Upon returning to Wudong, I will inform the eldest senior brother. Xiaolani regarded him with a bit more favor, revealing a piece of information. In half a month, the martial arts conference will be held, and this year it falls to the Wudong sect to host. I will bring Hongxiu along to attend the event. Wow, this is monumental news. The martial arts conference, an announcement from the game officials hasn't even been released yet it has been leaked by an NPC. Xiaolani waved his hand to dismiss them, and the novice deity and Hong Xiaoluosi left excitedly, preparing to post the news on the game forum. Qin Xinghong did not rush to leave. Instead, he bowed to Xiaolani, expressing gratitude for the master's support. You are quite the peculiar individual, Xiaolani chuckled lightly. It's merely a game. There's no need to be so serious, as if it were real. Qin Xinghong thought he was referring to the attention he paid to others, and replied, a gentleman should help others achieve their beauty. Xiaolani laughed softly, his tone laced with teasing. A gentleman would not engage in peeping while others bathe. Reminded by this, Qin Xinghong inappropriately recalled that fleeting glimpse of luminescence and those captivating eyes. He felt increasingly embarrassed, his ears turning an intense shade of crimson, yet Xiaolani did not let up, standing up and leaning closer to his ear, whispering, "Was it not beautiful?" At this, his entire neck flushed as well. Once the news of the upcoming martial arts conference reached the forum, it ignited a fervor. Players engaged in animated discussions about the imminent first large-scale event in the game, speculating that the main storyline might commence during this occasion. The instigator, Xiaolani, continued to lead a leisurely life at Xianyu Tower while paying increased attention to the player named Qin Xinghong, clearly a player, yet he treated NPCs as if they were real beings, apologizing when he accidentally brushed against them and offering assistance when NPCs appeared overwhelmed. Such behavior made it seem as though he were genuinely living here. Unlike other players who merely performed tasks for the sake of completion. Intrigued, Xiaolani decided to bring Qin Xinghong closer to him. At that moment, Qin Xinghong was busy tidying up the small abode, feeling the weight of a gaze upon him, akin to the delicate scratch of a kitten's paw, stirring a delightful tickle in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xinghong turned around and looked at Xiaolani, asking, "Master, why do you always watch me?" Xiaolani reclined on the beautiful couch, propping his head on one hand, innocently blinking. "Is it not permissible to look? Do you not all gaze at me regularly?" In the streaming room, viewers, emboldened by anonymity, dared to utter all manner of derogatory remarks, but he knew better than to feign ignorance. Qin Xinghong assumed he was referring to the players within Xianyu Tower, which indeed were quite a sight to behold. Were it not for the entrance fee of 1 or 2 silver coins, players from all over Yunmeng County would flock here daily, with some audacious enough to even attempt to lift Xiaolani's hood. Currently, the players who had just launched were mostly around level 25, with some diligent players or those fortunate enough to have exceptional encounters reaching level 30, qualifying them as somewhat competent third-rate experts. A few rather bold players in Yunmeng County banded together to form a group called Lift Your Veil, assigning members daily to guard the entrance of Xianyu Tower, waiting for Xiaolani to emerge. Though Xiaolani was the master of Xianyu Tower, his martial arts prowess was only level 52, a mere second-rate expert. The players planned to ambush him when he was alone, overwhelming him to unveil the face of the world's most beautiful person. Qin Xinghong caught wind of this scheme from the novice deity, and upon checking the forum, he comprehended the players' intentions clearly. For some reason, he felt averse to letting these players offend Xiaolani. Logically speaking, Xiaolani was merely an NPC. He had previously infiltrated the small abode to glimpse Xiaolani's appearance. What the players intended to do was not overly outrageous, considering they were merely playing a game. Yet inexplicably, he felt a sense of discomfort. Perhaps it was because the NPCs in this game were so vividly lifelike, especially Xiaolani, whom he could not help but regard as a real person. After much contemplation, Qin Xinghong tactfully advised, "Master, your beauty is unparalleled, attracting the attention of envious hearts. You should exercise caution when venturing out." Xiaolani chuckled softly, fully aware of the players who camped outside Xianyu Tower, planning their audacious scheme, but he did not take it to heart. The level 52 he displayed was merely a facade. His actual strength was that of a level 132 in the carefree realm. No matter how many players joined forces, they would not stand a chance against him, let alone attempt to lift his hood. However, he found the player named Qin Xinghong rather interesting, as he took the time to caution an NPC. It was worth noting that as a game streamer, had Qin Xinghong chosen to collaborate with Lift Your Veil to unmask Xiaolani, he would undoubtedly garner a substantial influx of viewers. By specifically advising him, could it be that he sought to earn his favor? Chapter 14 The Unsuitability of Marriage System. Prompt: Xiaolani's favorability towards you is at 10, current favorability 10. Qin Xinghong was taken aback. He had been working as a servant in Kyanji Yula for over 10 days, and it had taken considerable effort to restore Xiaolani's favorability from 10 back to 0. To his surprise, a mere reminder had caused it to surge by 10 points. It seemed that Xiaolani was indeed as the rumors about her suggest. Though possessing a somewhat dark sense of humor, she was, on the whole, a gentle and kind-hearted individual. As Qin Xinghong pondered this, he busied himself with tidying up the small abode. While dusting a vase on the treasure shelf, a red slip of paper gracefully fluttered down from behind the vase and landed on the floor. Picking it up, he discovered it to be a vibrant red paper cut depicting mandarin ducks playing in water. Such imagery was typically associated with romantic commitment or marriage. How could it possibly find its way into Xiaolani's dwelling? His intuition hinted that this paper cut was not merely a triviality. Qin Xinghong activated the live stream and briefly recounted the circumstances of his discovery. Could it be that the enchanting beauty had already formed a romantic attachment? Male or female, he refused to believe it. He could not accept that Xiaolani, the unrivaled beauty of the world, was devoid of love's complexities. He handed the paper cut to Xiaolani, saying, "Mistress, while cleaning the vase, I found this paper cut behind the treasure shelf. Should we keep it safe?" Xiaolani raised an eyebrow and delicately pinched the paper cut between her slender fingers. The striking red of the paper accentuated the alabaster whiteness of her spring onion-like fingers. Qin Xinghong averted his gaze slightly. He had noticed before that red suited her exquisitely. In the live stream's comments, an influx of admirers expressed their fascination, inundating the chat with fervent declarations that the moderators struggled to contain. After a few moments, Xiaolani set the paper cut down on a small table. "This must be a paper cut left by Hongyu. She was initially my maid, and having married in early spring, she likely made this then." With her fingertip, she gently tapped the paper. Despite having married, Hongyu continued to write letters every month, yet it had been over 2 months since Qin Xinghong last received her correspondence. Qin Xinghong perked up his ears. This sounded like the prelude to a task. Sure enough, Xiaolani continued, though Hongyu is not married far away, it's natural to worry after such a lengthy silence. Would you be so kind as to visit her husband's home in Jiangling County and ascertain her well-being? System prompt. Unforeseen quest. The unsuitability of marriage. 1 quest description. Li Hongyu, a disciple of Qianji Yula, has been out of contact for over 2 months since her marriage. Please represent the mistress of Qianji Yula, Xiaolani, and visit Li Hongyu's husband's family at the Shuangjian sect in Jiangling County to check on her situation. Quest rewards, 10,000 experience points, 10 silver coins. Indeed, there was a task at hand. If Qin Huang had dismissed this paper cut as inconsequential, he would have missed out on an opportunity for a leisurely adventure. The quest settings in Jianghu Xiaoyao were truly remarkable. Each individual had a unique quest, which epitomized the essence of serendipity. It was certainly not a matter of romantic entanglements involving my wife. Qin Xinghong accepted the task, and Xiaolani rose to pen a letter of introduction for him. The Shuangjian sect is a modest establishment. When you arrive, do not stand on ceremony. If Hongyu is suffering any grievances there, bring her back with you. As for the Shuangjian sect, I will manage it without difficulty. As she spoke, a gentle smile graced her lips, rendering the task of managing a sect seem like a trivial matter. Qin Xinghong was left speechless. Xiaolani truly had a protective streak, which was rather endearing. The live stream audience was equally captivated by Xiaolani's charm. I always thought Xiaolani was a bit dark at heart, but I didn't realize she was so formidable. How impressive. I wish to become a disciple of Qianji Yula. Where could I find such a fiercely protective leader? Once Qin Xinghong accepted the task, he mounted his swift steed, chasing wind, and hastened towards Jiangling County. Given its proximity to Yunming County, he would arrive within a day since he had received the task in the afternoon and taken a break in between. By the time he reached Jiangling County, it was already the following evening. It would be somewhat discourteous to visit at night, although Xiaolani had indicated that he need not be overly formal with the Shuangjian sect. Basic etiquette must still be observed. Qin Xinghong decided to rest at an inn for the night and visit the Shuangjian sect the next morning. In the inn's lobby, he ordered food and drink while gathering news about Jiangling County. Although Xiaolani regarded the Shuangjian sect as a small faction, it was one of the more prominent sects in the area, wielding considerable influence among the local populace. Chuiyuan Chun, the innkeeper's NPC, announced, placing a pot of wine before him, accompanied by a matching porcelain cup adorned with blue floral designs. Qin Xinghong swirled the cup. While the porcelain was decent, thin and translucent, with vibrant blue patterns, it paled in comparison to the exquisite white jade cup used by Xiaolani. He couldn't help but recall her delicate fingers gripping that cup, their translucence surpassing even the jade, especially when entwined with red silk. Pausing momentarily, he shook off his wandering thoughts and poured himself a cup of wine. As soon as he took a sip, his experience points surged by 1,000. The Chuiyuan Chun wine was a local specialty, with the first pot consumed each day granting a substantial boost in experience. However, it came at a steep price of 3 taels of silver per pot. In Jianghu Xiaoyao, earning silver coins was no easy feat. Apart from quest rewards, one could only make money by working for NPCs. Even if one wished to use real-world money, there was no means to recharge. At a nearby table, 2 NPC patrons engaged in gossip. Have you heard? The leader of the Shuangjian sect seems to be nearing the end of his days? How could that be? Master Chen is only in his 50s, that is not too old at all. What could possibly be wrong? I heard it from my aunt's nephew, who is an outer disciple at the Shuangjian sect. Apparently, Master Chen developed health issues during his younger days traveling to Jianghu, and now that he is aging, the illness has resurfaced. Who does he plan to pass the leadership to? The Shuangjian sect has 3 young masters, and selecting a successor is no easy task. How would we know? However, the eldest young master is the oldest, the second is the most capable, and the youngest is the most favored. It is truly uncertain who will become the leader. Having finished his last cup of wine, Qin Xinghong listened to the 2 NPCs discussing the potential successor of the Shuangjian sect, yet heard nothing regarding Li Hongyu. However, a thought struck him. Could it be that Li Hongyu was entangled in this leadership struggle within the Shuangjian sect, which was why she hadn't had the time to correspond with Qianji Yula? Regardless of the truth, he would know more after visiting Li Hongyu at the Shuangjian sect the following morning. Chapter 15 Inauspicious Marriage. 2 At the break of dawn the following day, Qin Xinghong logged onto the game and simultaneously initiated a live broadcast. The Double Sword sect, situated in Jiangling City, resembled a prosperous household more than a martial arts faction. 2 Imposing lions, 1 male and 1 female, stood sentinel at the entrance, while the crimson gate swung open towards the street. A plaque crafted from ebony adorned the top of the gate, inscribed with the 3 gilded characters of Double Sword sect. Qin Xinghong retrieved an invitation from his game inventory and approached the doorkeeper. Upon receiving the invitation, the doorkeeper NPC's demeanor shifted instantly upon recognizing it as a message from the master of Qianyu Tower, hastily bowing and saying, "Ah, it is the esteemed Qin Xiaoxia from Qianyu Tower. My apologies for the lack of proper welcome, please follow me." Qin Xinghong nodded with poise, recalling Xiaolani's instructions to refrain from being overly courteous to the members of the Double Sword sect. It appeared that Qianyu Tower held a significant standing within the martial world, as even the NPCs of the Double Sword sect treated him with utmost respect. Had the Qin Emperor forgotten his identity as a disciple of Wudong, so easily accepting the title of Xiaoxia from Qianyu Tower? If not for the reminder, I too would have overlooked that the Qin Emperor hailed from Wudong, where Luo Qingchen awaited a response with bated breath. Navigating through the corridors and passing under several floral archways, the doorkeeper led Qin Xinghong into a waiting room, inviting him to take a seat before stating, "Please wait a moment, Qin Xiaoxia. Someone has gone to summon our lord." Qin Xinghong raised an eyebrow. The lord referred to by the NPC was undoubtedly Chen Sudong, the eldest son of Chen Hechio, the sect leader of the Double Sword sect. The invitation indicated his desire to meet both the sect leader and his wife. Li Hongyu, the doorkeeper NPC, departed with the invitation, and shortly thereafter, a disciple of the Double Sword sect entered, bearing tea and refreshments. This disciple, sporting a white name, was not an NPC but rather a player of the player, known as Shiman Jianchen, brightened upon seeing Qin Xinghong, placing the tray down and casually greeting him. "Brother, what task have you undertaken to arrive at our Double Sword sect?" Exchanging information between players is always beneficial, and Qin Xinghong briefly recounted his journey to find the paper cutting and embark on the unexpected quest. Shiman Jianchen clicked his tongue, his tone laced with envy. "Brother Qin, your fortune is truly remarkable. I can only undertake mundane tasks of serving tea and water daily, never encountering a single adventure." Qin Xinghong inquired, "Do you happen to know the current state of Li Hongyu?" At the mention of Li Hongyu, Shiman Jianchen's interest piqued. He settled into a chair, leaning closer to Qin Xinghong and lowering his voice. "The matter of the third branch has become the most sensational gossip within our Double Sword sect. Our third master is quite the romantic. It is said he fell head over heels for Lady Hongyu upon first sight at Xiangyu Tower, frequently visiting Yunmen County, pursuing her for 3 years before finally winning her over. Though the Double Sword sect does not hold a status as elevated as Xiangyu Tower, Lady Hongyu is merely an inner disciple of Xiangyu Tower, whereas Chen Xuanan is the young master of the Double Sword sect, making their union quite suitable. During the internal testing, they happened to have a grand wedding that was nothing short of extravagant. I have even contemplated hosting a traditional wedding myself, though alas, I currently lack a girlfriend." Seeing him digress further, Qin Xinghong interjected, "Shiman brother, how have they fared since their marriage?" Shiman Jianchen responded with a slight chuckle, sheepishly scratching his head. Well, they were indeed a couple destined for happiness, and naturally, their marriage was filled with sweetness. However, just a few days ago, it was suddenly revealed that a maid named Zijuan in the third master's courtyard is pregnant. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with excitement, practically bursting with gossip. "Brother Qin, take a guess, whose child could it be?" Qin Xinghong calmly sipped his tea, pondering whether it could possibly be Chen Xuanan's. Shiman Jianchen slapped his thigh in affirmation. "Indeed, it is our third masteress. Moreover, this maid has been pregnant for nearly 2 months, which coincidentally aligns with the time shortly after Lady Hongyu entered the household." Nodding in agreement, Qin Xinghong surmised that Li Hongyu's silence over the past 2 months likely stemmed from this revelation. Shiman Jianchen poured himself a cup of tea, reflecting wistfully, "Men are all the same, always eyeing what they cannot have, tsk. Qin Xinghong cast a sidelong glance, wondering whether this individual had forgotten his own gender. He asked, "And what is the current condition of Lady Hongyu?" Shiman Jianchen lamented, "I am merely an outer disciple and cannot venture into the inner quarters, thus, I am not well informed regarding Lady Hongyu's specific situation, but I have heard whispers that she seems to be unwell from worry." Qin Xinghong considered this thoughtfully. Xia Lanyi had instructed him to bring Li Hongyu back to Xiangyu Tower should she endure any grievances here. If Shiman Jianchen's information held any truth, preparations must be made to rescue Li Hongyu, though the Double Sword sect would likely resist her departure. "Shiman brother, shall we add each other as game friends? This quest appears to be a sequence, and I may require your assistance later." Shiman Jianchen readily agreed, eager to seize any opportunity beyond his mundane tasks of serving tea. Just as they completed the friend request, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Shiman Jianchen promptly rose, standing respectfully beside Qin Xinghong, adopting the demeanor of a disciplined outer disciple. The newcomer was a man appearing to be in his early 30s, whose looks could be deemed moderately handsome, dressed in satin garments and bearing 2 swords at his waist, one long and one short. Qin Xinghong glanced at the man's name, Chen Sudong, level 53. The eldest son of the sect leader of Double Sword. His martial prowess was surprisingly only of a second-rate caliber, indicating that the overall competence of the Double Sword sect might not be particularly formidable. Xia Lanyi's assertion to clean up the Double Sword sect was far from mere bravado. Even if Xiangyu Tower did not excel in martial arts, subduing the Double Sword sect would be a straightforward endeavor. Upon entering, Chen Sudong clasped his fists in greeting, his voice bright and cheerful. "Qin Xiaoxia, my apologies for the inadequate reception." Qin Xinghong returned the gesture, acknowledging Chen Sudong. The latter gestured for Qin Xinghong to take a seat before settling into the honored position himself. "My father is unwell and unable to receive guests personally. I hope Master Xia will not take offense." Qin Xinghong replied, "You are too kind, young master. Master Xia is merely concerned for Sister Hongyu's well-being, hence my visit. Might I inquire as to her current whereabouts?" A flicker of embarrassment crossed Chen Sudong's face. "Ah, my sister-in-law has recently been unwell and is currently recuperating, making it unsuitable for her to meet guests." Qin Xinghong chuckled lightly, "I share a close bond with Sister Hongyu, akin to that of siblings. Although she has wed into your Double Sword sect, our familial ties remain unbroken. Surely, I am not barred from seeing her?" Since the members of the Double Sword sect presumed him to be from Xiangyu Tower, he opted to leverage this identity. After all, it was unlikely that Chen Sudong would recognize every disciple of Xiangyu Tower. Fabricating a close kinship would facilitate his efforts to escort Li Hongyu away. Seeing Qin Xinghong feign displeasure, Chen Sudong hurriedly clarified, "What Qin Xiaoxia states is quite valid. Although I currently oversee the Double Sword sect, this is ultimately a matter concerning the third branch. Should you wish to see my sister-in-law, it would be prudent to seek my third brother's approval first." Qin Xinghong lowered his gaze. On the surface, it seemed that Chen Sudong was shielding Chen Xuanan, but in reality, he was undermining his brother, subtly implying that Lady Hongyu had suffered grievances, and any desire to see her required Chen Xuanan's consent. He couldn't even exercise this minor authority. Truly, a hollow brotherly bond. The viewers in the livestream discerned that Chen Sudong was not a genuinely good older brother, erupting with critiques. It appeared that the leadership of the double sword sect was in disarray, with fraternal conflicts looming even before the current leader's demise. Both brothers seemed unsavory, the third was an unfaithful scoundrel, while the elder concealed a dagger beneath a smile. The double sword sect appeared to be on the brink of collapse. What was Li Hongyu's current condition? Surely, she wasn't imprisoned. Speculation ran rampant in the livestream when suddenly, another flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Chapter 16 The inappropriateness of marriage. A young gentleman, clad in a blue and white long robe, possessing a refined and handsome demeanor, hurriedly entered, appearing to be just in his early 20s. As he crossed the threshold, he adjusted his slightly askew headpiece, neglecting the disheveled outer robe, and offered a respectful gesture to Qin Xinghong. He had just heard from a servant that someone from Qiangyu Tower had arrived, prompting his swift arrival, and he expressed his apologies to Qin, his junior brother. Qin Xinghong remained seated, refraining from rising, and merely returned the gesture, saying, "Third young master is too polite just now. The eldest young master mentioned that Sister Hongyu is unwell and wishes to see her, but it requires your consent. Since you have now arrived, might I inquire if I may visit sister?" Chen Xuanan, upon hearing this, looked at his elder brother in shock. Eldest brother, when did I ever say such a thing? Chen Sudong, taken aback that Qin Xinghong had repeated his earlier words verbatim, without a trace of delicacy, felt a flicker of darkness cross his gaze. Yet, he maintained a composed expression, smiling as he explained, "Sister-in-law is your wife. Naturally, she must seek your permission to meet with an outside man. Moreover, do you not know why she is unwell?" Chen Xuanan was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing with shame. He turned to Qin Xinghong and said, "Junior brother Qin, please follow me. Hongyu will surely be delighted to see you." Qin Xinghong chose not to reply further and followed Chen Xuanan. Once they had departed, Chen Sudong seized a teacup from the table and hurled it to the ground with great force. The porcelain shattered, scattering fragments everywhere, while dark tea pooled onto the floor. Chen Sudong's eyes darkened with malice as he coldly remarked, "Merely a lowly disciple from Qiangyu Tower dares to act so presumptuously before me." The Sanfang of the Shuangjian sect resided in separate courtyards, each courtyard consisting of two spacious compounds, more opulent than the average wealthy household. The Shuangjian sect certainly appeared affluent, though it paled in comparison to our Qiangyu Tower, which, while rich, lacked refinement and bore the scent of nouveau riche. As Chen Xuanan led Qin Xinghong onward, he remained. Although Qin Xinghong noticed this, he chose not to engage, for his purpose was to visit Li Hongyu. Indifferent to the troubles of this scoundrel, upon reaching the courtyard entrance, they encountered a woman in purple, hastily exiting. The woman, with a small bundle slung over her shoulder and a sorrowful expression, cradled her flat abdomen as if it contained something precious. Upon spotting her, Chen Xuanan quickly steadied her, exclaiming, "Zijuan, what are you doing out here with a bundle?" The woman named Zijuan's eyes instantly brimmed with tears upon seeing him, a poignant sight indeed. "Third master, it's all my fault for causing a rift between you and madam. I feel I must leave Shuangjian sect." Chen Xuanan, alarmed at her intention to depart, protested, "But you are with child, where do you plan to go?" Zijuan forced a smile, saying, "I understand your good intentions, third master, but I am nameless and unrecognized in this courtyard. What worth does the child in my womb hold? My staying here only brings you trouble. Please allow me to leave, so you and madam may reconcile." Her demeanor was that of a resilient yet delicate flower, wholly considering his and Hongyu's feelings, which only deepened Chen Xuanan's guilt. In a moment of impulsive heat, he declared, "This child is mine. How could I not give you a proper status? Once this period passes, I shall take you as my concubine." Zijuan's expression turned to one of disbelief, her surprise evident as she stammered, "But will madam agree?" Chen Xuanan hesitated for a moment, seemingly convincing himself as he closed his eyes. Hongyu is understanding and gracious. She will consent. Oh, this treacherous couple makes me nauseous. Zijuan clearly embodies the archetype of a green tea bitch. How could Chen Xuanan not see through her? Strangely enough, this delicate flower is indeed quite lovely, and her tear-streaked eyes are precisely what men find enticing, stirring their protective instincts. How unfortunate for Li Hongyu, she has been married to Chen Xuanan for less than 4 months, yet he has already impregnated a maidservant. May all scoundrels face their due reckoning. Qin Xinghong could no longer bear to witness this and coldly remarked, "Third young master, you are quite the libertine. If you are preoccupied, I can visit Sister Hongyu on my own." Only then did Chen Xuanan recall Qin Xinghong's presence, hastily pushing Zijuan away from his embrace and commanding, "You should return to your room and rest well. Do not overthink." Zijuan obediently acknowledged him, casting a furtive glance at Qin Xinghong as she quietly retreated to the courtyard, astonished that someone from Qiangyu Tower had arrived so swiftly. Chen Xuanan's face was awash with embarrassment. He had intended to conceal this, but now, with Qin Xinghong having caught him in the act, his reputation had surely worsened. His handsome visage flushed crimson, and he stammered an explanation, "I have only ever loved Hongyu. That day, I was drunk and mistakenly took Zijuan for Hongyu, leading to this grave error." Qin Xinghong raised his hand to silence him. "No need for explanations to me, it matters only whether sister is willing to believe you." Chen Xuanan let out a bitter laugh. "Hongyu has not spoken to me in nearly 2 months. She has not even allowed me to see her. Deservedly so, a scoundrel ought to face such an end, and now he feigns deep affection. Did he not consider this when he strayed? Just moments ago, he spoke of marrying a maid as a concubine, and now he claims to love only Hongyu. Scoundrels wear two faces indeed. As they approached a small courtyard, Chen Xuanan knocked on the door, but before he could utter a word, a loud rebuke resounded from within. Get lost. Embarrassed, Chen Xuanan lowered his hand, feigning calmness as he cleared his throat and called out, Hongyu, I know you do not wish to see me, but today, junior brother Qin from Qiangyu Tower has come to visit you. Silence reigned in the small courtyard for a moment, before a voice finally responded, you can leave. Having been reprimanded to get lost twice, Chen Xuanan's face flushed crimson. He offered a curt bow to Qin Xinghong, saying, Junior brother Qin, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, please enjoy your conversation with Hongyu. With that, he fled in a hurry. Chen Xuanan is quite amusing, he even finds a way to excuse himself. He must genuinely care for Li Hongyu, for he did not take offense at such humiliation. Li Hongyu's character is unexpectedly different from what I imagined. She seems quite the cool woman. Once Chen Xuanan had distanced himself, the gate of the small courtyard slowly opened, revealing a maidservant who led Qin Xinghong inside. Li Hongyu sat upon a stone bench in the courtyard, adorned in a simple white gauze dress that accentuated her ethereal beauty, with a jug of wine and cups placed before her. Qin Xinghong approached, bowing respectfully, I am Qin Xinghong, here at the behest of the Tower Master to visit you, sister. As his words fell, a system notification chimed, indicating the completion of a quest. Li Hongyu regarded him with a hint of unfamiliarity, yet understanding that the tower had recently welcomed many new disciples, she did not find it strange. With a wistful expression, she remarked, it is kind of the Tower Master to still think of me. Li Hongyu gestured for him to sit, asking, I wonder how the Tower Master is faring these days? Qin Xinghong seated himself and replied, the Tower Master is well. Sister need not worry. Upon my arrival, the Tower Master instructed that should you face any grievances at Shuangjian sect, you may return to Qiangyu Tower, where the Tower Master will stand by your side. Upon hearing this, Li Hongyu's eyes instantly glistened with tears as she retrieved a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. Chen Xuanan once promised me a lifetime together, yet scarcely had we wed before he entangled himself with Sijuan. I, too, am a disappointment, falling ill over such matters and causing the Tower Master to worry. But now I have come to understand, Li Hongyu continued, her expression regaining composure, he is no longer the Chen Lang who made those vows to me. I should not grieve for such a person. As she spoke, she poured the wine from her cup onto the ground. Qin Xinghong observed her actions, puzzled. Sister, what does this signify? Li Hongyu brushed off her white garments and replied coolly, a tribute to my lost love. Chapter 17. The inappropriateness of marriage. To my surprise, senior sister Hongyu is also a fan of Jie Chou. Learning from senior sister Hongyu, one should promptly cut losses when encountering a scoundrel. Senior sister is truly remarkable, Chen Xuanan is simply unworthy of her, Qin Xinghong inquired. Then, does senior sister wish to return to Qiangju Yula with me? Li Hongyu nodded, but stated, before we depart, I must first sever ties with Chen Xuanan and completely end our relationship. System notification encounter quest. The difficulty of marriage 2 quest description. Li Hongyu is determined to part ways with Chen Xuanan. Please assist her in obtaining the divorce certificate. Quest reward 10,000 experience points, 20 silver coins. Qin Xinghong accepted the quest. His arrival served as a reassuring balm for Li Hongyu, solidifying her resolve to end the relationship. There was no need to choose an auspicious day for the divorce. Li Hongyu immediately drafted 2 copies of the divorce certificate and sought out Chen Xuanan for his signature. At that moment, Chen Xuanan was in his study, lamenting with a heavy heart. He truly adored Li Hongyu and wished to spend his life with her. His liaison with Ziju was entirely accidental. 2 months prior, while celebrating his marriage with friends, he had become excessively intoxicated and mistakenly embraced Ziju, thinking she was Li Hongyu, leading to that absurd night. In retrospect, Chen Xuanan could not recall the details of that evening, only remembering waking up to find Ziju weeping beside him, wrapped in a blanket. He was utterly bewildered. They had only been married for a few days, and already such a scandal had transpired. Understanding Li Hongyu's temperament, he knew she could not tolerate betrayal. If she learned of this, there would be no forgiveness. Thus, he sought to conceal the truth, providing Ziju with a substantial sum of money to remain silent, as if the incident. Although he felt remorseful towards Ziju, he deemed it necessary, for in his heart, Li Hongyu held paramount importance. If possible, he wished to keep the secret for a lifetime, yet he understood that one cannot hide fire with paper. To his astonishment, Ziju soon discovered she was pregnant. From that one night, she fainted in front of Li Hongyu, and upon consulting a doctor, it was confirmed that she was 2 months along. Chen Xuanan was distraught, tearing at his hair. His heart belonged to Hongyu, yet he could not shirk his responsibility for the child Ziju now carried. In a moment of heated impulsiveness, he had suggested marrying Ziju as a concubine, yet he was acutely aware that Li Hongyu would never consent. She would not obstruct his marriage to Ziju, but she would choose to leave him instead. With a sudden crash, the study door swung open and Chen Xuanan looked up, his expression transforming from surprise to joy upon seeing Li Hongyu, who had not been present for over 2 months. However, before he could speak, Li Hongyu struck him with a metaphorical blow. Stepping forward, she placed the divorce certificate on the table and stated flatly, "Let us part ways." Chen Xuanan's eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting from joy to disbelief. Trembling, he managed a strained smile, asking, "Hongyu, you must be joking. I know you do not like Ziju. I can send her away to the countryside. Would that suffice?" Li Hongyu furrowed her brow, replying, "While I do not like Ziju, my feelings for you have diminished even further, which is precisely why I wish to divorce you." Chen Xuanan, determined, circumvented the table and grasped her hand, pleading, "Hongyu, that night was truly an accident." Li Hongyu forcefully withdrew her hand, firmly stating, "Even if it was an accident, the outcome remains irrevocable." We have nothing left to discuss. Unwilling to let go, they began to tug at each other when a disciple from the double sword sect arrived to deliver a message. Third master, third madam, second master has returned and is currently with the sect leader. Chen Xuanan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Li Hongyu, saying, Hongyu, you are aware of father's current health. If he learns of this, it would undoubtedly be too much for him. Shall we postpone this discussion? Li Hongyu bit her lip. She had a good relationship with sect leader Chen, and the elderly gentleman was indeed fragile. After a moment of silence, she sighed. Very well, you may go see father first. Seeing her acquiescence, Chen Xuanan felt a temporary sense of relief and followed the disciple from the double sword sect out of the study. Qin Xinghong observed his departing figure, silently remarking on his audacity in using their ailing father to retain his wife. Li Hongyu tucked the divorce papers away and addressed Qin Xinghong, Junior brother Qin, I fear I cannot leave the double sword sect in the immediate future. If you have matters to attend to, you may depart. The image of Xia Lanyi flashed through Qin Xinghong's mind, yet having accepted the second quest, he resolved to wait until its completion before departing alongside Li Hongyu to eye in the bedroom of the sect leader. Chen Hechio was weakly propped against the headboard. His only daughter, Chen Xian, was painstakingly feeding him a bowl of medicinal soup, her movements delicate and careful. After consuming half the bowl, Chen Hechio waved his hand, signaling he had had enough. The tall young man standing nearby insisted, Father, this is snow ginseng I specifically purchased from the western regions. You must drink more to recover swiftly. Chen Hechio closed his eyes and shook his head. I am aware of my own condition. No amount of medicine will suffice, your filial piety is more than enough. The tall young man was none other than Chen Hechio's second son, named Chen Xuanbei. Second brother has returned, Chen Sudong announced as he entered, patting Chen Xuanbei on the shoulder in a brotherly fashion. Chen Xuanan followed closely behind, cupping his hands in greeting. Second brother, Chen Hechio gazed at the gathering of his 3 sons and 1 daughter, his murky eyes revealing no discernible emotion. He spoke softly, as I grow older, my only wish is to see my children live in harmony. After I depart, regardless of who succeeds as sect leader, you 4 siblings must support one another, ensuring the prosperity of the double sword sect. Never allow discord among yourselves. His words carried the weight of a final testament, causing Chen Xian's eyes to glisten with tears. She turned her head away to wipe them, chiding, Father, you must live a long life. We have yet to honor you properly. Chen Hechio offered a faint, reassuring smile, patting his daughter's hand in comfort. Having roamed the martial world in his youth, he had neglected his family. Now, he was grateful for such a dutiful daughter. Qin Xinghong remained temporarily at the double sword sect, hearing from the disciples that sect leader Chen's condition was deteriorating rapidly, and with his impending demise, the question of succession remained unresolved. With the return of the second son, Chen Xuanbei, currents of intrigue flowed through the double sword sect. It was evident to astute observers that both the eldest and second sons harbored ambitions for the position of sect leader, engaging in a fierce competition. As for the third son, Chen Xuanan, his true intentions were obscured. While he appeared disinterested in the leadership role, he actively engaged in sect affairs, yet at this crucial juncture, he seemed preoccupied with Li Hongyu. The sword god of the west in Qin Xinghong sat upon a stone bench in the garden, conversing. After completing numerous daily tasks, our double sword sect has finally opened a side quest. Although Qin Xinghong was currently at the double sword sect, he remained in a guest capacity and had not received a prompt for a side quest. What sort of quest is it? The sword god of the west replied, this quest is quite novel, it requires us to choose a faction. With the return of second master Chen Xuanbei, our double sword sect has effectively divided into 3 factions, allowing players to choose which to join. Eldest master Chen Sudong, despite his mediocre aptitude at level 53, had cultivated a wide network over many years within the sect, garnering numerous supporters. The second son, Chen Xuanbei, possessed the highest martial prowess among the brothers but was unfamiliar with sect affairs as he had been managing business in distant lands. As for the third son, Chen Xuanan, how to describe him? He lacked both literary and martial talent, yet his reputation as a romantic was quite prominent. Currently, the number of players supporting the eldest and second sons was roughly equal, with hardly anyone choosing the third son. The sword god of the west, plagued by indecision, lamented, Qin brother, which should I choose, the eldest or the second, which has a greater chance of becoming sect leader? Qin Xinghong pondered briefly, deeming both of them unsuitable. Isn't there also a daughter of sect leader Chen? His daughter, Chen Xian, seems to be the most skilled among the siblings, a first-rate expert at level 72. Despite this, the sword god of the west scratched his head, but the game hasn't indicated a faction for Chen Xian. Given the ancient setting, it seems unlikely the leadership would be passed to a daughter when there are 3 sons available. Qin Xinghong remarked, I have interacted with Chen Sudong and Chen Xuanan, and neither appears fit for the role of sect leader. However, I have yet to meet Chen Xuanbei. I wonder what he is like. Chapter 18 of the contest for leadership. Although Qin Xinghong was still unaware of what manner of person Chen Xuanbei was, Chen Xuanbei, on the other hand, was well aware of him. Inside the room, Chen Xuanbei addressed his subordinate, what is the situation with the third house? The subordinate respectfully replied, reporting to the second master, the third madam had initially written a letter of divorce intending to part ways. However, the third master seems to have employed some means to suppress this matter, and it appears the two are showing signs of reconciliation. Chen Xuanbei frowned slightly. And what of that Qin Xinghong, a disciple of Qianji Yula? The subordinate answered, he is currently residing in our sect. It is likely that he instigated the third madam's decision to write the divorce letter, and he has not yet abandoned the thought of winning her back. Chen Xuanbei lowered his gaze in contemplation, absently tracing the rim of his teacup. After a while, he raised his head, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. We cannot allow the third to gain the support of Qianji Yula. Since Li Hongyu was out of the picture, let us turn our attention to this Qin fellow. Unbeknownst to Qin Xinghong, his life was under scrutiny. That evening, as he was preparing to log off, he suddenly received an unusual game notification. System notification: unexpected events may occur tonight, are you sure you want to log off? This was the first time Qin Xinghong had received such a prompt, which felt akin to an adventure but was distinctly different from a quest. It seemed more like a prelude to an extraordinary encounter. Thus, Qin Xinghong decided against logging off and even opened a live stream. It was indeed a novel experience to encounter such a system notification. Was it not befitting of the Qin Emperor? Had he triggered some exceedingly rare quest? Could it possibly be a system bug? The game merely indicated that something would happen tonight without specifying a time. After chatting briefly with his audience, he began to meditate and cultivate his internal energy. Having completed Li Hongyu's quest and gained a considerable amount of experience, he had now reached level 33, placing him among the top players in the entire Jianghu Xiaoyao game. As midnight approached, just as many viewers in the livestream were succumbing to fatigue and preparing to sleep, the game notification sound echoed once more. System notification: time-limited adventure quest, Midnight Assassination. Quest description: tonight, you will face an assassination attempt. Please protect your life amidst the onslaught of assassins. Quest completion reward: 100,000 experience points, 100 silver, and a peerless treasure chest. Quest failure penalty: erasure of current identity, player will be reborn. This time-limited adventure quest was unlike any he had encountered before. It could only be accepted, not declined, accepted for a bountiful reward, or face the deletion of his account and start anew. Qin Xinghong found it perplexing. He had not committed any heinous acts, so why was he suddenly targeted for assassination by an NPC? This quest was exceedingly exhilarating. Either he would become immensely wealthy or meet a swift demise. It was hard to discern whether to consider the Qin Emperor fortunate or unfortunate. Perhaps the assassins would not be of a high level. If it were a guaranteed death scenario, what purpose would the quest serve? Was the game's mastermind intent on eliminating the Qin Emperor? Who had he offended to warrant such a response? I must admit, I laughed heartily. Shortly after the system notification, a faint sound of footsteps approached from outside the room. If Qin Xinghong had not been prepared, he would have been oblivious to the impending danger. He donned a breath-concealing jade pendant, which, at his current level of 33, rendered him undetectable to anyone below level 63. Unfortunately, among the 5 assassins, the highest level NPC was at level 65. A brilliant white sword light pierced through the window. Qin Xinghong instinctively parried with his sword, but was immediately swept aside by the sword's energy, crashing into a wardrobe. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He felt as though he had been struck by a heavy vehicle. His internal organs jostled. The Jianghu Xiaoyao game could adjust the pain perception of players. To enhance his gaming experience, Qin Xinghong had set his pain sensitivity to 30. Although most of the pain was muted, he still felt his blood surging within him, as if a massive stone had crushed his chest. The assassins were vastly superior in level. They were not adversaries he could contend with at present. As the next lethal strike approached, Qin Xinghong resigned himself to the thought of restarting his account, marking it as a Waterloo in his gaming journey. Just as the sword was about to pierce his heart, a slender, narrow blade intercepted it before his chest. The tip of the sword scraped against the blade, producing a shower of sparks, accompanied by a piercing sound of friction. Qin Xinghong looked up to see his savior, a figure clad in black, wielding a knife with one hand, their face concealed behind a terrifying mask adorned with fangs. Qinghen, no, this person appeared slightly leaner than Qinghen, and the mask was even more fearsome. The assassin NPC gasped in shock at the arrival of this figure, exclaiming, "The assassin of Blood Rain Tower, you are Li Qianfeng, the master of Blood Rain Tower." All assassins of Blood Rain Tower wore masks, classified into 4 tiers. Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The masks of Yellow tier assassins bore a pair of fangs, while Mysterious tier assassins had 2 pairs, Earth tier had 3 pairs, and Heaven tier had 4 pairs along with a pair of horns on the forehead. Hence, the assassin NPC recognized Li Qianfeng at a glance. An imposter assassin had encountered a genuine one. Uncertain as to why Li Qianfeng had appeared here, the priority was to escape. The leader of the assassins, acting swiftly, commanded, "Retreat." Li Qianfeng chuckled softly, brandishing his sword. "In my presence, do you think you have the opportunity to flee?" A blood-red arc of blade light swept forth, and the assassins, caught off guard, could only draw their swords to defend. The clash of blade and sword resulted in the long swords they had raised shattering into fragments, spewing forth clouds of blood mist as they staggered back against the wall. In a mere instant, the once menacing assassins lay incapacitated on the ground, their fates uncertain. The swift turn of events left the livestream audience in shock. The formidable assassins had crumpled to the ground in an instant. What had been a certain death scenario had been effortlessly dismantled by the sudden appearance of the masked figure in black. A level 122 master of the Xiaoyao realm, this was undoubtedly the first instance of encountering such a high-level NPC in the game. The figure clad in black was undeniably striking, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, unmistakably a handsome individual. What brought the master of Blood Rain Tower here? Did Blood Rain Tower have any ties to Qianji Yula? Had the Qin Emperor been saved by a hero, thus inadvertently reaping the rewards of a quest? Qin Xinghong, clutching his chest, climbed up from the debris of the fallen wardrobe and, after a light cough, clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Li, for your timely rescue. May I inquire why you have come here?" At that moment, Li Qianfeng, naturally embodying the character of Li Qianfeng, sheathed his knife and, in a deliberately lowered voice, replied, "Master Xia, I grew concerned as you and Li Hongyu had not returned for a long time. I was sent to check on your well-being." Qin Xinghong was momentarily taken aback. Had Xia Lanying truly been so worried about him? Chapter 19 of The Struggle for Leadership 2. As Li Hongyu and Chen Xuanan hurriedly approached, having heard the sounds of a fierce battle, they were taken aback by the sight of the fallen assassin in Li Qianfeng, who was adorned with a ghostly mask featuring jagged teeth. Li Hongyu quickly rushed to Qin Xinghong's side, her face etched with concern as she inquired, "Junior brother Qin, are you alright? What transpired here?" Qin Xinghong wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, reassured her, "I have only sustained minor injuries, Sister Hongyu, there is no need for worry." "For reasons unbeknownst to me, an assassin sought to take my life tonight. Thankfully, Master Li intervened, allowing me to escape with my life." He further explained, "Master Li has come at the behest of the sect leader to ascertain whether we encountered trouble at the Shuangjian sect, so that we may return to Qianyu Tower promptly." How fortuitous, Li Hongyu mused, feeling a lingering dread. She bowed gracefully to Li Qianfeng, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. However, Chen Xuanan, upon hearing Qin Xinghong's words, could hardly maintain his composure. He had only managed to persuade Li Hongyu to delay her intention to leave by invoking the name of his father, and now, with the arrival of the formidable Li Qianfeng, a master of the Xianyao realm, he feared that no one could deter him should he wish to take Li Hongyu away. In a moment of clarity, Chen Xuanan declared, "The assassination attempt on junior brother Qin is a grave matter, especially as it occurred within our Shuangjian sect. We must investigate this thoroughly." He continued, "Until we uncover the mastermind behind this incident, I humbly request that Master Li remain at our sect, and I assure you that I will extend every courtesy." Xia Lanyi cast a sidelong glance at this man, who only displayed wit in matters of affection, and replied coolly, "Very well." Seeing her agree, Chen Xuanan's face brightened with relief. "Please, Master Li and junior brother Qin, accompany me. I shall arrange new accommodations for you both." Naturally, Qin Xinghong could not return to his own room, as it lay in ruins, furniture destroyed, doors and windows cleaved in two by Li. Chen Xuanan led them to a guest house, while Xia Lanyi, exuding an air of nonchalance, entered her room to rest. Qin Xinghong followed suit, and as he stepped inside, the game notification chimed belatedly. System notification: the timed adventure quest Midnight Assassination has been completed. Due to the player's assistance from NPCs, the quest difficulty was reduced, resulting in a corresponding decrease in rewards. Congratulations, player, you have received 10,000 experience points, 10 silver, and 1 rare treasure chest. Though the rewards were diminished compared to what they might have been, this windfall was still welcome. With the infusion of 10,000 experience points, Qin Xinghong ascended to level 34, a remarkable feat in the realm of Jianghu. Indeed, the Qin Emperor remained unchanged. This twist of fate had turned adversity into fortune, bestowing upon him a substantial bounty of experience. How ironic that he had just reveled in the misfortune of others. He truly was the jester in this scenario. And there was a treasure chest as well. Qin Emperor, let's see what treasures await. The last treasure chest Qin Xinghong acquired had been during the internal testing phase, where he secured the top tier at Xiaoxiang Academy, upgraded his rewards, and received an unparalleled treasure chest, yielding the breath-holding jade pendant. In the realm of Jianghu, treasure chests are categorized into 5 tiers: common, white, rare, blue, unparalleled, purple, legendary, orange, and primordial, red. These chests can yield any number of game items, including techniques, elixirs, silver, and experience points. The unparalleled treasure chest he had previously obtained might even contain a painting by the illustrious Prime Minister Wang Fuyuan, an item of great value, albeit of little use to a player. Thus, opening treasure chests often tests a player's luck. Noticing the eager anticipation of the livestream audience for the chest's opening, Qin Xinghong decided not to prolong the suspense and promptly opened the ebony treasure chest. A cascade of shimmering blue light emerged, revealing a porcelain bottle of white jade, standing at the height of a palm. Item name: essence reinforcing pill. Item level: rare, level 20. Item description: a potent remedy for internal injuries, useful for both healing and internal cultivation, priced at 100 taels of silver per bottle, with limited availability. Usage effect: consuming one will eliminate the internal injury debuff, rapidly restoring internal energy, and for each pill consumed, grants an additional 5,000 experience points. Qin Xinghong counted the pills within the bottle, there were 12 in total. In terms of experience points, consuming this entire bottle would grant him a remarkable 60,000 points, equivalent to completing 6 adventure quests. What was I even expecting? The Qin Emperor remains as ever, while I am the true non-lucky one. No, I am not alone in this. There's also me. This elixir, while not as practically useful as the breath-holding jade pendant and consumed upon use, was precisely what Qin Xinghong needed. Just moments ago, he had endured a blade aura from the assassin NPC, incurring an internal injury debuff that diminished his attack and defense by 20. It was prudent to eliminate this affliction promptly. He swallowed a pill and then lay down on the bed, logging off from the game. In the adjacent room, Li Qianfeng removed his ghostly mask, revealing the stunning visage of Xia Lanyi. He twirled the mask with his fingertips, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Shuangjian sect is indeed intriguing. This visit has proved worthwhile. The assassins that attacked Qin Xinghong tonight were clearly affiliated with the Shuangjian sect. The practitioners of the Shuangjian sect are adept with both long and short swords, employing the long sword for offense and the short sword for defense and stealth. Although the assassins had wielded only long swords, their technique exhibited a slight discord between their left and right hands, an observation that a seasoned expert would readily discern. But why would the Shuangjian sect seek to harm Qin Xinghong? Would they not fear retaliation for slaying a disciple of Qianyu Tower? A flash of blood staining the corner of Qin Xinghong's mouth crossed Xia Lanyi's mind, and her expression hardened. Regardless of the circumstances, the Shuangjian sect had failed to cherish their ties to Qianyu Tower, and those who dared to inflict harm upon him must be taught a lesson. Within the council chamber of the Shuangjian sect, the four siblings of the Chen family gathered. Chen Xuanan stated, "Last night, junior brother Qin was attacked by assassins. This incident not only endangers his safety but also casts a negative light on our sect. As one of the foremost sects in Jiangling County, it is a disgrace that assassins could infiltrate so easily," he continued. Chen Xuadong, harboring a poor impression of Qin Xinghong, interjected sarcastically, "It must be that the one surnamed Qin has provoked enemies outside. What does this have to do with our Shuangjian sect?" Chen Shiyan's countenance darkened. With her father gravely ill, she wished for no further complications, yet fate seemed intent on thwarting her desires. Letting out a sigh, she remarked, "I examined the corpses of the assassins from last night. They bore sword calluses not only on their right hands but also on their left hands and the outer side of their pinky fingers." Her revelation elicited shock from the other three present. They were all aware of what her words implied. The Shuangjian sect's unique swordsmanship resulted in such calluses from dual-wielding swords. Chen Xuadong slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Impossible, why would our sect's disciples attempt to kill him?" Chen Xuabei's heart sank, though his demeanor remained composed. "Our Shuangjian sect holds no animosity toward Xiangyu Tower. In fact, we are related by marriage. There is no motive to kill Qin Xinghong. Could it be that someone is deliberately framing us?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xuadong's eyes darted, and he turned to Chen Xuanan, saying, "Third brother, just be honest, did you send your people only to cry thief?" Chapter 20. The struggle for leadership 3. How could suspicion fall upon him? Chen Xuanan's eyes widened, his tone filled with indignation and disbelief. "Elder brother, how could you doubt me? Qin Xinghong is but a junior apprentice of Hong Yu. How could I possibly wish him harm?" Chen Sudong, seemingly resolute in his conviction, settled into the Grandmaster's chair, crossing his legs as he remarked, "I have heard that the moment this Qin arrived, the third sister-in-law promptly penned a divorce decree. It appears that she shares an unusually deep bond with this Qin." Upon hearing his insinuations about Li Hongyu and Qin Xinghong's relationship, Chen Xuanan's face flushed with anger. Hongyu is not that kind of person. He struggled to articulate a more compelling defense, ultimately just huffing in frustration and returning to his seat. At present, it seemed that the suspicion of Chen Xuanan orchestrating an assassination attempt on Qin Xinghong was the most substantial, albeit lacking concrete evidence to substantiate the claim. Chen Shiyan observed her elder brother, who seemed to relish the unfolding drama, her indifferent second brother, and her timid third brother, and she let out a silent sigh rising from her seat. She declared, "We cannot afford to offend Kaianji Yula. We must cease any further inquiries into the identities of those assassins. I have already ordered the bodies to be incinerated. This matter must remain concealed." Surveying her three brothers, she continued solemnly, "We are siblings born of the same mother and must understand the principle of shared fortune and misfortune." With that, she exited the council chamber, leaving an atmosphere of silence in her wake. Before long, Chen Xuanan glanced at his two indifferent elder brothers and departed as well. The chamber was now left with only Chen Sudong and Chen Xubei. Chen Sudong, no longer concealing his thoughts, turned to Chen Xubei and coldly stated, "Second brother, you were behind this, were you not?" Though framed as a question, his tone conveyed a firm certainty, evidently convinced that Chen Xubei was indeed the true mastermind. Chen Xubei remained unfazed, calmly countering, "Might I inquire which matter you are referring to, elder brother?" Chen Sudong sneered, "No need to play coy with me, the third brother has always been honest and weak. He could never resort to such vicious acts." Unmoved, Chen Xubei retorted, "You claim I am ruthless, how could I possibly compare to you? Elder brother, Zijuan is yours, is she not? And there remains some doubt as to whether the child she bears is indeed the third brother's." Chen Sudong's gaze darkened, realizing his once dependable younger brother had become privy to such information during his years away. The atmosphere grew tense, each brother holding incriminating evidence against the other, and after a moment of stalemate, they parted in displeasure. On the roof of the council hall, a figure clad in black and donning a ghostly mask lay on his back, gazing at the drifting clouds above. Xia Lanyi clicked her tongue softly, reflecting on Chen Xuanan's plight. His elder brother had ensnared the second, yet this dimwit remained blissfully unaware. Chen Huqiu had indeed raised 3 inept sons. No matter who took the helm of the Shuangjian sect, ruin was not far behind. He dismounted the rooftop, considering that Chen Shiyan, his daughter, still held potential. Chen Huqiu's condition was deteriorating. In recent days, he had scarcely been lucid for more than an hour each day. After administering medicine, Chen Shiyan had intended to stay longer with her ailing father, but was soon dismissed. "Shiyan, I recall there are some keepsakes of your mother in my study, within the wooden box on the shelf. Would you be so kind as to retrieve them for me?" With her eyes reddening, Chen Shiyan forced back tears, replying affirmatively as she exited the room. No sooner had she departed than a shadow in black leapt through the window. Approaching the bedside, Xia Lanyi crossed her arms and said, "Chen Zongman, your skills remain intact, you have indeed detected my presence." Chen Huqiu shook his head weakly, sighing, "It is a source of shame. Despite a lifetime devoted to martial arts, I have merely grazed the threshold of mastery, far from the genius that is lordly. Had you not intentionally made a commotion, how might I have noticed?" Xia Lanyi, unperturbed, nodded, "Chen Zongman, you are indeed astute. How is it that you have raised 3 foolish sons?" Chen Huqiu's murky eyes momentarily faltered, wondering if Li Qianfeng wished for him to perish even more swiftly. Xia Lanyi, before the presence of this aging patriarch, openly belittled his sons, showing no regard for the frail old man's feelings. She continued, "Though you have been confined indoors of late, I am certain you remain aware of the significant matters within your sect. Your third son has wronged a female disciple of Kaianji Yula, while your second has attempted to assassinate a male disciple. The Lord of Kaianji Yula has tasked me with seeking an explanation from you. How shall we proceed?" After a prolonged silence, Chen Hucho sighed, "It is my failure as a father, I shall make reparations to Kyanji Yula." With that sigh, it seemed as though the last vestiges of his vitality had slipped away. Chen Hucho lamented, "I have 3 sons, the eldest is duplicitous and filled with schemes, the second is astute and ruthlessly cunning, while the third is weak and lovesick, utterly ineffectual. I had hoped that among my sons, one would rise to take the mantle of leadership and elevate the Shuangjian sect, yet it appears I am left with no viable candidate." Xiao Lanyi raised an eyebrow, "But does Chen Zongmen not have a daughter?" Chen Hucho sighed, "A daughter is destined to marry. I have never harbored high expectations for Shiyan, only wishing for her to find a good husband and live a life of happiness, yet, unexpectedly, it is this daughter, whom I had never considered, who possesses the greatest intelligence, filial piety, and martial prowess. She is the most suitable to assume the role of leader." Footsteps resonated from outside, and Xiao Lanyi quietly slipped out through the rear window. Chen Xian placed the retrieved wooden box at her father's bedside. "Father, I have brought mother-esque keepsakes." Chen Hucho expressed gratitude, extending his frail hand to tremulously open the box. Inside lay an assortment of trinkets, reminiscent of childhood toys. "Each of these was crafted by your mother for you 4 siblings. Behold this cloth tiger, your elder brother's favorite toy as a child. This small wooden sword was cherished by your second brother, the woolen shuttlecock was your third brother's delight, while this fabric doll was your own, something you clung to even in sleep." Unable to restrain herself any longer, Chen Xian began to weep. Chen Hucho tenderly stroked her hair, offering solace. "Xian, do not weep. I in this life, I have wronged your mother, your brothers, but most grievously, I have wronged you." Startled, Chen Xian abruptly lifted her head, poised to refute his words, but was halted by a raised hand from Chen Hucho. "Xian, there is one last matter I must entrust to you. Lean in closer." Chapter 21 of the Contest for Leadership 4. During the conversation between Xiao Lanyi and Chen Hucho, the legendary sword god of Shiman was still grappling with the dilemma of which faction to choose. As the deadline approached, Shiman sword god steeled his resolve and decided to ally with Chen Shubei. Just as he was about to confirm his choice, the game interface suddenly lagged, and an additional faction appeared. Initially suspecting that he was seeing things, Shiman's sword god rubbed his eyes, and upon closer inspection, he indeed found an unexpected faction listed beneath the original 3, Chen Xian. Simultaneously, the system notification echoed throughout the game. System notification: a side quest, the position of leader quest. Introduction of the leader of the Shuangjian sect, Chen Hucho, is on the brink of death. His 3 sons and 1 daughter are all qualified to inherit the leadership of the sect. Please select one candidate and join their faction to assist them in ascending to the position of leader. Quest revision: due to the player ID Qin Qinghong altering the course of the game's narrative, the faction of Chen Xian has been newly added. Players who have already chosen a faction are granted a one-time opportunity to change their faction, and the deadline for joining a faction has been extended to 2400 hours tonight. Quest rewards: if the chosen faction emerges victorious in the contest for leadership, the player will gain the status of an inner disciple of the Shuangjian sect, 10,000 experience points, 10 silver coins, and 1 rare treasure chest. Quest penalty: should the chosen faction fail in the contest for leadership, the player will lose their status as a disciple of the Shuangjian sect, be expelled from the sect, and face a coalition ban from all factions in Jiangling County. Shiman sword god exclaimed, "It seems that failing to choose the right faction could lead one to a life of begging." However, he mused about the extraordinary capabilities of Qin Qinghong, a single player managing to alter the game's storyline in such a manner. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Qin Qinghong was meditating and practicing his internal skills when he too received the system notification. He was also assigned the side quest concerning the contest for leadership of the Shuangjian sect, albeit with rewards and penalties that differed from those of other players. Successful quest rewards: 10,000 experience points, 10 silver coins, 1 rare treasure chest, 10 affection from Xiao Lanyi, 10 faction affinity with the Changyu Tower, 10 faction affinity with the Shuangjian sect. Failed quest penalties: -20 affection from Xiao Lanyi, -20 faction affinity with the Changyu Tower, and a permanent ban from entering the Changyu Tower, -20 faction affinity with the Shuangjian sect, leading to pursuit upon entering the sect's territory. Qin Qinghong read through the details and sighed deeply. Was he playing the game, or was the game playing him? This side quest had originally been accessible only to players of the Shuangjian sect, yet here he was, a genuine disciple of Wudong, now awkwardly classified as an external disciple of the Changyu Tower, able to partake in it. He pondered the statement in the quest revision that indicated player ID Qin Qinghong altered the game's narrative, suspecting it might be a result of the assassination attempt he faced the previous night. He was merely a player of level 30-something, having spent most of his time in Changyu Tower performing menial tasks, and had no real opportunity to provoke any NPC enemies. The only possible explanation was that in his few days at the Shuangjian sect, he had unwittingly made someone resent him. Qin Qinghong contemplated the implications of being targeted by an NPC assassin of level 65. The mastermind behind this plot surely held a significant position, undoubtedly one of the higher-ups in the Shuangjian sect, who could possibly want him dead. His first thought was of Chen Xuanan, who had come to assist Li Hongyu in divorcing her husband and returning her to Changyu Tower. Chen Xuanan had clearly shown reluctance toward Li Hongyu's separation, so it was plausible he might have sought to eliminate Qin Qinghong out of spite. However, even though Chen Xuanan was weak and ineffectual, he was not foolish. If he were to be implicated in Qin Qinghong's death, it would irreparably sever his relationship with Li Hongyu and invite retaliation from Changyu Tower. So, who would go so far as to risk enmity with Changyu Tower to ensure Qin Qinghong's demise? Or rather, if he were to perish, who would stand to gain? As Qin Qinghong examined the quest panel, he noted the profiles of the 4 candidates vying for leadership of the Shuangjian sect. Should he meet his end within the sect, even if the killer was not traced back to them, it would undoubtedly sour relations between Xiangyu Tower and the Shuangjian sect. Given that these two factions were related by marriage, if Chen Xuanan sought assistance from Xiangyu Tower, they would be compelled to help him out of respect for Li Hongyu. Killing him would sour relations with Xiangyu Tower, effectively cutting off Chen Xuanan's support. This consideration made Chen Xuanan the least suspicious candidate. Turning to the remaining three, he dismissed Chen Shiyan, who was not initially part of the factions and had no apparent desire to claim leadership. Furthermore, Chen Shiyan held the Shuangjian sect in high regard and would never jeopardize relations with Xiangyu Tower. On the other hand, Chen Sudong and Chen Xubei bore considerable suspicion. Upon his arrival at the Shuangjian sect, it was Chen Sudong who had welcomed him. Although their interactions were limited, Chen Sudong's demeanor suggested he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. As for Chen Xubei, Qin Xinghong had yet to meet him, but from Shiman Sword God's description, he was a formidable character. If not for his long-term dealings outside the sect, the Shuangjian sect, a mere martial faction, would not have accumulated such wealth. Notably, the assassination attempt had occurred shortly after Chen Xubei's return. After careful consideration, Qin Xinghong leaned towards the conclusion that it was indeed Chen Xubei who had orchestrated the attempt on his life. However, these were merely conjectures without any solid evidence. Qin Xinghong consumed another essence replenishing pill, having dispelled the internal injury debuff, primarily seeking the 5,000 experience points it would grant him. Upon gaining those points, his level rose to 35. He donned the breath-hiding jade pendant, ensuring that he could remain undetected by players and NPCs below level 65. Chen Xubei was exactly level 65, and he needed to ascertain whether it was indeed Chen Xubei's assassin who sought his life. Before taking action, Qin Xinghong opened his livestream. The Qin Emperor has finally gone live. I've been waiting in agony. Did everyone check the forum? Qin Emperor is the first player in gaming history to alter the storyline. The game's mastermind is incredibly intelligent. The narrative isn't set in stone but can change dynamically. I wish I could play, but alas, work calls. All I can do is sneak a peek at the livestream. Qin Xinghong felt a bit embarrassed. He had not anticipated altering the game's narrative. He had merely found himself inexplicably embroiled in the contest for leadership of the Shuangjian sect, fortuitously rescued by a powerful NPC. His original goal was simply to help Li Hongyu resolve her divorce. He briefly shared his suspicions, which elicited a flurry of praise from his viewers. Of course, it's Qin Emperor. He immediately figured out who the mastermind is. It must be Chen Xubei. The barking dog doesn't bite. Bring Li Qianfeng here. Anyone daring to assassinate our Qin Emperor must pay dearly. Qin Emperor is truly remarkable. He deduced the culprit just through analysis, truly an academic prodigy. As he typically disregarded the adulation from the chat, Qin Xinghong rose and declared, "Now, let us venture forth to uncover the mastermind behind this plot." As he exited his room, he propelled himself off the wall with his toes, leveraging the momentum to scale the rooftop. The majority of the Shuangjian sect's members were of low level, with few exceeding level 65, making it difficult for him to be detected while stealthily traversing the rooftops. Chapter 22. The struggle for supremacy 5. By this time, dusk had fallen, and shadows merged seamlessly with the encroaching night. Qin Xinghong tread carefully, mindful of each step to avoid making a sound upon the tiles. To traverse from the third residence to the second, he had to pass through the expansive garden of the double sword sect's inner sanctum. With a gentle leap, he ascended from the eaves of the corridor to the rooftop of a two-story pavilion. Just as he prepared to proceed, a faint and delicate voice drifted from the opposite side of the pavilion. "What are you doing?" Qin Xinghong was momentarily startled, his heart nearly ceasing its rhythm. Had he been discovered? He turned to the source of the voice, where a figure clad in black lay blended against the rooftop, nearly indistinguishable in the twilight. Had he not spoken, Qin Xinghong would have failed to notice his presence, for this individual's stealth surpassed even that of the concealment jade pendant. The ghastly visage of a green-faced demon mask appeared particularly chilling in the night, yet upon recognizing the intruder, Qin Xinghong felt a wave of relief. "Li Qianfeng, what brings you here? I almost had a heart attack when that ghostly face appeared out of nowhere." "You owe me for my instant noodles and keyboard." In a hushed tone, Qin Xinghong replied, "I was merely taking a stroll." Xia Lani raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at him. Who takes a stroll on the rooftop? However, he was disinclined to expose Qin Xinghong's blatant lie. Instead, he gestured for Qin Xinghong to approach, hinting at something intriguing. Qin Xinghong paused, curious about what could possibly be found within the pavilion. He stealthily approached Li Qianfeng, who had shifted aside a couple of tiles on the roof, revealing a palm-sized hole. Xia Lani made a little room, urging him to look down. As the sky darkened, the pavilion remained unlit, allowing only vague outlines of what appeared to be a man and a woman embracing intimately. "Ah, I never would have guessed that a master of the free and easy realm like Li Qianfeng harbored such peculiar tastes." Li Qianfeng seemed quite eager to share, drawing Qin Xinghong into the voyeuristic view. "Is this even permissible in the realm of the wandering? Why didn't the enchanting Xie show us this?" The soft sounds of their breaths wafted up, and Qin Xinghong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Although the scene inside was obscured, he averted his gaze, his ears flushed with shame. Xia Lani chuckled softly at Qin Xinghong's flustered demeanor. Qin Xinghong's ears tingled, that laughter sounded oddly familiar. Just as he pondered the source of that recognizable sound, the woman inside suddenly gasped. The man's concerned voice followed, "What is it?" After a brief pause, the woman shyly replied, "My lord, the baby just kicked my belly." Qin Xinghong viewers in the livestream, wasn't this esteemed figure of the double sword sect, Chen Sudong? The only pregnant woman among them was Chen Xuanan's concubine. The implications were staggering. Let me take a moment to process. What a bizarre plot twist, the elder brother cuckolding the younger brother, this was too sensational. Listening to their conversation, it seemed the child was not even Chen Xuanan's. What a surprise for the unsuspecting father. Initially, Qin Xinghong had thought Chen Xuanan was a scoundrel, but now he felt a pang of sympathy. What a tragedy. His eyes widened in astonishment. Could such a thing be perpetrated by a biological brother? This was utterly depraved and devoid of decency. Xia Lanyi patted his shoulder, as if to offer comfort. With a complex expression, Qin Xinghong turned to Xia Lanyi, asking, "Masterly, what do you intend to do about this?" Instead of answering directly, Xia Lanyi stood up. "I see you have made rapid progress these past few days. How about a spar?" Without waiting for Qin Xinghong's response, he drew his long blade and swiftly slashed at him. Momentarily stupefied, Qin Xinghong rolled away, narrowly evading the strike before leaping off the pavilion. Xia Lanyi's intention was not to genuinely engage him in combat, merely using it as an excuse. Otherwise, Qin Xinghong would have had no chance to evade his blade. Once Qin Xinghong had escaped the pavilion's vicinity, Xia Lanyi unleashed a powerful strike towards the structure. The crimson blade energy cleaved through the rooftop, and only after a heartbeat did the sound of shattering tiles and splintering wood resonate. The entire roof of the pavilion crumbled, sending dust billowing as Chen Sudong, disheveled, emerged from the wreckage, cradling Zijiang. The enormous commotion drew the attention of nearby disciples of the Double Sword sect, both NPCs and players alike. Whoa, did the ground just shake? Why did only this building collapse? Did you not see our lord holding a woman? Quite the spectacle, I must say. Our lord has quite the physique, look at those muscles. You seem rather hungry. Chen Sudong's face turned ashen. He had never felt such humiliation in his life. Meanwhile, Zijiang buried her head in his chest, fearful of being recognized. Upon emerging, he spotted Li Qianfeng, blade in hand. Suppressing his rage, he managed to ask, "Masterly, why would you so unceremoniously dismantle my Double Sword sect? Have we offended you in any way?" Xia Lanyi sheathed his sword, seemingly unperturbed by the destruction wrought upon the pavilion. "Apologies if my demonstration of martial prowess inadvertently interrupted your auspicious affairs." Chen Sudong felt a surge of indignation, yet he could not afford to offend a master of the free and easy realm. He shot a cold glance at Qin Xinghong, suppressing his simmering rage. A Double Sword sect NPC, having procured an outer robe from somewhere, draped it over the bare-chested Chen Sudong. Zijiang, slipping from his hold, hastily concealed her face with her sleeve, hoping to slip away amidst the chaos of fate. However, had other plans. Chen Xuanan happened to be nearby and rushed over, immediately spotting the familiar purple hue in the crowd. "Zijiang, what are you doing here?" Chen Xuanan's thoughtless inquiry ignited an uproar. "Is that Zijiang? Wasn't she the concubine of the third master? How did she end up with the elder brother? This is thrilling, absolutely thrilling. Keep your voice down, can you handle the shock better than the third master?" Chen Xuanan's expression shifted from shock to anger and confusion, his face a canvas of red, blue, and white, resembling a color palette. He turned to Chen Sudong, his face a mask of anguish as he demanded, "Elder brother, what on earth is happening?" Chen Sudong had never encountered such a mortifying and awkward scenario and could only respond with silence. Chen Shibei, arriving late to the scene, interjected, "Third brother, can't you see, Zijiang has long been the elder brother's woman. He deliberately sowed discord between you and your wife." Chen Xuanan's eyes blazed with fury as he lunged forward, grasping Chen Sudong's collar. "You are my biological brother. Why would you do this?" Chen Sudong's expression darkened. At this moment, he could no longer maintain the facade of brotherly affection. He forcefully shoved Chen Xuanan away and straightened his clothing, coldly retorting to Chen Shibei, "Second brother, given the circumstances, you need not play the role of the benevolent elder. Wasn't it you who sent those assassins last night?" Chen Xuanan stumbled back, shock washing over him as he turned to Chen Shibei, his mind in chaos yet seemingly grasping the truth. Chen Shibei, however, was not about to fall for Chen Sudong's diversion. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he thought to himself, is the elder brother attempting to shift the blame? Words alone are insufficient. He seeks to smear my reputation with his accusations. Given that the bodies of the assassins have been incinerated, with no witnesses or evidence left, he would be foolish to admit to his wrongdoing. Chapter 23 The Struggle for Leadership. Chen Sudong cast a dark glare at him, filled with contempt for the inexplicably appearing Li Qianfeng, who had deliberately provoked him, exposing his relationship with Zijuan before the scrutinizing eyes of onlookers, thereby putting him at a disadvantage. It seemed that among the three brothers, the second one possessed a more cunning mind. Poor Chen Xuanan was indeed unfortunate to have such siblings. Was Chen Xuanan truly the biological child of Chen Hechio? He seemed to belong to a different species altogether when compared to this family. The atmosphere in the arena fell into a profound silence. When celestial beings clash, mere mortals suffer, and how could the disciples dare to interject in the affairs between these three formidable figures? After observing the spectacle for a while, Xia Lanyi directly stated, "The internal matters of the Double Sword sect are not for outsiders to meddle in. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart, waving his hand to beckon Qin Xinghong to accompany him. Aside from the stunned Chen Xuanan, who remained frozen in place from the shocking blow, Chen Sudong and Chen Shubei both watched his departing figure with darkened expressions. The master of Blood Rain Tower had suddenly appeared at their Double Sword sect, not only disrupting the carefully laid plans but also stirring a murky situation. What could his intentions possibly be? Upon returning to the guest quarters arranged by Chen Xuanan, Li Qianfeng addressed Qin Xinghong, who followed closely behind him. "How was this stroll?" Qin Xinghong, realizing that Li Qianfeng was deliberately provoking him rather than believing the flimsy excuse he had just uttered, replied with a respectful gesture, "Thank you, senior, for helping me identify the culprit." Xia Lanyi let out a soft chuckle, her voice, now assuming Li Qianfeng's persona, was intentionally lowered, exuding a sultry allure. "I am entrusted by Lanyi to naturally look after you." Ah, Li Qianfeng's voice was so soothing, it was almost intoxicating. "Lanyi? Why does our enchanting Xia beauty address you so intimately? Pray tell, what is your relationship?" With a new rival emerging, Li Qianfeng, draw your sword. I had a feeling his relationship with Xia beauty was not so simple. Qin Xinghong paused momentarily, initially believing Li Qianfeng was merely a hired hand of Xia Lanyi, their connection strictly professional. Although Blood Rain Tower was a notorious assassin organization, they also took on bodyguard assignments. Even a master like Li Qianfeng would accept jobs if the remuneration was sufficient given the wealth of Qianyu Tower. They were certainly capable of hiring him. However, upon hearing Li Qianfeng speak of Xia Lanyi with such familiarity, it appeared their relationship was far from ordinary. A turmoil of emotions surged within Qin Xinghong. He suddenly yearned to return to Qianyu Tower to see Xia Lanyi. Not noticing his distraction, Xia Lanyi continued, "The three brothers of the Chen family have completely torn their masks away. Who do you suppose will ultimately ascend to the position of sect leader?" With that, she returned to her chamber, seemingly posing the question casually. Returning to his senses, Qin Xinghong realized that after the commotion in the garden, it had grown quite late. With less than 2 hours remaining until the deadline for choosing alliances, he found himself devoid of options. Chen Sudong was eager to kill him for uncovering his illicit affair. Chen Shubei had already sent people to eliminate him. And as for Chen Xuanan, it was better left unsaid. The only choice remaining was Chen Shiyan, whom he had yet to meet. Pondering deeply, Qin Xinghong recalled that initially, Chen Shiyan was not among the candidates. She was only added the day after he had faced an assassination attempt. Moreover, she had no intention of contesting for the leadership. Otherwise, Chen Sudong and Chen Shubei would not have resorted to underhanded tactics against her. These two cared little for fraternal bonds. Most players believed that the original three candidate factions existed solely because the brothers were vying for the leadership position. However, from Qin Xinghong's observations, Chen Xuanan had no desire for that role, yet he remained a candidate, rendering this conjecture invalid. The right to determine candidates lay solely with the former leader, Chen Hachio. Though Chen Hachio was gravely ill, he still wielded significant control over the double sword sect. Nothing transpiring within its walls escaped his notice. Previously, Chen Hachio had intended to select a successor from among his three sons, which explained the limited candidates. Now that Chen Shiyan had also emerged as a contender, it indicated a shift in Chen Hachio's perspective, suggesting that the influence he wielded might be passed on to her. With three self-serving sons, each harboring ulterior motives, juxtaposed against a dutiful and capable daughter, the choice was clear. The friends list lit up with a red, prompting Qin Xinghong to click and check. Shiman Jianchen, Qin brother, which faction are you planning to choose? Qin Xinghong, naturally, Chen Shiyan. That night, the double sword sect was ablaze with lights. NPCs moved in and out, creating a palpable sense of impending turmoil, indicative of significant events on the horizon. Players were eager, almost refusing to log off, fearing they would miss crucial plot developments and tasks. As dawn broke with the crowing of roosters, groups of individuals streamed into the double sword sect, converging in the assembly hall. Besides Chen Hachio, the sect leader, there were 2 vice leaders and 4 hall masters, along with inner and outer disciples. In the grand hall of the assembly, the 3 brothers of the Chen family occupied the seats closest to the main throne, on either side. Li Hongyu had yet to separate from Chen Xuanan. Out of respect for their marital bond, she had also come. Chen Xuanan, having spent a sleepless night, bore the marks of exhaustion on his face, clearly affected by the blows dealt by his elder brothers. Li Qianfeng and Qin Xinghong sat behind the third brother, considered family to Li Hongyu, thus their presence was not out of place. As the 2 vice leaders and 4 hall masters entered, they promptly saluted their chosen future leader, their intentions unmistakably clear. 1 hall master and 1 vice leader supported Chen Sudong, while 2 hall masters rallied behind Chen Shubei. Only the vice leader and hall master, who had remained loyal to Chen Hachio and had never accepted the overtures of the other 2, took their seats without aligning with either faction. As the significant figures settled in, the players finally received a system prompt, instructing them to align with their chosen factions. Over 200 players, alongside NPC disciples, formed a considerable presence. Upon closer inspection, it became evident where the true power lay. The number of players choosing Chen Sudong and Chen Shubei had initially been comparable, but following the scandal in the garden, the support for Chen Sudong had noticeably dwindled. Qin Xinghong estimated that approximately 80 players had opted for Chen Sudong, nearly 100 for Chen Shubei, while Chen Xuanan had garnered none. Nonetheless, he still had a handful of disciple NPCs backing him, albeit meagerly, thus avoiding utter disgrace. Today, Chen Xuanan was indeed a pitiful sight. Each day, he felt a pang of sympathy for Chen Xuanan. Today, that goal had been achieved. Would Li Hongyu still pursue separation from Chen Xuanan? If she did, it would be unbearable to witness. Given that the misunderstanding had been cleared, it was unlikely she would proceed with the separation. At this moment, Li Hongyu was truly Chen Xuanan's last lifeline. Around 20 players had also chosen Chen Shiyan, with Shiman Jianchen standing among them, yet, Chen Shiyan's seat remained vacant, presumably occupied by Chen Hachio. Once the assembly was nearly complete, Chen Hachio, supported by Chen Shiyan, tremulously entered the hall. His once pallid face now bore a hint of color, a sign of fleeting vitality. As all stood to pay their respects, Chen Hachio took his place at the head of the table. His frail body had long since withered, and merely walking this distance was a considerable feat, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In a voice that sounded as though it were gravelly with age, he began, "I have served as the sect leader of the double sword sect for over 30 years. Now, as my time approaches, it is indeed time to pass this position on. Chen Sudong and Chen Shubei straightened slightly, their focus sharpening as they awaited their father's decision on who would inherit the leadership. In my lifetime, I have traversed the martial world. While I may not have achieved great feats, I have nonetheless developed the Double Sword sect into the largest faction in Jiangling County. I have no regrets regarding the sect, yet I carry guilt towards my wife and children. At these words, Chen Sudong and Chen Shubei exchanged startled glances, an ominous premonition rising within them. Chen Hecho coughed lightly before continuing, though I have been bedridden these past few days, I am acutely aware of the events transpiring within the sect. His murky eyes glimmered with a sudden sharpness as he surveyed his three eldest sons. Brothers in conflict, kin turning against one another, all for selfish desires, disregarding the safety of the sect. This is perhaps the retribution for my neglect of my wife and children. Chapter 24. The struggle for leadership. 7 Chen Sudong and Chen Shubei suddenly sprang from their seats, exclaiming towards Chen Hecho, "Father." Chen Hecho shook his head, saying, "There is no need for you two to explain. I have decided to bequeath the position of leader to Yenner." Upon hearing this, the room erupted in an uproar. Both Chen Sudong and Chen Shubei had not anticipated that despite their considerable efforts, they would end up with nothing. Chen Hecho intended to pass the leadership to Chen Xian. At that moment, the deputy leader from Chen Shubei's side stood up, declaring, "Leader, please reconsider. How can our sect allow a woman to take the helm?" The typically unassuming and gentle Chen Xian raised her head, her gaze sharp as she directed it at him, coldly stating, "The Amei sect has always been led by women. Why should our Shuangjian sect be any different?" The deputy leader was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retorted, "The Amei sect consists solely of women, thus it is only natural for a woman to lead. Our Shuangjian sect, however, has several esteemed elders, there is no need for a woman to take charge." Another deputy leader scoffed, "When I entered the city today, I heard discussions about the events that transpired within our sect yesterday. We, the Shuangjian sect, are a prestigious faction. The people of the Jianghu will not mock us for having a female leader, but rather for appointing someone of dubious virtue to the position." Upon hearing this, the deputy leader's face flushed crimson, and the expressions of Chen Sudong and Chen Shubei darkened considerably. "Well said, deputy leader. Why should a woman not be able to lead? Our Shuangjian sect is surprisingly feudal, no wonder it struggles to develop, merely muddling through in Jiangling County." With such a direct declaration in favor of Chen Xian as the leader, what significance would it hold for the players in choosing their factions? Would they simply guess odd or even? Chen Shubei's face was ashen, he clasped his hands in front of Chen Hecho and said, "Father, the leadership of the sect must command the support of the people. Who becomes the leader should be a decision made collectively by the disciples of the sect." Leaning back in his chair, Chen Hecho looked at him with murky eyes and sneered, "What do you mean by support? Do you truly believe that those you have gathered through self-interest genuinely support you?" He closed his eyes and continued, "In your efforts to sever your third brother's ties with Kyanji Yula, you sent people to assassinate its disciples. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? You are solely fixated on the position of leader. Have you ever thought about the safety of our sect?" As Chen Hecho spoke more passionately, he struck the armrest several times, unable to suppress a fit of coughing. Chen Xian hurriedly patted his back, but Chen Hecho, overcome with rage, rolled his eyes and fainted. The people in the council hall believed that the old leader had succumbed to anger, and chaos ensued as everyone stood up. Chen Xian slammed her palm on the table, shattering it into splinters. A powerful wave of energy radiated throughout the council hall, causing those who approached to stagger back. As a top-tier expert at level 72, she was unparalleled within the Shuangjian sect. Her typically gentle demeanor had led many to overlook her martial prowess. Once the crowd quieted down, Chen Xian instructed her disciples to take Chen Hecho back to his quarters while she took her seat at the head of the table. Disappointment washed over her regarding her brothers, and with a calm yet authoritative tone, she declared, "From this day forth, I, Chen Xian, shall be the leader of the Shuangjian sect. Is there anyone who dares to oppose this? Big sister is so impressive." Chen Xian continued, "I will take the position of leader. Who is in favor, and who is against?" Chen Xian's strength far surpassed that of her brothers, allowing her to seize control of the Chen Sudong and Chen Shubei, lacking in martial skill yet cunning, realized that in critical moments, true strength is indispensable. Chen Sudong scoffed, "Sister, I underestimated you." At this moment, Chen Xuanan, who had remained silent, stood up and bowed to Chen Xian, stating, "I support elder sister as the leader." With a composed expression, Chen Xian turned to Chen Shubei, asking, "Second brother, what is your stance?" Chen Shubei paused for a moment, then laughed darkly, saying, "If not for my years of toil outside, how would the Shuangjian sect have attained its current status? I have contributed the most to the sect, and yet, father has chosen to pass the leadership to you. Elder sister, how can I accept this?" With a wave of his hand, Chen Shubei signaled for the NPCs behind him to draw their swords, prompting the players to receive a system quest. System notification aside quest. The struggle for leadership quest description. Chen Hecho, the leader of the Shuangjian sect, has decided to pass the leadership to his daughter, Chen Xian, but there are dissenters within the sect. Please assist the respective candidates from each faction in seizing the leadership position. Quest reward experience pool 1,000,000, distributed based on contribution, 10 silver, 1 rare treasure chest. Upon receiving the quest, the players were instantly invigorated, their excitement palpable. After watching the narrative unfold for an entire evening, this was the moment they had been waiting for. Finally, they had a chance to showcase their abilities. In an instant, chaos erupted within the council hall. Chen Sudong led his faction into the fray, while Chen Xuanan, having explicitly declared his support for Chen Xian, was aligned with her faction. The merging of the two factions just barely matched Chen Sudong and Chen Xubei's strength. Chen Xubei remained motionless, observing the composed Xiaolani, and said, leaderly, the Blood Rain Tower has always dealt in gold and silver. I trust you will not interfere? Xiaolani nodded slightly, of course. If Li Qianfeng refrained from intervening, how would Chen Xian and her faction emerge victorious? Although she was formidable, their side was vastly outnumbered. Just when it seemed that the decision regarding the leadership had been solidified, Chen Xubei proved to be a ruthless contender. If the Shuangjian sect were to fall under Chen Xubei's leadership, it might very well become a demonic sect in the future. As the three factions clashed, the council hall was soon reduced to ruins, transforming the entire Shuangjian sect into a battlefield. The players, emboldened by their immortality, fought fearlessly. In the realm of Jianghu, when players engaged in combat and met their demise, they would leave behind a false corpse and respawn at designated revival points. To the NPCs, these deaths and resurrections were rationalized, as they would forget that the players had died unless it affected the game's narrative. For instance, during the previous assassination attempt on Qin Xinghong, his death would have necessitated the erasure of his current identity and a rebirth with a new one, as he was crucial to the storyline. However, dying in the game was not without consequences. Each resurrection resulted in a 10 reduction in health, attack, and defense, and this debuff could stack, ultimately reducing stats to a minimum of 10. After dying once, the Shiman Swordmaster spotted Qin Xinghong battling amidst the crowd. After dispatching an NPC disciple with a powerful move, he rushed over. Brother Qin, our side's forces are on the brink of collapse. The disparity in numbers is too great. What should we do? Qin Xinghong furrowed his brow, replying, to capture the king is to capture the thief. Defeating Chen Xubei should lead us to victory. With that, he pushed Shiman Swordmaster aside, saying, Brother Shiman, hold your ground. I will attempt a sneak attack on Chen Xubei. Shiman Swordmaster found himself thrust into a throng of NPCs, losing 2/3 of his health immediately and hastily consuming a healing potion to avoid instant death. He glanced back, bewildered. Wait, Brother Qin, you're only level 35, how can you sneak attack Chen Xubei? But Qin Xinghong had already vanished from sight. Chapter 25 of the Battle for Leadership 8. Qin Xinghong donned the Convergence Jade Pendant and stealthily ascended to the rooftop in a secluded corner. Xiaolani stood atop the highest edifice of the Twin Sword Sect, observing the unfolding battle. Upon spotting Qin Xinghong, a smirk tugged at his lips. What brings you out for a stroll at this hour? Qin Xinghong, resolute and forthright, replied, I intend to launch a surprise attack on Chen Xubei. His honesty was refreshing, and Xiaolani, with a hint of goodwill, pointed him in the right direction. Over there. Chen Xubei is engaged in combat with Chen Xian in the garden. Despite being 7 levels above Chen Xubei, Chen Xian found it difficult to strike against her own brother, leaving her at the mercy of the ruthless Chen Xubei. Truly a heartless wretch, Xiaolani scoffed. Even the assassin leader deems Chen Xubei a scoundrel. Qin Huan must prevail, let not this scoundrel claim victory. Recognizing Chen Xian's reluctance to harm him, Chen Xubei deliberately did not evade her strike, allowing her blade to graze him. Chen Xian, fearing for his safety, halted her attack and turned away, inadvertently exposing a flaw. With a frenzied look in his eyes, Chen Xubei thrust his dagger mercilessly. Chen Xian's pupils dilated in shock. She had never imagined her own brother could bear to strike her. In a moment of life-threatening peril, her hidden potential surged forth. Twisting midair, she evaded the fatal blow aimed at her heart, feeling the dagger instead pierce her shoulder. As she fell to the ground, clutching her wound and rolling in agony, blood splattered around her. Just as Chen Xubei prepared to pursue his advantage, a flash of white swordlight pierced through his right shoulder blade. Qin Xinghong withdrew his sword, a spray of crimson following, and placed the blade at Chen Xubei's throat. Second young master, you have lost. Chen Xubei froze, momentarily oblivious to the pain in his shoulder. Victory was within his grasp, he had been so close. He turned to glare at Qin Xinghong with fierce intensity. Why do you, a disciple of Qiangyu Tower, repeatedly thwart my endeavors? It was absurd that he, who had sent assassins after Qin Xinghong, now accused him of sabotaging his plans. Reasonable discourse with a madman was futile. Qin Xinghong dismissed the exchange and addressed Chen Xian. Master Chen, how shall we proceed? Chen Xian rose, her expression complex as she pressed her hand against her shoulder. I am grateful for your assistance, young hero Qin. Let us confine him for now and await my father's awakening to determine his fate. Chen Xubei scoffed derisively, a mocking smile etched on his face. In the end, the victors write history. None of you possess the right to judge me. He lunged toward Qin Xinghong's sword, prompting Qin Xinghong to hastily withdraw his weapon to avoid further injury. However, Chen Xubei's left hand still grasped a dagger. His earlier feint had been a ruse, and he plunged the broken blade into his own heart. Second brother. Chen Xian cried out in horror. A torrent of blood erupted from his chest, spilling from his mouth and nose as his body collapsed. Chen Xian rushed forward, disregarding her own injury, cradling her brother in her arms and attempting to staunch the flow of blood from his gaping wound. Between coughs of blood, Chen Xubei managed to chuckle bitterly. From childhood, mother favored the third brother, father esteemed the eldest, and sister was their only daughter. I have always been the overlooked one, forced to fight and claw for what little I could claim, yet in the end, nothing belonged to me. With each word, blood gushed forth, and after uttering his final lament, he breathed his last. The surrounding chaos gradually subsided as news of Chen Xubei's demise spread. In that moment, the vast Twin Sword Sect was left echoing with Chen Xian's heart-wrenching sobs. Alas, even the most despicable have their moments of pity. To be born as the son of the twin sword sect's leader is a privilege beyond that of many, yet Chen Xiubei remained unsatisfied. I too have experienced the neglect of my parents. I can empathize with his plight. May his sins be absolved in this life, and may he be reborn into a family filled with happiness in the next system. Notification side quest. The battle for leadership. The quest for leadership within the twin sword sect has concluded. Chen Xian's faction has emerged victorious, securing her position as the new leader of the twin sword sect. Chen Xuanan's faction has been spared punishment for joining Chen Xian's side. Chen Sudong's faction has failed. Chen Xiubei's faction has also failed. Rewards will be distributed after assessment. Clad in mourning attire of coarse fabric, Chen Xian adorned her hair with a single white silk flower. Her eyes were slightly reddened, yet her demeanor remained remarkably composed. Upon learning of Chen Xiubei's suicide, Chen Hecho succumbed to despair and passed away, calling out to his son before his final breath. In the ensuing chaos, Chen Sudong seized the opportunity to escape the twin sword sect with a few loyal subordinates, leaving even his pregnant wife, Zijuan, behind. Now, only Chen Xian and Chen Xuanan remained at the twin sword sect. Chen Xian expressed her gratitude. Thanks to the assistance of Master Li and young hero Qin, the twin sword sect has weathered this calamity. Young hero Qin, where is Master Li? Qin Xinghong had no knowledge of the whereabouts of the carefree NPC, Li Qianfeng, who had vanished after the rebellion at the twin sword sect concluded. Master Li must be preoccupied with his own matters. Chen Xian nodded. Her inquiry had merely been a matter of courtesy. Chen Xuanan emerged from the morning hall, his face drawn and his expression vacant. Spotting Li Hongyu, who was preparing to depart, he forced a smile. Hongyu, are you returning to Qianyu Tower? Seeing his forlorn demeanor, Li Hongyu felt a pang of sympathy but still nodded in affirmation. The smile Chen Xuanan managed to muster was more painful than tears. His hands trembled slightly as he made one last effort to retain her. I have spoken with Zijuan that night. When everything transpired, my brother drugged me, leaving me completely unaware. Zijuan's child is not mine, it belongs to my brother. With bloodshot eyes, he pleaded desperately, Hongyu, I have done you no wrong, let us start anew, shall we? Li Hongyu had never witnessed him in such a pitiful state, which only solidified her resolve to part ways. Chen Lang, we can never return to what we once were. I cannot forget how you promised to take Zijuan as a concubine while urging me to be magnanimous. This matter is an unremovable thorn, forever embedded in my flesh. Chen Xuanan staggered, nearly collapsing, yet he steadied himself, his voice hoarse. I understand. He requested the certificate of divorce from that day, biting his finger to leave a bloodied imprint upon it. As he handed the document to Li Hongyu, his hands no longer trembled, and he smiled gently. Go, Hongyu. Li Hongyu's eyes glistened, and for a moment, she glimpsed the foolishly infatuated young master from Qianyu Tower, lost in thought as he gazed at her. She secured the divorce certificate, mounted her horse, and with a flick of the reins, bid farewell to the tumultuous love and hatred of the past few months. The vibrant red wedding gown entered the door, while her plain white attire departed. Chen Xuanan watched her retreating figure, murmuring to himself, it was I who was unworthy of you. Chapter 26. The real-world. Qin Xinghong and Li Hongyu returned to Qianjiula, where they first sought out Xia Lanyi. Xia Lanyi was leisurely sipping wine in a pavilion amidst the peach blossom grove. He looked at Li Hongyu and remarked, I heard from Li Qianfeng that you faced some grievances at the Shuangjian sect. It seems Chen Hecho's lack of discipline led to this misfortune for the sect. It is but a consequence of their own actions. Qin Xinghong mused, indeed, it is still the petty and vengeful yet charming Xia Lanyi. Li Hongyu expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master Xia, for your concern. It is thanks to you that I was able to obtain the divorce papers smoothly. With a sigh, she continued, after this ordeal, I feel as though I have undergone a tribulation in the mortal realm. Neither love nor hatred remains, only a lingering melancholy. Xia Lanyi clicked his tongue lightly and replied, Your tone suggests a hint of transcendence. Do not let the shortcomings of a single man cloud your spirit. There are still good-hearted men in the world who are devoted in love. Standing silently to the side, Qin Xinghong pondered. Is Xia Lanyi implying that finding a man is an easy endeavor? Li Hongyu understood that Xia Lanyi was attempting to console her and replied in agreement. Xia Lanyi waved his hand and said, You must have had a taxing few days. Go rest now, your previous quarters remain as they were, and Hongxiu has already tidied them up for you. Li Hongyu felt her eyes redden. She hadn't wept when parting from Chen Xuanan, but upon hearing Xia Lanyi's words, a wave of sorrow surged within her. After bowing gracefully to express her thanks once more, she took her leave from the peach blossom grove. Only the two of them remained in the grove. Xia Lanyi appraised Qin Xinghong with a light chuckle. You've made remarkable progress despite only spending 5 or 6 days at the Shuangjian sect. Upon completing the task concerning the sect's leadership contest, Qin Xinghong had successfully ambushed Chen Xiubei, thus accruing nearly 300,000 experience points due to his significant contribution. Furthermore, having also completed Li Hongyu's adventure quest in Chen Xian's faction task, he gained several more thousand experience points, elevating his level to the threshold of 40. With just a bit more experience, he would break through to level 41, becoming the first player in Jianghu Xiaoyao to reach the ranks of a second-tier master. Qin Xinghong clasped his fists and said, During my time at the Shuangjian sect, I was fortunate to receive guidance from Master Li. Xia Lanyi let out a non-committal hum. After completing the faction task, Qin Xinghong not only received the standard rewards but also gained 10 points of favorability from Xia Lanyi, bringing his total to 20 points, transitioning from mere acquaintance to a deeper understanding. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Xia Lanyi's attitude towards him remained unchanged. Having experienced the events at the Shuangjian sect, with just 7 days left until the Wulin conference, Qin Xinghong logged off the game. That day, the game system sent him a notification. Upon opening it, he discovered that the Wuling conference was approaching and, due to its significance as a server-wide event, a major update would take place. The servers would be shut down at midnight and reopen the following day at noon. For many gaming enthusiasts, a 12-hour server downtime felt torturous, akin to an eternity. However, Qin Xinghong found it rather fortuitous, as he hadn't returned home in some time and could take this opportunity to visit his parents. Early the next morning, he rose to buy gifts at the mall before driving back home. After receiving a call from her son the previous night, Qin's mother had been eagerly awaiting his return. As soon as she spotted Qin Xinghong's car through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, she hurried outside to greet him, carrying an assortment of bags. Qin Xinghong's mother took several from him, chiding, "Why did you buy so much for your own home?" Qin Xinghong chuckled, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Mom, don't you think the things I bought taste even better?" His mother playfully punched him, knowing him well for his cheeky remarks. As they entered the house, she called out to the study, "Old Qin, our son is back, aren't you going to come out?" After a brief pause, the study door finally opened, revealing a distinguished elderly man with graying hair, still tall and straight, bearing a resemblance to Qin Xinghong. He wore a stern expression, seemingly in a foul mood. Both Qin and his mother were university professors who had raised Qin Xinghong into a high-achieving student. They had hoped he would pursue a career in research or academia, but to their surprise, Qin Xinghong had developed a passion for gaming and, after graduation, stubbornly became a game streamer despite their objections. Qin's mother accepted his choice well, believing it to be a legitimate profession as long as he was happy. However, Qin's father held a more traditional view, considering the profession of a game streamer to be frivolous and lacking in contribution to society. Their relationship was strained, and after saving enough to buy a house, Qin Xinghong had moved out, returning home only once every half-month. Qin's mother elbowed her husband. "What are you frowning at? Show some warmth." Only then did Qin's father clear his throat and respond, "I'm here." After a brief exchange, silence fell between father and son, leaving an awkward tension in the air. Qin's mother sighed quietly and broke the silence, saying, "Son, I noticed your follower count has increased again. What have you been busy with lately?" Qin Xinghong replied, "I've been playing a newly released holographic martial arts game called Jianghu Xiaoyao." He pulled out his phone and found a game video to show them. The video featured an elderly man in a white robe, teaching students in a private academy. This was a recording of players attending classes at the Xiaoxiang Academy, with the NPC modeled after a renowned scholar from reality. Qin's father glanced at the screen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected an NPC in a game to exhibit such teaching prowess. He nodded. "This game seems quite good." Noticing the atmosphere between the two men easing, Qin's mother beamed and chimed in, "Son, have you made any friends recently?" Qin Xinghong's forehead twitched. His mother's inquiry about friendships was not merely social but rather an implication of whether he had found a romantic partner. Seeing his silence, she continued, "Your father and I understand that you prefer boys. We're not old-fashioned. If you want to date a boyfriend, then go ahead. You're nearing 30. It's time to find a companion. Whether or not you have children is secondary, but companionship is essential. Just look at how happy your father and I are." Qin Xinghong smiled helplessly and replied, "I understand, Mom. If I find someone suitable, I will consider it." His mother pouted, "You always say that." She then opened her phone and browsed through her album, showing him, "I've attended several matchmaking events, and there are quite a few excellent young men. Tell me if any catch your eye." Qin Xinghong felt a sense of obligation to entertain his mother's enthusiasm but couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. The profiles featured in the matchmaking selection were all meticulously edited, making each suitor appear quite exquisite. His mother pointed out, "Look at this boy, his eyes are large and round, quite handsome." Qin Xinghong absently nodded, but he personally preferred the allure of almond-shaped eyes, narrow and slightly upturned, exuding both coldness and charm. "How about this one? His lips are full and luscious. Such lips are a sign of good fortune." He thought thinner lips were more appealing, especially when they curled into a smile, revealing a hint of pearly teeth, both seductive and enticing. "Look at this one. I've never seen a boy so fair. This must be what the young ladies refer to as cold white skin, right?" Qin Xinghong took a glance. Indeed, the boy was quite pale, but he had seen even fairer. "Wait a moment, stop right there. Why did all his thoughts seem to align with Xia Lanyi?" Seeing the astonished expression on his face, Qin's mother assumed he was taken with this boy and said, "If you like him, I can help you get in touch. Perhaps you could meet up?" Qin Xinghong suddenly stood up. "No need, Mom, I don't want to go on blind dates. I just remembered something else." He hurried upstairs, swiftly retreating to his own room. Qin's mother chided, "This child, even at this age, still so impulsive." Qin's father remarked, "Perhaps it's work-related. You shouldn't meddle." Qin's mother teased him, "Why didn't you have this attitude when our son was here just now?" Qin's father cleared his throat and stubbornly replied, "When have I not maintained this attitude?" Chapter 27. The martial arts conference. Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Xinghong sat on the bed, lost in thought. For the past few days, he had been occupied with tasks at the Twin Sword sect and had not encountered Xia Lanyi. Initially, he believed his affliction had waned, only to find it had intensified, becoming increasingly peculiar. With trembling fingers, Qin Xinghong retrieved his mobile phone and painstakingly typed out a message, subsequently pressing the button to post it anonymously. Is it normal to develop feelings for an NPC in a game, even though it was a weekday morning? It wasn't long before Qin Xinghong received several replies. Of course not. Games designed for romantic pursuits are inherently meant to inspire affection, including feelings for NPCs. It is perfectly normal. I currently have 10,086 virtual wives in games. Can you say I'm abnormal? I find that experiencing the sensation of love within a game is quite delightful, as long as one can distinguish between the virtual and the real. Just the other day, I saw a foreign man marry his virtual girlfriend. What is wrong with that? It doesn't harm anyone. After reading the responses, Jin Xinghong felt considerably more at ease. It seemed he was not alone in his affection for a game character. He was not abnormal. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was still before 10 in the morning, yet he was already eager to see Xia Lanyi. After finishing his lunch at home, Jin Xinghong returned to his modest abode. With just a few minutes until noon, he swiftly prepared himself and reclined into the holographic game pod. The game loaded promptly, and the introductory animation showcasing various sects had been refreshed. The world of Jianghu Xiaoyao had been live for nearly a month, and with the participation of players, numerous intriguing storylines had unfolded within that time. A watercolor-style scroll gradually unfurled, revealing a brightly lit villa built against a waterfall, where teams of torch-bearing individuals traversed the premises, seemingly in search of someone. A striking young woman, her face radiating intensity, gripped a lifelike golden peony tightly. Her slender fingers twisted the flower into a grotesque shape, betraying her fury as she commanded, "Capture that lecher, kill without mercy." Within a resplendent palace, an emperor clad in a brocade robe embroidered with golden dragons sat in a chair, propping his chin in amusement as he observed a dancing courtesan. The dancer, adorned in a sheer silk gown, with emerald eyes and cascading wavy hair, revealed her foreign heritage. Barefoot, she gracefully approached the emperor, who appeared entranced by her beauty. Suddenly, the dancer unsheathed a hidden sword, and amidst the startled gasps of the eunuchs, the emperor deftly pinched the blade between his fingers, arching an eyebrow with a smirk. Is Kucha growing impatient for life? Amidst the arid sands of the desert, crimson hills undulated, and a cliff towering over 10 meters bore the divine fire patterns painted in cinnabar and gold dust. From a distance, it resembled a celestial flame descending upon the desert. Below, on a stone platform hewn from a massive boulder, a congregation of followers in uniform knelt, gazing reverently at the man above them. The man, adorned with a golden half-mask, looked towards the central plains while the kneeling followers chanted in unison, "We welcome the sect master from seclusion, may the divine flame conquer the land and unify the Jianghu." In a chaotic garden, a man knelt on the ground with a sword pressed against his neck, half of his body stained with blood, his face twisted in madness and ferocity. In matters of victory and defeat, what more is there to discuss? None of you can judge me. With that, he plunged the sword into his own heart, and the woman facing him rushed forward, cradling him in her arms, weeping bitterly. The official selection for Jianghu Xiaoyao curated 10 significant events that had transpired in the game, compiling them into an introductory clip. Although primarily showcasing the glorious moments of NPCs, some players also made appearances. Jin Xinghong briefly viewed the clip, unable to replay it for a detailed examination of hidden information, and promptly entered the game. Though the game had been offline for 12 hours, time within the game continued to flow. With less than a week remaining until the martial arts conference, Xiangyu Tower was situated quite a distance from Wodong, necessitating an early departure. Early in the morning, Xia Lanyi instructed her disciples to make preparations. She intended to bring only one instructor with her. Duan Hongxiu, the tower's highest combat strength, the Grandmaster Gongsun Yudi, level 108, remained behind to safeguard the premises. Seeing that the opening time had arrived, Xia Lanyi issued a task to the players within the tower system. Notification of main quest, Martial Arts Conference 1 quest introduction of the owner of Xiangyu Tower, Xia Lanyi, will attend the martial arts conference and is currently recruiting disciples as guards. Quest requirements: disciples of Xiangyu Tower, level 30 and above. Quest rewards: experience points 10,000, silver 10, rare treasure chest 1.to the player's astonishment, a main quest was released upon entering the game. The public beta had been live for nearly a month, and this was the first main quest issued. With such generous rewards, let us go for it. However, joy was tempered by concern. Most players in Jianghu Xiaoyao were between levels 25 and 35, with only a handful exceeding level 30. Either the luckiest or the most diligent among them. Those who had not reached level 30 lamented their situation, regretting not grinding a bit harder, realizing they had missed the opportunity for the quest. Jin Xinghong's menial task still had 10 days until expiration, and since the martial arts conference was being held at Wudong, he would accompany Xiangyu Tower's convoy back, providing an explanation to Luo Qingchen. He had not forgotten about Luo Qingchen's task. It still lingered in his quest log. Xia Lanyi sat within a luxurious carriage crafted from deep water wood, the exterior adorned with exquisite embroidery and fine silk drapes, while the interior was decorated for utmost comfort. Thick animal hide rugs lined the floor, complemented by several satin cushions, and a small table in the center held tea and pastries. Jin Xinghong rode beside the carriage on his steed, Qifeng, as Xia Lanyi opened a small gap in the window, beckoning him with a slight curl of her finger. Momentarily taken aback, Jin Xinghong realized she was calling him and promptly guided his horse into the carriage. The other players observed his entrance, buzzing with speculation. Is the beautiful Xia taking a liking to our esteemed Xin? Not only has she summoned him to her side, but now they share a carriage. What do you think they're doing in there? Could Xia be assigning him a high-level quest? Hey, ease off, Xin. If there's a quest, let it come my way. This is a golden opportunity. Too bad Xin isn't joining us, otherwise, we could see what the beautiful Xia truly looks like. I would love to share a space with the world's most beautiful woman. Xin is truly fortunate. Stop daydreaming. Have you even seen how handsome Xin is? Did you watch the new intro? He stands tall beside those NPCs without losing any charm. I'm telling you, my friend, you're just a flawed fruit in comparison. Xia won't even glance your way. Hey, that is uncalled for. You can insult my character, but don't you dare undermine my handsome visage. Let us settle this in a duel. A duel it is, who's afraid? Without hesitation, the two players made their way to a nearby thicket, commencing a PvP match with their lackluster skills, clashing like fledgling warriors. Chapter 28. The most beautiful in the world. Qin Xinghong lifted the curtain of the carriage and bent down to enter. What are your instructions, my lord? Xia Lani languidly reclined against the soft cushion, her voice a gentle murmur. Is it not permissible for you to enter without reason? Having just confirmed his feelings, Qin Xinghong found himself momentarily at a loss against her seemingly coquettish tone. As he raised his head to respond, a face, radiant as the spring blossoms, came into view. Such breathtaking beauty, beyond the realm of description, rendered even the normally composed Qin Xinghong momentarily speechless, staring blankly at Xia Lani. Some individuals possess beauty only from certain angles, however, even though he had only glimpsed a quarter of Xia Lani's profile during their last encounter, it had already left him awestruck. Now, gazing upon her full visage, she retained that stunning allure and arresting beauty capable of captivating hearts. Xia Lani pointed to the fruit platter on the small table, instructing, "Peel the grapes for me." At that moment, the system task notification chimed, and with it, Qin Xinghong snapped back to reality. Lowering his gaze, he refrained from looking further and began to peel the grapes. His heart raced like a drum, and he managed to suppress his somewhat hoarse voice to inquire, "Why did you not bring your veil and mask, my lord?" Quite casually, Xia Lani replied, "There are no outsiders in the carriage, and it feels uncomfortable to wear them." Qin Xinghong's ears turned crimson. It dawned on him that, in Xia Lani's eyes, he was not considered an outsider. Could this be connected to their growing affinity? If he were to reach a goodwill level of 20 with Xia Lani, would he then be able to behold her true face? The idea struck him. If other players could also attain 20 points of goodwill with Xia Lani, they, too, would gain access to her appearance. A sudden possessive instinct surged within him, a desire to guard Xia Lani closely and shield her from the gaze of others. Lost in his thoughts, his hands continued their task, and before long, he had peeled an entire platter. Xia Lani plucked a grape and popped it into her mouth, her slightly flushed fingertips contrasting with the green fruit, a glistening droplet of juice adorning her alluring lips. Qin Xinghong dared not steal another glance, focusing intently on peeling the grapes before him. Xia Lani playfully swatted his hand, saying, "Stop peeling, you should have some too." The moment her hand brushed against his felt electrifying. A tingling sensation coursed through him as if he had been jolted awake. Xia Lani chuckled softly, glancing at him sideways, "I am aware of my beauty, but you need not react in such a manner." With that, she leaned closer to Qin Xinghong's face, adding, "Look at me more. You'll grow accustomed to it." Suddenly confronted with a visage that could only be described as a divine creation, Qin Xinghong's heart raced uncontrollably. The holographic game pod detected his erratic heartbeat and promptly activated safety mode, forcing him offline. Within the game, Qin Xinghong's body slackened, collapsing to the ground as if in slumber. Xia Lani paused momentarily, then realized that Qin Xinghong had logged out. First, she let out a light chuckle, which soon escalated into hearty laughter. This was the most amusing incident she had encountered since her awakening. By evening, the caravan had arrived at Bailing County, where they would spend the night in an inn. Xia Lani dismounted from the carriage and casually summoned two players. These two happened to be the novice god and the spicy snail noodle enthusiast. The summoned duo was filled with excitement. Could it be that they were entrusted with an important task? Xia Lani gestured towards the carriage. "Qin Xinghong has fallen asleep. Please carry him to the guest room." The novice god and the spicy snail noodle enthusiast gasped in astonishment, while the other players eavesdropping nearby were equally shocked. What kind of game were they playing in the carriage that even Qin Dala was put to sleep? Upon entering the carriage and examining Qin Xinghong's state, they discovered he had logged out, and they collectively released a sigh of relief. Of course, Qin Dalao and the beauty Xia would never engage in anything scandalous. He must have had an urgent matter in reality that necessitated his swift departure. Indeed, Qin Xinghong had urgent business to attend to. The holographic game pod had not only forced him offline but had also dialed an emergency number. Once he emerged from the game pod, his first task was to contact the emergency center to explain the situation and assure them that their services were not needed. After an eventful flurry of activity, Qin Xinghong finally breathed a sigh of relief, placing his palm over his chest to feel the slightly accelerated rhythm of his heart. He had always believed himself to be a person who valued inner beauty, only to realize he was, in fact, quite superficial when it came to appearances. However, Xia Lani's stunning looks could enchant even the most stoic of souls. Is it truly possible for game modeling to create such a flawless face? The following morning, having calmed his emotions, Qin Xinghong logged back in on time. Upon awakening in the game, he found himself in an inn, presumably brought there by Xia Lani's attendants. Stepping outside, he spotted Xia Lani standing in the corridor, adorned with her veil. Not having a direct view of her captivating face, Qin Xinghong secretly exhaled in relief and approached her, saying, "I apologize for my rudeness yesterday. I inadvertently fell asleep in the carriage. Please do not hold it against me." Though the phrasing felt somewhat forced, the game's AI would ensure that NPCs rationalized such excuses. Xia Lani lifted her veil, replying, "It was a trivial matter, not worth concerning yourself with." Qin Xinghong had not anticipated her sudden unveiling. The heart he had managed to restrain began to race anew. Just then, the novice god ascended the stairs. In a moment of panic, Qin Xinghong instinctively reached for Xia Lani's veil, wishing to shield her face from others' eyes. The novice god, witnessing this scene, was left agape. Qin Dala was incredibly bold, daring to lift the beauty's veil. He is finally doing what he has longed to do yet feared. Clearing his throat, Qin Xinghong hastily concocted a clumsy excuse. "The Lord's hat is askew. Allow me to adjust it." The novice god exchanged knowing glances with Qin Xinghong, sporting a lewd grin, and flattered Xia Lani, "My lord, the carriage is ready, shall we depart?" Xiaolani led Qin Xinghong downstairs and into the carriage, while the novice god excitedly sought out the spicy snail noodle enthusiast to share the tale of Qin Xinghong's audacity. Had he not ascended the stairs, perhaps Qin Dala would have succeeded. What a pity! Little did the novice god realize that Qin Xinghong had already glimpsed Xiaolani's true face, and at such proximity. As soon as Xiaolani entered the carriage, she removed her hat and pointed to a platter of dried fruits, playfully instructing Qin Xinghong to peel them. In just a few days, you shall no longer be a mere servant of Xiangyu Tower. Take advantage of this time to be of service. Qin Xinghong silently peeled the dried fruits, contemplating how he must find a way to remain at Xiangyu Tower indefinitely. 3 days later, the caravan entered the territory of Jingzhou, with only 3 more days to reach the Nanyang County, home to the Wudong sect. Along the way, they encountered an increasing number of sects participating in the martial arts tournament, and the towns along the route buzzed with lively activity. That evening, the Xiangyu Tower caravan settled at the Zuiyin Inn in Xiajiang County. Observing the bustling street below, Xiaolani seemed intrigued. Qin Xinghong felt a surge of courage and invited, "Would you like to join me for a stroll, my lord?" As the words left his lips, he grew anxious, fearing Xiaolani might decline. After a brief pause, Xiaolani smiled, "Certainly." Chapter 29 A glimpse of true beauty. The city of Xiajiang was named after the Xiajiang River, where lush green willows provided ample shade along the riverbank. Merchants lined the embankment with numerous stalls, creating a lively atmosphere. The 2 individuals strolled leisurely along the long street, yet Qin Xinghong, who had summoned his companion, found himself at a loss for words, his palms clammy with anxiety. This was indeed his first date with someone he admired. Qin Xinghong silently regretted not having made better preparations. Had he known, he would have searched online for some dating tips beforehand. Xiaolani was currently utilizing the interface of the master of Kaianji Yula, while Qin Xinghong was lost in thought, both unaware of the group of sneaky players trailing behind them. Beginner God, Qin, you truly are remarkable. Last time, you failed to lift the veil, but this time, you've actually managed to invite the master out. Flower thief, since Qin is so eager to see the beauty of Xia, why doesn't he join our organization? Braised snail noodles, perhaps he finds you all too foolish, considering you've been lurking at the entrance of Kaianji Yula for a month without even catching a glimpse of the master. Flower thief, that makes a compelling argument. He cannot refute it. Regardless, having finally isolated the beauty, if Qin fails this time, we shall pounce. As they spoke, the pair ahead reached a small ferry dock. Qin Xinghong exchanged a few words with the boatman before jumping aboard and extending his hand to assist Xiaolani onto the vessel. The players following at a distance murmured, "Something feels amiss, the atmosphere between these two is not quite right." Braised Snail Noodles commented, "They have boarded the boat. Should we follow? There are not many boats on the river now, and trailing them might easily expose us." After a moment of hesitation, Flower Thief gritted his teeth and decided against it. "Let us stay by the riverbank for now." The night air on the river was refreshingly cool. As the boat drifted further from the shore, Xiaolani removed his veil. Since awakening his consciousness, he had felt no sense of belonging in this game world, viewing the players merely as amusing novelties. He was neither an ordinary game NPC nor a player, though he appeared carefree. A profound loneliness lingered within him. It was only through Qin Xinghong that he found a modicum of interest. Qin Xinghong, under Xiaolani's gaze, felt his ears flush red. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Xiaolani playfully teased, "In Kaianji Yula, we are all beauties, and it is a pleasure to admire them. With your handsome visage, Qin, might I not steal a few more glances?" Qin Xinghong's face turned crimson. Being complimented by someone he admired was utterly overwhelming. Fortunately, his appearance was decent enough that Xiaolani was inclined to look his way. Leaning against the side of the boat, Xiaolani chuckled, "In Kaianji Yula, we thrive on artistry, and our esteemed position in the martial world is attributed not only to connections but also to marital ties. Even the most beautiful flower must wither one day, but if one of our disciples finds their heart's desire, the master will bestow a generous dowry." "Qin, you have lingered in our Kaianji Yula for over half a month. Do you have someone special in mind?" This time, Qin Xinghong did not respond immediately as he usually would. He simply gazed at Xiaolani, silently acknowledging that while he had no one in mind, there was indeed a certain gentleman he fancied. Would he be struck down with a sword if he openly declared his wish to marry Xiaolani? Xiaolani, initially intending to tease, was taken aback by the clarity in Qin Xinghong's eyes. Those eyes seemed to brim with a rich, honeyed emotion that enveloped him entirely, causing Xiaolani to momentarily freeze, as if the very air had thickened around them. Stars twinkled in the night sky, the river shimmered with reflected light, and the boat swayed gently, a sense of ambiguity blossoming within the small vessel. Xiaolani averted his gaze, trying to escape the intensity of Qin Xinghong's stare. Noticing the faint blush on Xiaolani's ears, Qin Xinghong's heart surged with newfound courage as he softly confessed, "I indeed have someone I admire." Before he could finish, a splash of water interrupted him. In the distance, 3 small boats sped across the river like motorboats, creating 3 white wakes in the calm summer waters. A Flower Thief, leading the charge, shouted, "Onward, brothers, soon we shall behold the true beauty of Xie." They had been watching the pair's boat from the shore when Braised Snail Noodles, with his exceptional vision, reported their findings of the beauty and Qin are seated opposite each other. The beauty has splashed some water, removed her veil, and exchanged a few words with Qin, who seemed shy. They are gazing at each other, momentarily silent. Flower Thief's eyes widened as he shook Braised Snail Noodle's shoulder. "What did you just say?" "The beauty, she has removed her veil." His voice, filled with excitement, cracked as he exclaimed, "Qin is hoarding her all to himself, we must rush over." The other players quickly reacted, racing to the riverbank, tossing a silver ingot to the boatman, and commandeering a vessel to speed towards the heart of the river. As they paddled furiously, Flower Thief vented, "Look at Qin's reaction, he must have seen the beauty's face long ago, no wonder he is reluctant to join us." Beginner God interjected, "Surely not, I've shared a long-standing friendship with Qin. Why would he keep this from us?" Braised Snail Noodles added, "Indeed, Qin is a game streamer, if he revealed the Master S appearance, it would undoubtedly become a sensation. However, he hasn't streamed lately." Regardless, the urgency to see for themselves propelled them onward. Flower Thief rallied, "To the beauty, here I come, brothers, charge." Xiaolani, observing the chaos unfolding, donned his veil once more and discreetly issued a quest to Qin Xinghong, system quest notification, fortuitous encounter, hero saves beauty quest description. The world's most beautiful Xiaolani is beset by a horde of suitors, teach them a lesson and drive them away, quest rewards, 10,000 experience points, 5 favorability with Xiaolani, reward from Xiaolani. Qin Xinghong sighed, his heartfelt confession interrupted, the players were indeed a disruptive force, appearing at the most opportune moment. Even if the system hadn't issued a quest, he would not allow these players to offend Xiaolani. Qin Xinghong had reached level 40, his swordsmanship refined to a high level, and his divine skill also cultivated to level 40. In terms of combat prowess, he was among the elite players. With a swift motion, he drew his standard sword as a disciple of Wudong, executing a white rainbow piercing the sunstrike that sent a torrent of water crashing down upon the players' boats. Caught off guard, the players tumbled overboard like dumplings into the water. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of river water, Flower Thief managed to flip onto the upturned hull of his boat. Pointing his sword at Qin Xinghong, he declared with righteous indignation, "Qin, I never imagined you, with your thick brows and wide eyes, would betray the revolution. Brothers, charge, it's time to clean house." Qin Xinghong was left bewildered, wondering what on earth was happening. The other players scrambled to their feet, using their agility to attack him. Though the players' levels were lower than Qin Xinghong's, they were all above level 30, making it somewhat challenging for him to handle the onslaught. Beginner God shouted amidst the fray, "Qin, we trusted you, yet you chose to hoard the treasure for yourself. Did we not agree to share both fortune and misfortune?" Qin Xinghong retorted, "When did he ever say that? How would he know?" Chapter 30 of The Flower Thief. The weapon employed by the Flower Thief in the fiery stir-fried snail noodles was a pink satin, and rather than engaging in combat, it resembled a graceful dance. "Qin Huang, have you taken on a special mission that you're not sharing with us? Let us undertake a task together." Qin Xinghong paused momentarily, then candidly replied, "There is no mission. I simply did not wish for you to witness it." "Damn it," the Flower Thief exclaimed in unexpected fury. "We are all players, yet I never imagined that Brother Qin could be so unfeeling. If that is the case, do not blame us for abandoning our principles. You lot, hold him off, we shall go and lift the veil from Lady Xia." The Flower Thief, accompanied by 2 players, charged towards Xiaolani, cackling with sinister glee, "Lady Xia, surrender to me and my band of brothers." He appeared every bit the quintessential villain. Xiaolani was left speechless, although the panel of his character, the Lord of the Jade Tower, only boasted a level of 52. These players were utterly dismissive of him. Observing Xiaolani in peril, Qin Xinghong fought through the throng, sustaining injuries to protect him. As Xiaolani beheld Qin Xinghong's bleeding shoulder, he understood that the player's wounds were merely superficial. With pain perception disabled, not even a twinge of discomfort would be felt. Nevertheless, he was incensed. How audacious these players were to dare harm him. At that moment, Qin Xinghong seemed to have been drawn into the performance, his sword slicing through the air as droplets of blood fell into the river. "As long as I, Qin Xinghong, am here, you shall not lay a finger on the Lord." He exuded an aura of a single man standing against a million. The Flower Thief and his accomplices were momentarily quelled. Indeed, Qin Xinghong was a seasoned player, his acting so convincing it felt utterly real. However, he too was a dramatist, quickly slipping into the role of the antagonist, cackling, "Then we shall see if you possess the capability." As the players prepared for battle once more, Xiaolani, wishing to spare Qin Xinghong further injury, coldly declared, "A bunch of ruffians." With that, a delicate hand, as white as jade, struck out, instantly shattering the floating wooden planks into splinters. The players once again found themselves submerged, but this time, nothing remained for them to rise from. Having concluded the altercation, Xiaolani returned to the boat and addressed Qin Xinghong, "Let us return." Qin Xinghong was taken aback. Had Xiaolani resolved the situation himself before he could even fully engage? Was this still his heroic rescue? Though puzzled, he obediently sat down to ROW.as. The two drifted away, the players submerged in the water were left in a state of bewilderment. Was Lady Xia truly this formidable? This does not seem to be the level of a mere 52, could it be that Lady Xia is a hidden master? Envy coursed through them, they too wished to row alongside Lady Xia. The video of the failed ambush swiftly disseminated across the forums, featuring Xiaolani's indistinct visage and Qin Xinghong's betrayal, suggesting that Xiaolani was indeed a hidden master. The explosive revelations ignited fervent discussions, with players speculating about the enigmatic powers of the NPC, and whether Lady Xia was more than just a pretty face. Amidst the fervor, Xiaolani and Qin Xinghong remained composed as they returned to the inn. Xiaolani presented Qin Xinghong with a vial of medicine, instructing him, "Tend to your wounds." Receiving the exquisite porcelain vial, Qin Xinghong discerned it was no ordinary concoction. Item description: Premium hemostatic ointment. Item level 25. Description: a holy remedy for external injuries produced by the medicine King's Valley. It staunches bleeding, promotes healing, and leaves no scarring effect. Eliminates external bleeding debuff and restores 15,000 health points. Applying this to his minor sword wound seemed extravagant. Was this, perhaps, Xia Lanyi's reward? The following day, upon descending the stairs, Xia Lanyi was met with a cacophony of player chatter. Why is there a golden peony stuck in this carriage? It must weigh at least 2 taels. Which wealthy individual discarded it? Discarded? Haven't you heard of the flower bee, the notorious flower thief active in the vicinity of Luzhou? The segment featuring the sword forging manor must pertain to capturing the flower bee, right? I can't believe an NPC is encroaching on my territory. It is said that the flower bee spares no distinction between genders. Any beautiful soul he fancies will receive a golden flower. What a wealthy NPC. Such a large peony, just given away. Don't be naive, the flowers from the flower bee aren't merely given. He ranks beauties by flower type. There are plum blossoms, begonia, hibiscus, peony, and golden peony. No one has seen him bestow a peony upon any beauty thus far. Clearly, the flower bee has discerning taste. Only a peony is worthy of our Lady Xia. Does this mean the golden peony on Lady Xia's carriage signifies his interest in her? The flower bee dares to covet Lady Xia? Such a grudge cannot go unpunished. If he dares approach, he shall not return. Bro, are you too deep in character? Besides, Lady Xia belongs to us all. How can she be yours alone? As tensions among the players escalated, Xia Lanyi descended gracefully, silencing the previously boisterous crowd. The memory of Xia Lanyi shattering the wooden planks lingered, and the players, despite their bravado, dared not provoke him. Where is the golden peony? A novice deity approached, holding the golden peony with unrestrained eagerness, ingratiatingly stating, Lord, please take a look. Xia Lanyi glanced at him, accepting the golden peony with a faint remark, upon our return, I shall have Qinghen provide you with additional training. The novice deity's expression instantly soured, yet Xia Lanyi did not dwell on his previous disloyalty. He felt content. Other players chimed in, Lord, the flower bee harbors ill intentions towards you. Fear not, with us around, we will ensure your honor remains untarnished. Assign us any tasks you wish. A player named the flower thief stepped forward, confidently asserting, I am most familiar with the tactics of flower thieves. Entrust me with the task, and I shall protect you, ensuring that scoundrel does not succeed. The players collectively murmured, you are perhaps the least reassuring among us. Have you even looked at your ID? Xia Lanyi considered assigning a task to these players to keep them occupied, sparing him from their incessant hovering and scheming. System prompt: a fortuitous quest. Capture the flower bee. Quest description: of the flower bee, a notorious flower thief, has set his sights on Lady Xia. Assist her in capturing him. Quest rewards: experience reward pool of 200,000, distributed according to contribution. An unparalleled treasure chest. Upon seeing the quest rewards, the players erupted in excitement. The promise of an unparalleled treasure chest was enough to make their hearts race. They had long coveted Qin Xinghong's jade pendant and the flowing gown of fiery stir-fried snail noodles. Even if it was a feminine outfit, they would wear it with pride. Chapter 31. The Flower Thief 2. The players exhibited remarkable determination and promptly united, with the flower thief and the rookie deity leading separate teams. One was tasked with safeguarding Xia Lanyi while waiting for an opportunity, and the other set out to investigate the whereabouts of the flower bee, striving to extinguish the danger before it could arise. Xia Lanyi, having gained a brief moment of tranquility, summoned Duan Hongxiu, instructing her to proceed to Wudong sect first, with the intention of attending to the matter of the flower bee thereafter. After conveying her instructions, Xia Lanyi retreated to her chamber, while the rookie deity swiftly arranged for the inn to be surrounded, taking precautions against the flower bee potentially infiltrating in disguise, even establishing a secret code for identification. When Qin Xinghong logged in, he was momentarily taken aback by the player's vigilant demeanor. After perusing the game forum, he quickly grasped the situation. Upon finishing, Qin Xinghong furrowed his brow. Xia Lanyi had attracted such a throng of admirers without even making an appearance. What chaos might ensue once she revealed herself? It was evident that he needed to bolster his strength swiftly in order to protect her. As Qin Xinghong approached Xia Lanyi's room, the flower thief stood guard at the entrance. Noticing his approach, he immediately became wary, commanding, Halt first, prove your identity. A cloud in the northwest. Xiantian, respond. Qin Xinghong replied, a crow amongst the phoenixes. Odd changes remain unchanged. Symbols observe quadrants. Imperial jade liquor, 180 a cup. The flower thief intended to inquire further, but Qin Xinghong raised his hand to halt him, stating, enough. With this routine, even a spy could be uncovered. Reluctantly, the flower thief allowed him entry. Just as Qin Xinghong was about to step inside, he couldn't resist asking, how is it that you share such a close relationship with the enchanting Xie? Qin Xinghong paused, recalling Xia Lanyi's earlier remark while boating, perhaps it is because of my handsome appearance. The flower thief responded, quite convincing, unable to refute him. In this wretched society, even game NPCs are judged by their looks. He mourned silently inside. Xia Lanyi was perusing a note. A beautiful white falcon perched upon her shoulder. This was the method by which the listening wind tower conveyed messages, leading Qin Xinghong to believe she had purchased information from there. Upon his arrival, Xia Lanyi handed him the note, indicating that the flower bee was rather intriguing. As Qin Xinghong examined it, he discovered it contained information regarding the flower bee. A fortnight prior, the flower bee had gifted a golden peony to Yi Pingting, the daughter of the sword-forging manor's lord. Infuriated, Yi Pingting mobilized all the forces of the sword-forging manor to hunt down the flower bee, who was subsequently forced to flee, escaping from Luzhou to Jingzhou. In truth, the flower bee was not inherently villainous. Although he bestowed flowers upon beauties, he never imposed his affections, adhering instead to a mutual consent. Moreover, his handsome visage and charming demeanor led many women in the Jianghu to take pride in receiving flowers from him, viewing it as an affirmation of their beauty. After reviewing the note, Qin Xinghong frowned and commented, a debauched libertine. Xia Lanyi smiled, stating, as it happens, I have a matter to discuss with the sword-forging manor. Capturing this flower bee would serve as a suitable introductory gift for Miss Yi. Throughout the day, both teams of players failed to catch even a glimpse of the flower bee. As one group logged off, another group of night owls logged in. The flower thief and the rookie deity remained steadfast at their posts, seated across from each other with grave expressions. After a prolonged period, their endurance began to wane. Do you think our defenses are too stringent? Perhaps the flower bee, seeing no hope, has chosen to give up? That is a possibility. Should we relax our defenses a bit? Perhaps we could lure him in? Very well, let's proceed with that plan. I shall confer with Miss Xia. After discussing with Xia Lanyi, the rookie deity left only 2 players stationed at the door, deliberately assigning numerous players to patrol other areas of the inn to prevent the flower bee from growing suspicious. With the flower bee's agility, evading these players would surely be a trivial task that night. While ordinary folk had long since disrobed and succumbed to slumber, a shadow flitted across the rooftop, covering a distance of 3 zhang with a mere touch of its toes. Though the flower bee's martial prowess was not particularly high, merely at level 83 and newly initiated as a master, he had mastered a legendary lightness skill known as the falling petals and floating duckweed step. It was precisely this exceptional agility that had allowed him to roam freely for years without capture. A shadow silently descended upon the inn's rooftop, unnoticed by the patrolling players below. This was one of the techniques from the falling petals and floating duckweed step, aptly named Silent Fall. The flower bee cautiously lifted a tile from the roof and peered inside, where a dimly lit oil lamp flickered, suggesting the occupant had already succumbed to sleep. With a flick of his fingers, a pea-sized pale yellow pill was sent into the lamp, causing the flame to quiver momentarily before returning to its steady glow. The flower bee patiently awaited the pill's effects to manifest. As the lamp oil burned, the small pill evaporated, filling the air with a faint floral fragrance. This scent, known as 100 Flowers Essence, rendered those who inhaled it weak and unable to muster strength, yet their consciousness remained intact. The flower bee employed this to prevent any beauty from crying out upon seeing him, thus alerting others. After a quarter of an hour, as the fragrance dissipated, the flower bee gracefully descended from the eaves, deftly using a slender twig to disengage the window latch, pushing the window open and leaping inside. His movements were fluid and practiced, indicative of countless prior attempts. With an air of confidence, the flower bee approached the bed curtain, his tone playful. I must see if the world's most beautiful woman truly lives up to her renown. Before his hand could touch the curtain, a strong hand with pronounced knuckles seized his wrist. The flower bee raised an eyebrow, noting that the beauty's hand was somewhat large and rough, teasingly saying, does the beauty know I am coming, thus so eagerly awaiting my arrival? A low, anger-laden voice emerged from within the curtain. Indeed, it is quite the impatience. Chapter 32. The flower thief. Before the words had left his lips, a piercing white beam of swordlight sliced through the bed curtains, prompting the flower thief to break free from his bindings and retreat a few steps to evade Qin Xinghong's long sword. With a composed expression, Qin Xinghong descended from the bed, and his shadow could be faintly discerned within the curtains. The flower thief raised an eyebrow, inwardly lamenting the unfortunate circumstance. He never pursued those already claimed by another. It turned out the world's most beautiful woman was already taken, a reminder that his advance had been presumptuous. He decided it was best to take his leave. Xia Lanyi emerged wearing a mask, speaking coolly. You were the one who offended me first. Do you now think you can come and go as you please? The flower thief chuckled confidently. It is not that I look down upon you. Even if every person in this inn were to join forces, they could not detain me. Qin Xinghong raised his sword to attack, declaring that it was not so certain. Having received the rewards from yesterday's unique quest, Qin Xinghong had reached level 41, advancing from a third-rate to a second-rate fighter, his combat prowess incomparable to before. The sounds of their struggle caught the attention of players outside, and those lying in wait in neighboring rooms received the signal, rushing into Xia Lanyi's quarters to besiege the flower thief. Even with his remarkable agility, the flower thief found it challenging to maneuver amidst the throng. Brothers, block him, do not let this flower thief escape, he shouted as he fought. The flower thief found their attempts laughable. A mere band of third-rate amateurs believed they could impede a master. He exhaled a surge of inner energy, sending a shockwave that knocked several players sprawling. With a nimble leap, he perched on the windowsill and turned to Xia Lanyi, smiling, my beauty, until we meet again. With that, he sprang away, leaping across the rooftops into the distance. The flower thief, rising to assess the situation, noted that the mission had not yet failed and rallied his comrades. Brothers, charge, we still have a chance. Team 2 is lying in wait outside the city, and we can encircle the flower thief. A throng of players surged from the inn, pursuing the flower thief towards the outskirts of the city. The once bustling inn fell silent in an instant. Xia Lanyi's room left in disarray from the earlier skirmish. Qin Xinghong inquired, will you rest in my room, innkeeper? Upon speaking, he felt a twinge of awkwardness, fearing it might be misconstrued, and began to clarify. Xia Lanyi replied simply, very well. Qin Xinghong was momentarily taken aback, a subtle joy blossoming within him as he led Xia Lanyi to his chamber. The inn's rooms were uniformly arranged, and Xia Lanyi effortlessly made her way to the bedside, removing her mask and preparing for rest. Noticing Qin Xinghong standing stiffly at the door like a statue, she queried in mild confusion, what are you doing standing there, aren't you resting? Qin Xinghong's ears flushed crimson as he cleared his throat, replying, I'll just sit and rest. You may proceed as you wish. Xia Lanyi raised an eyebrow, teasing, surely you aren't embarrassed, we just shared a bed moments ago. Qin Xinghong felt his embarrassment deepen. The gaming pod had nearly triggered an alert, and had the flower thief not arrived in time, he might have been forcibly disconnected again. Given the urgency of the moment, he reasoned that the flower thief would not return, urging her to rest. Xiaolani had initially intended to tease him, but upon seeing his discomfort, she chose not to press further, shedding her outer garments and lying down. Qin Xinghong, catching a glimpse of her actions out of the corner of his eye, was reminded of their first encounter, hastily straightening his posture and averting his gaze. He had never been this way before. Why was his mind now clouded with such thoughts? The room soon descended into silence. Qin Xinghong extinguished the lights, plunging the space into darkness. Xiaolani did not truly fall asleep but rather rested with her eyes closed, awaiting the arrival of an uninvited guest. As expected, after roughly the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a familiar figure leaped through the window, and the earlier sequence of events unfolded once more. Tonight, the moon was dim, casting only vague shadows of the room's furnishings. Upon entering, the flower thief spotted Qin Xinghong seated at the table, momentarily taken aback before jesting, "My beauty, did you know I would return and wait for me?" Qin Xinghong, recalling having seen players cornering the flower thief at the city gates only moments ago, questioned the identity of the figure before him. Seeing Xiaolani remain silent, the flower thief assumed she was in shock and approached her, saying, "Do not fear, my lady, I have long admired you, wishing only to befriend you without malice." Qin Xinghong's forehead throbbed as he swiftly punched the flower thief. Caught off guard, the flower thief staggered back, clutching his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "You are not Xiaolani, who are you?" A soft chuckle emanated from within the bed curtains as Xiaolani gracefully descended, revealing that the flower thief's reputed agility, capable of traversing miles in an instant, concealed deeper truths. Lighting an oil lamp, she scrutinized the flower thief, noting his identical appearance to the one she had just encountered, as if he were a mere copy when indeed, they were twins. It is said that beauty is best observed in the light, and Xiaolani, already breathtaking, appeared even more ethereal in the glow, capable of captivating any onlooker. Despite the flower thief's extensive experience with beauty, he found himself speechless, even neglecting his injured eyes, his mind blank, reduced to uttering nonsensical sounds. Seeing his infatuation, Qin Xinghong furrowed his brow and positioned himself in front of Xiaolani, shielding her from the flower thief's gaze. Momentarily disoriented, the flower thief craned his neck to peer behind Qin Xinghong, whose every move seemed to obstruct his sight, resulting in a dizzying dance around Xiaolani. Feeling dizzy from the motion, Xiaolani grasped Qin Xinghong's arm, addressing the flower thief, "You are quite audacious, flower thief. My Xiangyu Tower holds a respectable name in the martial world, and yet you dare to provoke me. To die beneath the peony, even as a ghost, is to remain charming," the flower thief retorted, revealing a self-satisfied smile despite sporting a black eye, recalling their recent encounter with Yi Pingting of the sword-casting villa. "Truly, the world's most beautiful woman lives up to her reputation. Having thought myself well-versed in beauty, I now realize my ignorance upon meeting you. Should I have the privilege of knowing you intimately, I would gladly embrace death." With a clang, Qin Xinghong unsheathed his sword, his voice icy. "Lustful fool, if you seek death, I shall gladly oblige." The flower thief drew a folding fan from his waist to parry, laughing. "Who in this world is not driven by desire? Men are lustful, and so too are women. I, the flower thief, merely act in accordance with my nature, far more genuine than those hypocrites." He cast a derisive glance at Qin Xinghong, implying something deeper. Qin Xinghong felt insulted by his insinuation, his expression darkening. Such a dandy could never understand the sentiments of a devoted warrior. He lunged at the flower thief, dismissing his twisted logic. Despite being a second-rate expert, the disparity in their skills remained vast, with the flower thief effortlessly toying with Qin Xinghong. Chuckling, he remarked, "Brother, your presence near the beauty mirrors my own intentions." "Nonsense," Qin Xinghong retorted, his sword slicing through the night air, his ears burning with embarrassment at the thought of how Xiaolani might interpret the flower thief's words. His intentions towards her were sincere, aiming for a genuine relationship. Unlike the fickle playboy before him, the flower thief deftly evaded the strike, gracefully landing beside Xiaolani. "The night is fleeting, dear beauty. Why not join me and avoid the prying eyes of others?" Xiaolani shot him a disdainful glance. The flower thief truly had a knack for self-indulgent chatter, and she had no desire to spend a night with such a rogue. "Keep your distance." A flash of white sword light cut through the air, separating him from Xiaolani. Chapter 33 of The Flower Thief. The flower thief was taken aback. Although this Wudong disciple possessed modest martial skills, his swordsmanship was exquisite, revealing a remarkable talent for the way of the sword. Given time, he would undoubtedly make a name for himself in the martial world. However, he feigned nonchalance, maintaining a frivolous demeanor. "My dear beauty, this Wudong disciple barely qualifies as a second-rate fighter. You would be better off with someone of my caliber, a youthful prodigy who has already attained mastery." Such audacity and self-praise was truly remarkable. Xiaolani smiled lightly, though her tone was far from amiable. "What do you think you are?" With a delicate, alabaster hand, she gently struck out, channeling a formidable inner strength. The flower thief's face paled in terror. He perceived each of Xiaolani's movements with clarity, yet there was no escape. He bore the brunt of her palm, his body soaring through the air like a kite with its string severed, only halting after crashing through two walls. Clutching his chest, he spat blood repeatedly. Was Xiaolani merely a second-rate expert? To inflict such grievous injury with a single blow, one would need to be a grandmaster. The flower thief's complexion resembled pale parchment as he stared wide-eyed at Xiaolani, exclaiming in shock, "You are a grandmaster." At that moment, Xiaolani was utilizing the strength of Li Qianfeng, a master of the 122nd level of the carefree realm, though the flower thief failed to discern this. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, speaking with an air of indifference. Indeed, confusion clouded the flower thief's mind as he pondered why she would conceal her prowess while surrounded by a cadre of individuals who barely qualified as third-rate. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. Having survived in the martial world for so long, he had relied not only on his unparalleled lightness of foot but also on his ability to yield and endure. Thus, he knelt and pleaded for mercy. I, lacking in discernment, have offended Master Xia. I beseech you, forgive my transgressions and spare my wretched life. Xia Lanyi chuckled softly, her voice melodious, and the flower thief, now devoid of any frivolous fantasies, feared that the next moment might see him dispatched with a single strike. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. I will take you to the martial arts conference and present you to Yi Pingting. The flower thief trembled all over at the thought of being delivered to that fierce woman. He would rather be struck dead by Xia Lanyi's palm, for that would be a swifter and cleaner end. No, please, master, he exclaimed, spitting blood in his agitation. That woman is a veritable tigress, merciless and ruthless. She will surely torment me to death. Xia Lanyi tossed the handkerchief at his face, laughing lightly. Did you not say that dying beneath the peony is a way to be a romantic ghost? It seems your wish will be fulfilled. Qin Xinghong stepped forward to bind the flower thief and discarded him in a ravaged room. Given his severe internal injuries, even a level 30 player could easily handle him, rendering escape impossible for the time being. The two then sought out a well-preserved chamber, where Xia Lanyi reclined on a small couch, observing Qin Xinghong. Ever since she had intervened, he had remained silent, diligently attending to his tasks, his brow slightly furrowed, betraying his discontent. Why do you appear so glum? Did I frighten you? Not frightened, merely surprised, Qin Xinghong replied that he had suspected that Xia Lanyi's martial prowess was not as simplistic as she portrayed, yet he had not anticipated she would be a grandmaster. Previously, he had been determined to elevate his level to safeguard her, only to realize that she did not require his protection. He had been overly sentimental. Noticing his silence, Xia Lanyi playfully prodded him with her delicate finger. Are you feeling inadequate upon witnessing my extraordinary skills? Qin Xinghong let out a subdued murmur of acknowledgement. Xia Lanyi, as if struck by a sudden fit of laughter, nearly tumbled from the couch in her mirth. Qin Xinghong quickly caught her, ensuring she remained steady. After merely a month of training, you have already entered the ranks of second-rate fighters. It would not be an exaggeration to call you a prodigy. Do not belittle yourself. Qin Xinghong shook his head. It is not a matter of self-deprecation, rather, I am acutely aware of my weaknesses and my inability to protect you. Xia Lanyi paused, taken aback by his declaration of wanting to protect an NPC in the absence of any game-related quests. Her laughter had just subsided, and the corners of her eyes glistened with unshed tears, reminiscent of a Duladen hibiscus. Strikingly beautiful, paired with his current Navi expression, he exuded an additional charm and fragility. Overcome by emotion, Qin Xinghong felt an irresistible urge to confess his feelings when suddenly, a raucous commotion erupted outside the window, as several boisterous players excitedly shouted, Master, we have captured the flower thief. A legendary treasure chest awaits, I am coming. Qin Xinghong's expression darkened. These players had a knack for creating trouble. However, this disruption helped him regain his composure. This was not the moment for confessions. The players ascended the stairs, carrying the bound flower thief, and upon witnessing the devastation above, they gasped in astonishment. How could the inn resemble a war-torn battlefield after just a brief absence? Wait, there's someone who looks just like the flower thief. Could it be a fake? What if the one we captured is an imposter? Will we still receive the reward? Where is the beautiful master? Is Miss Xia unharmed? Let me have a look. As soon as Xia Lanyi heard the commotion, she donned her veil and stepped into the corridor to greet the players. Both flower thieves had been dragged before them, one with a blackened left eye and the other with a blackened right eye. The two hapless brothers exchanged glances, simultaneously exclaiming, Why are you here as well? Initially, they had hoped for one another's rescue. The players chattered incessantly, fearful they had captured a counterfeit and would miss out on their rewards. Xia Lanyi, her head throbbing from the noise, waved her hand to quiet them, explaining, the flower thief is, in fact, a pair of twins. Both are genuine. Observing the disheveled and barely alive flower thief brought before them, Xia Lanyi felt a twinge of curiosity about how this ragtag group of level 30 players managed to subdue a master-level opponent. Thus, she inquired, how did you manage to capture him? At the mention of this, the players perked up, excitedly recounting their tale. An hour ago, the flower thief departed from the inn, and a throng of players followed him closely. The flower thief cast a disdainful glance over his shoulder at the pursuing crowd, scoffing, You think your meager skills can keep up with me? With a leisurely pace, he maintained a distance, unaware that the flower thief was communicating within his Team S channel with the novice master. Brother Novice, the flower thief is heading towards the southern city gate. Are you prepared? Rest assured, brother flower thief, we have been lying in wait for some time. How dare he covet our beautiful master Xia? He shall not escape our grasp. The novice master and his companions had conducted thorough investigations throughout the day, compiling the flower thief's past escapades to ascertain his most likely escape route. They had preemptively stationed a group of players outside the city to ambush him. Now deep into the night, the city gates had long been closed, yet this posed no challenge for the flower thief. With a few light touches of his toes against the vertical city wall, he ascended effortlessly. The players behind him watched in awe, their eyes gleaming. This was indeed legendary lightness of foot. Wow, that's incredible. Coach, I want to learn that. Once we capture the flower thief, will we be able to pilfer his lightness of foot manual? Once we have him, we shall find out. Come on, brothers, let us not let him escape. Chapter 34. The flower-picking bandit 5. The players' agility levels were not yet sufficient to scale the 3 Shanghai city walls, but they had made preparations in advance, pulling out their grappling hooks and climbing ladders, scrambling to ascend. Standing atop the wall, the flower-picking bee looked down at them, perplexed. What was the meaning of this? A mere gathering of second-rate individuals dared to attempt capturing him, a master of his craft. How utterly foolish they were. Did they not fear for their lives? Hearing the faint echoes of words like capture, strip, and exhaust, a shiver ran down his spine, and a look of revulsion crossed his face. How could these individuals act even more like thieves than he? Having accomplished his objective, the flower-picking bee had no desire to engage further with this motley crew. He stood at the edge of the wall and disdainfully addressed the players below. Take your time climbing. I shall take my leave first. With that, he leapt backward, skillfully utilizing the air to perform a graceful somersault, landing lightly outside the wall. His agility was at an extraordinary level, and his movements flowed seamlessly, a sight to behold. However, less than a second after landing, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, revealing a pit over 2 meters deep. The flower-picking bee was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, executing a deft maneuver to leap out of the trap. Just as he landed, he sensed something amiss beneath him. Indeed, the ground continued to collapse, revealing yet another pitfall. Of the rookie deity, wielding his sword like a cleaver, charged out from the nearby woods, barking orders. Group A, surround him. Group B, cast the nets to restrict the flower-picking bee's movements. Do not let him escape using his agility. From the dense forest emerged a large throng, approximately 40 to 50 individuals, who swiftly encircled the flower-picking bee, not engaging in combat but rather forming a defensive perimeter. A further 20 or so players perched in the trees, casting nets made from special materials, purchased at great expense from the blacksmith, specifically designed for capturing the flower-picking bee. The flower-picking bee felt a profound sense of humiliation. How could he, a dignified master, be besieged by a mere rabble? The very fact that they had managed to surround him was simply unacceptable. Dodging these iron nets was child's play for him, but the succession of pits left him with nowhere to stand. As he sprang from yet another pit, a net descended upon him. Seeing the flower-picking bee ensnared, the rookie deity's eyes lit up. Group C, unleash the arrows. 30 or so players swiftly knocked their arrows, releasing a rain of projectiles toward the flower-picking bee. Most of these players were students from the Seducing Academy, having joined the flower-picking bandits Lift Your Veil organization. After a month of training at the academy, their archery skills had reached a commendable level, proving quite formidable. The flower-picking bee, hindered by the iron net, found himself taken by surprise as several arrows struck him, causing his health to dwindle. The rookie deity, witnessing the boss's health bar decrease, exclaimed in excitement, Group C, continue firing. Everyone, charge with me, the unparalleled treasure chest awaits. A horde of players surged toward the flower-picking bee like a band of mountain bandits, just as the players he had led also successfully vaulted over the wall, converging to encircle him. Veins throbbed at the flower-picking bee's temples. He was genuinely enraged now that a mere pack of rabble had caused him injury. He drew a folding fan from his waist, crafted from mysterious iron, which could serve to impress or woo in times of leisure, but now became a weapon for combat. With a flash of silver, the iron net was cleaved in two, and the force of his master-level internal energy sent the players at the forefront sprawling. The rookie deity gasped, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. This boss is no joke. He's taken half my health in one blow. Brothers, don't falter, keep an eye on your health bars. If it drops below half, head to the healer for a boost. We'll take turns to wear him down. The flower-picking bee scoffed coldly, you think you can defeat me? The mysterious iron fan spun through the air, causing several encircling players to fall grievously injured. He seldom took lives, and this time, he only aimed to teach the players a lesson, urging them to retreat. The rookie deity was among those now downed. After taking 2 heavy hits, his health bar had reached 0, leaving him in a state of near death, unable to rise. Flower-picking brother, hold the line with the others. I'll sacrifice myself for now, but I will return shortly. With that, he plunged his sword into his own neck, recognizing that healing potions earned through hard work were not worth the effort compared to simply respawning, which cost merely 10 points of attack and defense, insignificant compared to the quest rewards. The flower-picking bee watched in shock as the rookie deity's body fell lifelessly. Is this truly necessary? I have no intention of killing anyone. He thought the flower-picking bee was merely a man of carnal desires. Otherwise, he considered himself a good person, one who would lend a hand to an elderly woman crossing the street. He had no penchant for slaughter. Other wounded players followed suit, either taking their own lives. The flower-picking bee was bewildered, but he was profoundly shaken. What horrified him further was the sight of the remaining players, watching their comrades perish without a hint of restraint, becoming even more aggressive in their attempts to besiege him. The flower-picking bandit lunged at the flower-picking bee with his sword, urging everyone to hold steady until the rookie deity's group returned, saving their ultimate abilities for a collective onslaught. The flower-picking bee felt a chill run down his spine. These people appeared devoid of humanity. Even as their comrades fell, they fought with laughter and camaraderie, seemingly oblivious to their own injuries. Swallowing hard, the flower-picking bee resolved to withdraw swiftly from the battlefield, unwilling to entangle himself with these peculiar individuals. Just as he was about to flee, his peripheral vision caught sight of a woman in pink dancing in a corner. She had been dancing since the onset of the chaos, and the injured players, rather than fleeing, had gathered to watch her performance. The flower-picking bee unleashed a powerful move, creating space around him, and leapt onto the shoulders of the players, bounding several times until he reached the pink-clad dancer. Red Braised Snail Noodles was taken aback, wondering how the boss had come to her corner and how he had drawn aggro. The flower-picking bee approached and seized her by the neck, looking into the startled eyes of the beautiful woman. His occupational instincts kicked in, and he spoke softly, my dear, please do not resist, I mean you no harm. Upon witnessing the healer being captured, the other players rushed to her aid, realizing the boss was indeed clever enough to target the healer. Release our healer. If you have the courage, come at me. Chapter 35 of The Flower Thief 6. The Flower Thief was utterly bewildered. Did nurse refer to a wet nurse? Judging by the young beauty's apparent age, how could she possibly serve as a wet nurse for so many? Moreover, as he glanced down, her figure was so flat that it hardly suggested she was capable of nursing. The Flower Thief tightened his grip around the arm of the braised snail powder, stating, I have no intention of engaging in conflict with you. As long as you cease your entanglement, I shall naturally release her once I depart. The players, however, were not inclined to heed his words. Without an ounce of hesitation, they charged forward with weapons drawn, seemingly intent on eliminating both individuals. A sharp beam of sword light sliced through the air. The Flower Thief, with the braised snail powder in tow, deftly sidestepped the attack. What was going on? Just moments ago, they had urged him to release her, and in the blink of an eye, they sought to strike them both down, showing no regard for the life of the lady in pink. Watching the silent, fragile woman in his embrace, the Flower Thief felt a surge of compassion and softly reassured her, Do not worry, I shall not allow them to harm you. The braised snail powder looked up at him, utterly perplexed. Were they not teammates? Surely, no harm could befall him. When had a boss ever protected a player? The Flower Thief leaped onto a tall tree, cradling the braised snail powder, and with a flick of his wrist, dozens of pale yellow pills shot forth, enveloping. Goodness, this boss was violating the rules of engagement by launching a surprise attack with poison. What was to be done now? My entire body is paralyzed. It will take an hour for the effects to dissipate. This quest is doomed to fail. I spent 2 taels of silver on barbed wire. What a significant loss. As the players began to collapse in droves, the Flower Thief felt a pang of pain in his heart. The process of crafting the 100 flower nectar was no easy feat. It was the culmination of a year's worth of efforts, yet, not all was lost. He tightened his embrace around the delicate waist of the beauty and tenderly inquired, My lady, you have yet to reveal your name. The braised snail powder thought to herself that this NPC seemed to be taking advantage of her. With a hand subtly slipping into her waistband, she feigned shyness and replied in a high-pitched voice, My humble name is braised snail powder. What an absurd name. The Flower Thief was momentarily taken aback, but having seen a myriad of wonders, he quickly replied, What an extraordinary name, so unique and refreshingly unconventional. He produced a golden flower from somewhere and tucked it into the braised snail powder's hair, stating, A flower for a beauty. This plum blossom complements you perfectly. The braised snail powder twitched her lips. Being mistaken for a woman was one thing, she had grown accustomed to it, but the flower gift was going too far, especially a mere plum blossom of the lowest grade. There is a limit to what one can endure. Seizing the opportunity while the Flower Thief was distracted, she pulled out a pouch of powder hidden at her waist and flung it toward him. This powder had been given to her by Duan Hongxiu, a disciple of the Qiangyu Pavilion, known for their striking appearance and propensity to attract unwanted attention from ruffians. This powder was essential for all disciples of Qiangyu Pavilion, specifically designed for self-defense against wolves in sheep's clothing. The Flower Thief cried out in pain as he shielded his eyes. The powder was inhaled as he opened his mouth, igniting a fiery agony within. This powder was far from the gentle nature of the 100 flower nectar. Upon contact with mucous membranes, it caused a searing pain and temporarily rendered one powerless and unsteady. The Flower Thief tumbled from the tree, and the novice god and the players rushed forth, binding him tightly like a zongzi. The braised snail powder jumped down, hands on her hips, and kicked the Flower Thief, exclaiming, How dare you take advantage of me? I am an utterly straightforward man. I want none of your advances. The novice god and the other players chimed in, while the Flower Thief, clutching his eyes and ignoring the pain, stammered in disbelief, You are a man? The braised snail powder glared defiantly, What? Does it not seem so? The Flower Thief was at a loss for words. She appeared to be a flat-chested beauty. Why then was she wearing a skirt? And what of it? Is there a law that forbids men from wearing skirts? I have something larger than yours to show. The Flower Thief, that should not be the case. As the players exchanged banter, Xiaolani smiled knowingly. These two brothers were in quite the predicament. You have both done remarkably well. As soon as Xiaolani's words faded, the system notification rang out, though only the players could hear it. In this quest, the highest contributors were Qin Xinghong and the braised snail powder, followed by the novice god and the Flower Thief, as 200,000 experience points were swiftly divided among them. However, at that moment, the players were far more concerned with the unparalleled treasure chest. Gazing at the chest emanating a purple glow within their game bags, their eyes shone with avarice. Some could hardly contain their excitement and rushed to open the chest, while others insisted on performing an odd array of blessing rituals first. I wish for a lifetime of balanced meals, hoping for the acquisition of an unparalleled skill. To the heavens I offer my prayers, may a supreme sword swiftly arrive. I am willing to remain single for life in exchange for an unparalleled secret manual. To make matters even more extravagant, some players retrieved 3 incense sticks from their bags and muttered, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Avalokiteshvara, I beseech your blessings. Amen. The braised snail powder and the novice god scampered over to Qin Xinghong, seeking to bask in his good fortune. Once the peculiar blessing rituals concluded, the players eagerly opened the chests. The purple glow dissipated, leaving a somber atmosphere as few players rejoiced. One player unveiled a supreme-grade secret technique, the finger of flower plucking, leaping 3 feet into the air, brimming with pride as he boasted to the others, Brother, what did you receive? I had hoped for a weapon, yet ended up with this unparalleled secret technique. I must admit, I'm a bit disappointed. A player who only obtained a bottle of health potion wore a sullen expression, clenching his fists and striking out in frustration. Curse you, European dog. Let us see you flaunt your fortune now. Other unfortunate players soon joined in, and before long, the fortunate player was sent off to the revival point. The flower thief trembled in fear, utterly confused but profoundly shaken. Was it merely a display of bravado? Did they truly intend to go so far as to take a life over it? Xiaolani, observing the brothers' shattered perceptions, chuckled softly. Which of you is the elder brother and which is the younger? The two brothers, intimidated by the flower thief, with dark circles under his eyes, replied obediently, I am the elder brother, he is the younger. So this is how you operate, one lures the tiger away while the other takes advantage of the opportunity? The elder flower thief swallowed hard. Please, do not frame it that way. What we engage in is consensual, we do not force anyone. Pa, filthy rogue, exclaimed the braised snail powder, hands on her hips. You just touched my waist, did I give you permission? The younger flower thief retorted, had I known you were a man, I would never have touched you. Xiaolani raised an eyebrow, so you only fancy women? The younger flower thief squared his shoulders defiantly, indeed, I only like women. My brother prefers men. Now that their secrets were laid bare, the brothers had no choice but to embrace the truth. The elder flower thief shot a glance at his foolish brother. Did he seek a swift demise? His chest still ached, and he did not wish to endure another blow. These two brothers, one with a penchant for men and the other for women, complemented each other perfectly, facilitating their deceptive tactics. No wonder they were so difficult to capture. Qin Xinghong scoffed, these two have sown discord and caused much harm. I see no reason not to execute them and present their heads to Miss Yi. The brothers stared in shock, unable to fathom that this seemingly righteous figure with thick brows and bright eyes harbored such a ruthless heart. Please, we are willing to be your servants. Spare our lives. Xiaolani understood that Qin Xinghong was merely speaking out of anger. As fellow NPCs, he did not wish to kill indiscriminately. The death of an NPC would result in the loss of data, akin to a soul dissipating in reality. The flower thief brothers were not deserving of death. Rest assured, I shall not take your lives. Miss Yi from the sword casting manor will duly teach you a lesson. The two men turned pale, realizing that falling into the hands of that fierce woman was hardly an improvement over their current predicament. Chapter 36, The Martial Arts Conference. The convoy of Qiangyu Tower continued its journey, as players uploaded videos of their encounters capturing the flower picking bee online. Upon witnessing the extraordinary treasure chest, other players were consumed by envy, their eyes glimmering with jealousy. Although the probability of obtaining genuinely useful rare items was quite low, there were always gamblers willing to take a chance. Consequently, the number of players following the Qiangyu Tower convoy steadily increased, including many who had joined other sections. The NPCs of Qiangyu Tower found this phenomenon perplexing. These individuals sought no reward, each claiming to admire the tower's master and expressing their willingness to serve as loyal protectors. Was their master truly so charismatic? It seemed a touch presumptuous. Due to the incident with the flower-picking bee, Xiaolani's group was delayed for a day, arriving at Wudong Sect just as the martial arts conference commenced. Duan Hongxiu had long awaited them at the sect's gate, accompanied by a handsome young man, though her demeanor suggested a certain indifference towards him. Upon dismounting the carriage, Xiaolani addressed Qin Xinghong, saying, the month-long period has concluded. From this day forth, you are a free individual and need not remain by my side any longer. She considered how Qin Xinghong, being an elite disciple of Wudong, should not be seen serving her, as it would reflect poorly on the sect's reputation. Despite her lack of fondness for Wudong, it was a prestigious sect deserving of certain courtesies. Qin Xinghong was taken aback. The atmosphere in the carriage had been pleasant, so why dismiss him so abruptly? Duan Hongxiu led Xiaolani to the residence of Qiangyu Tower, while Qin Xinghong intended to follow but was intercepted by Luo Qingchen. With a worried expression, Luo Qingchen said, Junior apprentice, you have finally returned. Yesterday, I met with Hongxiu to explain the situation, yet she remains unwilling to acknowledge me. What should I do? System notification. Continuation of the encounter. Quest description. The misunderstanding between Luo Qingchen and Duan Hongxiu has been resolved, yet Duan Hongxiu is determined not to be entangled with Luo Qingchen any further. Assist Luo Qingchen in winning back Duan Hongxiu's affection, ensuring this pair of lovers can ultimately unite. Quest rewards 5,000 experience points, 10 silver coins, 10 points of Luo Qingchen's favorability. Qin Xinghong thought to himself that he was not particularly inclined to undertake a quest at this moment. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Should other players learn of his true feelings, he feared he would be mercilessly scorned. Die in the world of Jianghu. Quests, apart from main storyline and sect-related side quests, were not uniformly issued by the system but triggered by the players themselves. Such a lucrative encounter quest was not easily accessible. The NPCs in the game exhibited intelligence akin to real humans, making them quite challenging to engage with. After some contemplation, Qin Xinghong formed a small party, inviting the novice master and the spicy snail noodles to join him. The spicy snail noodles inquired, "Why has your majesty summoned us?" Qin Xinghong shared the quest details, and both players promptly knelt in awe, exclaiming, "Majesty, from this moment forth, you are our father." Encounter quests were far rarer than ordinary daily tasks, typically undertaken by the individuals who acquired them, unless the difficulty warranted sharing. As a seasoned player, Qin Xinghong was certainly not burdened by such trivialities. It was evident that this was a generous opportunity from a prominent figure. Qin Xinghong chuckled, "I have other matters to attend to and cannot devote time to this quest, so I must rely on you both." The novice master bowed respectfully, assuring, "Rest assured, we will handle it flawlessly." Qin Xinghong introduced the two to Luo Qingchen, stating, "These two are my friends from Qiangyu Tower, and they share a good rapport with Miss Duan." Luo Qingchen's eyes brightened, his previously melancholic expression transforming into one of hope, as he clasped his hands in gratitude. "If the two of you can assist me in winning back Hongxiu's heart, I shall be eternally grateful." Upon hearing the promise of generous recompense, the novice master beamed, while the spicy snail noodles jovially patted Luo Qingchen on the shoulder, saying, "No need to be so formal. Qin's senior brother is also my senior brother, your concerns are my concerns, it is only natural to offer assistance." He confidently declared, "Though I may have been single for 28 years, when it comes to the theory of courtship, I am undoubtedly a master. I have explored every love game on the market." Luo Qingchen replied, "Though I do not fully comprehend, it sounds impressive." The spicy snail noodles retorted, "It sounds even less credible, to be honest." Thus, the three players and one NPC gathered to strategize on how to win the affection of another NPC. Qin Xinghong sighed in relief. This task did not seem overly difficult, and he trusted them to handle it well. As a disciple of Wudong, Qin Xinghong navigated the sec with ease and, after inquiring with several disciples, successfully located the residence of Qianyu Tower. Wudong's sect had arranged accommodations for the prominent forces within the Jianghu, while the less influential sects were required to seek lodgings in the towns below. This was not due to Wudong's elitism. There were countless renowned sects in Jianghu, and while Wudong was indeed substantial, it could not provide housing for everyone. Moreover, although there were rules in Jianghu, it ultimately revolved around martial prowess. Those who were strong enjoyed greater privileges, and such arrangements were generally accepted. The residence of Qianyu Tower was nestled halfway up Yushu Peak, with a mountain stream cascading down the cliffside, its white foamy waves refracting rainbows in the sunlight, a breathtaking sight. Xia Lanyi was reasonably satisfied with the quaint building constructed against the waterfall, though it could not match the exquisite splendor of Qianyu Tower. Its rustic charm held its own allure. Despite Wang Shouhong, the arrogant old Taoist, looking down upon Qianyu Tower, he still extended the appropriate courtesies, ensuring they received the treatment they deserved, which brought some comfort to Xia Lanyi. Leaning against the railing on the second floor, Xia Lanyi enjoyed the view while snacking on grapes. The flower-picking Bi brothers had already been escorted by Duan Hongxiu to the residence of the sword-forging manor to present them to Yi Pingting. She believed that the young manor lord would undoubtedly appreciate such a gift. A mischievous smile crept across Xia Lanyi's face as she mused that, after this encounter, those brothers would likely be deterred from picking flowers in the future. She plucked a grape, savoring both skin and flesh, a stark contrast to her usual refined manner of peeling them first. After only a few, she stopped, slightly repulsed. The Wudong disciples were indeed rather rigid, and even the grapes were lacking in flavor. Qin Xinghong sought out Xia Lanyi, and the gatekeeping disciple allowed him entry without question, having grown accustomed to his presence by her side over the past month. While feeling a twinge of jealousy that a Wudong disciple garnered more favor from the master than they did, they still regarded him as a semi-member of Qianyu Tower. Ascending to the second floor, Qin Xinghong spotted Xia Lanyi leaning against the railing. The fine droplets of water from the waterfall sparkled like gold dust in the sunlight, and the hazy mist enveloped her slender figure, as if she were on the verge of merging with the shimmering water. A flutter of emotion stirred within Qin Xinghong's heart. It felt as if Xia Lanyi existed beyond this world, poised to depart at any moment. Chapter 37, The Martial Arts Conference 2. Do you require my assistance in peeling grapes, esteemed host? A melodious voice drew Xia Lanyi back to the mundane world. Turning around, she beheld Qin Xinghong, who appeared somewhat taken aback. What brings you here? Haven't you finished your duties of serving tea and water? Qin Xinghong quickly recalled a premeditated excuse. I just calculated that since my arrival at Qianyu Tower, it has only been 29 days, and is just— we might as well round it off. With a tone of utmost sincerity, Qin Xinghong retorted, that is unacceptable. As disciples of Wudong, we pride ourselves on our word. If I promised a month, then not a day less will suffice. Although his total stay at the Wudong sect amounted to merely 2 days, he articulated the sentiment with remarkable ease. Xia Lanyi, surprised by his steadfastness, raised an eyebrow. Are you perhaps longing for me? A sudden jolt coursed through Qin Xinghong's heart. Did Xia Lanyi discern his yearning for her? Longing for my tasks? Xia Lanyi mused internally, yet she refrained from voicing such thoughts, instead pivoting the conversation. Are you coveting the privileges of a disciple of Qianyu Tower? Qin Xinghong hesitated momentarily, conceding, well, perhaps. The privilege of seeing Xia Lanyi daily was indeed a benefit not afforded to Wudong disciples. Xia Lanyi smiled. Wudong has always been austere, claiming that cultivation requires both nurturing the heart and the body. How absurd! If one can indulge, why subject oneself to hardship? Qianyu Tower, with its opulent extravagance, was one reason Wang Shouhong held a disdain for it. Though Qin Xinghong's affections lay with Xia Lanyi, as a disciple of Wudong, he felt it inappropriate to echo her sentiments, so he diverted the topic. The host, being of noble stature, naturally deserves the finest offerings of this world. With a teasing tone, Xia Lanyi countered, yet her face bore a smile, indicating her delight. Are you not coming to peel the grapes? Realizing her acquiescence, Qin Xinghong responded affirmatively and settled beside Xia Lanyi, assuming the role of a diligent grape peeler. The peeled grapes, glistening like jewels, appeared tantalizing. After savoring a few, Xia Lanyi felt her spirits lifted and playfully pressed a peeled grape into Qin Xinghong's mouth. Her cool fingertips brushed against his lips before parting, the grape's juice bursting forth, sweet and delightful, permeating his being. Qin Xinghong glanced down at Xia Lanyi, who, with the same fingers that had just touched him, plucked another grape to enjoy, seemingly oblivious to the intimacy of her actions. His heart raced, nearly overwhelmed by her allure, yet she remained blissfully unaware, a sensation that was almost suffocating. Xia Lanyi sensed the quickening of his heartbeat beside her and pondered, is he still not accustomed to my presence? I wonder if he will be forced offline again. On the following day, the martial arts conference convened atop Wudong's Yushu Peak, with over 200 sects gathering according to their strength and prestige. Wudong's leader, Wang Shouhong, ushered a eunuch into the main seat, displaying utmost respect. The novice deity and the braised snail powder enthusiast enthusiastically discussed behind Xia Lanyi. Oh, that eunuch is Li Fuhai, one of the 4 grandmasters of the royal family, rumored to be a level 118 grandmaster. The emperor has sent representatives, indeed. He is clearly wary of the martial world. That young eunuch besidely seems to be a player, yes, the one born in the eunuch's quarters. Who would have thought he would become a favored figure next to a powerful NPC? Would you accept such fortune if offered? The novice deity felt a sudden chill, instinctively tightening his legs. Although such intimate parts were pixelated in the game, and even players could not see their own, the difference between having and not having was palpable. I think I shall decline. Such fortune is beyond my means. Listening to their banter while Wang Shouhong delivered his formalities, Xia Lanyi let the words enter one ear and exit the other. Since the downfall of the Wanku sect 2 decades ago, the martial world had been devoid of significant turmoil, remaining rather tranquil. Each sect maintained its decorum, with only minor matters, such as the incident involving the Twin Sword sect, arising, which did not implicate other factions. Such internal affairs were of no concern to the martial arts conference. The current assembly resembled more of a social gathering, fostering relationships and conducting business in a peaceful manner. Wang Shouhong refrained from excessive verbosity and, after a brisk exit, left the stage to the younger generation. The conference was primarily for discussing contentious issues within the martial realm, followed by martial contests among the various sections. Generally, the seasoned masters did not participate. Instead, it was the rising stars of each sect who engaged in friendly duels, with victors receiving rewards from the defeated sect. Upon hearing of the rewards, players' eyes gleamed with excitement, eager for the bountiful prizes and experience that awaited them. The novice deity and the braised snail powder enthusiast, naturally, did not miss this opportunity, rushing to register their names. Most players were below level 35, merely at a third-rate level, which failed to pique Xia Lanyi's interest. She only paid closer attention when Qin Xinghong was set to compete. Qin Xinghong, at level 41, stood head and shoulders above the rest, currently ranked first on the player leaderboard. Coupled with his mastery of Wudong's legendary internal arts and unparalleled sword techniques, he was virtually invincible. As the referee NPC struck a gong, he proclaimed loudly, Wudong disciple Qin Xinghong, victorious in his 8th consecutive match. The recently ousted player, a notorious thief, muttered, so, that Qin is indeed a Wudong disciple. I had assumed he was from Qiangyu Tower. The players on the arena, though merely sparring, fought with fervor and enthusiasm. Just as Qin Xinghong prepared to secure his 10th consecutive victory, a melodious laugh echoed from afar. Chapter 38 The Martial Arts Conference 3 The crowd lifted their gazes towards the source of the sound, as delicate white petals fluttered down from the heavens, filling the air with a subtle, elegant fragrance. A woman clad in flowing white garments gracefully descended onto the rooftop, resembling an ethereal fairy untouched by the mortal realm. Red braised snail noodles exclaimed in disbelief, who is this, copying my entrance? The woman, veiled yet undeniably a stunning beauty with enchanting eyes, spoke in a soft, melodious voice laced with a peculiar tone. Has the martial world of the Central Plains fallen so low that even a trifling skill like this can be showcased in such a grand manner? The players present instantly bristled with indignation. While the truth was undeniable, to articulate it so brazenly was simply excessive. The novice deity pointed his sword with an air of dominance. Which enchanting demon dares to intrude upon the martial arts conference? Reveal your name at once. The white-clad woman did not spare him a glance, nearly flicking her sleeve to send all the players on the arena sprawling. She soared onto the stage, addressing Wang Shouhong. I am Linglong, the holy maiden of the sacred water palace of Tianshan, here to seek guidance from the martial world of the Central Plains. She then revealed her health bar, level 102 Grandmaster. The players, who had previously been filled with righteous fury, fell silent, taking a collective step back. This was indeed a Grandmaster. They would likely perish from even a mere half-strike. Not worth the trouble, not worth the trouble. Xia Lanyi lowered her gaze to the pristine white petals in her hand, slightly raising an eyebrow. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was fixated on the holy maiden, she quietly withdrew from the scene. Wang Shouhong's expression darkened. The martial worlds of the Central Plains and the Western regions had coexisted peacefully for many years. The arrival of the sacred water palace at the martial arts conference was surely an attempt to stir up trouble. Noting the silence from the crowd, Linglong chuckled, I have come sincerely to seek guidance. Are you all not afraid? Yi Pingting, the fiery-tempered young master of the sword-forging manner, had taken an instant dislike to the holy maiden upon her appearance. Hearing Linglong's taunt, she slammed her hand against the armrest of her chair, leaping onto the stage with determination. Drawing her sword, Shanha, she pointed it at Linglong, her brows furrowing. Demonis, allow me to show you what the martial world of the Central Plains is capable of. Though Yi Pingting was a level 100 master, just a step away from Grandmaster, she possessed the legendary family sword technique, Shanha sword, and did not find herself at a disadvantage against Linglong. The players watched in rapt attention, anticipating a duel between NPCs, hoping merely to witness the ensuing animation. The novice deity gazed at Yi Pingting, envious, thinking how her every move exuded such grace and power. Red braised snail noodles shot him a look. You should consider their levels. Look at yours. The two combatants had already engaged in fierce combat. Though Yi Pingting's level was slightly lower, her legendary skills shone through as she held her ground against Linglong. This was the first time the players had witnessed a battle at the Grandmaster level, and they were all exhilarated. Go, young master, defeat that holy maiden. Yes, tear off her veil, but be careful not to mar her face. Hey, I love watching women fight. Wow, amazing. Coach, I want to learn too. With a deft twist, Yi Pingting executed an astonishing maneuver, her sword spinning at an incredible angle, successfully dislodging the veil from Linglong's face and leaving a crimson line upon her porcelain skin. Linglong stumbled back, covering her injured cheek, her beautiful eyes filled with fury. "You wretched girl, how dare you mar my beauty?" Yi Pingting raised an eyebrow, shaking the blood from her sword, her voice icy. "The one who initiates is the wretch. Do you still have the audacity to blame others?" The players collectively gasped, thrilled by the spectacle of two beautiful women embroiled in a fierce verbal exchange. "I found some information. I wonder how she compares to Siam Aaron. Our Siam Aaron is the most beautiful in the land. How could the so-called beauty of the western regions compare? Once the veil is removed, the allure dissipates. She pales in comparison to Siam Aaron." Linglong, overhearing the whispers of the players, felt a tumult of emotions as her face flickered between shades of red and green. She had always prided herself on her beauty and had never before faced such disdain and insult. Yi Pingting had intended to advance and subdue the demoness, yet suddenly felt her internal energy stagnate, her wrist growing weak as she struggled to maintain her grip on the sword. The other martial artists present began to sense something amiss. "What the hell, why do I suddenly feel paralyzed? My internal energy is drained." "Me too, I've been afflicted with a poison debuff. What on earth is bone-soaking fragrance? Are we all poisoned? When did that happen?" Realizing their responses, Linglong knew the poison had taken effect. With a light laugh, she retrieved a piece of gauze from her sleeve, readying it over her face to inhaling it renders one intoxicated and saps one's internal energy. "How do you all feel?" Yi Pingting struggled to remain upright, spitting out curses. "Demoness, using such despicable means, what are your true intentions?" Linglong cast her an icy glare, unsheathing a dagger from her waist as she advanced toward her. Her voice dripped with cold malice. "What else could I do but seek revenge?" As the glimmering blade drew closer to Yi Pingting's face, the players, equally afflicted by the bone-soaking fragrance and immobilized, continued to voice their frustrations. "This demoness is ruthless. Truly, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. Stop, do not mar the face of my 192nd wife." The sharp blade approached Yi Pingting's face, sunlight glinting off the steel and reflecting into her eyes. She pressed her lips together and closed her eyes, prepared to face her fate. Even if her beauty were to be destroyed, she would not plead with this demoness for mercy. Feeling the cold steel against her cheek, she anticipated pain, yet it did not come. A gray shadow appeared in an instant, blocking her from harm, swiftly striking Linglong away. Wang Shouhong forcibly channeled his true energy, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he stood resolutely in front of Yi Pingting. "Demoness, do you think you can act with impunity in this realm of martial arts? I advise you to leave at once, otherwise, even poisoned, I can easily end your life." Linglong collapsed to the ground, spitting out blood, casting a resentful glance at Wang Shouhong. She had underestimated this old man. "Linglong, how did you find yourself in such a predicament?" A low, resonant male voice echoed, as a white-haired man wearing a golden half-mask appeared seemingly from nowhere. His eyes were particularly striking, one gold and one green, an unusual combination. Wang Shouhong was taken aback. He had not noticed the presence of another until the man spoke. Linglong's eyes brightened at the sight of him. She scrambled to her feet and approached the man, bowing respectfully. "It was my oversight, I begged the leader to punish me." Mu Li's expression remained cold, not even glancing in her direction, as he replied icily, "Let this be a lesson." Linglong obediently acknowledged, showing none of her earlier arrogance, and followed Mu Li, her eyes filled with admiration. Wang Shouhong regarded the mysterious figure with wariness. "And who might you be?" The man appeared youthful, yet his internal energy was as profound as a mountain, even more formidable than the presence that Li Donggang exuded. Wang Shouhong felt a surge of alarm, suspecting this individual to be a master of the Carefree Realm, a troubling prospect indeed. Mu Li, at level 135 of the Carefree Realm, glanced at him with indifference. "I am Mu Li, the leader of the Sacred Flame sect of the Western regions, here to seek guidance from Master Zhang." Wang Shouhong replied solemnly, "My master is of advanced age and cannot accept challenges." Master Zhang, now 145 years old, had secluded himself from the world for the past 30 years. Rumors abounded that he had already ascended to immortality. Mu Li chuckled softly. "It is said that masters of the immortal realm have transcended the constraints of mortality. Surely, Master Zhang remains in good health. Why must you evade?" The air seemed to thicken, as the two men held their ground, momentarily at a standstill. Although the players below could not speak aloud, they buzzed with excitement in the game's forum. "Wow, the new NPC is so imposing. Even with a mask, he must be a handsome fellow. First and foremost, let me clarify. I am not a fan of white-haired characters. Golden and green eyes, got it, he is a cat." As Wang Shouhong succumbed deeper to the effects of the bone-soaking fragrance, Mu Li chuckled. "If Master Zhang does not emerge soon, your beloved disciple may not be able to hold on much longer." A deep, resonant sigh echoed from beyond the Jade Void Summit. Unlike the previous grand entrances, a white-bearded elder ambled through the gate, unhurried and unassuming, as Mu Li's words lingered in the air. Chapter 39, the martial arts conference. For the old man, with hair and beard as white as snow and a rosy complexion, donned a tattered blue Taoist robe. As he walked, there was not an ounce of inner power that leaked from him, making him appear to be an utterly ordinary elder. Wang Shouhong gazed at the old man in astonishment, exclaiming, "Master, you truly have come." The old man approached and tapped his head, saying, "If I do not come, shall I allow the white-haired to send off the black-haired?" Although Wang Shouhong was over 50 years old, his face flushed with embarrassment before his master, lamenting, "Disciples' skills are lacking, and I have disturbed your cultivation, master." This old man turned out to be Zhang Tianshi. I had expected him to possess an ethereal demeanor, yet he appeared so commonplace. This is what one calls a true master, do you understand? He has returned to simplicity. Muli bowed respectfully to Zhang Tianchi, requesting his guidance. Zhang Tianchi stroked his beard and regarded him, remarking, a prodigy indeed, but alas, your intentions are misaligned. Muli, undeterred by this statement, drew two curved blades from his waist and launched an attack towards Zhang Tianchi. The latter sidestepped effortlessly, raising his hands to envelop Wang Shouhong and Yi Pingting in a protective aura, sending them safely to the ground below. The onlookers blinked in disbelief, their senses overwhelmed, feeling a wave of nausea from the spectacle. While they could follow the earlier duel between Yi Pingting and the Saintess Linglong, this celestial confrontation between the realms of immortality and freedom was far beyond their current comprehension. As the only existing master of the celestial realm, Zhang Tianchi's self-created pure Yang Wuji skill was of primordial caliber. Had he not held back, Muli would not have lasted even 10 moves. Clearly, Zhang Tianchi had intentions of teaching, a notion that Muli was well aware of. Western martial arts are characterized by their extraordinary agility, and Muli executed a contorted maneuver, evading a strike that no ordinary person could replicate. After creating a distance of 3 meters, he hurled his dual blades as concealed weapons. This attack posed no threat to Zhang Tianchi, who was enveloped in a layer of rounded inner strength, rendering any projectiles ineffective. However, he did not anticipate that Muli's blades were entwined with nearly invisible threads, delicate as silk yet immensely resilient, sharper than the blades themselves. As Muli tugged at the threads, his blades were deflected by Zhang Tianchi, yet the resilient threads left a thin line of blood on the master's shoulder. Wang Shouhong's expression changed dramatically. Master, these Westerners lack martial virtue, favoring the use of strange and poisonous tricks. Who knows if these threads are tainted with poison? He was not unjustly accusing Muli. Indeed, the threads were poisoned with the infamous Western toxin. Burned out. Muli leisurely retrieved his blades, taunting, can the master feel the fire consuming you? This is the sacred medicine of my divine flame sect, burn. The poison will have their organs seared one by one, suffering for a month before meeting their demise, leaving only a handful of ashes. Wang Shouhong's eyes widened with fury, cursing, you fiend. We of Wudong hold no enmity with you, why inflict such malice upon my master? It is nothing short of wickedness. Muli cast a dispassionate glance at him. Do you suppose a fiend requires justification for their misdeeds? With that, she knew her master cared for her. She drew her dagger anew, advancing towards Yi Pingting. This wretched woman has marred my face. Does she think she can escape unscathed? Another sharp voice cut through the air, prompting the crowd to look up. A man clad in black, wearing a ghostly mask, had appeared on the roof. Linglong was startled, lifting her gaze to the rooftop. She now shared Wang Shouhong's bewilderment, questioning when this figure had arrived without her noticing. The newcomer was Xia Lanyi, currently using Li Qianfeng's guise, yet possessing the formidable strength of a level 132 master of the Realm of Freedom, a fusion of 3 panels. Blood Rain Tower, a notorious assassin organization, dwelled in the gray area between righteousness and malevolence, hence had not received an invitation to the martial arts conference. Those familiar with the ghostly masks of Blood Rain Tower recognized him as the leader, Li Qianfeng. It was unexpected for him to appear here, yet Blood Rain Tower was a sect of the Central Plains, undoubtedly aligning with their side. The poison martial artists present felt a slight relief upon his arrival. Muli regarded Xia Lanyi with interest. Indeed, the Central Plains martial world was replete with talent. He had endured agonies beyond the ken of ordinary men to attain the realm of freedom before reaching maturity. Though Xia Lanyi appeared to be of similar age, he was also a master of the same realm. Linglong's quest for vengeance was once again thwarted. Her heart seethed with rage as she hurled her shimmering dagger at Xia Lanyi. Xia Lanyi merely sidestepped, using the hilt of the knife hanging at his waist to deflect her dagger, which clattered harmlessly down the rooftop. He clicked his tongue. The exterior may be beautiful, yet the heart is vile. Linglong's expression darkened, and just as she was about to engage Xia Lanyi, Muli intervened. Stand down. You are no match for him. Muli's gaze met Xia Lanyi's in a silent clash of fierce intensity, confirming that they were evenly matched opponents. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly-headed knife and the golden curved blade collided violently, their figures moving so swiftly that they were nearly imperceptible, exchanging dozens of blows in an instant. Although Xia Lanyi's level was 3 tiers below Muli's, his unique knife techniques were formidable. The legendary knife technique, Blood Drink Madblade, caused his inner strength to surge dramatically in a short span as the battle progressed. At this moment, Xia Lanyi's aura was on par with Muli's, his black eyes gradually turning crimson, his ghostly mask rendering him akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Muli smirked, whispering near Xia Lanyi's ear amidst their fray, this state of yours cannot last long. Once your inner strength is depleted, you will succumb to weakness. How about joining the Divine Flame sect? I shall appoint you as my protector. Xia Lanyi cast a disdainful glance at him with his fiery red eyes, countering with a wave of his ghostly-headed knife that sent forth a crimson blade of energy, forcing Muli back. Become your protector? You think yourself worthy? His tone dripped with arrogance, as if he regarded Muli with utter contempt. Unfazed, Muli smiled, gripping his blades tightly as golden, vein-like patterns spread from beneath half of his mask across his pale skin, creating a sinister visage. Simultaneously, his aura surged, nearing the 140-level celestial realm. Muli smirked, the art of enhancing one's inner strength is not yours alone to wield. The martial artists present, already afflicted by the strange toxin, found themselves unable to speak, merely fidgeting in anxiousness, overwhelmed by the prowess of this fiend. The players were rendered speechless. How could they contend with such might? Had the game truly entered its final chapter merely a month after its launch, as it appeared that Li Qianfeng was on the verge of defeat, threatening to engulf the entire Central Plains martial world? A sharp, delicate voice rang out. Our journey here has not been in vain. The western kingdoms of Kucha have always bowed to our Daong, yet I did not expect the sects within to be so audacious. Li Fuhai rose from his seat, appearing frail at 70 years of age, yet the aura he exuded rivaled that of Mu Li. He had evidently concealed his true strength. As one of the four masters of the royal family, Li Fuhai had achieved the realm of freedom. Initially afflicted by the bone-soothing fragrance's poison, his profound inner strength allowed him to expel it shortly thereafter. The royal family harbored great caution towards the martial forces, opting for observation rather than intervention, until now when he chose to step forth. Li Fuhai represented the prestige of the Daong royal family and could not allow this western demon to annihilate the martial world of the Central Plains. Such an act would be a blatant affront to the royal family. Chapter 40 At the martial arts conference, Li Fuhai's palm moved lightly, resembling a fish gliding through water, as he struck towards Mu Li from over 100 meters away. This strike was as profound as a mountain. Even Mu Li, despite his arrogance, dared not meet it head-on, narrowly evading the overwhelming pressure. The stone wall behind him was shattered by the force of the blow, instantly reduced to dust. This old eunuch was indeed a concealed threat. Mu Li's expression darkened. With this old eunuch and Li Qianfeng joining forces, his chances of victory were slim. The golden patterns that had spread across his body retracted beneath his golden mask as he turned and leaped onto the rooftop. After all, he had achieved his purpose for this journey and it was unwise to linger in combat. Before departing, he cast a glance at Xie Lanyi, knowing that the martial arts of the Central Plains would eventually fall under the banner of the Shenyang sect. If she changed her mind, she could seek him out in the western regions at any time. Xie Lanyi dismissed his words as nonsense. Having seen the two western demons leave, he also intended to depart. The enhancement effect of the bloodthirsty blade would expire in 2 minutes, after which the shell would enter a 7-day period of weakness, so he needed to revert quickly. By the time Xie Lanyi returned in the attire of the Lord of Chongmulo, the people of Yawang Valley had already begun administering antidotes to the crowd. The bone-chilling fragrance was not a lethal poison. The deputy master of Yawang Valley, Lian Feng, quickly concocted an antidote after observing the symptoms of those poisoned would experience weakness for a time, but it was not life-threatening. The most troublesome case was the peculiar poison afflicting Zhang Tianchi. Lian Feng used silver needles to seal Zhang Tianchi's meridians and fed him the sacred herb, Ice Lotus Heart, carried from Yawang Valley. Yet even this could only temporarily alleviate Zhang Tianchi's burning agony and delay the onset of the poison. It could not completely cure it. Wang Shouhong stood by Zhang Tianchi's side, his eyes reddened as he asked, "Deputy Master, is there an antidote for this poison called embers?" Lian Feng sighed, "I am but an apprentice and lack the skill to cure this poison." Wang Shouhong felt darkness cloud his vision, his legs weakened and he nearly collapsed. Lian Feng quickly supported him and reassured, "Do not be anxious, Master Wang. While I may be unable to help, my master should have a way to save Tianchi." Wang Shouhong urged, "Are you referring to the medical immortal, Yun Yi? But he has secluded himself for many years." Lian Feng replied, "Indeed, but Zhang Tianchi is highly esteemed. I believe my master will come to his aid." Furthermore, Lian Feng paused, "We have no other options at present." Wang Shouhong grasped his sword. "Very well, I shall entrust my master to you, Deputy Master. I will set off to summon the medical immortal." At his complexion pale, he barely stood before swaying unsteadily. Luo Qingchen steadied him. "Master, your internal injuries are not healed. Let me take the junior disciples." Wang Shouhong, having forcefully channeled his internal energy to save Yi Pingting while afflicted by the bone-chilling fragrance, had sustained severe internal injuries and should focus on recuperation rather than action. The poison of the bone-chilling fragrance primarily affected those with deeper internal energy, while those of lower levels found it easier to recover. Wang Shouhong was aware that his condition was unsuitable for travel, yet he could not entrust such an important task to his younger disciples. Xie Lanyi observed the scene and sighed quietly. That western demon had nearly eradicated the martial arts of the Central Plains, leaving only the old, weak, and sick behind. He stepped forward and said, "If Master Wang trusts me, allow me to go instead." Wang Shouhong stared at him in surprise. Was this not Xie Lanyi, the Lord of Chongmulo? Xie Lanyi's melodious voice emerged from beneath his hood. "Although Chongmulo typically engages in performances, we have some reputation in the martial world. In this critical time for the Central Plains, it is only right that I contribute my share." Wang Shouhong's face flushed. He recognized that Xie Lanyi was subtly challenging his opposition to Luo Qingchen and Duan Hongxiu. Xie Lanyi continued, "Currently, the disciples of the righteous factions are all injured, while my neutral faction remains intact. I have some connections with Li Qianfeng, the Lord of Blood Rain Tower, and the Lord of Listening Wind Tower. I believe they would be willing to assist." Wang Shouhong, initially hesitant, realized that with the strength of Chongmulo being modest, they might struggle against further incursions from the western demons. However, with the support of 2 other factions, the situation would be different. Seeing this, Wang Shouhong no longer wavered. He bowed sincerely to Xie Lanyi, saying, "I, Wang Shouhong of Wudong, sincerely thank you for your willingness to put aside past grievances and offer your assistance." Witnessing the master's gratitude, the other Wudong disciples bowed to Xie Lanyi as well. Xie Lanyi calmly accepted their homage, feeling considerably uplifted. Dare to look down upon Chongmulo? You shall pay for it in due time." Without delay, Xie Lanyi accepted the task and immediately set off for Yawang Valley in Yunnan. The distance between Jingzhou, where Wudong was located, and Yunnan was thousands of miles. Even with swift horses, it would take half a month to arrive. Lian Feng remained at Wudong to care for Zhang Tianchi, able only to delay the onset of the embers poison for a month. Xie Lanyi needed to reach Yunnan, summon the medical immortal, and return swiftly. Time was of the essence. Sitting in the carriage, Xie Lanyi simultaneously issued a quest to players. System prompt, main quest. Seeking the medical immortal. Quest description: Lord Xie Lanyi of Chongmulo will travel to Yawang Valley in Yunnan to seek the medical immortal and obtain an antidote for Zhang Tianchi. Recruiting heroes of the martial world to accompany him. Quest requirements, level 35 and above. Quest rewards, 10,000 experience points, 100 silver, 1 unparalleled treasure chest. This time, the quest no longer restricted participants to disciples of Cheong Yulo, but the level requirement was significantly higher. Many players from various factions attended the martial arts conference. Even so, only a little over 200 accepted the quest. This martial arts conference was truly exhilarating, not only showcasing numerous masters in battle but also offering such rich rewards. The martial world is carefree. What a generous heart. What generous heart. I'm only level 33. How did you all level up so quickly? Don't ask. The answer is simply painful. Xia Lanyi reclined against the soft cushion in the carriage, comfortably reading a scroll in hand. Qin Xinghong sat opposite him, diligently peeling grapes, occasionally glancing at Xia Lanyi, feeling an inexplicable similarity between Li Qianfeng, the lord of Blood Rain Tower, and Xia Lanyi. Xia Lanyi typically wore wide-sleeved robes, while Li Qianfeng donned fitted black attire, making it difficult to discern whether their figures were alike. Moreover, the tone and manner of Li Qianfeng's speech differed from Xia Lanyi's. Xia Lanyi spoke softly and gently, while Li Qianfeng exuded a bold and arrogant demeanor, every gesture reeking of audacity. Chapter 41. Seeking medical guidance. Though they were undoubtedly two distinct individuals, Qin Xinghong could not shake the feeling that there was some semblance of similarity between them, even if he could not articulate precisely what that similarity was. Xia Lanyi had long since noticed the uncertainty reflected in his gaze, and she set aside her scroll, directly inquiring, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Ordinarily, Qin Xinghong was hesitant to meet her eyes. Whenever their gazes crossed, he would promptly avert his own. Unsure of how to respond, he opted for a different approach. On that day, the host mentioned a connection with the leaders of Blood Rain Tower and Listening Wind Tower. "Are you close friends?" Xia Lanyi twirled a strand of hair around her finger and chuckled lightly. "Oh, so you care about that, do you?" With a playful smile, she added in a tone laced with mystery, "Not merely close. One might say we share an intimate bond, intertwined in life and death." Qin Xinghong was taken aback. What sort of relationship could be described as intimately bound and reliant on one another through life and death? Just then, a white falcon flew in through the window. Xia Lanyi deftly stroked the falcon's head and removed a small bamboo tube from its talon. Watching her actions, he recalled that the same falcon had delivered a message when he was capturing the flower-picking bee, at which time he had assumed it was a message purchased by Xia Lanyi from Listening Wind Tower. Now, reflecting on their relationship, it seemed unnecessary for her to procure information in such a manner. Xia Lanyi unfolded the secret letter within the bamboo tube, read it, and handed it to Qin Xinghong. He propped his chin on one hand and lightly tapped the tea table with the other. "I never imagined that the elder generation of Yaowang Valley had such intriguing tales. The previous leader of Yaowang Valley had two beloved disciples. One was the renowned medical sage, Yun Yi, and the other was the current leader of Yaowang Valley, Lian Jiang, who was also Lian Feng's father. The two brothers had grown up together, closer than any siblings, but after Lian Jiang brought home an unidentified woman and insisted on marrying her, Yun Yi severed ties with Yaowang Valley and retreated from the world. Tragically, Lian Jiang's wife perished during childbirth, and he had not remarried in the years since, raising Lian Feng alone. The information currently held by Listening Wind Tower was limited to this." Xia Lanyi's fingers unconsciously drummed lightly on the table. "Do you think Yun Yi harbors feelings for the valley leader? Otherwise, why would he sever ties with his sect over his junior's marriage?" Considering the information at hand, Xia Lanyi's conjecture appeared highly plausible. However, having played games for many years, Qin Xinghong understood that such matters were rarely as straightforward as they seemed. He folded the note and tucked it away, intending to inquire with the valley leader at the appropriate time. Xia Lanyi tilted her head. "Do you really think the valley leader would feel comfortable discussing such intimate matters with someone of a younger generation?" Qin Xinghong was caught off guard. He had momentarily forgotten that NPCs in this game were no different from real people, not mere tools that would divulge everything like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. A smile curved at the corners of Xia Lanyi's lips, revealing her keen interest in the affair. "If all else fails, we could always just abduct Lian Zhong to meet Yun Yi." The caravan had been traveling for half a month. Xia Lanyi, comfortably ensconced within her luxurious carriage, had suffered no hardship, while the players endured considerable discomfort. Not only were they relegated to monotonous horseback riding, but they also received no missions along the way, watching their experience bars stagnate, which was exceedingly originally top-tier players. Their elevated levels had qualified them for this task, but now they risked being surpassed. Aware of their struggles, Xia Lanyi distributed interim task rewards as soon as they entered Yunnan. The players were easily appeased. Once they received a taste of reward, they were content and no longer complained, each one energized as if invigorated by a shot of adrenaline. A few days prior, Yaowang Valley had received a message from Lian Feng via carrier pigeon and had already dispatched individuals to await their arrival in the city. Xiongnu Tower was a significant client of Yaowang Valley, not to mention the ample medicinal residue from the year-round blooming peach blossom grove. The medicinal powders routinely prepared for self-defense by the disciples of the tower constituted a substantial order. The NPC disciples from Yaowang Valley who came to greet them displayed an exceedingly respectful demeanor, saying to Xia Lanyi, "The valley leader is already awaiting you in the pavilion. Please, Miss Xia, join him." Xia Lanyi donned her veil and followed the disciples of Yaowang Valley to meet Lian Jiang. Nestled between two mountains, Yaowang Valley resembled a basin, where the climate was warm and humid, perpetually shrouded in mist, making it ideal for plant growth. The players could not resist reaching out to touch and examine the exotic flora cultivated within the valley. "Goodness, is this unparalleled healing herb really growing so casually in the flower bed?" one exclaimed. "This flower is stunning. Oh no, I think I'm poisoned. Someone come to save me." The leading NPC disciple from Yaowang Valley, hearing the players' cries for help, had no choice but to attend to their poisonings. He grew somewhat exasperated by their ruckus and delicately reminded them, the valley harbors many poisonous plants. While they are not lethal, the pain from poisoning can be quite uncomfortable. Please refrain from recklessly touching things to avoid injuring yourselves. The player who had just been cured of poisoning sheepishly scratched their head and apologized, I won't touch anything carelessly again. Having learned their lesson, the players became much more docile, obediently following the guiding disciple to a cool pavilion. Lian Jiang stood within, hands clasped behind his back. His hair was now flecked with gray, and deep wrinkles marked his face, giving him a distinctly aged appearance. In truth, Lian Jiang was only in his 40s, and being a skilled practitioner in the field of medicine, he should not have appeared so haggard. Xia Lanyi stepped into the pavilion, clasped her hands in salute, and introduced herself, I am Xia Lanyi, the master of Qiongyu Tower. It is an honor to meet you, Valley Leader Lian. Lian Jiang returned the greeting and invited her to take a seat. Although he was older than Xia Lanyi, both held positions of leadership, and their statuses were comparable. I have received a letter from Fomerda. I never anticipated that the demon from the western regions would be so malicious, employing the rare poison of burning ash to harm Master Zhang. Xia Lanyi nodded. Does Valley Leader Lian possess any antidote? Lian Jiang shook his head. I must admit, I have imparted all my medical knowledge to Fomer. His talent in the healing arts surpasses even my own. If he is unable to cure Master Zhang, then I fear there is no one else who can. Xia Lanyi remarked. The young Valley Leader is indeed a rare talent in the medical field. Lian Jiang sighed. If we are to speak of genius, it is my senior brother who truly deserves the title. Fomer pales in comparison to him. As Xia Lanyi contemplated how to steer the conversation towards Yun Yi, she was surprised when Lian Jiang broached the subject himself, appearing not at all averse to discussing Yun Yi. I understand that your journey here is to seek my senior brother. If even he cannot resolve the burning ash poison, I fear no one else in this world could. Xia Lanyi inquired, might I ask where Elder Yun is currently residing? Lian Jiang replied, my senior brother has not strayed far from home. He resides in the Forgetfulness Slope, a mere 10 miles from Yaowang Valley. However, he has cultivated many poisonous plants there and set up a maze. The miasma in the woods is thick, making it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. From his robe, he produced several fragrant pouches. These pouches contain herbs I have prepared to dispel the miasma. Due to the scarcity of the materials, I only have these few. You must take them with you when you go. Xia Lanyi accepted the pouches and asked, will Valley Leader not accompany us? Lian Jiang shook his head, I shall refrain from joining. My senior brother likely would not wish to see me. Xia Lanyi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Chapter 42, Seeking Medical Advice, Part 2. Xia Lanyi initially believed that Yun Yi had a fondness for Lian Jiang, while Lian Jiang preferred women. Hence, after Lian Jiang married, Yun Yi's heart was shattered, prompting his departure. However, observing Lian Jiang's reaction now, it seemed as though he bore guilt towards Yun Yi. Could it be that the two, as brothers, vied for Madame Lian's affection, only for her to choose Lian Jiang, leading to Yun Yi's heartache and subsequent retreat? Or was it possible that Lian Jiang had made a prior pact with Yun Yi, only to betray that vow by marrying a woman, thereby feeling remorseful towards Yun Yi? Xia Lanyi stroked her chin, a series of dramatic scenarios of forceful pursuits and deep, tormented love flashing through her mind. Lian Jiang would likely remain silent for the time being, so Xia Lanyi took the incense pouches to seek out the players. She intended to first inquire if Yun Yi would be willing to emerge from his seclusion. Should he refuse, she would resort to binding Lian Jiang. There were only 5 incense pouches in total, 1 for herself, leaving 4 available. Unsure of how to allocate them, Xia Lanyi led the players to Wanghuai Slope. Wanghuai Slope was shrouded in miasma, an eerie aura enveloping the area. Not a single bird call or insect chirp could be heard, and merely observing from the periphery instilled a sense of foreboding. System notification in main quest, Seeking Medical Advice, Part 2 quest description. Wanghuai Slope is enveloped in miasma and concealed by a labyrinth. Xia Lanyi hopes that the valiant players can provide effective solutions to break the deadlock. Quest requirements and unquest rewards. A unique miasma-repelling incense pouch will be awarded upon acceptance of the suggested method, limited to 4. Xia Lanyi's favorability increases by 5. To think there was even a favorability rating from the enchanting Xia Lanyi. With a higher favorability, could one perhaps lift her veil? How generous of her to offer such an extraordinary item. The previous treasure chests yielded nothing of value. Upon closer inspection, there were only 4 incense pouches remaining. If they didn't act swiftly, they would be gone. A sudden realization jolted the novice god, who promptly raised his hand. Master, I am willing to take the lead, to venture forth and chart the route. Xia Lanyi smiled and nodded. Then go ahead and give it a try. With a burst of bravado, the novice god plunged into the miasma, confident in his status as a player and immune to death. However, within mere minutes, he emerged, his body covered in a mosaic effect. Someone put me out of my misery. He was now swollen, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, presumably afflicted by 7 or 8 potent poisons. The debuffs on his health bar stretched endlessly, and to prevent alarming the other players, the game system had thoughtfully obscured his entire form. The other players gasped, instinctively stepping back, fearful of contracting whatever affliction plagued the novice god. This healer is far too ruthless. Toxic Sage would be a more fitting title. The novice brother was now a veritable compendium of debuffs. Extending his hand in desperation, the novice god pleaded, don't just stand there mocking me, someone help me. He was paralyzed, incapable even of ending his own suffering. Ultimately, it was the player known as Spicy Snail Noodles who could no longer bear to watch. Masking his mouth and nose with a veil, he stood 2 meters away and thrust his sword into the novice god's chest, sending him back to the revival point. Upon the novice god's resurrection, some debuffs faded, yet several remained, the most severe being a halving of experience points for the next. The other players, witnessing his plight, felt a chill run down their spines, wary of acting recklessly. In this game, experience points were more precious than life itself. Qin Shi pondered aloud, since the miasma is produced by the toxic plants cultivated by the healer, if we eliminate these plants, the miasma should dissipate somewhat. A player's eyes lit up. Indeed. We could simply set fire to the forest. Qin Shi smiled at him. Are you aware of how Jia Zichui met his demise? The player faltered, realizing the danger. Right, if we lose control of the flames, we might end up incinerating the healer as well. A player from Yaowang Valley timidly raised his hand. I have a method to eliminate those toxic plants. This player, known as Shinong Reborn, had a passion for gardening, which led him to join Yaowang Valley. The novice god inquired, brother, have you acquired some unparalleled secret technique in the medical arts? Shinong Reborn blushed, responding bashfully, not quite, I merely possess a bit of talent in cultivation. He had a profound love for horticulture, though his plants often perished. Even cacti withered in his care after just 2 weeks. He had hoped to indulge in his hobby within the game, but his unfortunate propensity for killing plants had only intensified. Shinong Reborn produced a large bag filled with a strange blue-purple gas. This is my specially formulated fertilizer. Once applied, any plant will show results within an hour, and be finished in 2. I used it on the Yaowang Valley, and within 2 hours, they wilted, resulting in a severe reprimand from the NPC. The players stared at him in astonishment, giving him a thumbs up. Indeed, everyone could find their niche. After diluting the fertilizer with water, they poured it across the miasmic forest, just as Shinong Reborn had predicted. The once vibrant green toxic plants visibly turned yellow within the hour, and the thick miasma noticeably thinned. This was no mere fertilizer, it was more akin to a herbicide. The players cheered, realizing that this lessening of miasma was not lethal. Although entering still brought about debuffs of weakness and health loss, they could manage it with potions. Seeing effectiveness, the players eagerly continued to apply the fertilizer, and within half a day, they had eradicated a third of the toxic plants from Wanghuai Slope. Beyond lay the labyrinth set by the healer, and the players had yet to devise a strategy to breach it. As dusk approached, Xiaolani led the players back to Yaowang Valley. Upon returning to their temporary abode, Xiaolani distributed the day's experience rewards. She bestowed 1 incense pouch each to Shinong Reborn and Qin Shi, allocating the remainder to the 2 players most diligent in fertilizing. The night was cool as water, the moon shone like frost, and the perpetually misty Yaowang Valley was briefly illuminated by the gentle night breeze. After admiring the moonlight for a while, the sound of swords clashing in the bamboo grove persisted, showing no signs of abating. Xiaolani sighed, donned her mask, and stepped outside. The shadows of the bamboo swayed, the sword energy flowed like the wind, and the swordplay was light and graceful, a continuous display of the Wudong's ultimate technique, Taiji sword. Qin Shi had been practicing his swordsmanship in the bamboo grove for 2 hours. The solitary moon hung high, having arrived at the witching hour when he would typically log off to rest. Xiaolani leaned against the bamboo. Observing him, she knew that in reality, Qin Shi was a game streamer, yet she had never witnessed him so dedicated before. The martial arts and secrets in this world required players to cultivate them personally. Repetitive actions could enhance proficiency and yield experience points. Qin Shi had reached level 42, far ahead of his peers. Having completed a round of sword techniques, he received 200 experience points. Just as he was about to practice again, he caught sight of a figure in the bamboo grove. Out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he saw Xiaolani leaning against the green bamboo, her expression filled with warmth and a smile gracing her lips. Chapter 43, Seeking Medical Advice, Part 3. Qin Shi was taken aback, sheathed her sword, and approached with an apologetic demeanor. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest, esteemed host? Xiaolani shook her head, not at all. What brings you here at such a late hour to practice your swordsmanship? Qin Shi tightened his grip on the sword sheath, pursing his lips as he replied, I yearn to grow stronger swiftly. After discovering his poisoning, Qin Shi instinctively glanced towards Xiaolani's location, only to find her absent. A wave of anxiety washed over him, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. It was only after Li Qianfeng's arrival that he dared to entertain the thought that perhaps Xiaolani had been rescued by him. Although his heart felt somewhat reassured, he still hoped that if danger were to arise again, it would be he who would protect Xiaolani. The sense of powerlessness he experienced during the martial arts tournament was something he never wished to endure again. The game felt all too real. Players could respawn infinitely after death, but the NPCs could not. Xiaolani chuckled softly, you are already quite formidable. Qin Shi had always been a top player in the martial world, maintaining his position at the forefront since the dual sword sect, with only a handful of tireless players able to keep pace with him. Qin Shi shook his head, I am still far from enough. If that western cultist were to return, I hope I would at least have the ability to assist you. Xiaolani was momentarily taken aback. Muli was a 135 level master of the leisure realm, considered a major boss in the current version. Qin Shi certainly dared to dream. Was this the ambition of a high-level player? Nevertheless, a warm feeling blossomed within her. The two shared a moment of silence, the cool night breeze inexplicably thickening around them. Xiaolani lowered her long lashes and picked a bamboo twig. Since you were so eager to grow stronger, allow me to offer you some guidance. With that, she raised her hand and launched an attack towards Qin Shi. Currently, she was utilizing the panel of the Qiongyu Tower's master, at merely level 52, but that was more than sufficient to instruct the 42-level Qin Shi. This was the first time Qin Shi had witnessed Xiaolani wielding a sword. The unique swordsmanship of Cheongyu Tower, the Flying Blossom Sword, was an unparalleled martial art. Though its rank was not particularly high, the movements were exceedingly graceful, flowing like a gentle breeze in falling petals. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Xinghong drew his sword to block, and the sound of their swords clashing echoed through the bamboo grove, replacing the monotonous sound of mere swordplay. The two battled until dawn, at which point Xia Lanyi withdrew the bamboo twig poised at Qin Xinghong's throat. Let us conclude for tonight, rest for a while, and we shall regroup at the hour of the snake. Qin Xinghong paused slightly. Wasn't it agreed upon to meet at the hour of the rabbit yesterday? Why has it been changed to the hour of the snake? He watched Xia Lanyi's retreating figure, pondering whether she was looking out for him. Players who had logged on early received the notice of the delayed meeting time, resulting in a chorus of complaints. What is going on? We woke up early specifically for the quest. Did the beautiful Xia sleep in today? Who knows, shall we sneak a peek? This suggestion quickly garnered support from the players, who stealthily approached the guest room where Xia Lanyi was temporarily staying. Is anyone inside? Is the beautiful Xia in there? Be quiet, what if we wake her? Let me take a look, let me take a look. Don't crowd, there is no space left. Amidst the clamor, the overburdened door finally crashed to the ground, and the players tumbled into the room. Their eyes darted around, catching a glimpse of a figure seated on the bed through the sheer screen. Ah, esteemed host Xia, we sincerely apologize, we merely came to check if you were awake. Yes, we wanted to see if you would like to join us for breakfast. The figure on the bed slowly rose, and the players unconsciously swallowed hard. Having spent some time with Xia Lanyi, they had learned about her character. Despite her usual gentle demeanor, she could be quite ruthless when it came to punishment. Her soft kindness could be deadly. The most punished novice god in the braised snail powder had experienced this firsthand. Shivering involuntarily, as the figure stepped out from behind the screen, the players, though fearful, were filled with excitement. Surely, Xia had just woken up and hadn't had the chance to don her veil and mask yet. They were about to see her true appearance. How thrilling! But when they finally recognized the person before them, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Ha! Their faces expressed a blend of shock, disbelief, confusion, and a hint of anger. Seeing Qin Xinghong standing there, the flower picker rushed forward, seizing his collar. What are you doing here? Where is the beautiful Xia? He craned his neck to peek behind the screen, hoping to spot another person on the bed. Qin Xinghong furrowed his brow, shaking off the grip. The esteemed host is not here. She has gone to find the master of Blood Rain Tower. The flower picker sighed in relief. I knew it. After all, we are all players. Xia Lanyi would have no reason to treat us differently. The novice god scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dust. Wait a minute, Qin Dalao, why were you sleeping in the beautiful Xia's bedroom? All the players fixed their eyes on Qin Xinghong, realizing this was the crux of the matter. Before he could concoct an explanation, the braised snail powder exclaimed in admiration. Surely, Qin Huang must have received a special quest from the esteemed host Xia. Qin Huang, you're already level 43, how impressive. The players collectively gasped, realizing he had leveled up in just one night. Truly, he was the Qin Huang. Seeing that the braised snail powder had provided him with a plausible excuse, Qin Xinghong cleared his throat and refrained from offering further explanations. At the forgotten slope, Xia Lanyi stood before the maze. With little desire to methodically decipher the labyrinth, she surmised that the group of players would struggle to devise a solution, and thus, she donned Li Qianfeng's panel. With a flick of her wrist, the ghost head knife was unsheathed, and Xia Lanyi delivered a sweeping slash infused with bloodlight. The trees that formed the maze fell apart like brittle twigs, severed cleanly from their roots. When the players arrived, they witnessed this breathtaking spectacle. That is so cool, coach, I want to learn that too. Truly deserving of being a master of the leisure realm. This is incredible. When will I ever reach the leisure realm? Don't even think about it. The officials already stated that attaining levels above Grand Master depends on the player's perception, not merely on accumulating experience points. What is perception anyway? Does this game even want to be playable? Xia Lanyi resheathed the ghost head knife, standing with her arms crossed before the players. The maze has been dispelled today. I will lead you to meet the esteemed medical immortal. Qin Xinghong clasped his hands respectfully and inquired, Master Li, may I ask where the esteemed host Xia has gone? Xia Lanyi glanced at him, replying coolly, she did not sleep last night, so naturally, she is resting. Oh, she didn't sleep all night. Excitement flickered in the player's eyes. How did Li Qianfeng know that Xia Lanyi had been awake all night? Had they been together the entire time? Qin Xinghong was aware of the reason behind Xia Lanyi's sleepless night, yet he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, a pang of sourness rising within him. He couldn't help but wonder what the nature of their relationship was, and what about that Imo Tingfeng? Xia Lanyi chose not to elaborate further, maintaining Li Qianfeng's arrogant and aloof persona as she led the players deeper into the forgotten slope. As they passed through the now-leveled maze, a beautifully crafted two-story bamboo house came into view, accompanied by several medicinal fields in front. Racks were laden with drying herbs, imparting an ethereal sense of a hidden paradise. Before they could approach, the door of the bamboo house swung open, and a figure emerged. Chapter 44. Seeking medical assistance for the individual possessed a head of white hair, yet his visage appeared no older than 20, exuding an air of remarkable youthfulness. He wore an unpleasant expression, unmistakably indicating that he was not one to engage with amiability. Xia Lanyi clasped his hands and said, I am Li Qianfeng, the master of Blood Rain Tower, and I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed medical sage. To his astonishment, this person was indeed the medical sage, Yun Yi, who was the senior brother of Lian Jiang. Given that he should be older than Lian Zhang, why did he look even younger than Lian Zhang's son? Yunyi regarded him with a frosty demeanor and remarked, "So it is you who have destroyed the poisonous herbs I cultivated, as well as the array I set?" The players collectively shuddered. Though they felt exhilarated when the herbs were destroyed, facing the master's inquiry now left them feeling somewhat guilty. Xiaolani, however, was undeterred. He candidly admitted, "In my eagerness to meet you, I resorted to this desperate measure. I hope for your understanding, esteemed elder." Yunyi huffed disdainfully, "Since you have ruined my poison herbs and array, you shall pay with your life." As he spoke, several points of icy starlight flickered between his palms. Xiaolani swiftly drew his blade to parry, knocking the starlight to the ground, which turned out to be several silver needles intended for acupuncture. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in combat, leaving the players dumbfounded. The conduct of this medical sage bore a striking resemblance to that of a demonic sect member. To demand a life for the destruction of a few herbs was indeed excessive. Above Yunya's head, a health bar illuminated, revealing him to be a formidable grandmaster at level 108. The players sighed in relief, for Li Qianfeng was a level 132 master of the carefree realm, thus they felt secure merely observing the unfolding drama. Indeed, it was not long before Yunyi was bested. Despite his defeat, he retained an air of arrogance, scoffing, "You possess some skill, young one." Xiaolani bowed respectfully, "I apologize for my rudeness. I have come to implore you to return from your seclusion. The venerable Zhang Tianchi of Wudong has been grievously harmed by the demonic beings of the western regions, afflicted with the burning poison. I beseech you to save him." Yunyi furrowed his brow. "Demonic beings of the western regions?" Xiaolani confirmed, "Indeed, that demon claims to be Muli, the leader of the western region's Divine Flame sect." The mention of the Divine Flame sect caused Yunya's tone to turn frigid as ice. 20 years ago, the Divine Flame sect sent spies to infiltrate our martial world, plotting to seize control. Who would have thought their treacherous ambitions have resurfaced? Evidently, Yunyi harbored a grudge against the Divine Flame sect, which piqued Xiaolani's curiosity. However, Yunya's tone shifted. "As for the burning poison, I cannot remedy it. Seek another expert." This unexpected turn left Xiaolani reeling. Both Lian Feng and Lian Jiang had cautioned that if even Yunyi could not cure the burning poison, then surely no one could. Was Zhang Tianchi doomed to perish? As Xiaolani furrowed his brow, preparing to plead further, a deep sigh echoed through the air. The crowd turned to see Lian Jiang approaching. After 2 decades apart, the elder brother's charisma remained undiminished. Upon witnessing Lian Jiang's aged appearance, Yunyi seemed taken aback but remained cold, stating, "Do not call me your brother, we severed ties 20 years ago." Lian Jiang sighed, "I was the one who wronged you first, so it is only natural for you to resent me." The players were captivated, eagerly leaning in to hear the unfolding tale. Xiaolani found a spot to sit, a handful of sunflower seeds thrust into his palm by a novice deity. "During my travels, I brought Wan Yang back to the Medicine King Valley. You repeatedly warned me of her dubious origins, yet I succumbed to passion, severing ties with you for her sake. Shortly after you retreated to Forgotten Slope, Wan Yang became pregnant. Her condition was precarious, and she wished to use the cold spring jade fetus as a medicinal catalyst to safeguard the pregnancy. It was then that I began to harbor doubts about her. Wan Yang was indeed a spy sent by the 10,000 Insects sect. When her identity was exposed, she sought to use poison to force me to surrender the cold spring jade fetus, but she suffered a fatal backlash from her own toxins." The players listened with rapt attention. Hong Xiao, a particularly astute listener, suddenly realized, "Wait a minute, if Wan Yang died during her pregnancy, then how was Lian Feng born?" Lian Jiang continued, "Wan Yang was never truly pregnant. It was all an illusion crafted by insects. To protect the reputation of the Medicine King Valley, I falsely claimed she died in childbirth and secretly adopted Fomert later. When the 10,000 Insects sect was annihilated, I learned they were a branch of the demonic sect from the western regions. Wan Yang deceived me solely for the sake of the cold spring jade fetus, which can counteract countless poisons. It seems they had plotted to harm Zhang Tianchi long before." Yunyi regarded him with a scoff. "Now that you bear such an aged visage, that woman must have left her mark on you." Lian Jiang displayed a hint of shame. "My skills are lacking. The poison within me remains unpurged." This time, Yunyi refrained from further mockery, and the tension between the two brothers began to thaw. Xiaolani seized the moment to inquire, "Might I ask, where is the cold spring jade fetus currently?" Lian Jiang replied, "To prevent further calamity to the Medicine King Valley due to the cold spring jade fetus, I spread the word that it had been used during Wan Yang's childbirth." Yunyi interjected, "If the cold spring jade fetus still exists, why do you not use it to cure your poison?" Lian Jiang offered a bitter smile, "I am but an unworthy individual. I do not deserve to utilize the cold spring jade fetus. Moreover, I had already entrusted it to my elder brother." A flicker of surprise crossed Yunya's face. "When did you?" Suddenly, he recalled something and hurried back inside, retrieving a wooden box. Upon opening it, a finely carved piece of mutton fat jade emerged. Lian Jiang entered behind him. "I knew that if I directly handed the cold spring jade fetus to you, you would refuse. Thus, I concealed it among my father's relics." Yunyi held the jade pendant with a complex expression, realizing that all these years, he had remained oblivious to the cold spring jade fetus hidden within it. With a sigh, he expressed, "Dear brother, why have you gone to such lengths?" His willingness to address Lian Jiang as his brother indicated that he had come to terms with their past grievances. Lian Jiang trembled with excitement. Before the brothers could share their heartfelt sentiments, Xiaolani suddenly grew serious, warning, "Someone approaches." No sooner had Xiaolani spoken than he leaped out of the courtyard. Outside the main building stood a figure wearing a half-golden mask, none other than Muli, who had appeared at the martial arts conference. Muli regarded Xiaolani. We meet again, thanks to you, I have located the Cold Spring Jade fetus. Xiaolani raised an eyebrow, connecting the dots regarding Muli's actions. You poisoned Zhang Tianshi and went through such elaborate schemes for the Cold Spring Jade fetus. Is it true that you have also fallen victim to a peculiar poison? Muli chuckled, his gaze on Xiaolani growing more intense. You were quite astute, you figured it out swiftly. Xiaolani brandished his sword in front of him, retorting coldly, the Cold Spring Jade fetus cannot be yours. You'd best prepare for death. With a flash of crimson light, Muli drew his blade to parry, and the two masters of the carefree realm clashed once more. Eerie flute music began to echo from the surrounding woods, and soon the grass rustled ominously. Yunya's brow furrowed in alarm. This is bad, it's the insects. The hordes of insects and serpents from Forgotten Slope seemed to have emerged en masse, swarming like a tide. The players were covered in goosebumps, and many who feared insects screamed in terror. My goodness, this is utterly revolting. Why doesn't the system censor this? Just yesterday, the novice brother was censored. Do these insects not deserve the same? These are mere insects, how are we supposed to fight them? Chapter 45, Seeking medical assistance and tracing the source. 5 Yunyi distributed a large bag of poison powder among the players. This powder could counteract the cursed worms, albeit for a limited duration. It was evident that there were practitioners controlling these worms hidden within the forest, and if they were eliminated, the creatures would disperse. Muli had brought along numerous subordinates, most of whom were first-rate experts of levels 50 to 60, far beyond the capability of the players. Thus, Yunyi and Lian Jiang ventured forth to confront these formidable foes, leaving the task of dealing with the worm controllers to the players. System notification in main quest, Cold Spring Jade Embryo 1 quest description. The Shenyang sect is advancing aggressively, seeking to seize the precious Cold Spring Jade Embryo from the Apothecary Valley. All heroes are requested to repel the worm controllers and safeguard the Cold Spring Jade Embryo. Quest requirements and no level restrictions. Quest rewards, experience pool 1,000,000, distributed according to contribution, 20 silver, 1 rare treasure chest. Upon receiving the quest, the players were instantly invigorated, casting aside their fears of the cursed worms as they charged into the thicket with swords raised, shouting. There were a total of 12 NPC worm controllers, and over 100 players instinctively formed 12 groups to besiege them. These NPCs were all above level 50, outclassing most players by a considerable margin. However, the sheer number of players provided them with a numerical advantage, allowing them to wear down their opponents. Each group consisted of around 10 individuals, with the team leaders directing their comrades through the channel. The 2 weakest members of each team were tasked with dispersing the poison powder, careful not to allow the cursed worms to bite them, as such bites would inflict debilitating paralysis and health loss. Qin Xinghong, the highest level player among them, faced the elite NPC worm controllers, who were at level 60. He donned the breath-holding jade pendant and, amid the chaos of numbers, concealed himself within the dense canopy of leaves. In the meantime, Xiaolani and Muli had exchanged blows over 100 times. Xiaolani's crimson eyes glowed fiercely, her aura surging with intensity, and her hair cascading behind her, exuding a palpable sense of menace. Muli's exposed skin was adorned with golden, vein-like patterns, and one of his pupils had dilated, giving him an otherworldly appearance. He deftly manipulated the strings, retracting the curved blade he had launched, and with a smirk directed at Xiaolani, remarked, Your swordsmanship is formidable, yet it cannot endure for long. It would be prudent to hand over the Cold Spring Jade Embryo to me now, and I may spare these individuals their lives. Xiaolani scoffed, observing him like a gilded statue, retorting, Your techniques are not without cost, are they? Muli's expression darkened, and on the half of his face not concealed by his mask, the golden patterns pulsated as if writhing with insects beneath the surface. Yunyi, having incapacitated a member of the Shenyang sect with a silver needle, gazed at Muli in astonishment. It was remarkable that he could still live with so many golden line worms within him. The golden lineworm was known as the king of worms, residing within a person's meridians, inflicting excruciating pain while simultaneously opening the channels of extraordinary energy, allowing for rapid martial advancement. Yunyi stated, the agony inflicted by the golden lineworm is incessant, even a single one can drive a person to the brink of despair. Judging by the multitude of golden lines across his body, he must host at least 100 of them, yet he remains alive, a feat that would have killed an ordinary person long ago. Xiaolani was slightly taken aback. From Muli's demeanor, one could hardly perceive that he was enduring such immense suffering. Muli maintained a calm facade, responding nonchalantly, You are indeed the medical immortal, able to discern the presence of golden lineworms on my person at a glance. His tone remained level, yet his curved blade launched a fierce strike towards Yunyi, who, being only at level 108, found himself unable to evade the attack. Xiaolani swiftly intervened, pulling Yunyi aside and using her left arm to block the blow with sheer force. The jarring clash of metal resonated through the air, sending shockwaves that uprooted trees and decimated the cursed worms scattered on the ground. Xiaolani was forcibly pushed back, sliding over 10 meters, while her weapon continued to vibrate ominously, her arms trembling with the aftereffects of the impact. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Xiaolani's gaze turned icy. Muli was too powerful, and even her enhanced state could not contend with him. Muli smiled, saying, Li Qianfeng, I have no desire to harm you, simply pledge your allegiance to me, and I shall spare these individuals today. What say you? The shockwave from their clash reverberated through the thicket, knocking everyone to the ground and inflicting internal injuries. Qin Xinghong quickly consumed a foundational elixir, seizing the opportunity while the NPC worm controllers were still reeling from the impact, and swiftly eliminated one of them. The other players capitalized on this moment, using potions to subdue the remaining NPCs, causing the previously controlled swarm of serpents and insects to break free and scatter into the forest. With a collective sigh of relief, the players felt the weight lift. Even those unafraid of the worms would succumb to madness after prolonged exposure. Qin Xinghong remarked. The leader of the Shenyang sect remains. We must return to assist Master Li. The novice deity scratched his head, recalling that the white-haired expert from the western regions was a formidable level 135 in the carefree realm. If we approach him, we'll surely perish and lose our revival points. How can we assist? However, Qin Xinghong had already formulated a plan in his mind. Gripping the breath-holding jade pendant, he instructed, you all draw the attention of the Shenyang sect leader, and I shall find a way. Chapter 46. Seeking medical help and following clues. Xia Lanyi let out a cold snort, remarking on the audacity of the leader of the Shenyang sect. If you wish for Li Qianfeng to serve you as a master, you'd better prove your worth. Resolutely rejecting the proposition, she showed no inclination to engage further in banter with Mu Li, raising her blade to strike once more. At that moment, a horde of players surged forth from the dense forest, their voices a cacophony. The rookie deity led the charge, sword raised, pointing it at Mu Li. You, a demon from the western regions, dare to covet our esteemed leader Li? With me, the rookie deity, here, I advise you to be sensible and retreat at once. Mu Li, for the first time in his life, encountered someone who dared to speak to him with such insolence. His golden eyes fixed on the rookie deity, a mocking smile escaping his lips. The rookie deity's hand trembled, nearly losing grip on his sword, involuntarily swallowing hard. The NPC's intimidating aura was overwhelming. He felt a chill creeping around his neck. Meanwhile, Qin Xinghong stealthily maneuvered through the crowd of players, making her way to Yunye's side. Having been closest to Xia Lanyi and Mu Li during their clash, Yunye had suffered severe internal injuries, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, with Zhang Jiang attending to his wounds. Qin Xinghong gently supported Yunye and whispered, Senior physician, are you alright? As she spoke, she discreetly slipped something into Yunye's hand. He paused, feeling the cool, smooth texture of a jade pendant, and discreetly tucked it away. While players brandished their swords, shouting at Mu Li with bravado, none dared to step forward. Mu Li, nearly amused to the point of laughter, coldly declared, you seek death. With that, he unleashed a formidable force from both palms, akin to the weight of a mountain, sending players sprawling to the ground, with those at the forefront meeting instant demise. Xia Lanyi's eyes narrowed with intensity as she leaped forward, bypassing the throng to confront Mu Li with a palm strike. Both were formidable, exceeding level 130, and their clash was nothing short of earth-shattering, sending leaves and dust swirling into the air. The fallen players coughed up more blood, desperately consuming potions to stabilize their precarious health. Xia Lanyi's mask cracked under the pressure, while Mu Li's golden eyes gleamed with astonishment. He still had the presence of mind to taunt, I told you, you are not my match. As the force of his strike intensified, Xia Lanyi's mask shattered completely, revealing her true visage, which momentarily caught Mu Li off guard. A smile graced Xia Lanyi's lips, blood trickling from the corner like rouge on her porcelain face, adding a vivid hue to her beauty. Seizing the moment of Mu Li's distraction, Xia Lanyi channeled her internal energy to its peak, and as their powers clashed, both were forced back several paces. Leaves swirled down from the sky, and Xia Lanyi covered her chest, spitting blood, before tearing a piece of her garment to cover her face before the players could fully regain their senses. Mu Li, though injured, fared much better than Xia Lanyi. Stepping back to steady himself, he chuckled lightly, I initially thought you merely possessed martial talent, who would have guessed you also have a captivating beauty? Now, I desire you even more. The players perked up. What, captivating beauty? Li Qianfeng is a stunning beauty too. Xia Lanyi rolled her eyes, I have no interest in you, demon from the western regions. Though her words were resolute, her current state clearly indicated she was not fit to continue battling Mu Li. Qin Xinghong consumed a foundational revitalization pill and tossed the vial toward Li, exclaiming, Leader Li, catch. Noticing her action, Mu Li flung his dual blades, one aimed at the vial and the other directly at Qin Xinghong's chest. Xia Lanyi, positioned further away, managed to intercept one blade and secure the vial. Just as the other blade was about to reach Qin Xinghong, Zhang Jiang stepped in, kicking the blade away. Unfazed, Mu Li pulled on the thread in his hand, causing the blade to spin back towards Zhang Jiang's neck. Yunyi gasped, Junior brother. The golden blade, entwined with the thread, coiled around Zhang Jiang's neck, embedding itself deeply and drawing forth a trail of crimson. Mu Li tightened the thread, looking at Yunyi and taunting, Physician, will you use the cold spring jade embryo to save Zhang Tiancher, or your dear junior brother? Yunya's expression darkened, his gaze at Mu Li filled with fury. From his robes, he produced a jade pendant, his fingers whitening from the pressure. Known for his peculiar temperament, the physician had earned a reputation for pride and unpredictability. He had severed ties with the Medicine King Valley over a mere quarrel with Zhang Jiang, retreating into seclusion on Wanghuai Slope for 2 decades. Now, reduced to this humiliating predicament, it seemed a fitting reflection of his character. Gritting his teeth, Yunyi declared, Release my junior brother, and I will give you the cold spring jade embryo. Zhang Jiang, ensnared by the thread, felt the sharpness biting into his skin, blood trickling down his neck in a gruesome display. Yet, he still struggled to protest, Senior brother, don't. But a fierce glare from Yunyi silenced him. Mu Li tightened the thread further, throw the cold spring jade embryo over, and I shall release him. With Zhang Jiang's throat on the verge of being severed, Yunyi's eyes blazed red. No longer willing to negotiate, he hurled the jade pendant away. Mu Li caught the pendant deftly, honoring his word by retracting the golden blade. Zhang Jiang, clutching his neck, collapsed to the ground, while Yunyi rushed over to staunch the bleeding. Chapter 47. The Cold Springs Jade Embryo. Xia Lanyi consumed 2 solidifying essence pills, which significantly alleviated his internal injuries and restored 30% of his strength. He raised his blade, pointing it directly at Mu Li, seemingly intent on reclaiming the Cold Springs Jade Embryo. Muli chuckled, leaping backward to perch upon the treetop, gazing at Xia Lanyi and saying, Li Qianfeng, I truly hesitate to harm you. This time, I shall merely take the Cold Springs Jade Embryo. Our next encounter will not be so straightforward. In an instant, Muli's figure vanished into the dense forest, prompting Qin Xinghong to breathe a sigh of relief, realizing they had temporarily evaded danger. Xia Lanyi sheathed his sword and turned to Yun Yi, asking, What was that you threw earlier? Yun Yi, somewhat taken aback, recalled that he had been gripping the fake jade pendant tightly, and it had been a fleeting moment to toss it. He hadn't anticipated that Li Qianfeng could discern its true nature. Not only had he recognized it as a counterfeit Cold Springs Jade Embryo, but he had also played along to deceive the leader of the Shenyang sect. He explained to Qin Xinghong, that was the jade pendant this young hero gave me. Yun Yi then produced the genuine jade pendant concealing the true Cold Springs Jade Embryo from his bosom, relieved that the young hero's pendant bore a striking resemblance to his master's relic. Otherwise, they might not have fooled that demon. The pendant Qin Xinghong had given to Yun Yi was indeed the breath-concealing pendant, which matched the relic of the former leader of Yaowang Valley, enabling them to outwit Muli. Xia Lanyi glanced appreciatively at Qin Xinghong, maintaining the persona of Li Qianfeng, and praised, Well done. Qin Xinghong modestly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Xia Lanyi continued, Muli is no fool, he will soon realize that the jade pendant does not contain the Cold Springs Jade Embryo. We must return to Yaowang Valley without delay. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a renewed sense of urgency. If that demon were to return, they would still be unable to protect the Cold Springs Jade Embryo. The players promptly carried the gravely injured Lian Jiang down the mountain, racing back to Yaowang Valley. As soon as Lian Jiang returned to the valley, he, despite his weakened state, ordered the valley to be sealed. Yaowang Valley harbored numerous poisonous flowers and plants, and even a figure like Muli, who was in the realm of carefree immortals, would need to tread carefully. Xia Lanyi implored, I kindly ask the esteemed physician and valley master Lian to entrust the Cold Springs Jade Embryo to me. I shall take it to Wudong for Master Zhang to neutralize the poison. Having endured 2 calamities due to the Cold Springs Jade Embryo, although it was a priceless treasure, they could not safeguard it. Retaining it would only invite further disaster, and offering it to Master Zhang would be for the best. Lian Jiang and Yun Yi exchanged glances, and Yun Yi handed the Cold Springs Jade Embryo to Xia Lanyi. The journey was perilous. Should the demon discover the counterfeit, he would undoubtedly seek out Master Li Qianfeng again, who would need to be on guard. As Xia Lanyi carefully secured the Cold Springs Jade Embryo, preparing to depart, Yun Yi suddenly recalled something. Master Li, please wait a moment before you leave. The demoness martial prowess has reached such heights, likely linked to the golden thread goo within him. I shall concoct a poison targeting the golden thread goo. It may prove useful against that demon. With that, Yun Yi set off to prepare the antidote, while Xia Lanyi vanished with the Cold Springs Jade Embryo. Upon returning to Yaowang Valley, the main quest, Cold Springs Jade Embryo 1, was marked as complete. Qin Xinghong undoubtedly emerged as the player with the highest contribution, having slain the elite NPC controlling the goo and providing the breath-concealing pendant to safeguard the Cold Springs Jade Embryo. The system awarded him an astonishing 53,000 experience points, accounting for over half of the total experience pool. Players watched in awe as Qin Xinghong's level surged dramatically from level 42 to 48. Brother Qin, allow me to pay my respects. How remarkable, to ascend 6 levels in one fell swoop. This is the prowess of a high-level player. Indeed, how much experience must that require? I only garnered 10,000 experience points. Be content, I only received 2,000. Those vile insects were simply too repulsive to confront. Qin Xinghong himself had not anticipated accruing such a wealth of experience points. Additionally, he received a 10-point favorability boost from both Yun Yi and Lian Jiang. However, he found it peculiar that he did not receive any favorability from Li Qianfeng, despite the NPC appearing to harbor a certain fondness for him, much like during their last encounter in the Shuangjian sect. But Qin Xinghong dismissed such thoughts, focusing instead on his curiosity regarding Xia Lanyi's whereabouts. Yun Yi, skilled in medicine and adept in the art of poisons, had crafted a potent antidote in no time, having previously concocted a lethal miasma on Wanghuai Slope. He approached the players, inquiring, Where is Master Li? The players exchanged glances, equally puzzled. Li Qianfeng was always elusive, appearing and disappearing like a wisp of smoke, shrouded in mystery. Just then, Xia Lanyi emerged from behind the crowd, addressing Yun Yi, Senior Yun. Master Li intends to remain hidden in the shadows. I shall take responsibility for escorting the Cold Springs Jade Embryo in plain sight, thus avoiding excessive passivity. Yun Yi nodded, agreeing that this arrangement appeared more prudent. He handed Xia Lanyi a jade vial, containing poison specifically crafted to counter the golden thread goo. Its liquid form was designed for immediate dispersal. Once the golden thread goo becomes poisoned, it will roil through the meridians, causing the demon unbearable agony. As he spoke, his expression was fierce, resembling a demon more than the actual demon himself. Nevertheless, Xia Lanyi admired Yun Yi's vengeful spirit, feeling a sense of camaraderie. By the way, Yun Yi continued, retrieving a pouch of medicinal powder from his pocket, the demon harbors ill intentions toward Master Li. This is a stomach tonic, which will ensure that the demon can never enjoy a normal existence. Master Li should keep it for self-defense. The players collectively shuddered, tightening their legs in discomfort, recognizing the physician's merciless cunning. As Xia Lanyi received the pouch, the system chimed with a notification system prompt. Main quest Cold Springs Jade Embryo 2 quest description. Xia Lanyi, the master of Xiaoyu Tower, has obtained the Cold Springs Jade Embryo from Yaowang Valley. The leader of the Shenyang sect covets it fiercely and is now recruiting righteous individuals to assist Xia Lanyi in escorting the Cold Springs Jade Embryo back to the Wudong sect. Quest requirements, level 40 and above. Quest rewards 50,000 experience points, 20 silver, 1 rare treasure chest. The level requirement of 40 proved to be quite stringent, instantly disqualifying a majority of players. However, given that many martial factions in Yunnan were aware of Xiaolani leading players in a main quest at Yaowang Valley, they gathered in hopes of participating, and surprisingly, there was indeed a quest available. Yet, the number of players meeting the quest's requirements was scarce. Xiaolani noted that only 36 players at level 40 or above were eligible. Observing those who had not secured the quest, lamenting their misfortune and cursing the game, Xiaolani could not help but smile at their plight. Feeling a twinge of sympathy, he pondered for a moment before issuing a new quest for those players. A system prompt side quest, setting up illusions. Quest description: Xiaolani, the master of Xianyu Tower, is recruiting righteous individuals from the martial world to form 10 teams, each heading toward the Wudong sect to distract the Shenyang sect's attention. Quest requirements, level 35 and above, 500 slots available. Quest rewards, 10,000 experience points, 20 silver, 1 rare treasure chest. Upon receiving the new quest notification, the players who had previously been disheartened were instantly filled with joy, expressing their gratitude to Xiaolani. Woohoo, Master Xia is truly benevolent, providing us with another quest. Master, though I am not from Xianyu Tower, my heart shall forever belong to you. I am willing to dedicate my life for you, Master. Xiaolani shook his head, bemused by their double standards. They had cursed the game when they couldn't take on the quest, but now that they could, they lavished praise upon him. Their enthusiasm was indeed charming. Within 5 minutes, all 500 slots were filled. Xiaolani divided the players into 10 teams of 50, selecting one player from each team who resembled him in stature. Before long, 10 figures clad in azure garments and veiled hats emerged, each resembling Xiaolani. The true Xiaolani then led an elite squad composed of players above level 40, opting to ride a horse instead of taking a carriage to save time. With a flick of his whip, 11 teams set forth along 11 different paths, yet their destination remained the same. Wudong, Chapter 48. The Cold Spring Jade Fetus 2. On the precipice path in Ganzhou, a group of over 10 individuals was traversing swiftly using their lightness skills. This narrow pathway, scarcely a meter in width, could not accommodate horses and could only be navigated on foot. Clad in a green robe, Xiaolani was clinging to the back of one person, his face turned towards the cliff's inner wall, and upon closer inspection, his posture was exceedingly stiff, clearly reflecting his anxiety. The novice deity took a deep breath, smacked the thigh beneath him, and exclaimed, "Could you possibly relax a little? You're about to crush my waist. Carrying you is more exhausting than lugging a boulder." Hongxiao Lucifan trembled slightly, gripping the novice deity's collar tightly, her pale face glaring at the back of his head. "Do you think I want you to carry me? I am terrified of heights and I'm on the verge of deathly fright. There is no alternative." The novice, gasping for air due to the tight grip, abruptly halted, prompting the players trailing behind them to come to a stop as well. Hongxiao Lucifan, already on edge, was startled by his sudden stop and clung tightly to the novice deity's back, her voice trembling with irritation. "What are you doing?" The novice deity loosened his choked collar, his face flushed and neck thickened as he replied, "What do you mean, what am I doing? I was nearly strangled by you." Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous rumbling echoed from the mountainside, causing the players to freeze in alarm. A quick-thinking player immediately warned, "Not good. There are falling rocks." Before anyone could retreat, over 10 boulder-sized stones cascaded down with a thunderous force, smashing the path apart before plummeting into the river dozens of meters below. The novice deity's eyes widened in shock as he unconsciously swallowed, realizing that had he not stopped, they would have been crushed by those falling rocks. Hongxiao Lucifan peeked over his shoulder, her little face drained of color. Was that an accident? It shouldn't be. The novice deity drew his sword, signaling for everyone to be alert. It's likely that the Shenyang sect has caught up with us. The path was too narrow for the players to stand side by side, forcing Hongxiao Lucifan and the novice deity to remain protected in the center while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Could it truly be the Shenyang sect? They wouldn't be using insects again, would they? I certainly hope not. After completing the last quest, all I could see upon logging off were the phantoms of insects. Just then, a sultry giggle floated down from above. The players collectively looked up, spotting a red figure gliding past the cliff. "I intended to conserve some effort, but it seems you all possess quite the luck." Perched upon a protruding boulder ahead was a woman clad in red, who had somehow taken her seat there unnoticed. Dressed in light, sheer red fabric, the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, with a large crimson flame tattoo adorning the corner of her left eye and her exposed left arm. Her long, slender legs were crossed, and her toenails were painted a vivid red. The player's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was a beautiful NPC, Hong Lian, one of the 4 great sorceresses of the Shenyang sect, a level 116 grandmaster. The novice deity pointed his sword at her, his expression earnest as he declared, "Enchantress, even if you employ your beauty to beguile me, it will be of no use. I shall never surrender the Cold Spring Jade Fetus to you." Hong Lian chuckled softly. "You are quite amusing, though your appearance is rather unremarkable. Your thoughts are rather grand. Do you truly think I need to resort to beauty to deal with you?" The novice deity retorted, "The NPCs in this game are truly vicious." Hong Lian, uninterested in a mere lackey, instead focused her gaze on the green-clad figure encircled by the other players and smiled slyly. "I have long heard that the owner of Cheong Yulo is the most beautiful in the land. I wonder if I shall be fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of her today?" Hongxiao Lucifan, trembling with anxiety, pressed against the cliff wall, forcing herself to maintain a facade of nonchalance as she steadied herself in the guise of Xiaolani. The novice deity stood protectively in front of Hongxiao Lucifan. "Do you think the owner can be seen at your whim? I have yet to even see what she looks like." The other players chimed in, Exactly. Just because you want to see her doesn't mean you can." Hong Lian laughed softly. What a loyal pack of hounds you are. As she spoke, she flicked her wrist, and a long whip coiled around, sending the player standing at the front tumbling off the cliff. The novice deity swallowed hard, raising his sword to boost morale as he charged forward, embodying a spirit of valor as he thought, if anyone wishes to see the owner, they must first pass through me. Hong Lian remained unimpressed, casually flicking her whip, such reckless bravery. With a pained scream, the novice deity fell off the cliff, experiencing the thrill of bungee jumping. Though each of these players was above level 35, they were evidently no match for Hong Lian, who dispatched them with ease, sending them plummeting one by one in mere moments. Only a solitary figure in green remained on the path. With graceful steps, Hong Lian approached, the golden bells adorning her ankles chiming with each movement. Hong Xiao Lucifan, pressed against the rock wall, was consumed by anxious thoughts. This fierce woman was ruthless. What if she discovered that he was not Xiaolani and became enraged, dismembering him? Hong Lian drew near, pinning Hong Xiao Lucifan against the wall with a playful smile. I'm curious to see if this so-called number one beauty truly lives up to her reputation. As she slowly lifted her veil, a delicate, pale chin emerged first, followed by a smile that graced her lips, immediately followed by a cloud of white powder enveloping Hong Xiao Lucifan. Stepping back, he tossed aside his veil, laughing heartily. Ha, you've fallen for it, my Cheong Yulo's anti-wolf powder never misses. As the mist swirled, yet no coughing was heard, a sense of foreboding gripped Hong Xiao Lucifan. This powder was effective even against master-level experts. Could it possibly be ineffective against a grandmaster? As the powder settled, Hong Lian's figure became clearer, her gentle smile juxtaposed with the icy coldness of her gaze. You possess quite the audacity. The red armlet on her arm writhed, revealing a red-scaled snake, its head biting into her neck, greedily sucking. With a flick of her wrist, the snake turned its head, slithering up her arm to her fingertips, hissing menacingly at Hong Xiao Lucifan. A mere bit of poison powder dares to be arrogant before my red-scaled serpent? With a raised eyebrow, Hong Lian let the serpent slither down to Hong Xiao Lucifan, wrapping around his neck. The slick sensation made him flinch, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Hong Lian playfully lifted his chin with her fingertip, clicking her tongue. Such look surely cannot belong to Xiaolani. It seems I've encountered yet another impostor. Hong Xiao Lucifan, straining to evade the serpent, lamented, Sister, considering we both share the surname Hong, could you perhaps spare me? If you must kill me, at least do not use this snake, grant me a swift end. Hong Lian chuckled lightly, her fingers tracing his face. While your looks may not be stunning, your personality is indeed intriguing. I shall not kill you, instead, you will accompany me back to the western regions and become my little 16. Hong Xiao Lucifan gasped, what on earth is little 16? Chapter 49. The Cold Spring Jade Embryo 3 Xiaolani urged the players onward, pushing their steeds to gallop day and night, and within merely 7 days, they had entered the territory of Jingzhou, where Wudong Mountain is located. In just half a day, they would reach the Wudong sect, more than doubling their speed compared to their departure. As noon approached, upon arriving at a small grove, Xiaolani raised her hand, signaling for a temporary halt to rest. Although the horses in this realm possessed far superior endurance than their real-world counterparts, prolonged running without respite still posed the risk of exhaustion. Qin Xinghong dismounted and approached Xiaolani's horse to assist her down. The other players observed this interaction with admiration, realizing that such attentiveness to NPCs was the hallmark of a skilled player, allowing for the acquisition of more quests. A white falcon soared overhead, and Xiaolani deftly caught it, retrieving a small bamboo tube from its talons. After reading the secret message, she remarked with a hint of detachment, the other 10 teams have already been ambushed by the Shenyang sect, they will surely catch up with us soon. There's no need for concern, guild leader, Qin Xinghong replied. We are but half a day's journey from Wudong, and I have already sent a message via carrier pigeon. They will dispatch someone to assist us shortly. Xiaolani nodded, her fingers brushing against a protrusion at her waist, which appeared to be the shape of a jade pendant. After a brief respite, just as the group prepared to mount and resume their journey, a throng of men clad in crimson surged forth from the surrounding woods, emanating an intimidating aura. Xiaolani sighed, realizing they could not evade this confrontation. The red-clad individuals parted to reveal 2 figures. The foremost was a towering man, exceeding 2 meters in height, his muscular physique adorned with fiery red tattoos winding around his exposed arms. Trailing slightly behind was a stunning woman dressed in revealing attire, her body adorned with golden ornaments that jingled as she moved. Red Lotus chuckled lightly, Guild Leader Xia, your strategy is truly commendable. It took both me and Jialua to eliminate 10 teams before we could locate the true target. Xiaolani stepped forward, her tone calm yet laced with sarcasm. What strategy is this? It merely reflects the simplicity of you Westerners, it is no wonder you fell for it. The emphasis on simplicity sounded almost derisive, subtly mocking Muli for possessing a counterfeit Cold Spring Jade Embryo. Red Lotus's gaze turned icy, and the man named Jialua displayed no restraint in his fury as he hefted the massive sword on his back and swung it down in a fierce arc. You treacherous Central Plains folk dare to insult our Western sect. Jialua, though conversant in Central Plains dialect, spoke with a thick accent, his voice booming like a lion's roar, carrying a sonic force. The players hastily retreated, while Xiaolani unsheathed a flexible sword from her waist to meet the challenge. Jialua's sword measured an impressive 1.5 meters in length and was as wide as 2 palms, while Xiaolani's slender sword was less than a meter long and only 2 fingers wide, appearing as insignificant as an ant attempting to shake a tree. The players gasped in unison, Guild Leader, be careful. Qin Xinghong's heart raced in trepidation. However, Xiaolani did not directly counter with her sword. Instead, she deftly maneuvered from the side, allowing her flexible sword to coil around Jialua's blade like a serpent. Jialuo, straining with all his might to withdraw his weapon, found it immovable, his face reddening with effort as he glared at Xia Lanyi's slender figure, his disbelief palpable. Red Lotus raised an eyebrow, having heard tales of the unparalleled beauty of the Qiongnu guild leader, yet now it appeared she concealed formidable prowess. Relaxing her internal energy, Xia Lanyi allowed her flexible sword to unfurl. Jialuo, caught off guard, lost control of his strength, sending his massive sword flying backward while he stumbled several steps in retreat. Red Lotus swiftly positioned herself behind him, pressing her palms against his back, and together they skidded back for 5 or 6 steps before coming to a complete stop. The players stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the delicate Xia Lanyi, merely a level 52 beauty? The towering warrior was a 104 level grandmaster, yet he had lost in a mere exchange, and it appeared that Xia Lanyi had shown him mercy. Why has my wife suddenly turned offensive? No worries, I'm just as capable as a husband. With a flick of her wrist, Xia Lanyi sent forth a sharp whistle from her sword. Where is Muli? You two lackeys think you can snatch the Cold Spring Jade embryo without her? Red Lotus's expression grew grim. She had anticipated that the hidden Li Qianfeng would pose the greatest challenge, only to discover that Xia Lanyi was also a concealed master. Recalling the command of her leader, Red Lotus shivered slightly, realizing that the Cold Spring Jade embryo must be retrieved at all costs. Otherwise, returning to the sect would yield no rewards for her. With a disdainful smile, she cast a dismissive glance at the players behind Xia Lanyi. Such trivial matters require not our leaderess direct intervention. With that, she gestured, and the members of the Shenyang sect surged forward, launching themselves at the players. System notification in main quest, Cold Spring Jade Embryo 3 quest description. As you are on the verge of reaching the Wudong sect, the Shenyang sect once again launches an assault to seize the Cold Spring Jade Embryo. Please assist Xia Lanyi in repelling the Shenyang sect and safeguarding the Cold Spring Jade Embryo. Quest reward 10,000 experience points, 10 silver coins. Red Lotus and Jialuo advanced toward Xia Lanyi, one wielding a sword and the other a long whip, creating a formidable combination that proved somewhat challenging to counter. Xia Lanyi stepped onto Jialuo's sword, delivering a horizontal slash aimed at his throat, when suddenly, a gust of wind whipped past her ear. She swiftly withdrew her sword and pivoted, narrowly avoiding the whip's barbed tip that grazed her face as it tore through her hood. The players erupted in excitement at the sight of Xia Lanyi's hood being shredded. Let me see, let me see. Oh no, I nearly got hurt just to catch a glimpse of the beauty. Xia Lanyi leveraged her position on the sword, lightly pushing off to twist in midair, landing gracefully while sliding on one knee for several meters, the remnants of her hood now in tatters, courtesy of Red Lotus's whip. As dust swirled around, both players and the Shenyang sect members eagerly awaited to see if the legendary beauty truly lived up to her reputation. A cool breeze swept through, lifting Xia Lanyi's lowered head, and the players widened their eyes in disbelief, unsure who exclaimed first. To their astonishment, Xia Lanyi's face was partially concealed behind a silver mask. A hush fell over the crowd. Even Red Lotus, who had been eagerly anticipating the reveal, nearly stumbled in shock. The players were almost ready to spit blood. The disparity between their high hopes and bitter disappointment was immense. Did Xia Lanyi truly need to go to such lengths to hide her visage from them? Rising to her feet, Xia Lanyi wore a wicked smile, relishing in their curiosity. The more you wish to see, the less I shall reveal. The atmosphere grew tense, and a rapid clatter of hooves approached from the distance. Guild leader Xia, I have come to assist you. Xia Lanyi turned to see Wang Shouhong, the Wudong sect leader, accompanied by 20 or 30 disciples, hastening toward them. Wang Shouhong leapt from his saddle, landing deftly beside Xia Lanyi. Wang sect leader, how is Zhang Tianchi faring? Xia Lanyi inquired. Wang Shouhong smiled, stroking his beard. My master has consumed the Cold Spring Jade embryo, and the poison of the burnt ash has been dispelled, all thanks to your assistance, guild leader Xia. Xia Lanyi nodded. That is excellent news. Red Lotus, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Your movements have been under the surveillance of our Shenyang sect. When did you manage to deliver the Cold Spring Jade embryo to Wudong? Chapter 50. The Cold Spring Jade embryo. For the players were utterly bewildered. Had the Cold Spring Jade embryo not always been in the possession of Xia Lanyi? They were the fastest team, yet they had not yet arrived at Wudong. How had Zhang Tianchi managed to consume the Cold Spring Jade embryo? Xia Lanyi chuckled softly. It matters not to share with you. During our time at Yaowang Valley, Li Qianfeng discreetly sought out the Yufeng Escort Agency's branch in Dianzhou and entrusted the Cold Spring Jade embryo to them. Such professional matters are best left to those with expertise. Even though Xia Lanyi and her companions traveled day and night, they could not match the speed of the Yufeng Escort Agency. Wang Shouhong let out a cold snort, glaring at the members of the Shenyang sect as he remarked, the Yufeng Escort Agency delivered the Cold Spring Jade embryo to Wudong over half a day ago. Your devious schemes have ultimately proven futile. The faces of Hong Lian and Jialuo turned ashen. They had been manipulated without realizing it. A truly humiliating predicament. Hong Lian, her expression filled with resentment, shot a venomous glance at Xia Lanyi and waved her hand dismissively. Withdraw. Had it solely been Xia Lanyi's words, they might have had a 50-50 chance in combat, but with Wang Shouhong arriving with the Wudong disciples, they stood no chance whatsoever. Moreover, with the Cold Spring Jade embryo already consumed by Zhang Tianchi, even a victory would be meaningless. Hong Lian's face grew tense as she contemplated how to explain the situation to their leader upon their return. In an instant, the disciples of the Shenyang sect vanished from sight. Xia Lanyi did not send anyone to pursue them. Instead, she returned to Wudong with Wang Shouhong. When Zhang Tianchi had first been poisoned, the atmosphere at Wudong had been desolate. Now that the poison was cured, the mood had lifted, and smiles adorned the faces of every disciple. It was said that the first words Zhang Tianchi uttered upon awakening were, "Where is that little rascal from the western regions?" Undoubtedly, the greatest credit for this success belonged to Changyu Tower and Yaowang Valley. Wang Shouhong prepared a generous gift of thanks, which Xia Lanyi graciously accepted. With Zhang Tianchu's poison alleviated, the crisis faced by the Central Plains martial arts community had been temporarily averted. Xia Lanyi planned to return to Qiangyu Tower, realizing she had been away for nearly a month and feeling a twinge of homesickness. Before her departure, Wang Shouhong personally came to see her off. This incident had completely altered his perception of Qiangyu Tower. Xia Lanyi was not only the savior of his mentor but also a benefactor to the entire Wudong sect. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xia Lanyi boarded the carriage and, pulling back the curtain, saw Luo Qingchen and Duan Hongxiu bidding a reluctant farewell, seemingly having reconciled. When Qin Xinghong received a system notification, he was momentarily taken aback. Upon opening it, he discovered that the side quest Rekindling Old Flames had been completed. Originally, he had shared this quest with Hongxia Luosifen and the novice deity to pursue Xia Lanyi. However, complications arose during the martial arts tournament, causing all three to leave Wudong and subsequently forget about the matter. Little did he know that Luo Qingchen had resolved it on her own. Xia Lanyi had not brought Duan Hongxiu along to Dianzhou, she had remained at Wudang. It seemed that the time they spent together had rekindled their relationship. Qin Xinghong nodded thoughtfully, realizing that familiarity breeds affection. The saying the close proximity to water allows one to obtain the moon held much truth. With that in mind, he naturally climbed onto Xia Lanyi's carriage. Xia Lanyi raised an eyebrow upon seeing him. Why did you leave Wudong to climb aboard my carriage? Do you wish to accompany me back to Qiangyu Tower? Qin Xinghong nodded, casually picking up a plate of fruit and starting to peel grapes. During our journey to Dianzhou, your wisdom and martial prowess have left me in awe. I, Qin, willingly wish to follow you and serve at your side. Xia Lanyi could not help but laugh. You possess an eye for talent. Being with me at Qiangyu Tower will undoubtedly lead to greater achievements than remaining at Wudong. I have plenty of tasks to undertake here. Seeing her agreement, Qin Xinghong beamed with joy. However, both of them failed to notice the absence of a familiar figure beside them. Riding behind the carriage, the novice deity was using the friend chat feature to send a message. Hey, where have you gone? I didn't see you at the resurrection point. Hongxia Luosifen was at a loss for words. I was captured by that western region which named Hong Lian, but she did not kill me. The novice deity was astonished. What did she abduct you for? You're not worth much. Hongxia Luosifen retorted angrily, you're the one who's not worth much, your entire family is worthless. That western demoness claimed I had some charm and wanted to take me back to the western regions as her little 16. The novice deity exclaimed, why is such good fortune not coming my way? With a sigh, Hongxia Luosifen replied, you should take a good look in the mirror and recognize your own worth. The novice deity, growing cold, prepared to hang up the call. If that's the case, then just follow that witch back to the western regions. Hongxia Luosifen quickly softened, no, please, novice brother. I was wrong, the demoness plays with snakes, and I am terrified of snakes. You must inform Lady Xia and ask her to rescue me. Recalling their past camaraderie, the novice deity decided to relay this matter to Xia Lanyi. Xia Lanyi stroked her chin in contemplation. She had indeed not noticed that Hongxia Luosifen was missing. Although he was a player, he was still a disciple of Qiangyu Tower and could not be disregarded. After pondering for a moment, she remarked, since this is the case, it presents a good opportunity. The Shenyang sect harbors malicious intentions towards our Central Plains martial arts community, and they will undoubtedly take further action. Let him serve as an undercover agent within the Shenyang sect. It will surely prove beneficial in the future. The novice deity was filled with respect. Indeed, Lady Xia had swiftly devised a method of utilizing resources. In a game where a sinister sect like the Shenyang sect would ultimately face annihilation, having an undercover agent would undoubtedly yield significant advantages. He bowed respectfully and exited, eager to share this good news with Hongxia Luosifen. Qin Xinghong chuckled lightly. It seems that Xia Lanyi remains the vengeful spirit she always was. Are you planning to take revenge on the Shenyang sect? Xia Lanyi lowered her gaze to touch the bulge at her waist, revealing a knowing smile. The medicine powder given to me by the physician has yet to be used. I cannot allow that demon to benefit from it. Qin Xinghong recalled the stomach medicine gifted by the physician, his expression freezing momentarily. Truly, although Xia Lanyi was the object of his affections, he had to admit that it was best not to offend her. Chapter 51 Ointment Play. With the conclusion of the martial arts tournament, the Central Plains martial world saw no more traces of the sacred flame sect, and it seemed that the rivers and lakes had once again settled into tranquility. After returning to the Qiangyu Tower, Xia Lanyi resumed his life of extravagance and indulgence, appearing no different from before. Yet, beneath the calm surface, tumultuous waves surged within. The sacred flame sect had indeed served as a wake-up call for the various sects, prompting them to remain vigilant against infiltrators and to consider the possibility of being ensnared by poison or other treacheries. As Xia Lanyi soaked in the hot spring, when the water reached his shoulder blades, he furrowed his brow and let out a soft sigh. On his fair shoulders and right arm, a large patch of bruising was conspicuously visible, strikingly alarming to behold. His internal energy was not as profound as Mu Li's, and after forcefully confronting an opponent, he had sustained a serious internal injury. Although he had promptly consumed Qin Xinghong's foundational restoration pill, its low grade could only mend 60% of his injuries, leaving the remainder to heal gradually on its own. The warm water enveloped the bruised area, eliciting a deep ache and a tingling sensation, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead and the tip of his nose. He pressed his hand against the pool's edge, his fingertips turning pale from the exertion, and could not suppress a muffled groan. Upon entering, Qin Xinghong immediately heard that faint, weak sound, sending a shiver from his scalp down to his toes, momentarily forgetting his own identity and purpose for being there. As Xiaolani acclimated to the water temperature, the pain and tingling gradually subsided, and he heard the sound of Qin Xinghong's footsteps. In a voice still lacking strength, he asked, "What are you standing there for?" Qin Xinghong swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, turning his head away from the beaded curtain and speaking in a slightly hoarse tone, "I didn't realize the master was bathing. I'll step out." A sound of suppressed laughter came from behind the curtain, followed by the splashing of water. Xiaolani rose from the hot spring, his slender figure casting a shadow upon the gauzy drapery. Qin Xinghong found himself at a loss, unable to turn away, and simply lowered his gaze, focusing on his own nose. The sound of pearls clinking rang out as Xiaolani parted the beaded curtain and stepped forward. "Come over and apply some ointment for me." Qin Xinghong, nearly losing his composure, looked up at Xiaolani in surprise. "You're injured?" Xiaolani let out a soft hum, reclining on the small couch beside the bed. Clad only in a thin shirt, water droplets from his hair dripped down, soaking a large portion of his back, the damp fabric faintly revealing the bruises beneath. Furrowing his brow, Qin Xinghong strode over. "How did you get hurt?" He reached out, but halted just before touching Xiaolani's shoulder. With his back turned, Xiaolani could not see the expression on his face as he casually replied, "Naturally, it was an accidental injury while fighting those fiends from the Sacred Flame sect." He pulled down the fabric on his right shoulder, gesturing toward a low cabinet nearby. "There's medicine inside. Bring me a bottle to apply." Revealing a large area of bruising from his right shoulder to upper arm, the water had transformed the marks into a more grotesque sight. The deep purplish hue was enough to evoke pain just from a glance. Qin Xinghong felt a tightness in his chest, his earlier whimsical thoughts vanishing as he trudged to the medicine cabinet to retrieve the ointment. The white jar contained a translucent green ointment. Dipping the tip of his index finger into the salve, Qin Xinghong hesitated, unable to bring himself to apply it. Xiaolani, languidly draped over the soft pillow, grew impatient at the delay. Turning to look at Qin Xinghong, he noticed the man's face elongated in a comically dismal manner. Unable to stifle a chuckle, Xiaolani pinched his chin playfully, teasing, "Whose ugly face are you putting on? If you don't want to apply the medicine, then step aside, I'll do it myself." As he reached for the ointment, Qin Xinghong retracted his hand, shaking his head. "It's not that I don't want to apply it. I am just afraid it will hurt you." His heart was filled with regret and concern, questioning how the injury could be so severe. From Wodong to Qianyu Tower, he had failed to notice Xiaolani was injured, let alone to such an extent. He had assumed Xiaolani was hurt during the tussle with Honglian and Jeluodai. In truth, the injury had been inflicted during the encounter at Wanghuai Slope, where only someone of Mu Li's caliber could have caused such damage. Feeling the warmth of concern radiating from Qin Xinghong's gaze, Xiaolani turned back to the pillow, muttering, "It merely looks alarming. In reality, it's just a minor injury. A bit of ointment will suffice." With utmost gentleness, Qin Xinghong's fingertips grazed Xiaolani's back, applying the ointment in circular motions. The menthol-infused salve provided a cooling sensation, causing Xiaolani to involuntarily shudder and hiss in response. Qin Xinghong immediately withdrew his hand, anxious. "Did that hurt you?" Xiaolani turned his head slightly, revealing only one eye, which was slightly reddened. In a low voice, he reassured, "I'm fine, it's just a bit cold, hurry up." Qin Xinghong exhaled in relief and continued to apply the ointment with a feather-light touch, ensuring it was neither painful nor uncomfortable, but rather somewhat ticklish. Xiaolani gripped the silk surface of the pillow tightly, stifling any sounds, his eyes growing red from the effort. The prolonged motion on his shoulder was quite torturous, and he couldn't help but turn and glare at Qin Xinghong. "Didn't I tell you to hurry up?" Startled by the sudden movement, Qin Xinghong accidentally knocked over the jar, which tumbled down onto Xiaolani's chest. The cool, semi-liquid ointment splattered across his chest and abdomen, sending a jolt through Xiaolani. For a moment, they exchanged silent glances, as Qin Xinghong's neck flushed crimson, his entire face turning beet red. Xiaolani had never seen anyone's head literally smoke from embarrassment. Just as he was about to voice his discontent, Qin Xinghong's body went limp, as if he had fallen asleep. Xiaolani paused momentarily, letting out a soft grunt of annoyance, and kicked Qin Xinghong's fallen form with his toe. "You've made no progress." The ointment on his chest and abdomen felt cool against his skin, and as he traced his fingers along his arm, he noticed that the bruises on his shoulder had already been treated by Qin Xinghong. As he applied the ointment, Xiaolani pondered why his own application felt different from Qin Xinghong's. After all, it was the same jar of salve. Qin Xinghong, having succumbed to the rapid beating of his heart, was forcibly disconnected from the game. However, he had reset the game pod's functions last time, so he didn't call for emergency assistance this time. After drinking a glass of icy water to calm himself, his mind was still preoccupied with the image of Xiaolani, half-clad, with flushed eyes and an expression of indignation, along with the sight of the translucent ointment on his chest and abdomen. Qin Xinghong slapped his own face, admonishing himself not to dwell on such thoughts. After downing another large glass of cold water, he reclined back into the game pod. Upon entering the game, Qin Xinghong rose from the ground, only to find that Xiaolani had already departed from the room. All that remained was a low table beside him, upon which sat an almost empty jar of ointment and a silk handkerchief, crumpled and smeared with salve. Qin Xinghong's face reddened anew as he stepped outside in search of Xiaolani. Having not returned to Qianyu Tower for nearly a month, he noticed several changes within the building. The curtains in the corridor had been replaced with new ones, and disciples bustled about, seemingly preparing for something. Just as Qin Xinghong was about to inquire with an NPC, he unexpectedly bumped into a novice deity. Chapter 52. Bargaining. The novice deity's eyes lit up as he spotted Qin Xinghong, and he hurried over with an eager demeanor. "Brother Qin, you are still at our Qianyu Tower. Are you engaged in another task?" Qin Xinghong cleared his throat lightly. "Just some ordinary daily tasks. Is there an event happening at Qianyu Tower? I noticed the NPCs seem quite busy." Brother Qin, have you forgotten? The novice deity raised the tray in his hand. Tomorrow marks the Qixi festival. The ladies in the tower are all eagerly awaiting the celebration. He held a tray filled with various silks and a large handful of delicate needles. Brother Qin, I must go complete my tasks now. Qin Xinghong nodded as he watched him depart. In recent days, he had been so preoccupied with his tasks that he truly forgot tomorrow was the Qixi festival. The ancient Qixi, also known as the Daughters' Festival, was a day for women to pray to the weaver girl for skill in weaving, contrasting with the modern Qixi, which celebrates romantic love. He turned on his heel and left Xiangyu Tower for the bustling streets, glancing at the over 300 taels of silver in his game backpack. Qin Xinghong mused that it should be sufficient to purchase a gift that would please Xie Lanyi. As the festive season approached, the streets were alive with activity. In addition to the usual vendors, there were many stalls selling silks, embroidery needles, and sweet treats. Groups of women strolled together, purchasing items needed for the celebration, their noses filled with the aroma of freshly made food, while the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air. Qin Xinghong found himself uplifted by the festive atmosphere, a smile gracing his face as he contemplated what gift to bestow. Young sir, called a vendor. Here, we have newly crafted emerald bracelets, perfect gifts for your beloved. Would you care to choose one? A spark ignited within Qin Xinghong as he recalled the emerald and white jade beaded curtain by the hot spring, along with the white jade wine cups Xie Lanyi used. Surely, she must have an affinity for jade. Casting a glance at the jade items displayed, Qin Xinghong did not linger. The quality of the jade sold by street vendors was hardly commendable. He continued down the street until he entered a luxurious jade shop. Of the shopkeeper NPC, noticing Qin Xinghong's distinguished demeanor, approached him personally. What would you like to purchase, young sir? I'm looking for some men's accessories, Qin Xinghong replied. Right this way, please, the shopkeeper gestured invitingly. Men's accessories were considerably fewer than women's, typically limited to hairpins, rings, and crowns. Before the shopkeeper could elaborate, Qin Xinghong's eyes fell upon a blue water jade hairpin displayed prominently in the center of the counter. Its color was uniform and translucent, resembling a crystal-clear pool. How much for this hairpin? Qin Xinghong inquired. The shopkeeper, adjusting his sleeves, gave a thumbs up. Young sir, you have a discerning eye. This is our shop's latest design, crafted from ice jade. Both the style and materials are of the finest quality. Qin Xinghong raised an eyebrow, recognizing this as the shopkeeper's prelude to haggling. As expected, the shopkeeper extended his hand, displaying 5 fingers. I won't ask for more, a flat price of 500 taels. In terms of purchasing power in the game, 500 taels equated to approximately 300,000 yuan in reality. The hairpin was indeed made from excellent materials, with exquisite craftsmanship, which explained why it caught Qin Xinghong's eye. However, the shopkeeper's asking price was considerably inflated. Naturally, Qin Xinghong would not play the fool, and given his current silver reserves, he calmly countered, 200 taels. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. I have seen many attempt to bargain, but never have I encountered someone who offers such a steep discount. With an exaggerated expression of despair, the shopkeeper lamented, Alas, young sir, my humble shop operates on a tight margin. After deducting material costs and the sculptor's fees, even selling this hairpin for 500 taels would yield little profit. Offering 200 taels means I wouldn't even recoup the cost of the materials. Qin Xinghong understood that his price was indeed steep, but he intended it that way, seeking to ascertain the shopkeeper's bottom line. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, What if I raise it by 20 taels, will you sell it then? Oh dear, the shopkeeper exclaimed. Young sir, even if you were to add 200 taels, I still cannot part with this hairpin. How about this? The shopkeeper seemed to have made a significant decision. 450 taels. If you like it, take it. Having operated his shop for many years, the shopkeeper was no novice in negotiations and swiftly regained the initiative. Seeing that the shopkeeper was not easily swayed, Qin Xinghong resorted to his final tactic of retreating to advance. I can only offer 300 taels. Will you sell it? Young sir, 300 taels is simply too little, the shopkeeper began, but before he could finish, Qin Xinghong turned to leave. Just as he was about to elaborate on the hairpin's merits, the shopkeeper quickly grasped Qin Xinghong's sleeve and said, Why the rush, young sir? If you truly desire this hairpin, I might have a solution. Qin Xinghong paused, glancing back at the shopkeeper, waiting for him to continue. The shopkeeper explained, This hairpin cannot be sold for 300 taels, but I do have a piece of the same jade material that I can sell to you for less if you arrange for a sculptor yourself. The cost should be more economical. Qin Xinghong returned to the counter. Show me the jade material. The shopkeeper summoned an assistant, who soon returned with the jade material. Qin Xinghong examined it closely. This piece of jade was indeed from the same source as the blue water hairpin, however, it featured a significant crack running through it. To carve it into a hairpin would require discarding a considerable amount of waste, and the risk of failure was high. With a smile, the shopkeeper remarked, If you are only interested in purchasing this piece of jade, 300 taels will suffice. Qin Xinghong scoffed lightly, recognizing the shopkeeper as a shrewd merchant. 100 taels. If you refuse, I will take my business elsewhere. The shopkeeper sighed inwardly, realizing he had encountered a knowledgeable and shrewd customer today. The difficulty of carving this piece was considerable, and hiring a sculptor would incur a substantial expense. Otherwise, it would have been left untouched in the stockroom. The 100 taels Qin Xinghong offered was precisely the material cost. The shopkeeper bowed slightly, saying, Young sir possesses discerning knowledge. This jade material seems fated to be yours. I shall sell it to you for 100 taels. The assistant stepped forward to wrap the jade material, and Qin Xinghong inquired, do you sell tools for carving? The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, we do. A set costs 10 taels, would you like one? Qin Xinghong nodded. Please fetch me a set. The shopkeeper had the assistant prepare a set of tools, handing them to Qin Xinghong while saying, I did not expect you to be skilled in jade carving. No wonder you were so knowledgeable about jade materials, you truly are a man of many talents. With a composed nod, Qin Xinghong accepted the items and left the jade shop. Chapter 53. The contest for marriage in the blink of an eye, the day of the Qixi festival had arrived. The Qiangyu Tower was bustling with a variety of delightful activities, such as threading needles to beg for skill, crafting intricate pastries, and invoking the clever spider for luck. Players could undertake quests, and upon completion, they would receive corresponding rewards and limited-time titles. Xia Lanyi sat in a pavilion, where a multitude of uniquely shaped pastries lay before her on the table. These pastries had been crafted by players and presented to the esteemed NPCs of Qiangyu Tower for tasting. The game system would then bestow rewards upon the players based on the NPCs' evaluations. Xia Lanyi's gaze swept across the plates of pastries, landing on the players waiting below, and she remarked coolly, you expect me to eat this? What lay in this plate was not pastries at all, but rather charcoal and stones, utterly devoid of any resemblance to food. Consuming them would surely lead to dire consequences. Indeed, being a game NPC is a perilous occupation, as one could never anticipate when this group of players might bring about their demise. The novice deity, with a sycophantic grin, pushed his plate of pastries towards Xia Lanyi, fervently promoting, do not be deceived by their appearance, esteemed host, the taste is beyond reproach. This is my fourth attempt at crafting these pastries, my most successful endeavor yet, so I dare to present them for your enjoyment. Xia Lanyi cast him a sidelong glance, clearly unimpressed by the novice deity's empty claims. She plucked one of the pastries from the plate and scrutinized it in her hand among the players. This novice deity's creation boasted a relatively appealing appearance, with a golden hue and uniform size, exuding a faint aroma of wheat. The novice deity watched Xia Lanyi eagerly, urging her with his gaze to take a bite. He had not lied, this truly was his fourth attempt, and he was utterly confident in its flavor. The ultimate reward awaited him. Xia Lanyi weighed the pastry in her hand, then let out a cold laugh, flinging it away. The pastry soared through the air, slicing through the wind before crashing into a pillar of the adjacent walkway, producing the sound of splintering wood. The novice deity and the other players stood in stunned silence, gazing at the pastry deeply embedded in the pillar, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Xia Lanyi gestured with her chin, instructing him to retrieve it. With a crestfallen demeanor, the novice deity scurried to dislodge the pastry from the pillar. Wood splintered and scattered, yet the pastry remained unscathed, appearing even harder than stone. Xia Lanyi scoffed, your pastry-making skills seem to surpass even the forging techniques of the sword-casting manner. I am unworthy of such delicacies, let those who crafted them consume their own creations. The novice deity was left speechless, never anticipating that his pastry would turn out to be so hard. Its exterior and aroma had suggested success. After all, defiantly, he took a bite of the pastry in his hand, only to hear a resounding crunch as a piece of his tooth shattered, accompanied by a system prompt indicating a loss of health. The players collectively swallowed hard, their previous confidence eroding as they began to doubt the edibility of their own creations. Xia Lanyi summoned a disciple NPC, instructing him to ensure that the players finished their pastries, particularly singling out one who had transformed his into molten chocolate. Only when not a crumb remained would they be deemed successful. Ignoring the players' lamentations, Xia Lanyi gracefully departed the pavilion and returned to her cottage in the Peach Blossom Grove. Although she merely appeared to be the host of Qiangyu Tower, she also had to oversee the affairs of the Blood Rain Tower and the Listening Wind Tower, which required her attention. With the martial arts tournament concluded, the Western region's sinister cult seemed to have vanished from the Central Plains martial world. Retreating back to their territory, however, Xia Lanyi could not simply let this matter slide and had ordered both the Blood Rain Tower and Listening Wind Tower to investigate the whereabouts of the Divine Flame sect. As she perused the information sent by the Listening Wind Tower, she discovered that the Divine Flame sect had long existed in the Western region, but they had always operated discreetly, only recently becoming more ostentatious and absorbing numerous sects within the region. This included the once mighty Tianshan Sacred Water Palace, Tiansha sect, and Golden Snake sect. Today, the Divine Flame sect had undoubtedly claimed the title of the foremost sect in the Western region. All of this began when Muli ascended to the position of sect leader. Xia Lanyi furrowed her brow as she examined the dossier concerning Muli. This individual seemed to have appeared from thin air, taking the life of the previous sect leader and seizing control, subsequently eliminating all dissenters within the sect. Even among the other sects he had subdued, any hint of resistance was met with ruthless violence, leading many smaller sects to surrender voluntarily before he even arrived, fearing the wrath of annihilation. What a madman! Xia Lanyi frowned, struggling to comprehend Muli's motives. His methods were so brutal that many of his subordinates were likely to be compliant outwardly but resentful at heart. It was only a matter of time before they turned against him. But Muli was undoubtedly clever and would understand this reality. He was akin to a blazing fire, yet there was only so much fuel to sustain it. The more fervently he burned, the faster it would extinguish. Xia Lanyi found herself perplexed by Muli's actions, yet she did not dwell on it too long. Whether this fiend lived or died, her vendetta would surely be fulfilled. Qinghan appeared like a specter in the cottage, kneeling respectfully on one knee. Master, our brothers in the tower have discovered traces of the Divine Flame sect in Guangling County. However, their movements are exceedingly covert. They appeared for but a moment before vanishing, and I suspect there is someone aiding them within the county. Aiding them? Xia Lanyi raised an eyebrow. In this era of open hostility between the Central Plains martial world and the Western region's cult, which Xinghen continued, shall I send someone to investigate the various sects in Guanling County? Xia Lanyi pondered briefly before shaking her head. That would be too ostentatious, they are merely a Western region cult. No need for such a show of force. While the Divine Flame sect may currently hold the title of the foremost sect in the Western region, the distance between the Western region and the Central Plains is vast. They cannot dispatch too many personnel, and even if they were to employ cunning schemes, they could not simultaneously contend with multiple sections. Xia Lanyi lowered her gaze in contemplation. Had any significant events transpired in Guanling County recently? As Qinghen and the others were tracking the Divine Flame sect's movements, they had gathered considerable intelligence. Indeed, a notable event had recently occurred in Guanling County. Returning to the master, the leader of the Luanxia Water Village, Zhang Honghe, is set to host a contest for marriage, seeking a suitor for his only daughter, Zhang Fuxiu. A contest for marriage? A glimmer of interest flickered in Xia Lanyi's eyes. It seemed rather intriguing. The Luanxia Water Village was one of the 7 major orthodox sects in the Central Plains, a testament to its standing and strength. The Divine Flame sect's appearance in Guanling County was likely tied to the Luanxia Water Village. First, it was the Wudong sect, and now the Luanxia Water Village. Having plundered the western region, the Divine Flame sect now sought to encroach upon the Central Plains martial world. Did they truly aspire to unify the martial realm? What grand ambitions they harbored. Xia Lanyi smiled slightly. Then let us venture to Guanling County and make the acquaintance of the Divine Flame sect while we participate in this contest for marriage. Chapter 54. Help me style my hair. On the night of Qixi, the atmosphere was particularly lively. The streets were illuminated as brightly as day, with throngs of visitors weaving in and out. Xia Lanyi sat alone in her quaint abode, listening to the faint melodies drifting from Yunmeng Lake, sipping wine under the moonlight. Despite the serene appearance, even tinged with a hint of solitude, Xia Lanyi was engrossed in browsing the gaming forums dedicated to the carefree adventures of the Jianghu. Although numerous festive activities were organized in the game today, Xia Lanyi observed that the number of players was significantly diminished compared to usual, particularly as night fell when even fewer logged in. Valentine's Day. In comparison to Qixi, the forums were rife with discussions surrounding Valentine's Day. Many players lamented that while others were out on romantic dates, their group of singletons remained absorbed in gaming. It seemed that in the realm of reality, the significance of Qixi had transformed, no longer a day for gazing at the moon and wishing for skill, but rather a gathering for lovers. Xia Lanyi raised her brow slightly, recalling Qin Xinghong, who had been conspicuously absent all day. Surely he wasn't spending the holiday with a romantic partner, which would explain his absence from the game. Tilting her head back, she drained her cup, suddenly feeling a wave of melancholy. Perhaps it was merely the dullness of the day. Come tomorrow, she would set off for the Luanxia Water Village to participate in the martial arts matchmaking event, which promised to be far more exciting. With a creak, the door of the small cottage swung open, and familiar footsteps echoed within. Xia Lanyi looked up, and the person she had just been thinking of appeared before her. What brings you here? She inquired, her tone tinged with a hint of unrecognized complaint. Qin Xinghong paused, taken aback. Did he not visit daily? Why did Xia Lanyi ask such a question? Although perplexed, he sensed that her mood seemed somewhat off, and regardless of the reason, it was prudent to offer an apology first. I apologize for arriving late today, esteemed host, Qin Xinghong said earnestly. Xia Lanyi let out a soft huff, her gaze lowered to the wine reflecting the moonlight in her cup. You always have your own matters to attend to, there's no need to feel obligated to come here. To those in the real world, the game was merely a diversion, played when desired and set aside when the inclination waned. Meanwhile, the NPCs within the game could only wait in silence, dutifully following the game script and continuing their missions. As the night breeze wafted into the room, Xia Lanyi's hair fluttered gently, accentuating her slender figure. Qin Xinghong observed her, once again sensing that ephemeral quality about her, as if she could vanish at any moment. Though they were physically present in the same space, an invisible barrier loomed between them, insurmountable and intangible. His heart ached, and he felt an urgent need to do something to keep Xia Lanyi there. He retrieved a beautifully crafted wooden box from his gaming backpack and approached her. I came late today to prepare this for you. Xia Lanyi's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the box. What is this? Qin Xinghong, feeling a twinge of nervousness, wiped his clammy palms. You'll know once you open it, he urged. She accepted the box, noting its gold inlays and jade embellishments, the purple sandalwood base indicating its considerable worth. What lay within must surely be something special. Upon opening the box, she discovered a blue jade hairpin intricately carved into a flowing cloud, quietly resting inside. Lifting the hairpin, she gazed at Qin Xinghong. Is this hairpin for me? He nodded, his voice tight with anxiety. Do you like it? Xia Lanyi examined the jade pin, noting the quality of the material. Though the craftsmanship appeared somewhat simplistic, the cloud motif sketched with only a few strokes, giving it a somewhat rigid appearance. In the past, she would have dismissed such a piece, yet she noticed the scars on Qin Xinghong's fingers. The identity of the artisan was clear without needing to be spoken. Seeing Xia Lanyi silent for a long moment, Qin Xinghong's heart sank. Had he indeed failed to impress her? After all, he was not a professional craftsman, merely capable of crafting the simplest, least error-prone designs. He reached for the hairpin. If you don't like it, I can. Xia Lanyi swiftly pulled her hand back, arching an eyebrow at him. When did I say I disliked it? Qin Xinghong's hand froze in midair, and Xia Lanyi caught sight of the scratches on his hand. She murmured softly, You're truly hopeless. His voice was gentle, but Qin Xinghong did not catch her words. What did you say? Xia Lanyi smiled and pressed the hairpin into his hand. I said, you shall style my hair. Rising to her feet, she turned her back to Qin Xinghong, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, silky and flowing. Qin Xinghong, momentarily taken aback, realized her implication. Did she truly appreciate the gift he had presented? As he looked at her silhouette, excitement surged within him, and he stepped forward, grasping a strand of her long hair. At that moment, he suddenly recognized a dilemma. He had no idea how to style hair. His own character's hairstyle was a default setting, requiring no personal grooming, and in reality, Qin Xinghong sported short hair, entirely unversed in managing longer locks, barely capable of tying it into a ponytail. With this precious opportunity to deepen their connection slipping away, Qin Xinghong stared at the hairpin in his hand, feeling utterly despondent. Had he known, he would have taken the time to learn a thing or two about hairdressing. Xia Lanyi waited patiently, yet Qin Xinghong remained motionless, perplexed. "What are you dawdling for?" Biting his lip, he confessed, "I don't know how to style hair." Xia Lanyi's eyes widened in surprise. She had forgotten that most men in the real world had short hair and were unfamiliar with the intricacies of traditional hairstyles. Unable to contain her laughter, she teased, "Then how do you manage your own hair? Do you have someone styling it for you every day?" Qin Xinghong was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly could not divulge that this was merely a preset hairstyle within the game. Even if he did, Xia Lanyi would not comprehend its significance. "I just threw it together, but you certainly cannot be so careless." Xia Lanyi chuckled, granting him a reprieve this time, as she swiftly arranged her hair into a bun. "There you go. You can certainly manage to insert the hairpin." If he failed at this, he might as well leave her abode at once. Unaware of her musings, Qin Xinghong felt a swell of warmth at the moment, stepping closer to insert the flowing cloud hairpin into her hair. The azure pin complemented her dark tresses, exuding elegance and grace. As he gently smoothed her long hair behind her, his expression softened. "As long as you like it." Xia Lanyi huffed lightly, "Your taste is commendable." System notification. Xia Lanyi is very fond of the gift you presented. Affection level 10, current affection level 47, reached matchmaking criteria in note, intimacy levels 120 acquaintance, 2140 familiarity, 4160 matchmaking, 6180 love, 8199 commitment, 100? Chapter 55 Feeding you a sour grape. Upon logging in the following day, Qin Xinghong discovered that Xia Lanyi was preparing to set off for Guangling County to participate in the martial arts competition held at the Luoxia Water Stronghold, which also served as a matchmaking event. This time, Xia Lanyi had not issued a formal quest to gather the players from Qianyu Tower to accompany him. However, upon learning of Xia Lanyi's departure, players instinctively formed a team, eager to follow him to Guangling County. Not long after Xia Lanyi settled into the carriage, Qin Xinghong, well acquainted with the surroundings, climbed aboard, drawing a fruit platter towards himself to begin peeling grapes. Amused, Xia Lanyi remarked, "What is this? Do you also wish to partake in the martial arts competition?" Qin Xinghong pressed his lips together, diverting his gaze from the grapes to glance at him. His expression conveyed a mixture of accusation, grievance, disbelief, and a hint of melancholy. It was rather ironic that Xia Lanyi, still adorned with the flowing cloud hairpin he had just gifted him, could utter such cold-hearted remarks. Instead of answering, Qin Xinghong retorted, "Is the master attending the competition with the intention of courting Miss Jiang?" Xia Lanyi chuckled softly, pinching a peeled grape that Qin Xinghong had prepared and popping it into his mouth. "Is it not permissible for me to simply be an observer?" He smiled playfully, adding, "Do you know who the spouse of the Luoxia Water Stronghold's leader is?" Relieved to hear that Xia Lanyi had no intention of proposing, Qin Xinghong felt his spirits lift, allowing his mind to wander to other thoughts. In truth, he knew little about the spouse of the Luoxia Water Stronghold's leader. The open beta of the Jianghu Xiaoyao had been live for over a month, and players had compiled extensive information on the game's pivotal NPCs. As one of the 7 major sects in the Central Plains martial arts world, Luoxia Water Stronghold naturally attracted considerable attention. The leader of Luoxia Water Stronghold, a woman named Zhang Honghe, was a level 115 grandmaster. She had only one biological daughter, Zhang Fuxiu, who was the intended bride in the upcoming matchmaking event. In her youth, Zhang Honghe had traversed the martial world, leaving behind numerous tales of valor, earning her a reputation as a renowned heroine. However, she had married young, tying the knot with a mysterious man at the tender age of 20, subsequently returning to Luoxia Water Stronghold to assume leadership. Despite the stronghold's illustrious reputation, her marriage had been conducted with remarkable discretion, leaving many in the dark about the identity of the fortunate man who had captured the heart of such a celebrated heroine. Intrigued by Xia Lanyi's question, Qin Xinghong expressed his desire for enlightenment. Xia Lanyi smiled slyly, "Once we reach Luoxia Water Stronghold, you shall find out." He was clearly intent on tantalizing Qin Xinghong's curiosity. Though Qin Xinghong felt a twinge of helplessness, he resolved to suppress his inquisitiveness until they arrived at their destination. Noticing Qin Xinghong's silence, Xia Lanyi leaned in, asking, "Are you not upset?" Qin Xinghong shook his head. "Why would I be angry with the master? As long as Xia Lanyi is happy, it matters not if he plays tricks on me. I consider it a form of amusement." Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Xia Lanyi refrained from further comment and gently patted the hand that was still peeling grapes. Qin Xinghong worried that perhaps he had misspoken and inadvertently displeased Xia Lanyi. Just as he was about to apologize, he felt a sudden chill on his lips as Xia Lanyi deftly placed a peeled grape into his mouth. The tart juice burst forth, distorting Qin Xinghong's features, transforming his handsome visage into an expression of shock. "Why is this grape so sour?" he thought. How had Xia Lanyi managed to consume one without a flicker of discomfort? Xia Lanyi, witnessing Qin Xinghong's comical reaction, collapsed onto the soft cushions in laughter, struggling to swallow the tart grape. Qin Xinghong cast him a resigned glance. Was this intentional retaliation for the sour grape he had previously offered Xia Lanyi? He could only marvel at how Xiaolani had withstood such intense acidity, finding him adorably petty. Tears of laughter glistened in Xiaolani's eyes, his cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Qin Xinghong produced a handkerchief to wipe the grape juice from Xiaolani's fingertips. As Xiaolani extended his fingers for him to clean, he inquired, Qin Xinghong, is your temper excessively mild? Why do you remain unperturbed regardless of the teasing, not flustered by the mystery, nor by the sour grape? In truth, there were matters that did vex him, particularly the misconception that he intended to participate in the matchmaking event. As he finished cleaning Xiaolani's hands and neatly folded the grape-stained handkerchief, Qin Xinghong replied nonchalantly, it is merely towards the master. He was not inherently mild-tempered, rather, he was indifferent to most matters. It would be more accurate to describe him as aloof than mild, yet, the grapes offered by Xiaolani were unique. Despite their sour taste, they left a sweetness in his heart. Upon hearing his response, Xiaolani felt an unusual sense of discomfort, a delightful flutter in his chest, his cheeks involuntarily flushed. A knock resounded on the carriage window, and the voice of the novice deity filtered in, Master, everyone is ready. Shall we depart? The pleasant atmosphere was abruptly shattered. Xiaolani rose from his soft seat and extended the platter of grapes he had been holding. Then let us set forth. You've done well. This platter of grapes is a reward for you. The novice deity's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he reverently accepted the grapes. Thank you, Master Xie. It is my duty. These were grapes bestowed by Xiaolani, a gift from a high-ranking NPC, certainly not ordinary. His efforts had not been in vain. Even without a formal quest, he had managed to create one, and behold, the reward was now at hand. The novice deity, filled with elation, plucked a grape and tossed it into his mouth, only to nearly spit it out the next second. His face contorted in shock. This was no ordinary grape, but rather a sour concoction reminiscent of failed fermented wine, even more acidic than a lemon. As saliva nearly dripped from his mouth, he instinctively considered spitting out the grape. However, just then, a system prompt chimed in his ears, announcing an increase of 1,000 experience points. 1,000 points, a typical daily quest usually granted only 2,000 or 3,000 points of experience. This single grape had bestowed 1,000, the novice deity quickly calculated, with approximately 20 to 30 grapes in the platter, if each granted 1,000 points, finishing the whole platter could rival a rare quest reward. He immediately felt reluctant to discard it. After all, this was experience. Even if it tasted sour, he would swallow it down. The novice deity devoured the entire platter in one go, nearly losing his teeth to the acidity. However, his rewards were substantial. His level surged, breaking through to level 41, officially elevating him to a second-rate expert. Overwhelmed with emotion, the novice deity's eyes brimmed with tears. The last time, he had almost missed a main quest due to level restrictions, but now, having surpassed level 40, he was assured of his eligibility. Truly, Xiaolani was an exceptional NPC. Indeed, being in the presence of such beauty had its perks. Other players watched in envy as the novice deity leveled up from a single platter of grapes, their expression sourer than the fruit itself, their gazes toward Xiaolani's carriage igniting with fiery jealousy. Indeed, to gain experience, one must possess keen insight and flatter the NPCs. Just look at Qin Xinghong and the novice deity, who had both become top players, especially Qin Xinghong, who had practically become Xiaolani's personal accessory, receiving more rare quests than they did daily tasks, and thus progressing at an accelerated pace. Chapter 56 Revenge should come swiftly. After the carriage had traveled for a little over half an hour, it came to a halt. Xiaolani adjusted her veil and, linking arms with Qin Xinghong, gracefully disembarked from the carriage. The Guangling region is replete with rivers and boasts an intricate waterway system, making travel by water from Jiangling County to Guangling County both swifter and more convenient. At this moment, a luxurious and exquisitely crafted houseboat was docked nearby, clearly a possession of the Qiangyu Tower, as evidenced by its architectural style. The players stared in awe, their mouths agape as they gazed upward at the houseboat. It rivaled the opulence of real-world luxury cruise ships, further elevating their perception of the extravagance associated with Qiangyu Tower. Although Xiaolani never skimped on his own comforts, there was no necessity to embark on such a grand vessel for the journey to Guangling County. However, upon realizing the number of players accompanying him, he had opted for this larger ship at the last moment, wanting to accommodate them during his good spirits. The players were assigned to the first floor for lodging, while Qin Xinghong had initially intended to accompany them, only to be halted by Xiaolani's call to stay with him. Qin Xinghong was momentarily taken aback. Was this the benefit of high favorability? He hadn't anticipated such a stroke of fortune. Xiaolani's quarters occupied nearly the entire third floor of the houseboat. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of over a dozen figures clad in black. Qin Xinghong's expression immediately turned stern as he rushed forward to shield Xiaolani, instinctively placing himself between Xiaolani and the potential threat. It was a reflexive action. After all, Xiaolani was a master of the highest order, and if there were genuine danger, it would be Xiaolani protecting him, not the other way around. Xiaolani regarded the broad back blocking his view and felt a stirring in his heart, so this was what it felt like to be protected. He gently patted Qin Xinghong on the shoulder, offering reassurance, it's nothing. These individuals are assassins from the Blood Rain Tower, and I summon them here. Assassins from the Blood Rain Tower. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed true. They wore the distinctive ghost masks of the Blood Rain Tower, and one among them bore a particularly familiar face, with 4 pairs of fangs. Surely it was Qinghen. Realizing the misunderstanding, Qin Xinghong stepped back behind Xiaolani. He felt a flicker of confusion. Wasn't this trip intended for a martial arts contest? Why had Xiaolani brought along so many assassins from the Blood Rain Tower? Did he have ulterior motives for this visit to the Luoxia water village? Xiaolani strode directly to the main seat, where the assassins from the Blood Rain Tower knelt on one knee, respectfully greeting, "We pay our respects to the master of the tower." As the master of Qianyu Tower, he also held authority over the Blood Rain Tower, so their address seemed entirely appropriate. Although Qin Xinghong sensed something amiss, he chose not to dwell on it, merely contemplating how much money Xia Lanyi had given to the Blood Rain Tower. Surely these assassins wouldn't show such deference even to Li Qianfeng. Xia Lanyi raised a hand dismissively, saying, "Rise, how many times must I tell you, there is no need for such formalities." The assassins complied and stood up. Qinghan, positioned closest to Xia Lanyi, cast a displeased glance at Qin Xinghong. How could this individual lack awareness? Did he not see that they had pressing matters to discuss with the master? Why was he still lingering? Qin Xinghong understood the message in Qinghan's gaze but feigned ignorance. After all, he had been brought in by the master, who had not dismissed him, so why should he leave? Xia Lanyi also noticed Qinghan's look and naturally said, "It's nothing, he is one of us and requires no wariness. Speak freely about any matters at hand." Upon hearing this, Qinghan's pupils widened in shock. How could this shameless disciple of Wudong be considered one of their own? Wasn't he the master particularly averse to the Wudong sect? What merit could a disciple of Wudong possess to earn the master's trust? Qinghan had already harbored resentment toward Qin Xinghong for continually clinging to their master, and now his irritation reached a boiling point. However, since the master trusted Qin Xinghong, he could only swallow his anger. Following the master's previous instructions, the subordinates had stationed themselves near the Luoxia water village and had indeed discovered traces of the Shenyang sect. Xia Lanyi raised an eyebrow, confirming his suspicions. But what were their intentions? Qinghan lowered his head in shame, admitting, "My subordinates are incompetent." "Not to worry," Xia Lanyi smiled. "If it were that simple to uncover, it would be rather dull. You shall remain hidden this time. Should the Shenyang sect make any significant moves, await my command before acting." Qinghan acknowledged this and led the other assassins out. As he exited, he shot Qin Xinghong a fierce glare. "You, a disciple of Wudong, may have gained the master's trust, but your standing in his eyes cannot possibly compare to ours. We of the Blood Rain Tower are the master's most loyal and competent subordinates. System prompt. Qinghan's favorability towards you is 10, current favorability is 10, reaching the level of aversion. Please note if an NPC's favorability is too low, it may trigger proactive attacks." Qin Xinghong thought, wasn't he just hanging around? Did Qinghan really need to harbor such animosity towards him? The assassins of the Blood Rain Tower vanished without a trace the moment they stepped outside, their concealment skills extraordinary, their levels were impressively high. Aside from the formidable Qinghan, the number one assassin at level 118, the others were also masters above level 80. Though Xia Lanyi claimed that the Shenyang sect was merely a sinister cult from the western regions, his actions indicated a clear seriousness about the matter. With only the two of them remaining in the room, Qin Xinghong approached with a hint of concern. "I wonder if the leader of the Shenyang sect, Muli, is present at Luoxia Water Village." "Master, do you truly intend to go?" Xia Lanyi's journey to Luoxia Water Village was evidently not solely for the martial arts contest. It was unexpected to learn that the Shenyang sect would also be involved. He removed his veil and tossed it aside, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Xinghong. "What, do you think I cannot defeat him and should therefore run away?" The truth was, he indeed felt he could not win. However, such thoughts could not be openly expressed. Qin Xinghong, employing his eloquence, replied, "Master's martial prowess is unparalleled. Naturally, you need not fear that fiend. However, in a confrontation, even the slightest misstep could lead to injury." Upon realizing Qin Xinghong's genuine concern, Xia Lanyi chose not to pursue the matter further, lightly snorting, "A mere scratches of no consequence." In recent days, his shoulder injury had healed, and when he next encountered Muli, he would surely seek retribution. That surname Mu was only able to attain such martial prowess due to the parasitic golden thread goo within him. Such underhanded methods would inevitably lead to backlash. In the aftermath of the battle in the bamboo forest at Wanghuai Slope, Qin Xinghong had contemplated many things during his reflections. The Shenyang sect had disrupted the martial arts conference and had poisoned Zhang Tianzhi with an insidious toxin. On the surface, it appeared they aimed to disturb the order of the martial arts world in the Central Plains and unify the Jianghu, but in reality, they sought to force the Yaowang Valley to surrender the sacred medicine, the Cold Spring Jade Fetus. Why would the Shenyang sect, or rather Muli, go to such great lengths to obtain the Cold Spring Jade Fetus? According to the medicinal sage Yin Yi, Muli harbored over 100 golden thread goo within him. A common person would have succumbed to unbearable pain and perished long ago under such circumstances, yet Muli had survived and even cultivated to the realm of freedom. Even if he had not died, the toll he must have endured was certainly significant. The reason Muli desired the Cold Spring Jade Fetus was likely to remedy the poison of the golden thread goo within him. Xia Lanyi remarked, "The last time we escorted the Cold Spring Jade Fetus back to Wudong, Muli did not appear despite the gravity of the situation. He must have been suffering greatly from the golden thread goo, leaving him unable to act." As he spoke, he produced a jade vial from his sleeve, playing with it absent-mindedly while lowering his gaze. That surname Mu was unlikely to have long to live. Thus, it was understandable why Muli was so frantically stirring trouble in the western regions and Central Plains, disregarding all costs. If he could find a way to save his life, that would be splendid. If not, he would perish, and others would not fare any better, reflecting a madness that seemed intent on dragging the world down with him. A jolt of realization struck Qin Xinghong. Had Xia Lanyi already deduced all of this? He pondered aloud. Since Muli does not have long to live, should we still pursue investigations into the Shenyang sect? Once he dies, the Shenyang sect will be a disbanded force, no longer a threat to the martial arts world of the Central Plains. Xia Lanyi cast him a sidelong glance. "Of course we must investigate. This vial of medicine has yet to be utilized." Qin Xinghong recognized the vial. Was it not the one the medicinal sage Yun Yi had given to Xia Lanyi specifically to counter the golden thread goo? He recalled how Yun Yi had also provided a large package of stomach-nourishing medicine at that time. Unable to suppress a light chuckle, he mused, "No wonder Xia Lanyi was so eager. He must be keen to exact revenge quickly, for once the adversary passed away, the opportunity would vanish." The laughter struck an odd note in the air. prompting Xiaolani to shoot him a glare. What are you laughing about? Qin Xinghong cleared his throat, suppressing his mirth, and responded earnestly, I find your reasoning quite sound. Master, didn't Elder Yunyi also provide a package of that medicinal powder? We shall utilize it together when the time comes. Xiaolani's expression shifted subtly as he regarded him. This individual was certainly not as simple as he appeared. His good-natured demeanor was merely a fade. Chapter 57 The Falling Sunset Water Village. Drifting downstream along the Summer River, it would take merely 3 days to reach Guangling County. Xiaolani stood on the deck, savoring the picturesque scenery along the river, as a gentle breeze lifted the delicate veil of her hood, momentarily revealing a graceful chin. Players meandered about the deck, their gazes flitting around, occasionally stealing glances at Xiaolani, silently wishing the river wind would blow just a tad stronger, ideally whisking away her hood entirely. Such subtle antics could hardly escape Xiaolani's perceptive eyes. She sighed softly, realizing once more that idleness does not suit humanity. The Falling Sunset Water Village is situated beside the Falling Sunset Wharf in Guangling County, entirely constructed atop the Summer River, and its inhabitants rely on fishing for sustenance. In the early days of the Great Yong Dynasty, a time of turmoil and rampant banditry, the village's predecessors were but water bandits. However, with the imperial court dispatching envoys to pacify the region, the village leader, Jiang Fengyuan, discerned the shifting tides of fate and pledged allegiance to the throne, earning the title of Admiral of the Water Forces. Subsequently, he was tasked with suppressing pirates along the southeastern coast, achieving great merit, which led the emperor to bestow his daughter upon him in marriage. And now, a century has passed since those illustrious days. The Falling Sunset Water Village no longer boasts officials within the court but remains a notable connection to the imperial family. By lineage, Jiang Hongma stands as the aunt of the current sovereign. The grand ship of Qiangyu Tower gradually approached. Though the water village was built upon the waters, its scale was quite substantial, resembling a small town. The entire village was encircled by wooden walls, crafted from stout logs that one could embrace with a single arm, resembling a fortress easy to defend yet difficult to assault. The Falling Sunset Water Village had long received word from Qiangyu Tower regarding Xiaolani's arrival, and thus dispatched personnel to await her at the village gate. Upon spotting the silhouette of Qiangyu Tower's vessel, the sentry atop the watchtower sounded a loud whistle. Before long, the 2 wooden gates at the entrance creaked open, unveiling a waterway over 20 meters wide. As the gates lifted, the river water cascading from the logs created a continuous waterfall, a truly breathtaking sight. The players gazed in awe. Indeed, the Falling Sunset Water Village lived up to its reputation as one of the 7 great factions, and merely viewing its grand entrance was enough to impress. The vessel glided into the water village, docking at the pier, while Xiaolani adjusted her hood and disembarked with an unhurried grace. A handsome young man approached, clasping his fists in salute. Greetings, Uncle Master Lingping. Xiaolani gently assisted him, her voice warm. Ah, it is Lingping. It has been many years, you have grown quite a bit. Duan Lingping's expression softened as he gestured for her to follow, respectfully stating, Uncle Master, please come with me, both Master and Grandmaster are awaiting you in the village. As they walked deeper into the village, the players whispered behind them. Why does this handsome NPC address Xiaolani as Uncle Master? Could there be some undisclosed relationship between Qiangyu Tower and Falling Sunset Water Village? What do you mean undisclosed? Can't they speak? Wouldn't that make us imperial relatives too? Do you think we players can participate in this martial arts competition for marriage? What if we are chosen by an NPC? Bro, it's still daylight, why are you daydreaming already? A throng of players followed Xiaolani into the Falling Sunset Water Village, which was entirely constructed of wood, suspended above the Summer River. Some areas creaked underfoot, and one could even glimpse the surging Summer River through the gaps. Qin Xinghong couldn't help but ponder what would happen if someone set fire to the village. Though constructed on the water, a fire fueled by oil would be nearly impossible to extinguish, leaving only ashes in its wake. However, if he could conceive such a notion, the village's leaders would undoubtedly have considered it. After all, the Falling Sunset Water Village had stood for over a century on the Summer River, surely equipped with unique methods to combat fire hazards. Duan Lingping led Xiaolani to a grand hall, but the players could not all follow, receiving system notifications to halt. Only Qin Xinghong remained unaffected, naturally trailing behind Xiaolani, earning him a wave of envious glares from fellow players who were filled with jealousy. Regrettably, gaining Xiaolani's favor was notoriously challenging. Sometimes, after arduous quests, one might earn a point or two, only to have them swiftly deducted. Players had initially been eager to tease Xiaolani and lift her hood, but upon realizing that excessive mischief could lead to a significant drop in favorability, they had considerably toned down their antics. If favorability reached 0, quests would cease, which was akin to starving. A novice deity nudged Qin Xinghong, whispering, Brother Qin, start a live stream. At this reminder, Qin Xinghong suddenly remembered that he had not streamed in several days. It wasn't due to a lack of dedication, rather, it was because Xiaolani, when alone with him, never concealed her beauty. To avoid any exposure, he refrained from streaming during their time together, and as days passed, it became an afterthought. While it mattered little to him, missing streams meant his fans were left wanting. Now, within the Falling Sunset Water Village, with so many outsiders present, Xiaolani's hood was securely in place, posing no risk of exposure. After some contemplation, Qin Xinghong decided to turn on the stream. His fans were immediately notified, and within just 2 or 3 minutes, tens of thousands flooded into the live chat. Finally, the stream is live. You have no idea how long we've waited. Why has Qin Huang been absent for several days? Has something happened? 3 whole days, do you know how long that is? It feels like 3 centuries. Where is Qin Huang? This doesn't look like Qiangyu Tower. Xiaolani, I'm here, I can see her up close thanks to Qin Huang. As he observed the rapidly scrolling comments in the chat, Qin Xinghong felt a twinge of embarrassment. He rarely experienced such shame, but he had indeed been somewhat lackadaisical lately, falling short of his fans' expectations. Briefly summarizing the situation to his audience, he followed Xiaolani into the room. Inside, a man and a woman rose upon seeing Xiaolani, their faces lighting up with smiles. "Lani, it has been too long." The woman was none other than Zhang Honghe, the leader of the Falling Sunset Water Village. At 38, she was not classically beautiful but exuded a heroic aura, her demeanor striking. Beside her stood a man who, though no longer young, retained a remarkable handsomeness, his charm undiminished, embodying the essence of a distinguished middle-aged gentleman. Their camaraderie was evident, suggesting a close marital bond. Xiaolani clasped her hands in greeting, "Senior brother, sister-in-law." This striking middle-aged gentleman turned out to be Xiaolani's senior brother. Indeed, all those from Qiangyu Tower were exceptionally attractive. Official records stated that the previous leader of Qiangyu Tower and Xiaolani shared a brotherly bond, but shortly after ascending to leadership, he retired from the world, ultimately marrying Zhang Honghe. Zhang Honghe was truly a winner in life. One could only admire her dot if her senior brother was so handsome. How exquisite must Xiaolani be? Qin Xinghong's astonishment matched that of the viewers in the live chat. He had not anticipated this connection between Qiangyu Tower and Falling Sunset Water Village. Initially, when learning that Xiaolani would participate in the martial arts competition for marriage, he had felt a twinge of jealousy, fearing she might genuinely consider marrying Zhang Fuhua. Now, however, he could rest easy. Xiaolani was the senior aunt of Zhang Fuhua, a familial distance that rendered any such union impossible. Chapter 58. The graceful lotus. Zhang Honghe was particularly fond of beautiful individuals. During her youth, while traversing the world, aside from upholding justice, she spent most of her time admiring handsome young heroes. Otherwise, she would not have abducted Hitsongi back to Luoxia Water Village, marrying him at an early age. She gently urged Xiaolani to take a seat, speaking warmly, "Lani, given how close Qiangyu Tower is to the water village, why do you not visit me and your senior brother more often? Just look at how many years have passed since we last met." Xiaolani chuckled softly, "Qiangyu Tower is laden with numerous affairs that require my attention. I scarcely have the leisure to spare." Moreover, with my senior brother and sister-in-law being a couple blessed by the heavens, my presence would surely be an intrusion. Reflecting upon this, Hitsami and Zhang Honghe had fallen in love at first sight, and their courtship led swiftly to marriage. As the sole heir of Luoxia Water Village, Zhang Honghe could not marry into Qiangyu Tower, so Hitsami, without much deliberation, chose to become a son-in-law at Luoxia Water Village. Ultimately, their genuine affection for one another meant that it mattered little who wed whom, as long as they could be together. Thus, scarcely 2 years into his tenure as the Tower Master, Hitsami transferred his position to Xiaolani and joined Zhang Honghe at Luoxia Water Village. In those days, Hitsani, as the master of Qiangyu Tower, was unparalleled in his musical prowess, captivating countless admirers. To avoid attracting undue attention, both Qiangyu Tower and Luoxia Water Village kept the wedding modest, inviting only a select few intimate acquaintances to witness the union. Upon hearing Xiaolani's words, Hitsani, who had felt a twinge of jealousy, now experienced a pang of guilt. At that time, Xiaolani had merely been a teenager, entrusted with the heavy responsibility of leading a tower, a burden indeed too great for one so young. He said, "Junior brother, why not take this time to rest at the water village? The martial arts competition and matchmaking orchestrated by Fu Wer may create quite a commotion. How about I arrange for you to stay at Jiangshinal instead?" Qin Xinghong cast a glance at Hitsami, recognizing that he truly misunderstood his own junior brother. Xiaolani was precisely the sort to relish in the excitement. Xiaolani did not decline Hitsongi's kind offer, for the scenery of Jiangshinal was indeed exquisite. He smiled, "Where has that little girl Fu Wer gone? I have not seen her in many years." Zhang Honghe replied with a smile, "The young master of sword-forging manor, Yi Pingting, has come to the water village. She and Fu Wer are close friends, and they are likely enjoying each other's company at this moment. Had she known you arrived at the water village so soon, she would have eagerly awaited your arrival." Xiaolani raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised that Miss Yi was also present. "I recently commissioned her to forge a sword for me. It would be timely to inquire about its progress." With the martial arts competition and matchmaking set for the morrow, Zhang Honghe and her husband had numerous matters to attend to. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they instructed Duan Lingping to escort Xiaolani to Jiangshinal for rest. Duan Lingping, a disciple of Zhang Honghe, had been raised under her care since he was 5 or 6 years old, growing up alongside Zhang Fu Wer. Jiangshinal, a naturally formed islet in the Summer River, was not directly connected to Luoxia Water Village and required a small boat to reach. Qin Xinghong was the first to leap into the boat, extending a hand to assist Xiaolani. Observing this scene, Duan Lingping sensed a hint of something unusual. He scrutinized Qin Xinghong closely, noting that he was merely an unremarkable individual barely entering the second tier of skill. How could he garner Xiaolani's favor? However, Duan Lingping was not foolish enough to reveal his thoughts, instead grasping a bamboo pole to propel the boat. The waters in this area were not particularly deep, adorned with numerous lotus flowers. At this time of year, many of the flowers had already bloomed and faded, giving way to plump lotus seed pods. Qin Xinghong plucked a few pods, extracting the lotus seeds and placing them upon a handkerchief before offering them to Xiaolani. He had become quite adept at such servile tasks. Xiaolani pinched a seed and placed it in his mouth. The lotus seeds at this season were perfectly suited for raw consumption, crisp, sweet, and fragrant with the essence of lotus leaves. You should try some, he suggested, popping a seed into Qin Shi Huang's mouth. Having been fed by him before, Qin Shi Huang no longer felt awkward but naturally accepted the offering, consuming it with ease. Their interactions were remarkably at ease, the enchanting ambience causing Duan Lingping to instinctively avert his gaze. After all, male affection was hardly the norm, and these two seemed entirely unperturbed by the presence of others. The small boat, which could accommodate 5 or 6 individuals, suddenly felt exceedingly cramped. Duan Lingping hastened his efforts to row, eager to reach the shore and liberate himself from the discomfort. As the slender boat glided swiftly through the sea of lotus leaves, a sudden crash reverberated as it collided with something unseen. The vessel lurched violently, nearly sending Qin Shi Huang tumbling overboard, but Xia Lanyi deftly grasped his belt, pulling him back to safety. From the dense thicket of lotus plants emerged a startled voice. Who goes there? Did you not see that this area is occupied? Duan Lingping, upon recognizing her features, was momentarily taken aback. He clasped his fists in apology. My apologies, Miss Yi, the lotus thicket is quite dense, and we inadvertently bumped into you. Yi Pingting, upon spotting the 3 individuals in the boat, was equally surprised. Dressed in azure robes and adorned with a veil, was that not Xia Lanyi, the master of Xianyu Tower? Seen your brother? A voice of astonishment rang out, as another young girl emerged from the lotus foliage. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Xingyi, akin to a radiant hibiscus blossom. Yi Pingting steadied Zhang Fuer's arm, gently advising, Fuer, be cautious. Zhang Fuer caught sight of the figure in azure within the boat and exclaimed with delight, Little Master Uncle, how is it that you arrived so early? I intended to come fetch you. Xia Lanyi released his grip on Qin Shi Huang's belt, smiling gently. Ah, it is you, Fuer. After several years apart, you have blossomed into a lovely young lady. Zhang Fuer's cheeks flushed with warmth. After years of separation, the voice of her little master uncle seemed even more melodious. The two girls had lost their bamboo poles in the recent collision and could no longer row, so they joined Xia Lanyi in their small boat. Zhang Fuer held a bounty of lotus flowers and seed pods in her arms, and Duan Lingping extended a hand to carefully assist her aboard, softly inquiring, Fuer, did you sustain any injuries? At that moment, Zhang Fuer's thoughts were solely occupied with Xia Lanyi. She casually shook her head, thrusting the flowers and pods into his hands. Senior brother, you must row more slowly in the future. Had it not been for Pingting's quick reflexes, I would have fallen into the river. Please hold these for me. I wish to converse with little master uncle. With that, she settled herself across from Xia Lanyi, her cheeks a rosy hue, evidently brimming with joy. Zhang Fuer bore a striking resemblance to Yi Xingyi, yet her temperament was entirely inherited from Jiang Honghe. She had previously beheld Xia Lanyi's countenance, and he was indeed the most handsome individual she had ever encountered. Even her father could merely rank second. Her mother had once sighed, reflecting that had Xia Lanyi been older at the time, her father might not have been her chosen one. Qin Shi Huang, witnessing the gleam of admiration in Zhang Fuer's eyes, felt a sudden surge of wariness. Something was amiss. This girl's gaze was decidedly peculiar. Chapter 59. The ethereal beauty. Zhang Fuer gently linked her arm with Yi Pingting's, meticulously following beside Xia Lanyi. Little Shishu, it has been quite some time since you last visited the water village, she remarked. Xia Lanyi smiled softly. In the world of Jianghu, one is often bound by circumstance. As the master of Xianyu Tower, I cannot simply indulge my whims and go wherever I please. My visit to the water village this time is solely for your lifelong affair, Fu Hua. Behind them, Qin Shi Huang suppressed a desire to retort, fully aware that voicing his thoughts could earn him a reprimand from Xia Lanyi. After all, this master seemed to gravitate towards places of revelry. Zhang Fu's cheeks flushed slightly. It was unexpected for her little Shishu to exhibit such concern for her. To onlookers, her demeanor resembled that of a young girl in love, leading to misunderstandings regarding her feelings for Xia Lanyi. Duan Lingping clenched his fists, his gaze darkening. Could it be that his junior sister harbored feelings for their little Shishu? Yet, Xia Lanyi was indeed their Shishu and had an affinity for men. The group accompanied Xia Lanyi to a quaint pavilion on the river island, which was routinely maintained. Knowing of Xia Lanyi's arrival, the caretakers had ensured it was meticulously cleaned in advance. Zhang Fuhua gathered a large bouquet of freshly picked lotus flowers and pods and arranged them in a vase for decoration. Although she yearned to converse further with Xia Lanyi, recognizing his need for rest after his arduous journey, she refrained from lingering. Little Shishu, please rest well. I shall not disturb you, she said. Xia Lanyi nodded. There is no need for formality among us. He turned to Yi Pingting. Miss Yi, how have matters progressed regarding the task I entrusted to you last time? Yi Pingting replied, Master Xia, you are too kind. I should be the one expressing gratitude for your apprehension of those two lecherous thieves. The sword has been forged and is ready to be delivered to Xianyu Tower. Since you are currently at the water village, would it not be more convenient for me to have my disciple bring it here directly? Xia Lanyi nodded. That would be much appreciated, Miss Yi. I will ensure that the payment is sent to the sword forging manor. There is no need for payment. Consider this sword a token of my gratitude to you, Master Xia, Yi Pingting replied with a cold smile. Had it not been for your capture of those two scoundrels, they would likely still be at large, endangering countless women. The sword commissioned by Xia Lanyi was certainly not inexpensive, and the two flower-picking brothers were quite the catch. Yet, one could only wonder what fate awaited them now. In the hands of Yi Pingting, who harbored a deep disdain for evil, particularly for lechers, they would likely face dire consequences. The sword-forging manor was affluent and possessed wealth rivaling that of Xianyu Tower, so Xia Lanyi felt no need to be overly courteous with Yi Pingting. There would be ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. The trio bid farewell to Xia Lanyi and departed the river island in a small boat. As Xia Lanyi observed their retreating figures, he inquired, What are your thoughts on my two disciples? Qin Xinghong furrowed his brows. Miss Jiang is innocent and lively, embodying a youthful spirit, while young Master Duan is taciturn and composed, displaying a certain depth of character. Xia Lanyi removed his veil and casually placed it on the table, lowering his gaze. There are individuals within the water village with connections to the Shenyang sect. Who do you suppose they might be? Those connected to the Shenyang sect could not merely be ordinary disciples, they must be of a higher echelon within the water village. Since Xia Lanyi had arrived, he had divulged not a whisper of information to Jiang Honghan and his wife, clearly indicating that they too were subjects of his suspicion, not to mention the more distant Jiang Fuhua and Duan Lingping. Qin Xinghong pondered for a moment. Knowing the Shenyang sect's presence beforehand, he now regarded each person in the water village with suspicion. Feeling momentarily at a loss, Xia Lanyi smirked. The intrigue lies in the uncertainty. System notification. Side quest: Shadows of the Shenyang sect. Quest description: Xia Lanyi has detected traces of the Shenyang sect within the water village, suggesting that someone here is in collusion with them. Please identify the traitor and inform Xia Lanyi. Notes: during your investigation, avoid arousing the traitor's suspicion. Should your intent be revealed, the quest will fail immediately. Quest requirements: level 35, 20,000 experience points, 1 rare treasure chest, 5 affinity with Xia Lanyi. At that very moment, all players within the water village received the main quest notification. A player with the ID Never Empty Air Force suddenly slapped his thigh, nearly capsizing the boat in his excitement. Truly, the enchanting Xia has arrived, and with her comes a quest. He hurriedly pulled up his fishing net, which yielded nothing but a few dried leaves. Ordinarily, he would wallow in disappointment, but today was different. He had a quest to complete. No fish today, so be it, I shall return later. After securing his net, Never Empty Air Force paddled back towards the water village. Our water village, being one of the 7 great sects, possesses considerable reputation and standing. We have no need to associate ourselves with the Shenyang sect, a nefarious cult from the western regions. How could there possibly be a traitor among us? He mentally reviewed the important NPCs within the water village, ultimately zeroing in on a singular individual. If there were indeed a traitor, only he would have a motive. The small boat gently swayed as it departed from the river island. Jiang Fuhua turned to Yi Pingting and asked, Pingting, did Master Xie order a sword from your manor? Yi Pingting nodded. Yes, Master Xie commissioned it during the martial arts conference, but the matter was delayed due to the Shenyang sect's poisoning of Zhang Tianshi. Otherwise, it would have been forged much earlier. Jiang Fuhua was puzzled. But doesn't Master Xia already possess the sword Xiaoshui? Why is he ordering another blade? Perhaps it was a gift for someone. Jiang Fuhua cradled her chin in thought, speculating on whom Master Xia might be gifting such a sword. The recipient would surely be fortunate indeed. Yi Pingting's brow furrowed as she recalled her earlier impression of Jiang Fuhua's unusual demeanor towards Xia Lanyi, prompting her to inquire. Fuhua, could it be that you harbor feelings for Master Xia? Little Shishu is simply too handsome. With a loud clatter, the bamboo pole in Duan Lingping's grasp fell, striking the side of the boat with a resounding thud. Jiang Fuhua jumped in surprise. Brother, what is the matter? Duan Lingping, facing away from her, bent down to retrieve the pole, maintaining his usual tone. Nothing, just a slip of the hand. Jiang Fuhua found Duan Lingping's behavior peculiar. He had always been steady, yet these past few days he seemed increasingly clumsy, leaving her perplexed. Yi Pingting cast a glance at Duan Lingping before redirecting her attention to Jiang Fuhua. Fuhua, I meant to ask, do you feel any romantic affection for Master Xie? Understanding Jiang Fuhua's sheltered upbringing, she suspected the girl might have misconstrued her previous remarks. As expected, upon hearing Yi Pingting's question, Jiang Fuhua's eyes widened in shock. Pingting, how could you think such a thing? Little Shishu is my elder. Yi Pingting replied, though Master Xia is a generation older than you, the age difference is not significant, and you are not blood relatives. Her intention was to dissuade Jiang Fuhua from developing feelings for Xia Lanyi. However, upon articulating these words, she inadvertently convinced herself indeed, they were merely master and disciple, not blood relatives, and very few were aware of the connection between Xiangyu Tower and Water Village. Thus, ethically and morally, there was little to prevent them from being together. Yet, Jiang Fuhua's reaction was profound as she covered her flushed face, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I ever harbor romantic feelings for little Shushu? Pingting, you know me well, I simply admire those who are good-looking." Her words tumbled out in a jumble, prompting Yi Pingting to regard her with skepticism. Seeing Yi Pingting's lingering disbelief, Jiang Fuhua grew somewhat irritated. "You know me well enough. I take after my mother. I have seen little Shushu's true appearance before, and he truly resembles a celestial being. How could anyone be so extraordinarily handsome?" Observing the stars in Jiang Fuhua's eyes, Yi Pingting felt a mix of exasperation and curiosity. Although Xia Lanyi was renowned as the most beautiful person in the world, very few in the martial world had actually beheld his visage. She even suspected that this might be a marketing strategy concocted by Xiangyu Tower. Yet, witnessing Jiang Fuhua's infatuated reaction, it seemed that Xia Lanyi's reputation was indeed well-deserved. It was worth noting that both she and Jiang Fuhua were considered beauties in their own right, with Jiang Fuhua even having a father known as the most beautiful man of his time, granting her a certain immunity to allure. However, despite this, Jiang Fuhua continued to hold Xia Lanyi in such high esteem. Yi Pingting stroked her chin thoughtfully. She too found herself curious about Xia Lanyi's appearance. Chapter 60. At the beginning of the marriage competition in preparation for the martial arts competition to select a husband, the Luoxia Water Village had dedicated a considerable amount of time, constructing a magnificent arena at Luoxia Wharf. This grand arena comprised 10 smaller platforms, and the competition would be conducted in a round-robin format. The last person standing would be declared the champion. Jiang Futsu would select her most favored suitor from these 10 champions. As the only daughter of Jiang Honghe, marrying her would equate to inheriting a significant portion of the Luoxia water village. Consequently, despite the unconventional nature of the marriage arrangement, numerous talented young men were eager to participate. Observing the dense crowd gathered before the arena, Yi Peiting furrowed her brow. Most of these individuals were likely drawn by the power and prestige of the Luoxia water village. How many would genuinely treat Jiang Futsu with sincerity? To be honest, she struggled to comprehend why Jiang Honghe and Hitsungi had chosen this method of arranging a marriage for Jiang Futsu. Would the individuals selected truly cherish her? 4. Have you truly thought this through? Yi Peiting inquired. Jiang Futsu bit her lip and, after a long pause, replied, I'm uncertain, but my parents always have my best interests at heart. Peiting, I am not like you. I lack the talent for martial arts and cannot inherit or promote the village's legacy. Perhaps this is the best choice. Yi Peiting was not Jiang Futsu, and even if she genuinely cared for her, she could not fully empathize with her predicament. Similarly, Jiang Futsu was not Yi Peiting. She did not possess the formidable strength that would allow her to act solely according to her desires. Yi Peiting chuckled and shifted the topic, saying, I thought you, being such a romantic, would seek the most handsome husband. Jiang Futsu sighed softly. I once thought so too. In my childhood, I believed my father was the most handsome and gentle person in the world, and I would only marry someone like him. However, after meeting my little martial uncle, I realized that I need not seek the most handsome, for no one could surpass him in looks. This assessment seemed excessively flattering. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yi Peiting asked, what does this martial uncle of yours look like? Describe him to me. Jiang Futsu, at a loss for words, gestured vaguely. My little martial uncle has exceptionally beautiful eyes, a striking nose, and lovely lips. Yi Peiting made a gesture to halt her. Enough? What you described is no different from anyone else with eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Oh dear, Jiang Futsu exclaimed, stamping her foot. You don't understand. Though he resembles a human, he is far more handsome. Yi Peiting couldn't help but laugh. Are you implying your little martial uncle is not human? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Jiang Futsu covered her mouth in alarm. That is not what I meant. Once you meet my little martial uncle, you will understand. As the two engaged in playful banter, a gentle voice laced with laughter interrupted them. 4. Do you need something from your little martial uncle? Turning her head, Jiang Futsu saw that it was Xia Lanyi, and she immediately straightened up, resuming a ladylike demeanor. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Judging by Xia Lanyi's appearance, she had likely just arrived and hadn't overheard much of their previous conversation. If Xia Lanyi misunderstood her comment about him not being human, she would have to jump into the summer river to prove her innocence, lest her little martial uncle despise her. Fortunately, Xia Lanyi had only caught the tail end of Jiang Futsu's statement. With a light laugh, Xia Lanyi inquired, what do you mean by you will understand once you meet me? Jiang Futsu's ears flushed crimson. His voice was indeed melodious. Yi Peiting, noticing her daydreaming expression, sighed inwardly. She boldly declared, it is widely said in the martial world that Master Xia is the most beautiful person under heaven. I am rather curious, may I glimpse Master Xia's true visage? Jiang Futsu was taken aback and turned to look at Yi Peiting, stunned that she had asked so directly. Her sister was quite audacious. Xia Lanyi concealed his appearance not out of arrogance, but to avoid unnecessary troubles from admirers. However, others often complicated the notion of seeing Xia Lanyi's face, assuming he would never allow anyone to behold it. Yet no one had ever thought to simply ask him if they could take a look. Yi Peiting, true to her bold nature, posed the question straightforwardly. Xia Lanyi smiled. Miss Yi is quite forthright, and I shall not be coy. As he spoke, he raised his hand to the veil, seemingly about to lift it and reveal his true appearance. Suddenly, Qin Xinghong reached out and grasped his wrist. Master, the marriage competition is about to commence. Xia Lanyi's appearance must not be seen by these two young ladies. Jiang Futsu had only glimpsed his visage years ago and had yet to forget it. What if she were to catch another glimpse now and decide to take him as her husband? Their family had precedent for such things. Xia Lanyi glanced at the hand gripping his wrist and shot a sidelong glance at Qin Xinghong through the veil. How petty. Nevertheless, he relinquished his hand, stating, since we are beginning, let us proceed to the arena. Jiang Futsu's face flushed with excitement. Was this truly all that was to happen? She looked at Qin Xinghong, wondering what was wrong with this disciple of Qianji Yula. Did he not wish to see what their master looked like? He would surely regret not looking. Qin Xinghong stood calmly behind Xia Lanyi, allowing the two young ladies to glare at him. After all, with him present, neither players nor NPCs would catch a glimpse of Xia Lanyi's true face. Jiang Honghe and Hitsungi had not hastily decided to hold this marriage competition. They had thoroughly considered the matter and conducted rigorous qualifications checks for the participants. Firstly, age was a criterion. Candidates needed to be over 18 and under 30. Generally, martial artists grow stronger with age, making older participants more likely to succeed. They certainly could not allow their daughter to marry an old man. Secondly, lineage was essential. While they did not require illustrious backgrounds, a clean reputation was non-negotiable. Lastly, martial prowess was crucial. Jiang Honghe and Hitsungi's primary objective was to find a reliable individual to care for their daughter. The ability to inherit the Luoxia water village was secondary. While a foundational level of martial skill was mandatory, they required participants to be at least second-rate masters. As Jiang Honghe took to the stage to outline the competition qualifications, the players below received the notification that the marriage competition was commencing. Limited time event, Luoxia Water Village Marriage Competition Event Description. Jiang Honghe and Hitsungi are hosting a martial arts competition to find a husband for their only daughter, Jiang Futsu. The contest will be held in a defending champion format over 3 days, culminating in a final round with the last 10 standing. Event requirements, level 40 or above, negative evil value, belonging to a righteous or neutral faction. Event rewards players earn 2,000 experience points and 2 silver coins for each opponent defeated, and those who successfully defend their title and proceed to the finals will receive a supreme treasure chest. A novice god gazed at the event details, nearly drooling with excitement. After all, he had worked hard to reach level 40, and now an opportunity had presented itself. A supreme treasure chest was on the horizon. Currently, there were not many players above level 40, but news of the Luoxia Water Village's marriage competition had spread widely, and the entire martial world buzzed with anticipation. Marrying Jiang Fuzu meant not only winning a beauty but also acquiring a fortune. Players from beyond Guangling County flocked in droves, eager to partake in the festivities and seize the rewards of the marriage competition. However, to their dismay, the event had a level restriction. Upon learning of the 40-level minimum, many players lamented their wasted trip. Nevertheless, nearly 100 players qualified to participate. On the tower of the village, Xia Lanyi observed the raucous players below and asked, "Are you not going to try your hand at the arena?" Qin Xinghong, now at level 47, far outpaced the other players, greatly increasing his chances of becoming the champion. The allure of the supreme treasure chest was undeniable. No, Qin Xinghong immediately shook his head. "I harbor no interest in Miss Jiang, so I will not complicate matters in the arena." He looked at Xia Lanyi, wondering if Jiang Fuzu would truly choose a player to marry. Could a player genuinely wed an NPC in the game? Chapter 61. Here comes the contest. As the protagonist of the martial arts matchmaking event, Jiang Fuwa made her entrance onto the stage, before taking a seat to observe the competition. Upon seeing the stunning female NPC, the players were filled with excitement. Jiang Fuwa was exceptionally beautiful, quite different from Jiang Honghe. Indeed, daughters often resemble their fathers. It was unexpected that such a privileged and beautiful lady would seek a partner through a martial arts contest. Is that Yi Pingting? She is here too. The sight of these two beauties together is truly enchanting. Hooray, I am actually going to have a wife in the game. Previously, it was all mere talk, but this time it feels real. However, do not be too naive. In addition to players, there are elite NPCs as well. I spotted an NPC over level 50. What a joke. He is simply unbeatable. Well, at least you all have the qualification to participate and can earn some experience points. I am only at level 38 and don't even have the chance to join. Currently, the vast majority of players are below level 40, disqualifying them from the martial arts matchmaking event. They were unaware of the entry requirements until they arrived at Guangling County, only to discover they were ineligible to participate. Players who had made the trip in vain were immediately incensed, cursing the game designers. Which incompetent planner devised this event? Couldn't they have mentioned the requirements beforehand? To spring it on us at the last moment is a waste of our precious time. Just when the disqualified players were preparing to pack up and head home, several NPCs clad in uniform approached, carrying tables. These NPCs were not particularly high in level, with some not even reaching level 20, yet their attire was quite impressive, adorned with a shimmering golden fish embroidered on their collars. One NPC, holding a large scroll and standing on a stool, began to call out loudly. "Ladies and gentlemen, please do not rush to leave. While we cannot participate on stage, there are still opportunities below. The Golden Scales Gambling House cordially invites you to place your bets on your favored contestants. 1 ticket in, tenfold returns." This wretched game not only bars us from participating but also seeks to exploit us. Despite the grumbling, the players found themselves unable to resist the temptation and flocked to the Golden Scales Gambling House to place their bets. The NPC continued to enthusiastically present. "Behold, this handsome youth is Zhou Yuanji, the second son of the Han Dao sect." The Han Dao sect is the second largest faction in Guangling County, renowned for its unparalleled knife technique, the Gale Blade, making him one of the favored contenders in this matchmaking contest. As the NPC pointed, the players turned in unison to the 8th small arena. Next, the NPC indicated another participant. This is Lu Sanqin, the leader of the Tiger Crane sect. Though he appears somewhat rugged, he is precisely 30 years old this year, meeting the age requirement for the matchmaking event. The Tiger Crane sect's ultimate skill, the Tiger Crane dual form, is not to be underestimated. The players scrutinized Lu Sanqin, sporting a hefty beard, and suspected that the NPC had exaggerated his age. Jiang Fuwai's father looked younger than him. Zhou Yuanji was level 52, while Lu Sanqin was 55, both considerably higher than the highest level player among them, Qin Xinghong, making them formidable adversaries. The players began to murmur in discontent. "How can we even compete? Their levels are so much higher. It's a one-on-one battle. Players can't even defend the arena, let alone attack. This ultimate treasure chest is merely for show. Isn't it?" Hearing the players' complaints, the NPC reassured them, "Do not fret, noble heroes. There are many potential contestants yet to be introduced. Yan Yunfei, a disciple of the renowned wandering hero, Swallowly, has mastered the legendary lightness skill, water walking, which rivals the unparalleled skill, falling blossom floating duckweed. Although Yan's martial arts prowess is somewhat inferior to the other two, his agility compensates, giving him a fighting chance." The mention of a legendary lightness skill made the players gasp in awe. Very few among them could practice such extraordinary techniques, let alone legendary ones. Yan Yunfei was a player, not an NPC. Many players recognized him. They were surprised to learn that Yan Yunfei had also arrived, as he usually undertook quests around Xiangzhou, encountering many fortuitous events, and had reached level 46, making him a serious contender for the finals. How unfair. Why did he have such good luck? Not only did he have a grandmaster as his mentor, but he also learned a legendary lightness skill. The NPC continued to introduce several other strong contenders, comprising both NPCs and players, with roughly a 60-40 split, clearly indicating that 4 arena spots were reserved for players to compete for. After listening to the NPC's introductions, the players gained some confidence and began placing their bets, causing the Golden Scales gambling house to accumulate a significant amount of currency in no time. Qin Xinghong stood atop the stronghold. Although there was some distance, the NPCs at the Golden Scales gambling house spoke loudly enough for him to hear clearly. Lu Qingbai, master of the unparalleled skill, Judge's Pen, is also one of the favored contestants. Heroes, place your bets. Is that not his boss's name? Lu Qingbai, not content with being a CEO in reality, seeks to expand his business empire within the game. The martial arts matchmaking event officially commenced, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhou Yuanji and Lu Sanqin's high levels meant few dared to challenge them, while the other arenas saw back-and-forth exchanges. Among the players were numerous hidden talents, managing to defeat the two NPCs, transforming the player-defended arenas into 6. The novice god also became the champion of one of the arenas. Although he had just reached level 41, he had undergone extensive training with Qing Hen, reaping some benefits despite his aches and pains. With the Blood Rain Tower's ultimate skills, the unparalleled step technique, Ghostly Shadow, and the unparalleled sword technique, Blood Rain Sword, he was well equipped to deal with players even weaker than himself. Observing the motley crew on stage, Duan Lingping furrowed his brow. How could these unremarkable individuals possibly be worthy of Fu Er? Even if they became champions, they could never hope to win her hand. He turned away from the stronghold, lost in thought, inadvertently failing to notice that someone had followed closely behind him. Chapter 62. The red thread of longing. Xia Lanyi felt a twinge of boredom after watching for a short while, raising her hand to stifle a yawn. Although the Falling Sunset Water Village is one of the 7 major sects, holding an exalted position in the martial world, this particular martial arts competition for marriage is a recruitment for a son-in-law, where the chosen individual must become a part of the Falling Sunset Water Village. The elite disciples of other prominent sects are unlikely to attend. After all, they have promising futures within their own sects and do not need to join the Falling Sunset Water Village. Consequently, most participants in this competition hail from smaller sects or, like Zhou Ziyuan, are second-generation members without inheritance rights. Alternatively, there are individuals like Lu Sanqian, who, despite being a sect leader, belongs to the Tiger Crane sect, a third-rate faction that pales in comparison. Thus, the NPCs participating in this marriage competition are largely unimpressive, especially when compared to the players, who often come from more distinguished backgrounds. Although their levels may not be as high as the NPCs, those who have reached level 40 and above predominantly originate from major sections. Xia Lanyi stood up and said to Qin Xinghong, "Let us depart, we shall return on the final day." The martial arts competition is set to last 3 days, and it is likely that only the last day will hold any intrigue. In a remote village within the Falling Sunset Water Village, Duan Lingping wore an impassive expression as he addressed the woman in red before him. "You should leave now." Hong Lian chuckled lightly, stepping closer to trace her fingertip along Duan Lingping's cheek. "Young master, you truly are heartless. Are all the men from Central Plains so callous? Had I not saved you back when you were consumed by madness, you would have succumbed to insanity." Duan Lingping furrowed his brow, brushing aside Hong Lian's hand. "That is precisely why I have kept you here in the water village for so long. The gaze of the martial world is now fixed on the marriage competition. It is the perfect time for you to depart." His eyes were filled with wariness as he regarded Hong Lian. "Leave Central Plains and return to your western region." Ignoring his warning, Hong Lian smirked. "You seem rather displeased. Could it be due to the marriage competition?" "Indeed, your beloved junior sister is to be wed, and even the Falling Sunset Water Village must relinquish her. How pitiful it is that after all your hard work these years, you gain neither person nor wealth. How could your mood possibly be good?" With a sharp sound, Duan Lingping unsheathed his sword, pointing it at Hong Lian's throat. "Is this your anger speaking?" Hong Lian extended a finger to push aside the tip of his sword, her aura suddenly erupting. "You are no match for me, young master." "Grand Master." Duan Lingping retracted his sword, fully aware that he had stepped into a trap, his expression darkening to an almost watery hue. "What exactly do you want?" Seeing him relent, Hong Lian reverted to her charming demeanor. "Those who adapt to circumstances are the wise. I knew you were an intelligent young man." She leaned in, her frail hand resting on Duan Lingping's shoulder as she spoke softly. "It is not about what we desire, rather, it is about repaying your kindness in sheltering us." She extended a delicate white hand before Duan Lingping, a crimson thread slowly materializing at her fingertips. The red thread of longing, a dual curse. The one afflicted by the maternal curse will develop an unending affection for the one who possesses the maternal bond. Duan Lingping's heart sank in horror as he forcefully pushed Hong Lian away. "I will not harm Fu, nor will I engage in any actions that could jeopardize the Falling Sunset Water Village." He was no fool to blindly trust Hong Lian's words. He understood the potential dangers of the curse and refused to use it against Fu. Moreover, considering the elaborate schemes of the Divine Flame sect, it was absurd to think they had no ulterior motives regarding the Falling Sunset Water Village. Duan Lingping regarded her coldly. "While I may not be your opponent, this is the Falling Sunset Water Village. Should my master be alerted, you will find it impossible to escape." He feigned compliance with Hong Lian, hoping to uncover their true intentions regarding the Falling Sunset Water Village, only to discover they aimed to target Jiang Fuqi. "Poof." Hong Lian scoffed, her gaze chilling. "Just a moment ago, I called you a clever young master, and now you are making foolish mistakes. With the red thread of longing, both beauty and the water village shall belong to you." The crimson thread at her fingertips gleamed like fresh blood, enticing Duan Lingping. As long as he placed the curse upon Jiang Fuqi, he would attain all that he desired. Duan Lingping averted his eyes. You should abandon this idea. No matter what, I will not allow Fu to suffer even the slightest harm. With that, he turned to leave, but as he reached the door, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his chest, forcing him to his knees. Hong Lian approached slowly, lifting his chin with her fingertip, tauntingly remarking, "This cooperation cannot be dismissed at your whim. It seems you prefer punishment over reward." Duan Lingping felt cold sweat trickling down his brow as his vision began to blur. "Do not harm Fu." Hong Lian chuckled softly, patting his cheek. "You truly are infatuated. For your devotion, I shall spare your life for now." Beneath the room, the summer river flowed with vigor. Should anyone glance into the water, they would discern a vague shadow drifting away, carried by the current. As it neared the edge of the village, the shadow finally surfaced. With a splash, a figure burst forth from the water, gasping for air. Heavens, I nearly drowned. Just moments prior, when that western region enchantress unleashed her grandmaster aura, young Bukong had feared he had been discovered. Fortunately, the high winds and turbulent waters of the summer river had effectively concealed his presence. After catching his breath, he swam towards the shore, eager to find Xiaolani to complete his quest. He had come for the rare grey treasure chest. As the first day of the marriage competition came to a close, Jiang Fuqi sat quietly, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. Jiang Honghe gently ruffled her hair. "Fu, did you spot anyone you fancy today?" Jiang Fuqi blushed and shook her head. "No, how could one fall for someone after just a brief encounter?" "Why not?" Jiang Honghe chuckled. "When I first saw your father, I was smitten immediately." Beside them, Yi Pingting appeared somewhat speechless, pondering how Jiang Fuqi could inherit such traits from Aunt Zhang, particularly in matters of the heart. Jiang Honghe patted Jiang Fuqi's shoulder. "Well then, return to rest with Pingting. It's alright if you didn't find someone you like today, there are still 2 more days left." Jiang Fuqi obediently agreed, bidding farewell to Jiang Honghe and Hitsoni before taking her leave with Yi Pingting back to her small courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard, Duan Lingping awaited with a food box in hand. Upon seeing him, Jiang Fuqi's spirits lifted, and she bounced over. "Brother, where have you been all day? I didn't see you at all." Duan Lingping smiled. "Someone must attend to matters in the water village. I have only just found a moment to come and bring you a bowl of fish soup. You must be tired after today." Jiang Fuqi, touched, wrapped her arms around his arm, exclaiming, "You're so kind, brother, even my real brother can't compare." Duan Lingping smiled gently, ruffling her hair. "Alright, hurry inside to rest. The fish soup should be consumed while hot, or it will turn fishy." Jiang Fuqi nodded and took the food box. Watching him leave, Yi Pingting observed Duan Lingping's retreating figure, sensing something amiss about him today, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Noticing her gaze, Jiang Fuqi nudged her with her elbow, teasing, "Pingting, while my brother may not possess your martial talent, he is still a young talent in his own right. Have you considered him?" Yi Pingting withdrew her gaze, casting a resigned glance at her. This little girl was still oblivious to the obvious, having spent countless years with Duan Lingping without realizing whom he truly admired. Yi Pingting pinched Jiang Fuqi's cheek. "Perhaps you should focus more on yourself." Jiang Fuqi stuck out her tongue and opened the food box, only to find a small bowl of fish soup and a single spoon. Puzzled, she wondered, "What is this? Why did my brother only bring a small bowl of fish soup? Who was it meant for?" Chapter 63 of The Betrayer. After Xiaolani departed from the watchtower, she did not return to Jiangxin Island but instead meandered through the Luoxia water village, even indulging in a bit of net fishing. Though a novice, she managed to catch a considerable haul with her first cast, a clear case of beginner's luck. Qin Xinghong picked up the largest fish, wielding a standard wudong sword to scale and gut it by the shore, igniting a bonfire to roast the fish. Such menial labor was beneath Xiaolani, who sat nearby, propping her chin on her hand, watching Qin Xinghong with a smile in her eyes. "You can grill fish?" she inquired. "Occasionally, I camp with friends, and if we go fishing, we usually roast what we catch," he replied. Xiaolani raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he was referring to friends from the real world, curious about what he might be like outside this realm. The fish cooked quickly, filling the air with its distinctive aroma. Qin Xinghong peeled off the flesh from the fish's belly, placing it on clean leaves along with a pair of chopsticks fashioned from twigs, handing it to Xiaolani with a cautionary, "Careful, it's hot." Balancing the leaf plate in one hand and the twig chopsticks in the other, Xiaolani found the experience rather novel. While she would never claim to dine solely with golden plates and jade chopsticks, this rustic setup felt distinctly foreign to her. As she delicately picked up a tender morsel of fish and tasted it, she was pleasantly surprised by its freshness, devoid of any fishy odor, complemented by a layer of fragrant, crispy skin, its flavor and texture far surpassing her expectations. She couldn't help but squint in delight. Just as Qin Xinghong was about to inquire about her thoughts on the dish, a notification chimed. A system alert: Xiaolani's favorability towards you has increased by 5, current favorability 5. 2. No need to ask, it seems she genuinely enjoyed the meal. Indeed, to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. While grilling the fish, Qin Xinghong contemplated that he ought to refine his culinary skills further. As the two savored their grilled fish, a drenched player approached them. "Xiaolani, I finally found you. I thought I'd have to search every nook and cranny of Luoxia water village." The player, young Bukongjun, gasped for breath, stumbling towards them. Upon seeing the figure clad in green, his eyes practically sparkled with excitement. Xiaolani glanced up at the unexpectedly familiar player, a piece of fish still in her mouth. Young Bukongjun was momentarily awestruck. "Heavens, is that a deity eating fish?" he wondered. Do deities need to eat? Qin Xinghong furrowed his brow, stepping forward to lower the veil that Xiaolani had lifted, shielding her from view. "What do you want?" He asked, with Xiaolani's figure obscured. Yang Bukong Jun remained in a daze. How could someone be so exquisitely beautiful? Was Xiaolani's model crafted by the goddess Nuwa herself? Yang Bukong Jun continued to dwell in his reverie, as Qin Xinghong sighed, evidently forgetting his own initial, rather disheveled impression of Xiaolani. Excuse me, this esteemed brother, do you have something to discuss? He called out. Startled back to reality, Yang Bukong Jun glared at Qin Xinghong. Who are you calling Kong Jun? You may refer to me as Yang Bu or my full name, but not Kong Jun, do you understand? This was a fisherman's steadfast principle. Having finished her grilled fish, Xiaolani stood up. Well, what is it? At the sight of her, Yang Bukong Jun's frustration dissipated, replaced by a bashful demeanor. Master, I come bearing a quest. I have discovered the traitor in Luoxia Water Village and the whereabouts of the Shenyang sect. Xiaolani raised an eyebrow, impressed by the player's prowess. He had uncovered information that even Qing Han and the others had failed to in less than 2 days. However, Yang Bukong Jun scratched his cheek, but I don't think Duan Lingping should be considered a traitor. Oh, intrigued, Xiaolani prodded. What does this have to do with Duan Lingping? Please elaborate. Yang Bukong Jun recounted the details of what he had overheard while hiding beneath the water's surface. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaolani stated, well done, let us keep this information between us for now, understood. As his words concluded, the notification indicating task completion chimed. Because Yang Bukong Jun had provided such detailed information, exceeding the task's requirements, the system upgraded his reward to an unparalleled treasure chest. Overjoyed, Yang Bukong Jun exclaimed, Xiamarin, you are truly beautiful inside and out. He quickly agreed, of course, master, you can count on me, I will not divulge this to anyone else. Nodding, Xiaolani dismissed him and turned to Qin Xinghong. For now, Duan Lingping should be safe. Let us check on Jiang Futsu. The Shenyang sect is unlikely to abandon their pursuit of her easily. Upon arriving at Jiang Futsu's residence, they found her holding an empty bowl, preparing to head to the kitchen. Surprised to see Xiaolani, she exclaimed, little uncle, what brings you here? Noticing the empty bowl in her hands, a sense of unease washed over Xiaolani. Fu, what did you eat just now? Taken aback by the question, Jiang Futsu wondered when her little uncle had developed such an interest in food. Nevertheless, she replied, oh, it was fish soup sent over by senior brother. Would you like some, little uncle? I can make you a fresh batch. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. She was eager to showcase her culinary skills, uncertain if her little uncle would enjoy her fish soup. Xiaolani's brow furrowed slightly. It was indeed the soup sent by Duan Lingping, and one couldn't be certain of its contents. He approached and casually took the bowl from Jiang Futsu's hands, handing it to Qin Xinghong with a subtle gesture. Please take this to the kitchen. Qin Xinghong understood the implication, walking towards the kitchen while discreetly stowing the bowl into his game inventory. Jiang Futsu watched in bewilderment, questioning the purpose of their visit. Surely they weren't here merely to help her wash dishes. Xiaolani reassured her, little uncle isn't hungry right now, perhaps we'll sample Fuer's culinary talents another time. At that moment, Yi Pingting emerged from her room and greeted Xiaolani. Spotting her, he raised an eyebrow. Missy, did you partake of that bowl of fish soup as well? Uncertain why he asked, Yi Pingting replied, yes, I had a little. There's something wrong with it, Xiaoluju? Yi Pingting's instincts were sharp, yet Xiaolani remained nonchalant, as if casually inquiring. Oh, nothing of concern. I merely thought the fish soup from Luoxia Water Village was quite exquisite and thought you should try it. Yi Pingting sensed that the matter was more serious than Xiaolani let on. After all, this wasn't her first visit to Luoxia Water Village. How could she have not tasted their renowned fish soup? Xiaolani's visit tonight felt oddly out of place. Although Jiang Futsu was innocent, she too sensed something amiss. Why was her little uncle so curious about the fish soup they consumed? She had suggested preparing some for him, yet he had no intention of tasting it. A silence fell among the three, and just then, a gust of night wind swept through, lifting Xiaolani's veil. As the delicate fabric fluttered, it revealed a face of unparalleled beauty. Even the moonlight seemed to dim in comparison. In an instant, the confusion of Yi Pingting and Jiang Futsu vanished, replaced by sheer awe. As the night breeze subsided and the veil fell once more, Qin Xinghong emerged from the kitchen. Fu, I must take my leave now. You and Missy should retire early. Jiang Futsu replied in a daze, watching them depart. Though they walked further away, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She grasped Yi Pingting's arm, exclaiming, Pingting, little uncle looks even more handsome than before. Recovering from her astonishment, Yi Pingting agreed, indeed, he possesses an indescribable beauty. Fu, it seems I have misjudged you. Chapter 64. Where did the goo go? Upon their return to Jiangxin Island, Qin Xinghong produced the bowl he had just acquired and, with a hint of perplexity, inquired, Master, why not directly inform Miss Jiang and Missy about this matter? It is understandable to keep the never-empty army in the dark, given that players are notorious for stirring trouble. Once they are aware, they might inadvertently provoke a reaction that could alert the enemy. Yet now that we have identified the traitor within the Luoxia Water Village, informing the other NPCs would pose no hindrance. Would it not be more prudent to prepare them? Xiaolani, retrieving a silver needle from an unknown source, dipped it into the remnants of fish broth in the bowl to test for poison. Words alone are insufficient. While we now know that Duan Lingping is connected to the Shenyang sect, we lack the evidence to substantiate this claim, he stated in a calm tone. Should we reveal this to Jiang Hongha and the others? Would they trust their longtime kin, or would they place their faith in me, a mere junior disciple they have only recently encountered? Qin Xinghong fell silent, realizing his previous assumptions had been overly simplistic. The NPCs in this game world were as unpredictable as real humans. One must tread carefully and consider the complexities of human nature. The silver needle remained untainted, indicating the absence of poison in the broth. However, this only added to Xiaolani's dilemma. If it were not poison, it could very well be a form of goo. The red thread love goo mentioned by the never-empty army is one of the infamous goo, on par with the golden thread goo. It has the power to transform the indifferent into the affectionate, invoking an overwhelming love in the victim that could lead to unbearable heartache upon separation. Such a goo is a potent tool for manipulating hearts, and it is likely for this reason that the Shenyang sect sought to implant the red thread love goo within Jiang. Truly, the Shenyang sect lives up to its sinister reputation, employing such vile tactics. Yet now a new question arose. Both Jiang Fuziu and Yi Pingting had consumed the fish broth. Who among them had fallen victim to the goo? Fortunately, the red thread love goo does not claim lives immediately, and even if Jiang Fuziu and Yi Pingting had been affected, there remains a chance for redemption. Xia Lanyi procured paper and ink from the small building and hastily penned a letter, intending to send it to the young master of Yaowang Valley, Lian Feng, requesting his presence. Yaowang Valley had been besieged by the Wangu sect 2 decades prior and had since conducted extensive research on goo techniques, undoubtedly possessing methods to counteract them. The bowl pilfered from Jiang Fuziu was now rendered useless, and Qin Xinghong casually stowed it in his backpack. As he reached for a spoon, he was captivated by the intricate design adorning it. A vividly painted little red fish graced the handle, exuding a sense of liveliness that seemed beyond that of ordinary tableware. Just as he was about to examine it more closely, Xia Lanyi raised a hand and let out a sharp whistle. Almost immediately, a red-eyed crow flew in through the window. The sleek, glossy bird flew straight and true, swooping past Qin Xinghong and knocking the spoon from his grasp, demonstrating its prowess with a flourish. After delivering a swift reprimand to the unwelcome observer, it perched on Xia Lanyi's shoulder, squawking loudly, "Master, master, I have arrived, I have arrived." Finding its incessant cawing bothersome, Xia Lanyi pinched its beak and attached the letter, now secured in a small bamboo tube, to its claw. "Take this letter to young Master Lian Feng." The red-eyed crow flapped its wings and, now free to speak, resumed its noisy proclamations, "To young Master Lian Feng, to young Master Lian Feng." Xia Lanyi's brow furrowed as she grasped its beak and approached the window, unceremoniously tossing the raucous bird outside. The crow was flung 5 meters away, squawking in protest before finally ceasing its mimicry. It flapped its wings twice to regain its balance and swiftly vanished into the night. Qin Xinghong found the scene amusing. The crow was rather clever. He chuckled as he bent down to gather the shattered pieces of the spoon, only to feel a brief pang in his fingertip, as if he had been cut by a shard. The harsh, grating calls of the red-eyed crow lingered in Xia Lanyi's mind, and she pinched her brow, stating, if it weren't for its cleverness, it would have already been stewed. Noticing Qin Xinghong examining his hand, she approached and asked, "What are you cleaning up for?" "Did you cut yourself?" On his hand, there was no sign of injury. The earlier sting felt more like an illusion, and he brushed it off with a smile. "I'm perfectly fine." "Your concern is appreciated, Master Xie." Xia Lanyi pulled his hand closer to inspect it, confirming there was indeed no wound. "Stop cleaning, wait for the disciples of Luanxia Water Village to handle it tomorrow." Qin Xinghong remained silent. When Xia Lanyi glanced up, her gaze met his warm and tender eyes. Startled, she instinctively withdrew her hand, a hint of disdain in her tone. "Why are you smiling so foolishly?" Despite her words, a blush crept onto her cheeks. On the second day of the martial arts contest for marriage, Xia Lanyi arrived at the viewing platform, where Jiang Fuziu and Yi Pingting were already present. The two young women appeared unchanged from their usual selves, yet their excitement was palpable upon seeing her. Xia Lanyi pondered in silence. The offspring of the red thread love goo required proximity to the mother goo to activate. At this moment, the offspring goo should still be dormant. The mother goo likely resided with Duan Lingping, yet where was he? As if summoned by her thoughts, Duan Lingping approached, greeting everyone in turn. Zhang Henghe waved him over, saying, "Linger, come assist your junior sister. A slight delay in village matters is of no consequence." Duan Lingping complied with a smile, taking a seat beside Jiang Fuziu, while subtly activating the mother goo within himself. "Senior brother, you seem in much better spirits today. You're smiling more than usual. Have you been worn out lately?" Jiang Fuziu remarked. Duan Lingping was momentarily taken aback. He had not fully comprehended Jiang Fuziu's words. Instead, he was astonished by the lack of response from the offspring goo. He swiftly turned to Jiang Fuziu, realizing he felt no trace of the offspring goo within her. Jiang Fuziu was startled by his sudden movement. "Senior brother, why do you look so alarmed? Are you unwell?" Duan Lingping forced himself to regain composure and replied gently, "I'm quite well. Did you drink the fish broth I delivered yesterday?" This prompted a slight frown from Jiang Fuziu as she reproached him. "Senior brother, you ought to know that Pingting and I share a living space. It was rather inconsiderate to send only one bowl of fish broth. We had to split it." Duan Lingping's heart sank. Could it be that the red thread love goo had ensnared Yi Pingting? The cultivation of the red thread love goo was no simple task, and their sect possessed only the singular pair of Jiyu. It was a treasure not to be squandered. Yet, Yi Pingting was the young mistress of the swordsmith manor, the next in line to lead. If she had been ensnared, it would not be a total loss. With this possibility in mind, Duan Lingping felt some relief that he once again activated the mother goo, attempting to perceive the presence of the offspring goo within Yi Pingting. He discreetly scrutinized her expression. However, she remained furrowed in concentration, watching the combatants in the arena with evident dissatisfaction, her demeanor unaltered. Something was amiss. Even if Yi Pingting was a grandmaster, she should have displayed some reaction if she had been affected by the offspring goo. It seemed the goo was not within her possession. Damn it, or had the offspring goo gone? Duan Lingping could not help but silently lament. Such a precious goo could not be lost so easily, lest he face severe repercussions from the sect leader. It would be a fate worse than death. Xia Lanyi had been observing Duan Lingping with keen interest, noting the fluctuations in his expression, shifting from blue to red as if he were a master of disguise. She raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Today, Duan Lingping seemed like a different individual altogether. The usual reticence and composure were nowhere to be found, and even in his interactions with Jiang Fuqiu, he appeared distracted. Xia Lanyi's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of her chair, pondering whether he had indeed undergone a transformation. Chapter 65 Virtual Introduction to Reality. As Qin Xinghong prepared to log into the game that morning, he received an unexpected call from the company as CEO. As a prominent streamer with millions of fans, managing his own account had become an overwhelming burden, prompting Qin Xinghong to collaborate with a streaming company. The caller was Lu Qingba, the company's president. Lu Qingba, strikingly handsome with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, slicked back hair, and impeccably tailored suit, epitomized the elite image commonly associated with CEOs. At first glance, he appeared to be a quintessential capitalist. Without any pleasantries, Lu Qingba got straight to the point, noting that Qin Xinghong had significantly reduced his streaming hours recently. As a leading gaming streamer, each of his broadcasts could generate millions in revenue, making the drop in live sessions palpable for the company's performance. Despite being called out, Qin Xinghong remained unfazed. Indeed, I've streamed less, but I haven't violated any company policies. I fulfilled the requirement of at least 3 broadcasts a week, accumulating no less than 6 hours of streaming time. I believe that satisfies the expectations, doesn't it? Lu Qingba nodded in agreement. You have indeed met those requirements, otherwise, you wouldn't be speaking with me but rather the legal department. Qin Xinghong clicked his tongue. Come on, Lu, we've been collaborating for several years now. Even if I hadn't met the criteria, surely you wouldn't be so unyielding. Lu Qingba chuckled lightly, understanding that his comment was made in jest. Their relationship had transcended mere business. They had become friends over the years. No one ever complains about earning more money. Yet, your recent streaming frequency seems rather unusual. Could it be that you've fallen in love? At this remark, Qin Xinghong felt a twinge of discomfort. It was true, he was indeed in the throes of unrequited love, and his affection was directed towards a game NPC. Lu Qingba, not wishing to intrude on his privacy, simply offered a word of caution. There is nothing wrong with being in love, but for now, it's best to keep it under wraps. A significant portion of your fans are female admirers, and revealing a romantic relationship could impact your popularity. Qin Xinghong shook his head with a bemused smile. You're overthinking it. Lu Qingba regarded him for a moment, still sensing that the glow of excitement surrounding Qin Xinghong was indicative of something amiss. Regardless, I hope you can resume your streaming frequency. When we signed the contract, the company made considerable concessions to grant you such freedom. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xinghong revealed a thought that had been weighing on him. My contract with the company will expire in 2 months, and I do not intend to renew it. I have decided to step away from being a streamer. Lu Qingba's expression shifted to one of surprise. Their discussion had been centered on work, and he had not anticipated Qin Xinghong's sudden decision to leave. After all, he was at the pinnacle of his career. Why would he choose to exit the streaming industry? Furrowing his brow, he asked, could you share your reasoning behind this decision? Qin Xinghong had contemplated this for some time, and his encounter with Xia Lanyi in the game had only solidified his resolve. His streaming career had reached its limit, leaving no room for further growth. After years of gaming, he yearned to transition from being merely a player to a developer, aspiring to create a game of his own design. Particularly after experiencing the immersive world of Jianghu Xiaoyao, which felt so strikingly real, he was captivated. I aspire to establish a game development company, Qin Xinghong stated. Lu Qingba pondered for a moment, concluding that with Qin Xinghong's talent and capabilities, launching a game development company was certainly feasible. Thus, his decision to leave streaming became easily understandable. If you require investment, feel free to reach out to me. Even before the company was established, Qin Xinghong had already secured a collaborative partner, and the two exchanged warm pleasantries. Oh, by the way, Lu Qingba added, the company has recently developed a new technology called Virtual Introduction to Reality. In a few days, we will be recruiting streamers to participate in testing, and I hope you can join. With Qin Xinghong on the verge of retirement, such a massive influx of viewers should not be squandered. It was prudent to capitalize on his remaining time with the company. Really, Qin Xinghong's interest peaked. Could you elaborate? In simple terms, the technology employed holographic projection to bring NPCs from the game into the real world, allowing them to accompany players as if they were genuine family and friends. Currently, Jianghu Xiaoyao was among the games collaborating with them, which would undoubtedly intrigue him. Qin Xinghong was not just intrigued, he was exhilarated. With this feature, he could finally meet Xia Lanyi in reality. The two continued to discuss the project until Lu Qingba's alarm went off. Glancing at his watch, he told Qin Xinghong, alright, let us conclude our conversation for today. Once the project is live, we can address any concerns. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Xinghong, and he tentatively inquired, you're not planning to play Jianghu Xiaoyao, are you? Lu Qingba candidly admitted, indeed. He seemed completely unperturbed by the notion of a CEO playing games during work hours. The player mentioned by the NPC yesterday was, after all, Lu Qingba himself. Qin Xinghong did not perceive Lu Qingba as someone who was losing focus. He surmised that his gaming was likely a means to evaluate potential partners. Are you also in Luoxia Water Village? If you have any quests, don't forget to share them with me. Qin Xinghong nodded, and they hung up. After the call, he felt a surge of excitement, unable to resist standing to pour himself a glass of ice water to calm his racing thoughts. Virtual introduction to reality. Xia Lanyi could come into the real world. He wondered what her perspective on reality would be and whether she could adapt. Contemplating this, Qin Xinghong shook his head, realizing he was overthinking. Even if Xia Lanyi could appear in reality, she would merely be a projection of holographic technology, not a tangible, flesh-and-blood individual. Moreover, it was unlikely that a real person could ever resemble Xia Lanyi. He let out a self-deprecating chuckle, acknowledging the absurdity of having developed feelings for a virtual NPC. Throughout the day, Xia Lanyi had not made an appearance. She sat by the waterside of the pavilion, plucking the petals from a lotus flower. When Jiang Fuhua approached, she sensed that Xia Lanyi's mood seemed rather off and suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Noticing her presence, Xia Lanyi smiled and asked, is there something on your mind? His voice was gentle and warm, causing Jiang Fuhua to feel a wave of dizziness, making her question whether her earlier impression had been a mere illusion. Relaxing, she settled down across from Xia Lanyi. Actually, it's nothing significant. I just wanted to have a chat with my little master uncle. Xia Lanyi chuckled lightly, observing the familial resemblance between Jiang Fuhua and her mother, Jiang Honghe. With no one else around in the pavilion, Xia Lanyi removed his veil and asked, do you have anyone you fancy these days? Jiang Fuhua was taken aback by Xia Lanyi's unexpected openness, her mind momentarily blank. It took her a few moments to process his question. Oh, it's not exactly a crush, but there are a few who are rather handsome. She began counting on her fingers, mentioning Yan Yunfei, Lu Qingba, and Xiao Yuanji, the second son of the Handblade sect, who was also quite attractive, albeit somewhat greasy. Surprisingly, players seem to have quite an advantage. Xia Lanyi remarked with a light laugh, your senior brother is quite handsome as well. Why don't you consider him? Jiang Fuhua's eyes widened in disbelief as she quickly waved her hands. No way, I've always seen him as an older brother. That's out of the question. Since childhood, Jiang Fuhua had grown up alongside Duan Lingping, having always viewed him as a sibling. It was only natural that romantic feelings would not develop between them. Thus, Duan Lingping resorted to such desperate measures, seeking to win Jiang Fuhua's heart using the red thread of love. Chapter 66. A misunderstanding. Jiang Fuhua's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she pondered why both her junior master and Pingting were trying to match her with her senior brother. Even her parents had inquired about her feelings for her senior brother before deciding to hold a martial arts competition for suitors. This left her feeling somewhat uneasy whenever she encountered him. However, the thought of Duan Lingping caused her brow to furrow slightly. Junior master, I can't help but feel that something seems off about my senior brother these past couple of days, she remarked, unsure of her own perception. Oh? Xia Lanyi raised an eyebrow. What do you find peculiar? With hesitation, Jiang Fuhua replied, my senior brother rarely smiles, yet he has been smiling at me frequently lately. However, his smiles seem rather strange, lacking sincerity. It feels akin to fade. She shyly gestured with her fingers. He once mentioned that as we grow older, we must be cautious regarding interactions between men and women, yet today, he has been rather touchy. Xia Lanyi's brows lifted, noting that such behavior was uncharacteristic of Duan Lingping. This unusual conduct suggested he might still be testing whether Jiang Fuhua had fallen under the enchantment of the red thread love bug. Fuhua, when your senior brother approaches you, do you experience any unusual sensations? Jiang Fuhua tilted her head, not really. Apart from feeling somewhat awkward, what special sensation could I possibly have? I've grown up with my senior brother, we are as familiar as can be. I've even seen him in his childhood, running around without clothes. Given her innocent demeanor, it was clear she had not been affected by the bug. Could it be that Yi Pingting had fallen victim instead? Xia Lanyi inquired further, didn't you and Miss Yi used to be inseparable, why is she not here? Although Jiang Fuhua felt a bit confused by the sudden shift in conversation, she obediently responded, Pingting is currently practicing her swordplay. She trains for over an hour every day, she is so diligent. Yi Pingting, at such a young age, had already attained mastery at the Grand Master level. Besides her innate talent, her hard work was indispensable. Given time, she would undoubtedly become a master in the realm of carefree martial arts. Jiang Fuhua's tone brimmed with admiration, tinged with envy. If only she possessed Pingting's martial prowess, perhaps her parents would not have to worry so much about her. But in this world, what-ifs were futile, and Jiang Fuhua quickly dismissed her fleeting melancholy. Initially, she had been watching Yi Pingting practice, but upon spotting Xia Lanyi, she couldn't resist approaching to strike up a conversation. Xia Lanyi stood, donned her veil hat, and suggested, in that case, let us go watch Miss Yi practice her swordplay. The sword of the Foundry Mountain is not something ordinary folks get to witness. Jiang Fuhua readily agreed, delighted at the prospect of accompanying Pingting while conversing with Xia Lanyi, truly a double blessing. As they reached the entrance of the small courtyard, they chanced upon Yi Pingting pointing her sword at Duan Lingping, seemingly poised to strike him down. Jiang Fuhua gasped and hurried over to seize Yi Pingting's arm. Pingting, senior brother, what is happening here? Hoof. Yi Pingting snorted coldly, and upon seeing Jiang Fuhua, she sheathed her sword. She cast a frosty glare at Duan Lingping, for Fuhua's sake today, I shall spare your life, Duan Lingping, I truly misjudged you. With that, she stormed back into the house, clearly incensed. Jiang Fuhua felt both bewildered and anxious, turning to Duan Lingping, senior brother, what did you do to make Pingting so angry? Duan Lingping offered a bitter smile, his expression one of innocence, I merely spoke a few words. I have no idea why Miss Yi suddenly drew her sword at me. Despite Yi Pingting's fiery temper, she was a reasonable person, it was hard to believe she would draw her sword over a mere disagreement. Seeing him unable to provide a satisfactory explanation, Jiang Fuhua stomped her foot in frustration and rushed inside to comfort Yi Pingting. As she ran off, Duan Lingping's expression darkened. After a close observation, he could confirm that the red thread love bug was not on Yi Pingting either. Damn it, where could that bug have gone? If I cannot find it soon, our master will arrive, he thought, his mood souring. Turning around, he spotted Xia Lanyi standing behind him, but he paused momentarily, his expression softening as he clasped his hands in greeting, Junior Master. Xia Lanyi acknowledged him with a nonchalant choosing not to engage further as she observed him leave the small courtyard. It seemed Duan Lingping had come to probe Yi Pingting, and judging by her earlier rage, it was clear she had not been affected by the bug either. Entering the house, he found the two young women seated at the table, with Jiang Fuwa holding Yi Pingting's hand, soothingly saying, "Pingting, if something is troubling you, please tell me. If my senior brother has offended you, I shall summon him back to apologize." Yi Pingting glanced at her, suppressing her anger. She understood the place Duan Lingping held in Jiang Fuwa's heart and did not wish to disclose the truth, lest it hurt her. "It's nothing. We merely have some differences in our martial philosophies." How foolish of her to think that Duan Lingping was a decent person worthy of matchmaking with Fuwa, only to discover he was just another scoundrel. It was disheartening to realize she too could misjudge someone's character. Her explanation was overly contrived, and Jiang Fuwa did not buy it. They had been fine during the day, how could they suddenly be at odds without her knowing the reason? This only heightened her concerns. Xia Lanyi spoke. "Miss Yi must have sensed that something was amiss with Duan Lingping, correct?" Yi Pingting was taken aback by the question. Her earlier fury had clouded her judgment, but Xia Lanyi's reminder made her realize the strangeness. Although she and Duan Lingping were not deeply acquainted, they were familiar enough previously. Duan Lingping had been a gentleman of decorum, though somewhat stern. He was always polite and never crossed boundaries. Otherwise, she would not have considered pairing him with Jiang Fuwa. His recent frivolous behavior was indeed out of character, but what could possibly be the reason? Had Duan Lingping taken some sort of strange potion that altered his temperament? "Oh dear," Jiang Fuwa exclaimed, slapping her forehead. "Junior Master, Pingting, what on earth are you two talking about? What is wrong with my senior brother?" Xia Lanyi smiled knowingly. "There's no need to rush. You shall find out by tomorrow." The Divine Flame cult could not remain hidden in the falling Sunset Water Village forever. With the whereabouts of the Red Thread Love Bug unknown, they were unlikely to wait much longer. Tomorrow marked the final day of the martial arts competition for suitors. If they did not make their move soon, Jiang Fuwa would choose her betrothed, and any plans thereafter would be too late. Yi Pingting and Jiang Fuwa exchanged glances, unable to discern Xia Lanyi's true intentions. Just as they contemplated pressing her for more information, a clear and soothing voice interrupted, "Master." The three turned to see Qin Xinghong standing in the courtyard, holding a lantern, his eyes fixed solely on Xia Lanyi. Clad in the most ordinary attire, his tall figure elevated the simplicity of his clothing, and as the night breeze blew, the flickering lantern light accentuated his extraordinary handsomeness. Jiang Fuwa was immediately captivated. The disciple beside her junior master was truly striking, living up to the reputation of Qiangyu Tower. Upon noticing him, Xia Lanyi let out a soft huff, her expression unreadable. "What brings you here at this hour?" Qin Xinghong recognized her displeasure but approached her gently. "I apologize for arriving late today due to some matters, but I still wish to see you, master." Hearing this, Xia Lanyi's earlier annoyance dissipated, her lips curling into a slight smile. She rose and addressed the two young women. "Fuwa, Miss Yi, you may rest now, I shall take my leave." "Oh." Jiang Fuwa was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Junior Master, take care." As the two departed, Qin Xinghong stepped ahead, holding the lantern. Though they were not particularly close, there was an inexplicable intimacy in their demeanor. Jiang Fuwa felt a surge of excitement, eager to share her feelings with someone. She grasped Yi Pingting's hand and shook it. "Pingting, why do you think Junior Master and that disciple seem so peculiar?" Yi Pingting, with her focus solely on martial arts, was not particularly interested in matters of romance. Yet, her intuition was unexpectedly sharp. Could it be that Xia Lanyi and the disciple were a couple? Chapter 67. Who was the sixth in a desolate courtyard of the Luoxia Water Village? Duan Lingping wore an expression of distress, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly overwhelmed with anxiety. Honglian chuckled softly. "Yan Jun, you have truly landed yourself in a predicament this time, having misplaced the sect leader's red thread love gu." The man referred to as Yan Jun, Duan Lingping, cast her a cold glance. "Could you speak with a bit more precision?" "The goo is not lost, it merely eludes our knowledge of its current host." "Hoof." The derisive undertone in Honglian's laughter was unmistakable as she gazed at her freshly painted crimson nails, mused, "What difference does it make? As long as it's not planted on Jian Fuqiu, it is essentially squandered. The red thread love goo is laboriously cultivated. Have you devised a way to account for this failure to the sect leader?" At the mention of the sect leader, the body of the thousand-faced Yan Jun involuntarily trembled. He raised his hand to inspect his wrist, where a faint red thread shimmered. "The mother goo resides within me, and when the host of the child goo appears, I shall sense it. At that moment, I will eliminate the individual and reclaim the child goo." "You should hasten your efforts," Honglian offered, seemingly with good intentions. "Tomorrow marks the final day of the martial arts competition for marriage." The thousand-faced Yan Jun clenched his fist. "I am well aware of that." It was infuriating that the person with the goo had vanished without a trace. The child goo should still be within the Luoxia Water Village, yet, he had scoured the entire village and still failed to sense the child goo. Though he spoke with an air of confidence, inside he was in a state of panic, even contemplating whether the child goo had been swept away by the summer river. He clung to a glimmer of hope, wishing to recover the child goo. However, if it truly remained unfound, someone must share the burden of the sect leader's wrath with him. He addressed Honglian. "The sect leader has entrusted this task to us both. If I fail, you shall not escape unscathed either." Honglian narrowed her eyes, her voice growing cold. "What, are you threatening me?" With a cold smirk, the thousand-faced Yan Jun replied, "I merely remind you that you too must exert some effort. You cannot afford a second failure." Honglian bit her lip, recalling her previous mishap in intercepting the Hanquan jade embryo. Having underestimated Xia Lanyi and her companions, had it not been for the sect leader's intervention, she would have faced punishment instead of this opportunity to atone for her mistakes. This time, she could not afford to fail. As the final day of the martial arts competition approached, the candidates for the 10 champions were nearly finalized, comprising 5 NPCs and 5 players. Qin Xinghong remarked, "Brother Lu, are you not going to take the stage? If you delay any longer, the competition will conclude." The individual referred to as Brother Lu was Lu Qingbai, who remained composed. "This capitalist must have some hidden strategy prepared." He jested, "Yet many players have placed their bets on you. If you wait until the competition ends without participating, do you believe there won't be a throng chasing after you?" Players were eager to gather information on NPCs, and it was no secret that Jiang Fuqiu and her daughter Jiang Honghe favored handsome individuals. Although Lu Qingbai's combat prowess was not particularly outstanding, his handsome visage attracted a number of players who took a gamble by betting on him, hoping for a substantial return. Lu Qingbai smiled knowingly, "Rest assured, I have made arrangements." Qin Xinghong glanced sideways, confirming his suspicions. This unscrupulous capitalist must have employed some underhanded means. "By the way, why are you not participating in this event?" Lu Qingbai inquired. Given that he had arrived at the Luoxia water village and met the level requirements, why did Qin Xinghong refrain from joining the martial arts competition? With his strength, he would not be outmatched even against NPCs, and securing a champion position would be a mere formality. Moreover, with his looks, he might even have a chance of being chosen by an NPC, gaining entry into the Luoxia water village and ascending to the pinnacle of his virtual life. Yet, he rejected such a lucrative reward. Lu Qingbai questioned, "Is it that the peerless treasure chest does not tempt you?" It was not that the peerless treasure chest lacked allure, rather, Qin Xinghong understood that participating would likely mean he could never face Xiaolani again. This was more than just a game to him. With a hint of pride, Qin Xinghong replied, "You wouldn't understand." He already had someone special in his heart and did not need to find a wife through the competition. Seeing his smile, Lu Qingbai furrowed his brow. "Why are you suddenly grinning so unpleasantly?" As the two exchanged disdain, the players nearby began to stir. The crowd parted, creating a pathway for a figure clad in a hooded cloak to approach. It was none other than Xiaolani, who turned to Qin Xinghong and inquired, "What are you doing here?" Qin Xinghong stepped forward, speaking gently, "I encountered a friend and merely wished to exchange a few words." Xiaolani nodded, glancing through the veil of his hood at Lu Qingbai, who appeared somewhat familiar, likely someone associated with Qin Xinghong. Qin Xinghong discreetly positioned himself to block the view, offering no introductions regarding his friend. "Master, let us depart, the martial arts competition is about to conclude." Xiaolani, sensing nothing amiss, nodded and led him back to the viewing platform. The onlooking players were taken aback. Could it be that game NPCs would actively seek out individuals? They appeared as if fearing loss. What must their favorability level be to achieve such a feat? They too wished to experience it. Lu Qingbai observed their departing figures with a peculiar expression. No wonder he had not been streaming much lately. It seemed he was infatuated with a game NPC, not even allowing himself to glance at others. Nevertheless, this was for the best. When virtual reality testing began, Xiaolani, the most popular NPC in the game, would undoubtedly generate immense buzz. As the martial arts competition neared its conclusion, with just 15 minutes remaining, Lu Qingbai ceased hesitating and leaped onto the stage to challenge the champion. He chose the highest level NPC among the champions, Lu Sanqin, the leader of the Tiger Crane sect. The players below erupted in chaos. "What is he thinking? Do you see any chance of winning? You may lose, but my money cannot be wasted." This brother seemed to be overestimating himself. At level 45, he was 10 levels beneath Lu Sanqin, ensuring an inevitable defeat. Why does this brother Lu seem familiar? I feel like I have seen him somewhere, and that name rings a bell. Could he be a celebrity? Players speculated, yet Lu Qingbai remained unfazed, brandishing the judge's pen as he engaged in combat with Lu Sanqin. The two exchanged blows, and when Lu Qingbai deemed it sufficient, he signaled Lu Sanqin with a glance. Understanding the cue, Lu Sanqin exerted himself too forcefully, failing to strike Lu Qingbai, and instead was sent flying by Lu Qingbai's deft maneuver, crashing down from the stage. Lu Sanqin fell to the ground, spitting blood, and clutching his chest as he coughed. His expression was one of utter resentment as he pointed at Lu Qingbai and bitterly declared, Lu, was merely careless. Otherwise, I would not have been bested by you, young man." Players clamored, "I want to report them, they are throwing a fixed match." "Dear Lu sect leader, can your acting be any more atrocious? Even a blind person can see you are merely putting on a show. Don't think that spitting blood will convince anyone." Just then, the gong signaling the end of the competition sounded, and Lu Qingbai's status as one of the champions was solidified, rendering the players' excitement futile. Jiang Honghe frowned, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Qingbai. This young man was indeed handsome, but his methods were dishonorable, unworthy of her. Lu Qingbai was fully aware that he and Lu Sanqin were engaging in a fixed match, and he knew he could not deceive Jiang Honghe, a master of her craft. Thus, he had no intention of concealing it. All he desired was the reward of the peerless treasure chest. Lu Sanqin, lacking in appearance, would undoubtedly not be chosen even if he became a champion. He possessed this self-awareness. Therefore, when Lu Qingbai approached him, Lu Sanqin readily agreed to the arrangement. As long as he relinquished the champion position to Lu Qingbai at the last moment, he would receive a substantial sponsorship of 10,000 taels for sect development from the Jinlin Commerce. Both parties got what they needed. It was a win-win situation. On the viewing platform, Qin Xinghong mused, "That old six." However, he had also placed a bet on Lu Qingbai, and thanks to him, he would likely profit handsomely, allowing him to purchase a gift for his master. Chapter 68 The reappearance of divine flames. As Qin Xinghong contemplated what gift to procure for Xia Lanyi with the money, a sudden, dull ache pierced his heart. He instinctively clutched his chest, his form wavering slightly. Xia Lanyi immediately sensed something amiss and grasped his wrist, inquiring with concern, "What is wrong?" At that moment, on the martial arts arena, 10 champions stood in a row, awaiting Jiang Fuzu's selection of a suitor. Duan Lingping, holding on to a glimmer of hope, activated the red thread of longing Gu mother, attempting to locate the offspring Gu. Qin Xinghong's face paled slightly from the pain, the source of which was inexplicable. He stood there perfectly fine, so how could such a sudden heartache occur? Upon examining his status bar, he was alarmed to find a Gu infestation debuff glaring back at him. Red thread of longing Gu offspring. This Gu resonates with the red thread of longing Gu mother and is under her control. If separated by more than 1,000 meters, the host of the offspring Gu shall endure heart-wrenching agony. Seeing this Gu infestation debuff, a crack appeared for the first time on Qin Xinghong's typically calm visage. How could he be afflicted by the red thread of longing Gu? Wasn't that the Gu Duan Lingping intended for Jiang Fuzu? Noticing his unusual expression, Xia Lanyi grew anxious. "What is wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Qin Xinghong forced a smile, reassuring her, "Do not worry, the red thread of longing Gu is with me." Xia Lanyi's phoenix eyes widened in shock. Jiang Hong has surveyed the 10 young talents on the arena, feeling somewhat satisfied, and turned to Jiang Fuzu, saying, Have you chosen your preferred candidate?" Jiang Fuzu immediately felt a surge of tension. When her parents mentioned arranging a martial arts competition for her marriage, she had not perceived any issue. Following her parents' wishes seemed devoid of error. However, now, she realized that she did not wish to wed an unfamiliar stranger, even if some of these gallant youths were quite handsome. With her palms drenched in sweat, Jiang Fuzu regretted her situation. She did not want to select a lifelong companion in such a manner, yet, this grand event had garnered the attention of the entire martial world, and if she were to backtrack now, it would surely bring ridicule upon the water fortress. As Jiang Fuzu wrestled with her conflicting emotions, Xia Lanyi suddenly rose from her seat. Before anyone could notice her movement, she had drawn a sword from her waist and charged toward Duan Lingping. The blade gleamed sharply, like autumn waters in a wave. As Xia Lanyi's swordplay was both swift and ruthless, the spectators were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, bewildered as to why Xia Lanyi would suddenly attack Duan Lingping. Duan Lingping, already astonished to discover the offspring Gu within Qin Xinghong, was caught off guard when Xia Lanyi advanced upon him, hastily drawing his sword to defend himself. Jiang Hong sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Junior brother, what are you doing? Why are you attacking Linger?" Xia Lanyi did not respond immediately, instead unleashing a streak of sword light aimed directly at Duan Lingping's face that he barely managed to evade, the blade grazing his cheek and leaving a faint scar, while the surrounding skin began to peel back, revealing a mask beneath. Just as Jiang Honghe was about to intervene, she froze upon witnessing the scene. She quickly realized that the person Xia Lanyi had attacked was not Duan Lingping at all but rather someone disguised. Drawing her sword, Jiang Honghe's gaze sharpened as she addressed Duan Lingping, "You are not Linger, where is my Linger?" The thousand-faced Yama was merely a level 96 master, having become one of the 4 great law lords of the Divine Flame sect through his unparalleled skill in disguise. Xia Lanyi alone could overpower him, let alone with the addition of a grandmaster like Jiang Honghe. The thousand-faced Yama rolled away, wiping the blood from his cheek, and darkly intoned, "Honglian, are you not coming out?" As his words faded, a sultry laugh echoed from an unknown location. Though the voice was heard, the owner remained hidden, as rustling sounds began to arise, suggesting something was crawling on the ground. Suddenly, the surface of the summer river erupted with waves, disturbing the water's surface, shimmering like golden snakes in a frenzied dance. Sharp-eyed players gasped, "Snakes, there are so many snakes!" A dense swarm of serpents slithered toward the riverbank, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Players were still trying to comprehend why Xia Lanyi had attacked Duan Lingping when the involvement of the Divine Flame sect surfaced, bringing forth this multitude of snakes. "I can hardly believe it. Last time it was insects, and now it's snakes. Why must I always encounter such calamities? What is happening? Is this Duan Lingping an imposter? This game is too realistic. These snakes are terrifying. Help! The Divine Flame sect must be behind this. That enchantress named Honglian has returned. Where is the quest? Why hasn't the system issued a quest yet? My weapon is itching for action." Just then, the system notification chimed in. Limited time adventure quest, the reappearance of members of the Divine Flame sect have appeared at the martial arts competition in the Falling Sunset Water Fortress. With unknown schemes afoot, heroes of the martial world are now recruited to assist the Falling Sunset Water Fortress in repelling the Divine Flame sect. Quest rewards: experience pool 1,000,000, distributed based on contribution, 10 silver, 1 rare treasure chest. Although the defenses of Falling Sunset Water Fortress were stringent, they were designed to deter human intruders. The slender snake Gu was wholly ineffective, plunging the fortress into chaos. Jiang Honghe furrowed her brow and instructed Yi Pingting, "Miss Yi, please ensure Fu is safe." Yi Pingting now. Jiang Fuzu's face turned pale with fright. Just moments ago, everything seemed normal. How had it spiraled into this? Yi Pingting comforted her, "Do not fear. With so many heroes present, nothing will happen. The Divine Flame sect cannot stir up a storm here." However, Jiang Fuzu's eyes were filled with concern. "I worry about my senior brother." She had clearly noticed that Duan Lingping had been acting strangely in recent days, yet she had failed to take it to heart, not even realizing he was being impersonated. Mentioning Duan Lingping, Yi Pingting's expression darkened as well. The Divine Flame sect was known for its cruelty. Duan Lingping was likely in grave danger. Though the snake Gu appeared unsettling, it was not particularly strong. As long as one avoided being bitten, there was no real threat, especially for players. Being bitten would merely result in a poison debuff and a slight loss of health, without life-threatening consequences. The thousand-faced Yama bore 2 additional sword wounds, blood gushing from his body. Xia Lanyi pointed his sword at his throat, coldly demanding, "Hand over the mother goo of the red thread of longing." The thousand-faced Yama swallowed hard, forcing a smile. "The mother goo has already taken residence within me. If you were to kill me, the offspring goo would perish immediately, and your disciple would not survive either. Do you dare to threaten me?" Xia Lanyi's eyes narrowed, and he plunged his sword into the thousand-faced Yama's left shoulder. Had it not been for his concern for Qin Qinghong, he would have already dispatched this individual. Blood spurted forth. The location Xia Lanyi chose would not be fatal, yet the pain was excruciating. The thousand-faced Yama cried out in anguish, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes trembled in terror. The murderous intent from Xia Lanyi was palpable. He truly intended to kill him. It turned out this life-saving talisman was not very effective. He had assumed their relationship was different, only to realize he had misjudged the situation. The thousand-faced Yama dared not provoke Xia Lanyi further, trembling as he shouted, "Honglian! Why are you shouting so loudly?" A sultry voice chided playfully. Atop the fortress, Honglian finally revealed herself, holding someone captive, none other than the real Duan Lingping, who had been impersonated for days. Duan Lingping's face was pale, utterly disheveled, lacking even the strength to stand. It was evident he had suffered greatly from a distance. Zhang Fuziu gasped, "Senior brother." Honglian laughed sweetly, tilting Duan Lingping's chin with her finger. "Little sister, you seem quite concerned for your senior brother." Zhang Fuziu retorted furiously, "You witch, release my senior brother at once. Do you think I will just release him because you asked?" Honglian leaned in closer to Duan Lingping, adding, "After all, your senior brother is of no value here. Why not come with me to the western regions and become my little 17? The enchantress from the western regions was indeed reckless. Zhang Fuziu's cheeks flushed crimson, uncertain whether from embarrassment or anger. "Witch, you shall not lay a hand on my senior brother." After toying with Zhang Fuziu, Honglian ignored her and turned her gaze to Zhang Honghe. "Zhang Fortress Master, Duan Lingping has grown under your care. Surely there is some bond between you. Would you be willing to exchange his life for the sake of Falling Sunset Water Fortress?" Chapter 69. The pitiful one. The fingers, painted a vivid crimson, pressed directly against Duan Lingping's throat, sinking deeply into his flesh. Duan Lingping let out a muffled groan, a look of agony crossing his face as cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. "Stop!" Zhang Honghe, driven by maternal instinct and fearing for her son, "The Luoxiao Water Stronghold is yours." Honglian chuckled, "Jiang Zhaiju truly lives up to her reputation as a heroine among women, so decisive and straightforward. I had thought you might hesitate regarding this ancestral estate." Zhang Honghe halted her actions, and naturally, the other NPCs from the Luoxiao Water Stronghold ceased their movements as well. The players exchanged bewildered glances. Was the fight over just like that? Zhang Honghe cast a worried glance at Duan Lingping, her expression remaining relatively calm as she said, "What do you propose for the exchange?" Honglian laughed, "Our Shenyang sect's foundation lies in the western regions. Even if I were to seize the Luoxiao Water Stronghold, I could not relocate it. How about this? If you personally set fire to this stronghold, I shall release your young master." The players whispered among themselves, astonished by the ruthlessness of this western demoness, demanding that someone set fire to their own stronghold. Were the followers of the Shenyang sect truly mad? Burning down a stronghold that could not be relocated seemed contrary to their own interests. Zhang Honghe could hardly bear to destroy the painstaking legacy of her ancestors, but regardless, Duan Lingping's life took precedence. Zhang Honghe ordered a disciple from the Luoxiao Water Stronghold to bring forth a blazing torch, gazing at Honglian as she asked, "If I were to burn down the stronghold, would you still refuse to release Linger?" Honglian raised an eyebrow. "Rest assured, Jiang Zhaiju, our Shenyang sect has always honored its word. We would never deceive you." Upon hearing these words, even the players scoffed. What deed of the Shenyang sect could be associated with such virtue? At that moment, Duan Lingping, barely clinging to consciousness, suddenly summoned the strength to break free from Honglian's grasp and leap towards the ground below. Given his current state, a fall from the height of over 10 meters was virtually a death sentence. Zhang Honghe and Zhang Fuziu cried out in unison, "Linger, senior brother." Honglian, momentarily startled, had not anticipated Duan Lingping would muster the strength to resist during the onset of the insect's poison. She had indeed been careless, however. As a Grand Master, her reflexes were quick, and she lashed out with the whip coiling around her arm, intending to reel Duan Lingping back. Just as the whip's tip wrapped around Duan Lingping's ankle, a gleaming sword suddenly shot forth, severing Honglian's whip. Honglian turned in shock, only to see that the one who had thrown the sword was Xia Lanyi. Duan Lingping continued his descent, and just as it seemed he would crash to the ground, a figure as light and agile as a swallow swooped in, catching him and rolling to absorb the impact before finally coming to a halt. The crowd soon realized that it was the player Yan Yunfei who had saved Duan Lingping. Though he avoided a direct fall, the rolling was far from pleasant, especially for the already injured Duan Lingping, who coughed up a mouthful of blood, instantly soaking Yan Yunfei's clothing. "What now? I want to throw this away," Yan Yunfei thought numbly. He hadn't come to rescue a man, he had come to court the beautiful NPC. Zhang Honghe dashed over, utilizing her lightness skill to assess Duan Lingping's condition, while at that moment, Xia Lanyi had already engaged in combat with the thousand-faced Yama, harboring the red thread love goo, could not afford to strike lethally against Xia Lanyi. However, with Honglian, there was no such concern. Although Xia Lanyi did not fully unleash his power, it was evident that Honglian was no match for him. Honglian struggled to defend herself, yet remained flippant. "It's been a while, Master Xia still shows no mercy, does he?" Xia Lanyi glanced at her lightly, his sword growing more ferocious as he aimed a lethal slash towards her throat. Honglian's pupils dilated. Xiaolani had concealed his strength. Was he also a master of the carefree realm? With a clang, a golden orb flew in from nowhere, deflecting Xiaolani's sword slightly. The blade veered off, grazing Honglian's shoulder and leaving a deep wound. With a shriek, Honglian stumbled back a few steps, her forehead slick with cold sweat. She had narrowly avoided having her throat slit. Xiaolani turned towards the direction from which the golden orb had come, flicking his sword to splatter the blood onto several shards of glazed tile. Thus far, only one person had managed to disrupt his swordplay. Their gazes collided, and the suddenly appeared Muli chuckled in a low tone. Are you angry? Xiaolani coldly retorted, you're not dead yet? Despite being cursed, Muli showed no anger. Instead, he smiled slyly. Accompanying him were 12 elite NPCs from the Shenyang sect, all above level 80, charging directly towards the players. Good heavens, that demon from the western regions has reappeared. It turns out the earlier skirmishes were merely appetizers. Now comes the main course. Where is Li Qianfeng? Li Daddy, please come out. If you're not here, who can handle this demon? The more the merrier. Don't be afraid, it's just 12 of them, we can gang up on them. That won't work, the level disparity is too great. One hit and I'd be on the brink of death. As the followers of the Shenyang sect emerged, several figures clad in ghostly masks with fangs also appeared, joining the fray and significantly alleviating the players' pressure. The novice deity's eyes lit up as he recognized Qinghan among the masked figures pushing through the crowd. He asked, Master, is our leader Li here? Why hasn't he made an appearance? Qinghan swiftly dispatched one of the Shenyang sect's followers and glanced at him dismissively. Do you think the leader's whereabouts are something you can inquire about? Although one wielded a broadsword and the other a soft sword, their martial arts differed, yet Muli recognized him the moment Xiaolani made his move. So it turns out, Li Qianfeng is Xiaolani, and Xiaolani is Li Qianfeng. This revelation piqued his interest further. When Honglian and the thousand-faced Yama saw Muli arrive, they suddenly felt reassured and retreated towards him. Xiaolani flicked his sword, blocking the thousand-faced Yama's escape route, coldly stating, Did I grant you permission to leave? The thousand-faced Yama was drenched in cold sweat. How could Xiaolani's aura be more intimidating than their sect leaders? Muli raised an eyebrow. Did my subordinate provoke you? Xiaolani pressed the blade of his sword against the thousand-faced Yama's neck, drawing blood as he coldly declared, Hand over the antidote for the red thread love goo, and I shall spare his life. Upon hearing this, Muli sensed something amiss and turned to the thousand-faced Yama, inquiring, Yama, to whom did you administer the red thread love goo? The thousand-faced Yama was drenched in sweat, feeling trapped between two formidable foes, realizing he was likely doomed today. Swallowing hard, he stammered, reporting to the sect leader, the intended victim was Jiang Fuqiu, but an accident occurred during the process. Seeing Muli's gaze grow increasingly frigid, the thousand-faced Yama hastily added, the one affected is the male disciple who often accompanies Master Xia. Muli's expression remained inscrutable for a moment, then he turned to Xiaolani and said, You may dispose of him. After all, he was nothing but a liability. Surprisingly, Muli's decisiveness in abandoning a capable subordinate, without a hint of hesitation, left one astounded. Xiaolani raised an eyebrow, addressing the thousand-faced Yama. Zhang Henghe is willing to exchange the entire Luoxia water stronghold for Duan Lingping's life, yet your sect leader has simply instructed me to kill you. While Xiaolani's words might have been an attempt to sow discord, they would yield no effect. After years of working under Muli, could he not recognize Muli's style? If their sect leader were willing to pay such a hefty price for his life, it could only mean one of two things: either he had lost his mind or had fallen in love with him. The latter notion was far too terrifying, and the thousand-faced Yama shuddered, feeling that dying would be preferable to serving a master like Muli. Seeing that Muli showed no intention of negotiating, Xiaolani swiftly knocked the thousand-faced Yama unconscious and hurled him from the building. The novice deity and a few players who had managed to secure the quest hastily bound him, unsure of where they were taking him. Muli, noting that Xiaolani had not killed the thousand-faced Yama outright, quickly deduced the reason and inquired with displeasure, Is that disciple of great importance to you? Xiaolani scoffed, Do you think everyone is like you, treating the lives of others so callously? Hearing this, Muli suddenly burst into laughter. Xiaolani, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew we were much alike. In your eyes, do others truly matter? Xiaolani frowned slightly, responding with his sword, You are indeed a pitiful soul. So lonely that you care for no one, so isolated that you disregard everyone. Aren't you just a pitiful soul? Chapter 70 of the Heartbreak of Longing. The clash of the long sword and the golden blade resonated through the air, causing it to ripple like water. Muli did not initiate an attack. Instead, he remained on the defensive, chuckling softly as he inquired, Are you, in truth, Li Qianfeng or Xiaolani? Xiaolani deftly flicked her sword, severing a lock of Muli's hair by his ear, and coldly retorted, I am your father. Such unceremonious and somewhat vulgar remarks did not incite anger in Muli. Rather, he smiled in amusement. Leaning closer to Xiaolani's ear, he murmured, Your temperament resembles that of an untamed wolf in the desert, which only makes me like you more. Xiaolani's beautiful eyes widened in fury. How dare this western region demon tease him? Reacting swiftly, she thrust her sword towards Muli's chest. Given their proximity, even though Muli was of a higher level, he could not evade entirely. The blade grazed his chest, leaving a long crimson mark. The gash, spanning half his torso, bled profusely, and as Muli gazed at the blood staining his fingertips, a flicker of intrigue danced in his eyes. It had been long since anyone had managed to wound him. Xiaolani flicked the blood from her sword, disdainfully muttering, Pervert. Although the number of skilled fighters from the Divine Flame sect was considerable, the assassins from Blood Rain Tower that Xiaolani had brought with her were of an even higher caliber. With the players working in concert, their side quickly gained the upper hand. Just then, the previously absent Hong Lian approached Mu Li from behind and whispered, "Master, the Falling Sunset Water Stronghold has been searched thoroughly, yet nothing was found." Mu Li's expression remained unchanged as he commanded, "Then there is no need to continue fighting." Hong Lian fired a signal flare into the sky, and a golden red firework exploded overhead. Simultaneously, a fierce blaze ignited within the Falling Sunset Water Stronghold. The members of the Divine Flame sect received the signal and immediately withdrew without a hint of reluctance. Even the snake goo retreated like a receding tide. Mu Li lingered the longest. Before departing, he turned to Xia Lanyu and said, "The red thread of longing goo has no antidote. The disciple you care for is likely to suffer a heart-wrenching demise." He chuckled softly before soaring away, his black cloak billowing behind him like an eagle in flight. As Xia Lanyu watched his retreating figure, she silently thought, "What do you know? It's no great matter. I can simply have Qin Qinghong change his disguise and return." With the Divine Flame sect repelled, the players swiftly received a firefighting mission, not even pausing to check the rewards just issued before they began to extinguish the flames. Xia Lanyu leaped from the stronghold and approached Qin Qinghong's side. "How are you feeling now?" Qin Qinghong managed a strained smile. "Not too bad. The pain inflicted by the red thread of longing goo could not be alleviated." The players were compelled to endure it. Fortunately, the agony was not excessively intense, and he could still bear it. Seeing that his condition was stable, Xia Lanyu ensured he was settled before heading towards Zhang Honghe. The blaze at the Falling Sunset Water Stronghold was overwhelming. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, one could feel the searing heat. Zhang Honghe's expression was inscrutable in the firelight. Her mood was surely less than pleasant, yet she displayed no signs of panic. With the combined efforts of players and NPCs, the flames were soon brought under control, gradually extinguishing, and contrary to expectations, the stronghold's main structure remained unscathed, standing resolutely over the Summer River. Zhang Honghe mused, "Our ancestors were remarkably foresight. From the inception of the stronghold, they considered the possibility of fire attacks. The entire Falling Sunset Water Stronghold." Hitsungi placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, assuring her, "Madam, our ancestors would surely take solace in seeing that we remain unharmed." Zhang Honghe nodded, offering a faint smile as she leaned against his shoulder, their affection still evident after years of companionship. Xia Lanyu observed the couple embrace for a moment. Sensing that their emotional exchange had reached its conclusion, she stepped forward, acting as a third wheel. "Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, the Divine Flame sect would not have randomly set fire to the Falling Sunset Water Stronghold. Do you have any leads?" Upon hearing Xia Lanyu's query, Zhang Honghe seemed to recall something, her brow furrowing. "They may have come for the Eastern Sea Moon Pearl." "The Eastern Sea Moon Pearl?" Though the main structure of the Falling Sunset Water Stronghold had not been destroyed, everything else within had been reduced to ashes, rendering it uninhabitable for the time being. Thus, the inhabitants of the stronghold were compelled to temporarily relocate. Lian Feng, the deputy master of the Medicine King Valley, who had been en route back to Dianzhou, altered his course to Guangling County upon receiving Xia Lanyu's message via carrier Raven. Although Jiang Fuziu and Yi Pingting had not been afflicted by the red thread of longing goo, they were well suited to treat Duan Lingping. Duan Lingping had been imprisoned by the Divine Flame sect for 2 days. Although he had not suffered torture or maltreatment, the goo placed upon him by Hong Lian was already a considerable burden. After examining Duan Lingping's condition, Lian Feng's brow furrowed deeply, indicating that the situation was not favorable. The Jiang family felt an immediate sense of dread. Jiang Fuziu anxiously inquired, "Deputy Master Lian, what kind of goo has my elder brother been afflicted with, and how can it be treated?" "Miss Jiang, do not fret," Lian Feng replied after a moment's contemplation. "Young Master Duan has been struck by an emotional goo. While this goo is somewhat troublesome, it is not beyond remedy." Jiang Fuziu exclaimed in astonishment, "An emotional goo, is it akin to the red thread of longing goo?" Lian Feng shook his head. The red thread of longing goo is one of the rarest and most peculiar goo in existence. The goo afflicting young Master Duan is merely an ordinary emotional goo. This goo activates only when the afflicted harbors deep feelings. The more unrequited love they experience, the more potent the poison becomes, leading to heartbreak and ultimately death. Jiang Fuziu bit her lip, realizing now who Duan Lingping truly cared for. It was her fault for not recognizing her elder brother's feelings sooner. Then how can this emotional goo be resolved? I am willing to pay any price to save my elder brother. Seeing her resoluteness, Lian Feng sighed and retrieved a small wooden box from his medicine kit. The box opened to reveal a withered flower within. "This is the emotional flower from the Medicine King Valley. Consuming it will sever all emotions. Without feelings, one cannot be moved. Thus, this emotional goo will become in." Years ago, after being betrayed by his beloved wife, he sought to end his suffering with the emotional flower, hoping to sever both love and hate, yet, for reasons unknown, he ultimately did not proceed with this plan. Tears streamed down Jiang Fuziu's cheeks as she finally comprehended Duan Lingping's affections, only to face such a tragic outcome. Zhang Honghe, unable to bear it, implored, "Deputy Master Lian, is there truly no other way?" Lian Feng shook his head. "Alas, I am powerless. This is the only course of action. However, the efficacy of the emotional flower has yet to be tested." He cast a sympathetic glance at the heartbroken Jiang Fuziu, pondering that perhaps after consuming it, Duan Lingping might still be capable of rekindling his feelings. "Young Master Duan's condition is precarious. You must decide promptly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuziu stifled her sobs and resolved, "Deputy Master Lian, please administer the emotional flower to my elder brother." Lian Feng was taken aback by her swift decision. "Miss Jiang, have you thought this through?" Jiang Fuziu nodded, her eyes glistening. She gently caressed Duan Lingping's haggard, pale face, realizing that nothing was more important than her elder brother's life. The method of consuming the emotional flower was straightforward. It needed to be crushed and mixed with water before being ingested. If Duan Lingping was awake, it would be even simpler. He could just chew it and swallow it directly. If feelings are easily formed, yet difficult to sever. However, with the emotional flower, even the deepest affections could be severed with a single stroke. After administering the emotional flower to Duan Lingping, everyone silently exited the room, leaving the final moments to Jiang Fuzu. Lian Feng turned to Xia Lanyi and remarked, "Master Xia, upon receiving your message about the potential affliction of the red thread of longing goo, I was quite worried. Now that it is merely an emotional goo, it is a stroke of misfortune turned into a blessing." His words were also intended to comfort Jiang Honghe and He Tsoni, suggesting that losing one's feelings was far preferable to losing one's life. Xia Lanyi cast a lingering glance at him. "Deputy Master Lian, you might be celebrating a tad too early." Chapter 71. Afflicted by a strange malady, the enigmatic Lord of a Thousand Faces was bound with ropes and unceremoniously tossed into the room, while the novice deity scampered forward, eager to bask in the glory of his contribution. "Host, to prevent his escape, I have administered the 13 fragrance softening powder." Xia Lanyi offered a faint commendation. "Well done." The novice deity beamed with delight. He had garnered a modest degree of favor, bringing his rapport with Xia Lanyi to 23 points. Apart from Qin Xinghong, his favorability rating was likely the highest among players, and the aspiration of unveiling the mystery beneath the veil seemed tantalizingly close. Xia Lanyi turned to Qin Xinghong and inquired, "How do you feel at this moment?" Being a player, Qin Xinghong was not susceptible to the game's influence in matters of the heart. Before him, the Lord of a Thousand Faces seemed to radiate an ethereal glow, as if adorned with a beauty filter, attempting to engender feelings of affection within him. However, the actual effect was quite the opposite. The scene was unbearable to behold. Qin Xinghong averted his gaze, wishing to distance himself from the Lord of a Thousand Faces. He would rather endure sharper pain than suffer such visual discomfort. He assured Xia Lanyi, "There is no need for concern, I feel nothing for him, only a slight discomfort." Xia Lanyi frowned slightly, "Yet, one cannot simply endure pain indefinitely." Nearby, Lian Feng observed with curiosity. The red thread love goo, as a peculiar charm, should possess more significant effects. He crouched down and swiftly inserted several silver needles into the Lord of a Thousand Faces' vital points. Moments later, a thread as fine as a hair appeared on the Lord's wrist. Simultaneously, Qin Xinghong felt a sharp sting, and a similarly delicate red thread manifested on his own wrist. Witnessing this, Xia Lanyi felt an unsettling urge to sever the Lord of a Thousand Faces' wrist. Lian Feng stroked his chin in perplexity, confirming that it was indeed the red thread love goo. The Lord of a Thousand Faces, having lost all desire for survival, scoffed, "Do not waste your efforts, the red thread love goo is incurable, you might as well kill me." The mere thought of the subcharm residing within a man repulsed him. Death seemed a more merciful option. Xia Lanyi let out a cold huff. "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to die easily. Once the red thread love goo is resolved, even if you wish to live, it shall be impossible." She turned to Lian Feng. "Lian Shabu, do you possess a solution?" Lian Feng pondered. "The red thread love goo consists of a maternal and a filial charm. If the maternal charm perishes, the filial charm cannot survive alone. Though I cannot directly resolve the red thread love goo, I can transfer the maternal charm to another. The Lord of a Thousand Faces, being a member of the Divine Flame sect, would keep the maternal charm and thus place Qin Xinghong in perpetual danger. Transferring it to a trustworthy individual would at least ensure Qin Xinghong's temporary safety. The most suitable candidate for the transfer would naturally be Qin Xinghong's beloved, as they already harbored affection for one another, and the influence of the red thread love goo would be inconsequential. Lian Feng inquired, "Qin Xiaoxia, do you have someone you hold dear?" "There is someone, but I dare not speak of it." Qin Xinghong hesitated slightly. At that moment, the novice deity stepped forth, exuding righteousness. "Allow me to take on this responsibility." He winked at Qin Xinghong, declaring, "I am a steadfast brother to Qin. I shall safeguard his safety." After all, he was a player. Matters of the heart were beyond the game's manipulation, merely enhancing a few buffs, hardly an insurmountable issue. "Oh?" Xia Lanyi's tone was inscrutable. "When did I become unaware of the deepening bond between you two?" The novice deity, oblivious to the underlying implications of her words, casually threw an arm around Qin Xinghong, exclaiming, "We are sworn brothers, companions in life and death. The mere red thread love goo is insignificant." Noticing Xia Lanyi's displeased expression, Qin Xinghong rubbed his forehead, silently pleading for him to cease. He shrugged off the novice deity's arm and approached Xia Lanyi, explaining, "Host, do not heed his ramblings. His unique constitution renders him largely unaffected by the red thread love goo." Xia Lanyi glanced at him, understanding that Qin Xinghong referred to their status as players, implying that even if afflicted by the red thread love goo, they would not develop romantic feelings. Yet, she remained displeased, for she was merely an NPC. Xia Lanyi stated, "Since he is willing to bear the burden of the maternal charm, let him proceed." With that, she turned and departed, leaving Qin Xinghong momentarily stunned before hastily following her out. Inside the room, the remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances, failing to grasp the unfolding situation. The solution was at hand, yet both parties had rushed outside. Would the charm ever be resolved? With a sudden chime, the novice deity received a system notification. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "What the hell?" System notification: Xia Lani's favorability towards you is decreased by 20 points. Current favorability 3. Please note that if an NPC's favorability falls below 0, they may initiate an attack. Is there a bug in this game? How could my favorability suddenly drop by 20 points? Was it that difficult to earn even a shred of favor from the enchanting beauty? To Lian Feng, the novice deity's sudden outburst appeared utterly deranged, his demeanor resembling that of a madman. Although the cause of this episode remained unclear, Lian Feng, adhering to the ethical principles of a healer, approached and deftly inserted a needle into the novice deity's neck, rendering him unconscious. Lian Feng gently laid the novice deity on the ground, contemplating, "Today, I have encountered an abundance of research subjects. It would be a shame to waste such a plethora of individuals afflicted by peculiar maladies." Chapter 72. Chasing reality. Qin Xinghong rushed out, finally catching up with Xia Lani's pace after much effort. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with whether he might be impolite. He stepped forward and grasped Xia Lani's wrist, speaking urgently, "Master, please listen to me." Xia Lani paused, turned slightly, and lifted her gaze to meet his, letting out a cold huff. "What is it that you wish to say?" The two stood facing each other, and suddenly, Qin Xinghong's anxious heart calmed. Xia Lani was upset because the novice deity intended to help him transplant the red thread of longing goo, which must have stirred feelings of jealousy within her, right? Did this imply that Xia Lani harbored some affection for him? This conjecture emboldened Qin Xinghong considerably. He reached up to lift Xia Lani's veil, gazing intently into her eyes, which sparkled even more beautifully due to her anger. His heart raced, heavy and long, and he spoke earnestly yet tenderly, "Master, I am enamored with you." His voice was low yet remarkably clear, carried by the night breeze into Xia Lani's ears and heart, leaving her unable to dismiss it as a mere mishearing. Her phoenix-like eyes widened in surprise, and Xia Lani's tone involuntarily rose. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying? It is absurd for a player to declare affection for an NPC. However, Qin Xinghong saw no folly in this. He had always regarded Xia Lani as an individual with a distinct persona. This radiant and brilliant Xia Lani bore no difference from a real person. It was entirely natural for him to develop feelings for her. He took her hand and placed it over his heart, solemnly reiterating, "I declare that I am enamored with you." Qin Xinghong is enamored with Xia Lani. The heartbeat beneath his palm thudded strongly, echoing against Xia Lani's palm. The usually composed Xia Lani found herself momentarily flustered, her gaze betraying her turmoil, as she denied, "You are speaking nonsense. How could you possibly like me?" It was preposterous for someone from the real world to fall for an NPC in a game, impossible and utterly unreasonable. Not understanding why her reaction was so intense, Qin Xinghong furrowed his brows and continued his declaration, "I do not deceive you, my words are sincere." His heartbeat quickened and resonated like a drum, stirring anxiety within her. Xia Lani felt as if her palm were resting upon a searing ember, nearly blistering from the heat, and she yearned to withdraw her hand. Sensing her intent, Qin Xinghong tightened his hold, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. He rested his chin in the crook of her neck, akin to a large dog seeking affection from its master. Qin Xinghong murmured, "Master, if you do not harbor feelings for me, then deliver my death. I shan't resist, nor could I ever best you." Xia Lani's gaze flickered. She had no doubts regarding Qin Xinghong's feelings, but she found it hard to believe that his affection was genuine, not merely for an NPC, but for a real person. Understanding this made her panic, yet a hidden joy flickered within her. After a lengthy pause, when Xia Lani did not make a move, Qin Xinghong chuckled softly, pressing further, "Master, do you not wish to strike me?" He gazed at her. "May I interpret this as a sign that you possess a smidgen of affection for me as well?" Xia Lani's hand, which rested on his chest, clenched into a fist, tugging at his collar as she scolded him, "You fool." Her silence served as an implicit acceptance. Just as Qin Xinghong was about to laugh, Xia Lani abruptly grasped him forcefully, lifting her face to kiss him. Qin Xinghong's pupils dilated in astonishment, and he embraced her, kissing her back. After a long while, they finally parted. Xia Lani's eyes and lips were flushed, and Qin Xinghong raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eye. "Master, why are you crying?" He feared that he had been too fervent and had caused her pain. Xia Lani shot him a glare. "Who was crying? I was merely overwhelmed by the kiss." She appeared to be the victim yet regained her former composure, gripping Qin Xinghong's collar and warning him, "Remember your words. Should you dare betray me, I shall slay you." Even in the realm of reality, she would still carry out her threat. Having just secured the affections of a beauty, Qin Xinghong felt a sweet thrill even in the face of death's warning. He pressed a kiss to the corner of Xia Lani's eye. "I shall never betray you, master." Xia Lani and Qin Xinghong spent the night together, while Lian Feng first attended to the unconscious novice deity, who had collapsed. The novice deity was confined to the game's black room for 2 hours due to Lian Feng's actions, infuriating him to the point of logging off to sleep. Under the game's mechanics, Lian Feng believed the novice deity was merely in a deep slumber and chose to leave him lying on the floor, turning his attention to studying the red thread of longing goo on the thousand-faced Yama. When Xia Lani returned the next day, she was startled to find a hedgehog on the floor, which upon closer inspection turned out to be the thousand-faced Yama, his body bristling with silver needles. Raising an eyebrow, Xia Lani addressed Lian Feng. "Lian, is this person still alive?" Upon hearing her voice, the thousand-faced Yama stirred slightly, rasping, "Master Xia, save me." This Lian had subjected him to a night of torment with needles. It was far from a healer's compassion, more akin to a living Yama. He even contemplated relinquishing his title of Yama to Lian Feng. Xia Lani smiled slyly, observing the state he was in. "Look at that." Having not slept all night, his eyes shone with intensity. Through his research, he had gained much knowledge, and his medical skills had improved. Indeed, reading countless tomes could not compare to the practical application of knowledge. Master Xia, you have arrived. He is certainly not dead. I merely studied the red thread of Longing Gu and did not strike his vital points, so he cannot perish. Xia Lanyi surveyed the multitude of silver needles embedded in the thousand-faced Yama, contemplating how, despite the numerous punctures, he had not struck a fatal blow. Lian Feng was indeed professional. Lian Feng eagerly shared his findings. The method I spoke of yesterday is merely a low-tier approach, providing only temporary safety for Qin Xiaoxia. The red thread of Longing Gu must be extracted. Otherwise, over time, Qin Xiaoxia will lose his self-awareness and become a vessel controlled by the Mother Gu. Through my research last night, I discovered that the red thread of Longing Gu is particularly drawn to a specific scent. Before long, the red thread of Longing Gu began to manifest, fatally attempting to emerge from the skin. Xia Lanyi displayed a look of astonishment. This Wanxin orchid floral dew can indeed draw out the red thread of Longing Gu? Lian Feng carefully stowed the Wanxin orchid floral dew and replied earnestly, not quite. Xia Lanyi pressed, then why are you showing me this? Lian Feng cleared his throat. This is merely floral dew made from the Wanxin orchid. While it can stimulate the red thread of Longing Gu, it is not sufficient to draw it out of the human body. We must find the true Wanxin orchid. Xia Lanyi raised an eyebrow. Where can one find the Wanxin orchid? To my knowledge, Lian Feng explained, there remains but a single Wanxin orchid in this world, located within the Daeong Imperial Palace, belonging to the current emperor. Upon hearing this, Xia Lanyi's mind whirled with an absurd conjecture. After a moment of silence, he inquired, how does the esteemed Lian know of such a royal treasure? This time, Lian Feng fell silent, taking a long while before stammering. The Wanxin orchid is the sacred flower of my Yaowang Valley, and it was also the token of affection between my father and mother. Realizing his speculation was correct, Xia Lanyi could not help but facepalm. All right, no need to elaborate further. I can guess the conclusion. Lian Feng sighed and continued, later, my father used the Wanxin orchid to cultivate the love flower, but upon seeing the Wanxin orchid, he was inevitably reminded of the past, and thus he presented it to the late emperor. For the sake of avoiding heartache, he gifted the Wanxin orchid to the emperor as if he were a mere collector. Unbeknownst to Xia Lanyi as he silently criticized, Lian Feng lamented, the love flower severs emotional ties, while the Wanxin orchid allows for the expression of true feelings. Perhaps this is the reason the red thread of Longing Gu and the Wanxin orchid are at odds. Sighing, Xia Lanyi concluded that a visit to the Daeong Imperial Palace was unavoidable. Sooner or later, he would have to find a way to subdue Lian Jiao. The Old Romantic, Chapter 73. The East Sea Moon Pearl. Lian Feng swiftly removed the silver needles from the body of the thousand-faced Yama and made a small incision on his wrist. Holding a gleaming knife, he turned to Xia Lanyi and said, Master Xia, have you truly made up your mind? Xia Lanyi nodded, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a snow-white wrist. Seeing his determination, Lian Feng also made a small cut on Xia Lanyi's wrist and let a drop of Wanxin orchid dew fall upon it. Master Xia, now you simply need to press the wounds together, and the red thread of Longing Gu will crawl into your body. Without hesitation, Xia Lanyi pulled the wrist of the thousand-faced Yama over, aligning the two wounds. Observing Xia Lanyi's decisive actions, Lian Feng couldn't help but reiterate, though the mother Gu of the red thread of longing does not pose as great a danger to the host as the offspring Gu, it still has its effects. Should the offspring Gu be harmed, the mother Gu will sense it. If the offspring Gu perishes, the mother Gu will suffer grievous injury. Master Xia, are you truly certain? Xia Lanyi shot him a glance. Had Lian Feng not been acting out of goodwill, he would have rebuked him for being verbose. Young Master Lian, I am indeed certain. A sudden, slight sting shot through his wrist, and Xia Lanyi felt the red thread of Longing Gu beginning to crawl in. Lian Feng checked and confirmed that the graft had indeed been completed, then proceeded to bandage Xia Lanyi's wrist. Master Xia, you truly care for your disciples, Lian Feng remarked with admiration. Xia Lanyi shot him a glare. What do you know? Upon logging in, Qin Xinghong discovered that Xia Lanyi had already completed the graft of the red thread of Longing Gu. Noticing the bandage on his wrist, he expressed concern. Why didn't you wait for me? Xia Lanyi raised an eyebrow. What was there to wait for? It's not like I needed to cut your wrist. Qin Xinghong took his hand and gently kissed the bandage, saying, you really didn't need to graft the red thread of Longing Gu. I wasn't affected that much. How can you say it didn't affect you if you've been in pain? Xia Lanyi placed his hand over Qin Xinghong's heart and asked, what do you feel now? Does it still hurt? Warmth flooded Qin Xinghong's heart as he smiled gently. I feel no pain, only a fluttering heart. However, I was already quite taken with you even before the grafting. Xia Lanyi's ears turned crimson, and he shot a warning glance at Qin Xinghong. Don't take advantage of being a player to flirt with NPCs. Duan Lingping had escaped the clutches of death. As Lian Feng had indicated, after consuming the love flower, he had severed all emotions and now, he treated Jiang Honghe and his wife, who had raised him, with courtesy yet distance. Even with Jiang Fuziu, whom he loved deeply, he maintained the same demeanor. Nonetheless, it was a relief that he had managed to save his life. Jiang Honghe hosted a banquet, inviting Xia Lanyi and several players who had rendered great assistance. During the feast, Jiang Honghe raised his cup in toast. This attack by the Shenyang sect was thwarted thanks to the help of all the heroes present. My Luoxia water village has avoided falling into the hands of bandits. Xia Lanyi replied, Chief Jiang is being too modest. The Shenyang sect has repeatedly invaded our Central Plains martial arts. It is our duty to eradicate such threats. The guests raised their cups and drank heartily, and to their astonishment, they found that this sip of wine had granted them an experience boost of 2,000 points. Initially, they had merely intended to join in the festivities and dine with the beautiful Xia, but they were pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. The players' gazes towards the dishes on the table became fervently eager. Zhang Honghe had intended to say more, but upon seeing the players' hungry expressions, he swallowed his words and gestured for the meal to commence. The players quickly dug in, devouring the food with astonishing speed, leaving the table half empty in the blink of an eye. Zhang Honghe's chopsticks remained suspended in midair. She could hardly comprehend how, as a grandmaster, she was unable to snatch even a single dish. He Tsung, managing to secure a helping of shredded potatoes, placed it in Zhang Honghe's bowl with a thoughtful smile. "Madam, please eat first." Zhang Honghe forced a smile. "You all have quite the appetites." As she spoke, she clapped her hands, summoning the attendants to bring another table of dishes, preparing a third as well. Xia Lanyi, already aware of the player's tendencies, leisurely sipped his wine. "Chief Jiang, a few days ago you mentioned that the Shenyang sect might be after the East Sea Moon Pearl. Pray tell, what exactly is this East Sea Moon Pearl?" Zhang Honghe set down her chopsticks. Since there was nothing to eat at the moment, it was a perfect opportunity to discuss with Xia Lanyi. "The East Sea Moon Pearl is indeed a rare treasure, obtained by my Jiang clan's ancestors during their campaign against bandits in the East Sea." The players listened intently, their ears perked up at the prospect of a new quest, not wanting to miss out. Many years ago, Zhang Fengyuan, a naval general, completed the pacification of the South Sea and East Sea, and during his expedition to the East Sea, he unexpectedly acquired this treasure. It is said that Zhang Fengyuan saved a beautiful maiden who had fallen into misfortune at sea. Upon regaining consciousness, the maiden insisted on pledging herself to him, but Zhang Fengyuan had already married a princess and shared a deep bond with her. He resolutely declined her offer. Moved by the affection between Zhang Fengyuan and his wife, the maiden did not press the matter but instead left behind a pair of fist-sized pearls as a token of gratitude for her rescue, before leaping. Upon returning from his campaign against the bandits, Zhang Fengyuan kept one pearl for himself and presented the other to the emperor, who took a liking to it and named it the East Sea Moon Pearl. The players exclaimed, "Isn't this reminiscent of the mermaid tale?" "I think it resembles the river god story more," another player interjected. "Aren't we in a martial arts game? How can there be female spirits? It is merely a legend." Zhang Fengyuan lived over 100 years at Go.as. The story has been passed down through the ages. It must have taken on more legendary embellishments. Zhang Honghe explained, "It is said that when one gazes at the moon with the East Sea Moon Pearl, they can see a vividly animated little fish swimming, which is quite enchanting." Xia Lanyi narrowed his eyes. The Shenyang sect would not attack Luoxia Water Village merely for a whimsical trinket. Zhang Honghe nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there is a more ethereal tale regarding the East Sea Moon Pearl, suggesting that the woman saved by our ancestor was actually a mermaid, and the pearls bestowed were in fact fish pearls, which grant immortality and allow one to live as long as the mermaid." Xia Lanyi scoffed lightly. "If it truly conferred immortality, how could the emperor and Zhang Fengyuan have perished?" Zhang Honghe chuckled. "That is indeed the case. After my ancestor brought back the East Sea Moon Pearl, it was rumored that pearl powder had miraculous effects for beauty, so they ground the pearl into powder for the lady of the house to consume." To think such a precious item was actually consumed, Xia Lanyi raised an eyebrow. "Did it grant immortality?" Zhang Honghe shook her head with a smile. "While it did not grant immortality, it did result in her giving birth to 2 children within 3 years. Xia Lanyi chuckled. Given Zhang Fengyuan's deep affection for his wife, even without consuming the pearl powder, it would not have been difficult for them to have 2 children in 3 years. The Shenyang sect likely knew that Luoxia Water Village possessed the East Sea Moon Pearl but were unaware that it had long been consumed, leaving only the one in the palace. Zhang Honghe nodded. "However, I believe the Shenyang sect, no matter how bold, would not dare to make a move in the palace." Xia Lanyi, however, disagreed. "Muli is clearly a madman. He believes the rumors that the East Sea Moon Pearl grants immortality. What is there that he would not dare to invade in the palace?" He intended to accompany Qin Xinghong to the palace to retrieve Wangxin Orchid and wondered if he might encounter Muli there. As Xia Lanyi pondered, the attendants approached to clear the empty plates and present a lavish new spread. The players, having nearly reached their fill, slowed their pace in their consumption. Qin Xinghong placed a piece of shrimp into Xia Lanyi's bowl. "Master, let us not dwell on that now, eating is of utmost importance." Just as Xia Lanyi smiled and reached for his chopsticks, a chicken leg was placed into his bowl. The novice deity, eager to please, said with a charming smile, "Master, enjoy the chicken leg. There are only 2 legs on a chicken, and I managed to snag this one with great difficulty." He had learned this tactic from the great Qin, ensuring to have an eye for opportunities to boost his favorability, especially after losing 20 points of affection just 2 days prior. He needed to make amends quickly. His system notification: Xia Lanyi's favorability towards you is 5, current favorability is 2. Be advised that with favorability below 0, you cannot accept tasks issued by Xia Lanyi. Please raise your favorability above 0 as soon as possible. Chapter 74. The reward for Xia Lanyi. With the affair at the Falling Sunset Water Stronghold concluded, Xia Lanyi returned to Yunmeng County aboard his opulent houseboat. The vessels within the Falling Sunset Water Stronghold were not fireproof, all succumbing to the great blaze, save for Xia Lanyi's houseboat, which remained unscathed, perhaps a deliberate act by Muli. Presently, the red thread of Longinggu had nested within Xia Lanyi, temporarily alleviating concerns for Qin Xinghong's safety, rendering the urgency of retrieving the Wangxin Orchid from the Imperial Palace unnecessary. Xia Lanyi returned to Qiangyu Tower, intending to make thorough preparations before venturing to the capital. After all, it was the Imperial Palace. If discovered, his own escape would be simple, yet the vast Qiangyu Tower could not vanish so easily. As the Lord of Qiangyu Tower, he had to consider the safety of his disciples. Xia Lanyi pondered, hoping to find a legitimate reason to enter the palace seamlessly. Just then, Qin Xinghong entered. Noticing Xia Lanyi's furrowed brows, he approached with concern, inquiring, "What troubles you so deeply?" As he spoke, he pressed his fingers gently upon Xiaolani's brow, smoothing the creases of his forehead. Xiaolani looked up at him and replied, I am contemplating how to boldly enter the palace and then steal the emperor's treasures. Such a rebellious thought stirred a flicker of sweetness in Qin Shi Huang's heart. Xiaolani was once again considering him, but he took Xiaolani's hand, noticing that the small wound on his wrist had healed, leaving only a faint white scar. Even though Feng's medical skills were superb and his surgical procedures executed flawlessly, in a few days, this subtle scar would likely be unnoticeable. Yet, Qin Shi Huang still felt a pang of heartache, kissing the spot gently. I believe everything is fine now, there is no need to retrieve the Wanxin orchid. He was a player, even if he perished in the game, he could resurrect. However, keeping it posed a lingering risk, Xiaolani shook his head. Moreover, I wish to see if the Donghai Mingyue pearl truly reveals little fish. As he spoke, his brow arched slightly, and a playful smile danced at the corners of his lips. Qin Shi Huang found himself utterly captivated. Regardless of whether it was the Donghai Mingyue pearl or the emperor's most cherished treasures, he would gladly steal for Xiaolani. Very well, let us steal both the Wanxin orchid and the Donghai Mingyue pearl. Xiaolani couldn't help but chuckle. However, the emperor's possessions are not so easily pilfered. You are still too weak. To be told of his weakness by the one he cherished was undeniably disheartening, and Qin Shi Huang felt a wave of gloom wash over him. But he had once been the highest-ranked player among them, yet at Falling Sunset Water Stronghold, the red thread of Longing Gu had hampered his actions, depriving him of significant experience points. Currently, Qin Shi Huang's level remained at 47, having been surpassed by several high-ranking players like Yin Yunfei, with even novice deities nearing his level. Even if he still held the highest level among players, he was far from matching Xiaolani and other elite experts. The royal family had 4 grandmasters guarding the city, with Li Fuhai, the eunuch, having reached the realm of leisure. His presence would not assist Xiaolani but instead might hinder him. The more Qin Shi Huang contemplated, the more despondent he became. He had never felt so ineffectual. Xiaolani rose and retrieved a slender wooden box, handing it to Qin Shi Huang. Open it and see. Qin Shi Huang accepted the box and opened it to reveal a sword gleaming with a chilling light, its edge razor-sharp. What is this? This is a sword crafted by the Forging Sword Manor, entrusted to me by Miss Yi when I departed from Falling Sunset Water Stronghold. Xiaolani drew the sword from its sheath and performed a swift motion, the blade emitting a resounding chime. He praised, truly, it is a peerless sword from the Forging Sword Manor. I intended to give it to you a few days ago, Xiaolani continued, but you seemed quite busy, and I forgot. Qin Shi Huang held the sword, somewhat incredulous that Xiaolani had gifted him such a rare artifact. This precious game item could hardly be obtained even after opening 1,000 peerless treasure chests. System notification: Xiaolani's reward has been credited. Seeing the 6 words of Xiaolani's reward, Qin Shi Huang pondered for a moment before recalling its significance. It was indeed the reward for the hero-saving mission he had undertaken when he and Xiaolani were boating on the Summer River, where novice deities and a group of players had attempted to lift Xiaolani's veil. He had initially thought that the vial of elixir Xiaolani had given him was the reward, only to discover that it was this sword instead. The difficulty of the task he completed hardly warranted such a magnificent reward, especially since the sword was custom-made by Xiaolani at the Forging Sword Manor. Could it be that Xiaolani held feelings for him at that time as well? Elated by this realization, Qin Shi Huang gazed at Xiaolani with eyes ablaze. Xiaolani felt somewhat uneasy under his intense scrutiny, unsure of why his demeanor had shifted so dramatically, as if he were about to devour him. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Why do you look at me so? Do you like this sword?" How could Qin Shi Huang not like it? "Thank you, Lani, I love it." Yet, did he truly adore the sword, or was it Xiaolani he cherished? Xiaolani felt a twinge of embarrassment and annoyance. "Who told you to call me Lani?" Qin Shi Huang set down the sword, stepped closer, and embraced him, chuckling softly. "Is it not permissible to call you that?" "Well, it is not entirely disallowed," Xiaolani replied, his ears turning crimson as he shot him a glare, "but in front of others, you must address me as the Lord." Qin Shi Huang understood, which meant that when alone, he could call him Lani. After a brief embrace, Xiaolani's mood lightened, regaining the air of the imposing lord, and abruptly pushed Qin Shi Huang away. He gestured to the sword. "Since it is now yours, you ought to name it." Qin Shi Huang contemplated for a moment. "How about calling it Chang Tian? Falling sunset and lone wild goose fly together. Autumn waters blend with the vast sky." It was a fitting name to complement Xiaolani's sword. Xiao Shuai, unaware of the name's origin, Xiaolani nodded in agreement. In the Great Yong Imperial Palace, aside from the 4 grandmasters, there are many hidden experts. Even I must tread carefully. We shall depart for the capital in a month, and during this time, you must hasten to elevate your strength. Qin Shi Huang nodded. Although the Changtian sword was formidable and offered a martial boost, it was still an external object. He needed to enhance his own abilities to fully harness the sword's power. Xiaolani stated, "To enter the palace, you must attain at least the Grandmaster level." "Grandmaster?" Qin Shi Huang exclaimed, "One must be level 80 or above to be considered a Grandmaster, yet I am only at level 47. To reach level 81 in a month means I must level up at least once a day, if not more." It was important to note that the experience required escalates with each level. Just the experience needed for level 81 was at least double that required for level 80. While grinding in other games might offer a chance for advancement, the quests in Jianghu Xiaoyao were different. Fortuitous encounters depended on luck, and main quests were even more reliant on chance. Though daily quests remained, their experience points were minimal, utterly insufficient for leveling up. A Qin Shi Huang yearned to strive, yet felt powerless. Observing his perplexed expression, Xiao Lanyi smiled reassuringly, "Do not fret, you will succeed." Chapter 75 of the Jade Banquet. Not long after the Qixi Festival, the Qiangyu Tower became lively once again. The pearl curtains and gauze drapes, which had been replaced less than half a month ago, were all taken down, and even more exquisite and luxurious decorations were hung up. The players of Qiangyu Tower were inundated with tasks. Although they were merely trivial daily assignments, their sheer volume compensated for the lack of challenge. Taking on a dozen or so could easily equate to a single adventure. The novice deity had reaped considerable rewards from his recent expedition to the Luoxia water village. Not only had he secured the title of champion in the tournament, but he also amassed a wealth of experience during the subsequent Divine Flame invasion mission, propelling his level to a remarkable 45 and elevating him into the ranks of top players. The novice deity was undoubtedly riding high on a wave of success. Joining Qiangyu Tower was indeed one of his most astute decisions, yet, the enigma of Xiaomaren's favor was perplexing. Despite his efforts, he found his painstakingly earned affection points plummeting into the negatives. He felt aggrieved and could hardly contain his frustrations. During the past few days on his return journey, the novice deity exerted every effort to regain a mere 2 points of favor from Xiao Lanyi, managing to restore his affection. After half a year of hard work, it felt like he was back to square one. Fortunately, as long as his favor remained above 0, he could still accept tasks. Otherwise, the sight of so many available missions without the ability. In his attempts to win Xiao Lanyi's favor over the past few days, the novice deity gleaned some insights. He discovered that whenever Qin Qinghong was present, Xiaomaren rarely bestowed him with affection points. In fact, the more attentive he was, the more Xiaomaren seemed to deduct points from him. Pondering this, the novice deity felt he had uncovered the truth. As long as Qin Qinghong was around, all of Xiao Lanyi's affection would be siphoned away. Truly, being the foremost game streamer came with its own terrifying prowess. He couldn't help but envy Qin Dalo. How did he manage such feats? Just then, Duan Hongxiu approached, noticing the novice deity's expression of longing and furrowing her brow. "What are you dawdling about? Aren't you supposed to be delivering something?" Snapping back to reality, the novice deity smiled brightly upon recognizing Duan Hongxiu. "Duan Jiaoxi, I'm on my way to daily changes in decoration must come at a cost," he mused. "You are quite perceptive," Duan Hongxiu replied. "As a newcomer, it's understandable that you wouldn't know. Every year on the 10th day of the 8th month, we host. During this time, our outstanding disciples showcase their talents, and various martial factions and noble families from the realm come to pay their respects. Tickets are exceedingly hard to come by." The novice deity's eyes widened. The prospect of abundant experience points was enticing, and there might even be a chance for a legendary treasure chest reward. Speaking of which, he felt a wave of nausea at the thought of the legendary treasure chest he had earned through a grueling battle for the champion title, only to receive a mere disguise mask as a reward. His handsome visage hardly required concealment. What he truly desired were martial arts manuals and unparalleled swords, items befitting a chivalrous hero. Eagerly, he inquired, "Duan Jiaoxi, he was hardly cut out for dancing. Though my dancing may not be remarkable, I am capable of composing music." Raising an eyebrow, Duan Hongxiu seemed skeptical of his talents but replied, "Then compose a piece. If it is commendable, you might be selected to perform or provide the dance music." Upon hearing this, the novice deity felt invigorated. Indeed, gold would always shine. He resolved to compose a piece in secret that would astound everyone. Duan Hongxiu suddenly recalled something and asked, "By the way, have you seen Hongxiao Luo Sifan recently? Do you know where he has gone?" The novice deity paused, momentarily forgetting his good friend amidst the thrilling game narrative. He knew that Hongxiao Luo Sifan was still undercover at the Divine Flame sect, but this was confidential information. Thus, he hastily concocted an excuse. "Oh, his cat just had kittens, and he returned home to care for them." Duan Hongxiu was momentarily taken aback but did not suspect anything amiss, for such an absurd excuse was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. It was indeed a pity. With his dancing skills, he would have undoubtedly shone brightly at the Jade Banquet. After Duan Hongxiu departed, the novice deity felt it was time to reach out to Hongxiao Luo Sifan. Their profound friendship forged in the game warranted a check-in. Spotting his friend's avatar online, he messaged, "Hongxiao, what are you up to right now?" In a dimly lit room, Hongxiao Luo Sifan was peering cautiously out of a window, attempting to remain inconspicuous. Startled by the sudden message from the novice deity, he nearly made a noise. "You scoundrel, you actually remembered to contact me." His tone resembled that of a jilted lover. The novice deity chuckled, "I've been quite busy lately." This only fueled Hongxiao Luo Sifan's ire further. "I've seen the videos. You went to Luoxia Water Village for the tournament and even claimed the champion title. You must have received a fair share of rewards and experience points, while I'm stuck here in this escape room at level 38, unsure when I might get out." The novice deity grinned, for not only had he surpassed Hongxiao Luo Sifan's level, but he had done so by a significant margin. "I have good news. Qiangyu Tower is hosting the Jade Banquet, which means even more experience points and rewards. Too bad you won't be able to participate." Hongxiao Luo Sifan fumed, "You're just trying to rub this in my face, aren't you? I knew you had ulterior motives for contacting me." "Now, don't be like that," the novice deity countered. "You've been undercover at the Divine Flame sect for several days now. Have you gathered any useful information? You little novice. Trying to provoke me while hoping to extract information from me, huh?" The novice deity had anticipated this. "If you do have any information, I could tell Xiaomaren. Perhaps she will launch an operation against the Divine Flame sect and rescue you in the process." Hesitating, Hongxiao Luo Sifan ultimately decided to trust the novice deity once more, knowing he had no chance of escaping alone. "All I know is that I was taken to Fuling County, but I don't know the specifics of where I am." Peering outside, Hong Xiao Luosifan caught sight of several members of the Divine Flame sect patrolling the dimly lit cave, brandishing torches. It seemed he was indeed trapped in an underground cavern. Chapter 76. The diminishing allure of love. Upon receiving the news, the novice deity hastened to complete his current task with remarkable speed, then sought out Xia Lanyi to claim his credit. The stronghold of the Shenyang sect is located within an underground cavern in Fuling County. The novice deity nodded affirmatively, confirming, indeed, esteemed host, this information was painstakingly relayed by an undercover operative from the red-braised snail noodle faction, who endured countless trials and tribulations to bring it to light. Xia Lanyi cast a sidelong glance at him, bemused by the notion that communication among gaming friends could be so exaggeratedly described as fraught with peril. He waved his hand dismissively. I understand, you may leave now. The novice deity departed, buoyed by the 2 points of favor he had gained, unaware that this time, the esteemed Qin was present, and he too had garnered favor. Xia Lanyi's enigmatic charm was truly perplexing. Qin Xinghong prepared tea and presented a cup to Xia Lanyi, expressing his astonishment at the revelation of a Shenyang sect stronghold in Fuling County, suggesting that their machinations regarding the Central Plains martial arts world had long been in progress. Xia Lanyi took a sip from the teacup, indicating his acknowledgement, and subsequently rewarded Qin Xinghong for his task completion. Qin Xinghong, observing the 2,000 experience points credited to him, couldn't help but marvel at how merely serving tea could yield such a bounty of experience. It was evident that Xia Lanyi had facilitated his advancement. He felt as if he were being indulged in a manner akin to a kept man. Xia Lanyi raised an eyebrow. It's not merely a matter of long-term scheming. Fuling County was once the domain of the 10,000 insect sect. The 10,000 insect sect? Qin Xinghong felt a flicker of recognition, recalling the name from his conversations with the venerable Yin Yi, exclaiming, is that not the sect that perished 20 years ago? Xia Lanyi nodded, indeed. The Central Plains martial world was far from the peace and stability it enjoys today, rife with nefarious sects, among which the 10,000 insect sect was one of the most enigmatic. They secretly dispatched numerous agents to infiltrate various sects, aiming to control the Central Plains martial world through insect manipulation. The wife of Lian Zhang, the leader of the Apothecary Valley, Wan Yang, was a disciple of the 10,000 insect sect. Her infiltration into the Apothecary Valley served 2 purposes: to manipulate Lian Zhang and to destroy the sacred medicine, the Cold Spring Jade Fetus, to eliminate any chance of breaking the insect's control. Qin Xinghong pondered this revelation, recalling that the venerable Yun Yi had described the 10,000 insect sect as a branch of the Western region's cult, suggesting that their ultimate goal was to dominate the Central Plains martial world. Xia Lanyi affirmed, precisely, although Lian Zhang discovered their schemes, it was too late. Most leaders of the various sects had already fallen prey to their insect manipulation. Qin Xinghong was astonished to learn that the Central Plains martial world had once faced such a dire crisis, a fact that the official narrative of the carefree Jianghu had never divulged, indicating that players were meant to uncover such secrets themselves. His curiosity piqued, he inquired how the Central Plains martial world ultimately overcame this calamity. Xia Lanyi shot him a glance, smiling, such information is classified and must be purchased at considerable expense from the Listening Wind Pavilion. Do you expect to glean it from me for free? In a playful tone, Qin Xinghong replied, what price does the esteemed host wish to exact from me? I am prepared to pay any cost. His words, though flippant, caused Xia Lanyi's ears to flush slightly. She huffed lightly, who said anything about you paying a price? The Qiangliu Yuan is approaching, and there is much work to be done, you should hasten to assist. System prompt side quest, Qiangliu Yuan. The annual Qiangliu Yuan is imminent, and disciples of Qiangliu are requested to contribute their efforts to its success. Quest requirements: disciples of Qiangliu quest rewards, experience pool a 2,000,000, distributed based on contribution, silver pool a 100,000, distributed based on number of tasks accepted, special reward: perform on stage during the Qiangliu Yuan and secure a top 3 position to receive additional commendation from Xia Lanyi. Qin Xinghong raised an eyebrow, surprised to find yet another side quest, and the rewards were indeed substantial. Observing the silver pool containing 100,000 taels, he couldn't help but marvel at the Qiangliu's apparent wealth. Was he truly being indulged? This quest was explicitly available only to disciples of Qiangliu, yet Qin Xinghong, a disciple of Wudong, was also eligible. He surmised that his favorability rating with Xia Lanyi, now at 68 points, had elevated him to the ranks of Qiangliu's allies within the game system. Xia Lanyi playfully nudged his calf with her toe. What are you dawdling for? Go and get to work. Qin Xinghong grasped her hand and kissed her wrist. I shall attend to my duties, but should you find yourself missing me, feel free to summon me back at any time. Who would miss you? Xia Lanyi remarked as she watched his retreating figure, pressing her hand to her heart, feeling an unusual quickening of her pulse, undoubtedly due to the influence of the red thread love insect. Once Xia Lanyi's task was announced, players within Qiangliu sprang into action, eagerly preparing for the Qiangliu Yuan. Those fortunate enough to be part of Qiangliu typically possessed some talent, yet the carefree Jianghu was fundamentally a martial arts-themed game, and for instance, a player skilled at playing the piano could hardly bring a real piano into the game. They would need to devise a creative solution. In short order, players lost interest in their daily tasks, It was evident that rewards for performing at the event would far surpass those for mundane tasks, and securing a top 3 finish could lead to Xia Lanyi's commendation. Xia Lanyi was known for her generosity, often bestowing unparalleled treasure chests. Thus, securing the top spot at the Qiangliu Yuan might yield legendary rewards. Players envisioned the prospect of legendary treasure chests beckoning to them, dismissing the meager experience rewards from daily tasks. This turn of events conveniently facilitated Qin Xinghong's task acceptance, as he was currently in need of experience points. Though daily tasks offered limited experience, the side quests bonus made completing several tasks worthwhile. His current level was not particularly high, and he needed to accumulate experience efficiently. Ideally, he aimed to gain at least 3 levels in a single day. If he waited until level 70, he might find himself spending several days to gain just 1 level, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve the task of reaching level 81 within a month and attaining the Master Realm. As Qin Xinghong engaged in tasks, he contemplated the necessity of participating in the Qiangli Yuan. Beyond the substantial experience points on offer, there was also the promise of commendation from Xia Lanyi. However, he realized with a sigh that he lacked any outstanding talents to showcase. In reality, he was quite proficient in calligraphy, yet that was hardly a performance suitable for the stage. Qin Xinghong sighed. Ever since meeting Xia Lanyi, he felt increasingly inadequate. Even as a kept man, one must possess some commendable skill. Relying solely on his appearance would inevitably lead to a decline in allure over time. With a keen sense of urgency, Qin Xinghong resolved that he must demonstrate his capabilities at the upcoming Qiangli Yuan Chapter 70. Companions in mischief. The players busied themselves in preparation for the Qian Lu Yuan, and Xia Lanyi, as the master of Qian Yilu, was no exception. At the Qian Lu Yuan, he was set to be the grand finale, for most guests were drawn by the renown of the world's most exquisite beauty. Xia Lanyi retrieved a guqin, his fingertips gliding gently across the strings, producing a cascade of notes that resembled pearls falling onto a jade plate. Even the master of Qian Yilu had to showcase his talents, yet Xia Lanyi found no shame in this endeavor. After all, it was about earning a living. Wiping the thin layer of dust from the guqin with a silk handkerchief, Xia Lanyi sensed an oddity. He had once adored playing the instrument, often performing a piece or two each day. However, since the awakening of his consciousness, he had not touched the guqin again. Memories surged like a tide, yet they stirred no emotions, as if he were merely watching someone who resembled him enact a scene in a film, devoid of any emotional connection. He glanced at his hands, pondering whether his previous actions, dictated by the game system, had rendered him incapable of fully engaging. Now that he was aware attempting to play a piece, he felt a twinge of awkwardness at first, but soon regained his touch, and the melody flowed more beautifully. As the music ceased abruptly, Xia Lanyi placed his hand on the still vibrating strings, letting out a soft sigh. This wouldn't do. Such a level of performance at the Qian Lu Yuan would tarnish their reputation irreparably. The novice deity was engrossed in scribbling and doodling on a piece of paper when he was suddenly startled by a tap on his shoulder, nearly tearing the paper in his grip. "Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy?" he exclaimed, his irritation rising. Upon looking up, he discovered that the culprit was none other than the long-absent flower thief. With a familiar camaraderie, the flower thief draped an arm around him, cheerfully inquiring, "Novice brother, it's been ages. What are you up to?" Recognizing a friendly face, the novice deity swallowed his anger, returning the gesture with a pat on the shoulder. "Well, our establishment is hosting the Qian Lu Yuan, and I'm preparing my talent showcase." A look of astonishment crossed the flower thief's face. "You have talent? You don't look the part." He glanced at the novice deity's paper, which was filled with chaotic lines and ink splatters. The flower thief stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking, "I must remind you, brother, this is a martial arts-themed game. Your abstract art is unlikely to be appreciated by the NPCs." The novice deity widened his eyes in indignation. "What abstract art? I'm composing music. Do you even recognize a staff when you see one?" Hearing this, the flower thief took the paper for a closer look, indeed spotting traces of musical notation, albeit requiring a keen eye to decipher. "I used to think only handwriting could resemble a dog's pawing, but I see musical notation can too." The novice deity snatched the paper back, stuffing it into his clothes, irate. "What do you know? Genius comes in many forms, ordinary folks like you wouldn't understand." The flower thief scoffed, clearly unconvinced that the novice deity could produce anything of quality, yet he feigned admiration. "Who would have thought our novice brother is a composer? Truly, I'm humbled." The novice deity chose not to engage further, envisioning the day his composition would astound at the Qian Lu Yuan, earning accolades from Xia Lanyi and elevating him to the status of a grandmaster, at which point all would kneel and call him father. After ribbing the novice deity, the flower thief scanned the Qian Yilu, seemingly searching for someone. "Novice brother, where is the beautiful Xie? I've wandered the halls of Qian Yilu and have yet to catch a glimpse of her." The novice deity rolled his eyes. "Do you think our master is so easily accessible? She spends her days in the inner hall, rarely appearing in the outer hall." Proudly, he added, "The inner hall is reserved for the elite disciples of Qian Yilu. You outsiders have no chance of entering to see the master." The flower thief, in a friendly manner, said, "Novice brother, how about you take me to meet the beautiful Xie? I haven't logged in for over half a month and missed even the martial arts competition at the Falling Sunset Water Village." Exaggerating, he lamented, "A day without seeing her feels like 3 autumns apart. I've practically not seen the beautiful Xie in 500 years. I couldn't focus on any other quests and came straight to Qian Yilu." That rounding up was quite the stretch, thought the novice deity, scrutinizing him. "You haven't given up on lifting our master's veil, have you? She's at least a grandmaster-level expert, and I advise you to abandon that notion." During the last escort mission with Han Kuan Yu to Wudong, Xia Lanyi single-handedly battled 2 grandmaster-level foes from the Xinyan sect, astonishing all players. It turned out that Xia Lanyi had been concealing his strength. To hold his ground against 2 grandmasters and still maintain the upper hand, he must be a remarkable grandmaster, possibly even achieving a state of transcendence. No wonder previous attempts to lift the veil had repeatedly failed. It wasn't that they were inept, but rather that the enemy was formidable. After witnessing Xiaolani's true prowess, most players had laid down their arms. They were not to be trifled with. The flower thief had not anticipated that merely being absent for half a month would lead to the disintegration of their organization, with members retreating into obscurity. Yet, this man possessed no other merit aside from his appreciation for beauty. He simply could not go a day without laying eyes on Xiaolani. Sighing, the flower thief reminisced about the past glory of their organization, which had boasted over 200 brothers at its zenith. Though you are not a formal member, novice brother, we have collaborated closely, almost accomplishing the feat of unveiling the beautiful Xia. Regrettably, he lamented, it's all because Qin chose to oppose us players for his own selfish gain. However, he quickly changed his tone. I believe we still have a chance. Grasping the novice deity's hand, the flower thief implored, you wouldn't want our efforts to go to waste, would you? Don't you want to see the beautiful Xie? The novice deity, naturally eager to see her, hesitated as he recalled his meager goodwill points. He firmly rejected the flower thief's request. If you want to see her, go yourself. My goodwill points are barely positive, I can't risk further antagonizing the beautiful Xie. The flower thief shot him a look of exasperation, then resorted to a more conciliatory approach. Novice brother, I only wish to see the beautiful Xia for a moment. Just lend me a hand. The novice deity eyed him skeptically. Our master is inundated with affairs, how could she possibly spare time for someone like you? If he were to impulsively escort the flower thief to see Xiaolani, his hard-earned goodwill points would likely plummet back into the negatives, and he wasn't foolish enough to jeopardize that. The flower thief clasped his shoulder, producing something mysterious from his pocket. I assure you, I have legitimate business with the beautiful Xia. The novice deity looked at him incredulously. This person was anything but serious. What legitimate business could he possibly have? Yet, his expression shifted as he caught sight of what the flower thief was holding. Chapter 78. The snowy night and the sound of the zither in the peach blossom grove of the Qianyu Tower. The blossoms were perpetually radiant. Xiaolani sat beneath a peach tree, a long zither of ebony resting on her lap, her slender fingers deftly plucking the strings, allowing enchanting melodies to flow forth. Before she could complete her piece, she paused. There was no need to continue when the essence was absent. Facing her were two individuals, Lu Changqin, the master of zither and chess, and Yin Shueshu, the master of calligraphy and painting, both of whom were seated across from her. Both were well versed in the art of the zither and easily discerned the flaws in Xiaolani's performance, their brows furrowing in concern. Lu Changqin remarked, how has the master's zither skills diminished so significantly? His words were direct, though for someone as forthright as Lu Changqin, this was quite a tactful approach. Had Xiaolani been his disciple, she would have likely faced a scathing reprimand by now. The music was overly mechanical, devoid of any emotion. Such a rigid performance might please the untrained ear, but to those who understood the nuances of the art, it was nearly unbearable. Although Xiaolani was not Lu Changqin's disciple, she had received guidance from him in zither playing and, while her skills had once matched his, her recent performance fell woefully short, even beneath the level of some ordinary musicians. With downcast eyes, Xiaolani responded, I am uncertain, which is why I sought the assistance of both uncles to identify the issue. Yin Shueshu interjected, the technique of the master is not at fault. Rather, it is the lack of emotion. It seems you have not played the zither much of late? Xiaolani coughed lightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She had not merely played less, in fact, she hadn't touched the instrument at all since her self-awareness had awakened. Upon hearing this, Lu Changqin regarded her with a hint of reproach in his gaze, stating, the master possesses extraordinary talent in zither playing, yet it is imperative not to neglect practice and squander such a gift. Lu Changqin and Yin Shueshu, being older and having watched her grow, spoke with familiarity, their words stemming from a place of affection rather than overstepping boundaries. Xiaolani nodded, indicating her willingness to learn. Lu Changqin wished to say more, but was interrupted by Yin Shueshu, who asked, has the master recently become preoccupied with more intriguing matters? Xiaolani was taken aback by the question. In her former memories, she had greatly enjoyed playing the zither. However, since her awakening, her interest had waned. The events unfolding in the martial world now captivated her far more, drawing her to observe players as they busily pursued game quests. Particularly, her encounters with Qin Xinghong made everything seem more enjoyable, overshadowing her desire to play the zither. Yin Shueshu, observing her reaction, ventured to probe further. It seems the master has been spending considerable time with a disciple from Wudong. I have noticed him frequently visiting your residence, appearing even closer than our disciples. Xiaolani's ears flushed with warmth as she deflected, it is merely a matter of affinity. Witnessing her flustered demeanor, both Yin Shueshu and Lu Changqin exchanged knowing glances, silently lamenting the fact that their cherished cabbage had indeed been courted by another, specifically, a Wudong disciple. Lu Changqin produced a sheet of music from his sleeve and handed it to Xiaolani with a teasing tone, why not try playing this piece, perhaps think of that Wudong disciple while you do. The suggestion left Xiaolani feeling exceedingly embarrassed. She had never felt so exposed, having her relationship with Qin Xinghong so plainly discerned by her elders. Upon receiving the sheet music, Xiaolani found the melody somewhat familiar. When the novice deity had visited with the flower thief, she had been alone beneath the tree, the melodious notes reverberating amidst the swirling peach blossoms. Suddenly, the novice deity halted, and the flower thief, confused, began to inquire about the delay, only to be silenced by the novice deity's finger to his lips. Shu, do not speak. Two white cranes, hunting for fish and shrimp in Yunmeng Lake, were drawn to the sound of Xiaolani's zither, alighting gracefully on the petal-strewn ground to dance, their long necks entwined, and feathers brushing against one another. The novice deity was entranced, and even the flower thief, who knew little of music, found himself captivated by the enchanting notes. Time slipped away, and when the final note faded, its echoes lingering in the air, Xiaolani closed her eyes gently, sighing in admiration. Truly, it was a legendary piece, the snowy night and the sound of the zither. Upon completing the performance, she not only gleaned insights into infusing emotion into her music but also felt a surge in her martial prowess, her level rising from 132 to 133. In the realm of carefree existence, ascending a level was akin to climbing a mountain. It was not uncommon to stagnate for years without progress, yet she had ascended merely by playing a single piece. However, the effects of the music extended beyond mere levels, her emotions were magnified, and she felt an overwhelming desire to see Qin Xinghong, as if a day apart felt like an eternity. The words of her ancestors rang true, not as exaggeration but as profound personal experience. At that moment, the novice deity dashed over, exclaiming, "This melody could only exist in heaven, how rare it is to hear such a piece on earth. Truly, our master possesses unparalleled talent. May I inquire what this piece is called? Where did this noisy fool come from?" Xiaolani turned to see him, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing, her racing heart suddenly calming. System notification: Xiaolani's favorability towards you is 20, current favorability is 18. The novice deity abruptly skidded to a halt, nearly stumbling, but it was not the system's favorability prompt that shocked him. It was the fact that Xiaolani was not wearing a mask. Xiaomarin had indeed not donned her mask. The novice deity had approached from an angle where he could only see the side of Xiaolani's face, mistakenly believing she wore a hat. To his astonishment, she wore nothing at all. It was as if she were running naked. The flower thief, standing behind the novice deity, was also struck dumb, murmuring, "I, Kai, would consider it worth dying today." Observing the two in their stunned state, Xiaolani scoffed, deducting 20 points from their favorability, and with a flick of her sleeve, she sent them flying from the peach blossom grove. Whoosh, they soared like shooting stars, scattering blossoms in their wake, before landing heavily on the ground. Bloodied though their injuries were severe, as players, they felt no pain due to their numbness, lying back on the ground as blood flowed freely around them. Awakening from the dreamlike daze, the novice deity sat up and shook the flower thief's shoulder vigorously, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Xiaolani is indeed the most beautiful person in the world. The game system does not deceive us, it's absolutely true." The flower thief, nearly unhinged by the shaking, echoed the sentiment. "Though I knew Xiaomarin must be stunning, I never anticipated she would be this breathtaking. Even with my extensive experience, Xiaolani, my goodness." At a loss for words, the flower thief could only click his tongue in admiration to express his fluttering heart. The novice deity, entranced, mused, "It feels like a dream. This is precisely what an NPC should be. No real person could possess such beauty." The flower thief nodded in agreement, having seen countless beautiful faces in the real world, yet none could compare to Xiaolani, not even after meticulous enhancements. The flower thief wiped the blood from his face, unsure whether it was from his head or elsewhere, and declared, "Today was certainly worth it. By the way, did you record any of this?" The novice deity paused, returning the question, "Did you not record?" Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the flower thief felt a wave of dread wash over him. "In my excitement to meet Xiaomarin, I forgot to start the recording." Both stared at each other in disbelief. After finally encountering Xiaolani without her mask, neither had pressed the record button. After a lengthy silence, the flower thief patted the novice deity on the shoulder. "Well, perhaps this is for the best. Aside from Qin Xinghong, we might be the only players to have seen Xiaomarin's true visage. Thinking of it this way is rather pleasing. I now understand why Qin Xinghong was so intent on preventing us from lifting Xiaolani's hat. Who would be willing to share such beauty? Keeping it to oneself feels like a treasure beyond compare." The novice deity, buoyed by this thought, agreed, "You're right. After seeing Xiaomarin's face, I will likely never encounter another beauty who can stir my heart again." With a sigh, the flower thief lamented, "Having seen Xiaomarin, it seems no other beauty will ever be able to move me again." The novice deity cast a sidelong glance, wondering if, in reality, this man was indeed a dandy, as he hardly appeared to be the sort to uphold male decorum. Chapter 79: The Emergence of the Divine Fire Pattern. "Oh, what is it that brings you such regret? Pray, do share with me," remarked Xiaolani in a cold tone, as she emerged from the peach blossom grove, her mask donned and her guqin cradled in her arms. The two individuals, seated on the ground, hastily scrambled to their feet upon her arrival. With their backs turned to Xiaolani, they chattered nonsensically, but when facing her, they became meek and submissive. The flower marauder stammered for a while before concocting an excuse, claiming that the melodies played by the esteemed Xia were so enchanting that he had not had his fill and felt a tinge of regret. Xiaolani cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. "Humph, you two best have something of importance to seek me about." With a deft flick of her fingers across the strings, a resonant note burst forth, carving a deep chasm into the ground before the pair. As Lu Chongqing and Yin Shueshu were both close elders, Xiaolani had opted not to conceal her visage with a hood or mask, yet she had not anticipated the abrupt intrusion of these two players, which thoroughly disrupted her mood. The novice deity swallowed hard, instinctively taking a half step back. The aura emanating from the beautiful Xia was far more intimidating than that of the divine flame sex leader, Muli. He had no doubt that, were he and the flower marauder to lack a legitimate reason, Xiaolani could easily use her guqin to send them both to the netherworld. Exchanging a glance with the flower marauder, the novice deity stepped forward in unison. "Esteemed Xia, we genuinely have urgent matters to discuss with you and did not mean to offend." Xia Lani raised an eye. Unfolding the cloth, the flower marauder elaborated, esteemed Xia, behold this seemingly unremarkable piece of fabric, however, the embroidered pattern upon it is the emblem of the Divine Flame sect, the Divine Fire pattern. Xia Lani accepted the scrap, recognizing that, despite the pattern being only half intact, it indeed bore the mark of the Divine Fire pattern. The embroidery style and needlework from the western regions were distinct from those of the Central Plains, making identification straightforward. Where did you come by this scrap? She inquired, her gaze fixed on the flower marauder. The flower marauder trembled under her gaze, feeling as if his feet were treading on clouds, rendering him somewhat euphoric. He swallowed hard and replied, esteemed Xia, I found this scrap aboard a cargo ship at the dock. I suspect that members of the Divine Flame sect are concealed within the vessel, plotting to infiltrate Yunmeng County and undermine our Cheongyu Tower. Xia Lani shot him a sideways glance. What business does a disciple of the Tsangbang have speaking of our Cheongyu Tower? You are a member of the Cheongyu Tower, are you not? The Tsangbang, while primarily a commercial organization focusing on shipping, held a degree of standing in the martial world, being renowned for its cargo transport alongside the formidable Fengwei Escort Agency, which dominated land transport, thus they were commonly referred to as the Southern Song and Northern Wei. Clutching the scrap tightly, Xia Lani inquired, does anyone else know of this matter? The flower marauder immediately affirmed, as soon as I discovered it, I rushed to report to you, esteemed Xia, currently, only you, I, and Brother Novice are aware of this. There is absolutely no fourth party informed. Xia Lani nodded, you have handled this matter rather well, you two may leave for now, but do not speak of it further. System prompt due to your provision of information regarding the Divine Flame sect to Xia Lani, you have received rewards. 5,000 experience points, 100 silver, both players received identical rewards. Additionally, since the flower marauder is not a disciple of Cheongyu Tower, he received an extra 5 points of favorability from the sect, allowing him a 2 discount on entrance fees for future visits. The novice deity gazed at the rewards with a hint of disappointment. Although the experience points and silver were substantial, he lamented the absence of any favorability from the beautiful Xia. Just moments ago, he had suffered a deduction of 20 points in favorability, and now, with it at 18, the 2 points he had painstakingly regained were once again swiftly lost. With a hint of hesitation, the novice deity addressed Xia Lani, esteemed Xia, it is evident that the Divine Flame sect is targeting our Cheongyu Tower. When the Wudong held the martial arts conference, they poisoned Zhangjianren. When the Luoxiao Water Fortress hosted a martial arts competition for marriage, they set it ablaze. Now that we are preparing for the Cheong Tower Jade Banquet, it is reasonable to deduce that the Divine Flame sect will surely make their move. Indeed, the flower marauder replied gravely, that leader of the Divine Flame sect, Muli, has previously shown interest in Master Li. He is clearly a lecherous individual, esteemed Xia, we must be exceedingly cautious. The novice deity looked at him incredulously, thinking, does this man's mind dwell on nothing but lust? Xia Lani smiled knowingly, if Muli dares to come, that would indeed save me considerable effort. With a gentle pressure, her slender fingers turned the embroidered scrap into dust, scattering it to the winds. Both the novice deity and the flower marauder swallowed hard, fear gripping them. The implications of their thoughts were not lost on Xia Lani, who had undoubtedly considered them more thoroughly. She beckoned the two closer. Since you both are so eager, I have a task for you. Come, lean in. Their spirits instantly captivated, they eagerly replied, whatever it is, esteemed Xia, please command us. We would not hesitate to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire. Xia Lani smiled enigmatically, it is not so perilous as traversing a sea of flames. Qin Xinghong had spent the entire day on quests. Although stamina in the game replenished swiftly, he still felt a tinge of weariness. Nevertheless, before logging off, he decided to pay Xia Lani a visit. Xia Lani had already changed into her evening attire, draped in a blue outer robe, her long, black hair cascading gracefully down her back. In this guise, she appeared less formidable than during the day, radiating a gentler, more obedient demeanor that softened one's heart at a mere glance. Under the guidance of Lu Chongqing and In Shuishu, Xia Lani had finally grasped the rudiments of Guqin playing, finding it quite enjoyable. One must possess passion to excel in any endeavor, thus, her skill had flourished, and she had grown rather fond of the instrument, practicing late into the night with the piece Snowy Night, listening to the Guqin. For the first time, Qin Xinghong witnessed her playing, instantly captivated and yearning to embrace Xia Lani, yet reluctant to interrupt her music. Once the piece concluded, he approached, that melody is exquisite, it seems to convey affection for a beloved? Xia Lani lifted her gaze, smiling at him, you have an ear for the Guqin? Qin Xinghong rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat bashful, I cannot claim to be knowledgeable. My grandfather played beautifully, and I learned a bit from him in my childhood. Xia Lani gestured for him to take a seat, then play a piece for me. Qin Xinghong felt as though he had just set himself up for failure. His childhood recollections were from nearly 20 years ago, and he had not touched a Guqin since. Sensing his discomfort, Xia Lani playfully tugged at his sleeve, raising an eyebrow, what is this? Do you not wish to play for me? Understanding her teasing, Qin Xinghong took a deep breath and sat before the Guqin, unwilling to refuse her request despite her mischievous intent. As his fingers rested on the strings, he looked at the intrigued Xia Lani, sheepishly admitting, I haven't played in many years, I hope you won't find it unpleasant. Not particularly interested in music, Qin Xinghong struggled to recall the melodies, managing to remember only a few notes after considerable effort. The hesitant and halting sounds that emerged were not entirely off-key, but they certainly lacked harmony, resembling the sound of cotton being plucked. After enduring 2 measures, Xia Lani could no longer hold back her laughter. Qin Xinghong, pressing down on the strings, pulled his beloved, who was laughing so hard she bent at the waist, into his embrace, exclaiming, I told you it would sound terrible. Xia Lanyi bit her lip to stifle her laughter before finding a silver lining to praise. Though your playing is rather unrefined, the melody bears an uncanny resemblance to Snowy Night. Listening to the guqin, could it also be a legendary piece? Qin Xinghong looked down at her. This piece is called Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. It should indeed be considered legendary. Once I practice it thoroughly, I shall play it for you. Xia Lanyi paused, momentarily taken aback by the title. Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. Abruptly, he set Xia Lanyi down, standing up to say, the night is deep, esteemed Xia, you should rest. I shall take my leave. Xia Lanyi was taken aback. The atmosphere had been just right, yet Qin Xinghong was now logging off. Did he not regard the world's most beautiful person highly enough? Having spoken, he made to depart, fearing that if he lingered too long, he would face a third forced log-off. While the freedom in Jianghu Xiaoyao was extensive, it strictly prohibited any disharmony. Even players could not gaze upon their own characters, let alone those of others, yet Xia Lanyi would not let him go so easily. She approached, wrapping her arms around Qin Xinghong's neck, whispering into his ear, you must be quite tired today, how about resting here tonight? With a thud, Qin Xinghong collapsed to the ground, instantly asleep. Xia Lanyi squatted down, poking his seemingly slumbering face, unable to suppress her laughter once more. Fool. Chapter 80. A certain deal. The following day, Qin Xinghong logged in to discover that he was reclining on a bed within the guest room of Xia Lanyi's quaint abode. Recalling the events of the previous night, he couldn't help but press his forehead in exasperation. He had made quite the fool of himself in front of Xia Lanyi, albeit at the hands of his lover's playful teasing. He had assumed that after spending so much time with her, he had developed a certain immunity, yet with just a gentle provocation from Xia Lanyi, he would crumble entirely. Truly, it was rather pitiful. Despite his self-deprecating thoughts, Qin Xinghong felt a sweetness in his heart. Even though he had not slept well throughout the night, he still rose early to log into the game and seek out Xia Lanyi. After wandering around the small house without finding her, he speculated that she might have gone to patrol the upper floors, so he pushed open the door and stepped outside. As he emerged from the cottage, he caught sight of a graceful figure clad in blue beneath the peach blossom tree. Xia Lanyi was engaged in conversation with two familiar faces. The novice god and the flower thief. Upon noticing Qin Xinghong, the novice god's initial joy was swiftly overshadowed by confusion. Why on earth was Qin Xinghong emerging from the residence of the enchanting Xia Lanyi? The flower thief, particularly astute in such matters, scrutinized Qin Xinghong with hawk-like eyes, searching for any telltale signs. Although Qin Xinghong presented a facade of uprightness with his prominent brows and deep-set eyes, he bore a dubious past. The flower thief harbored lingering resentment over their previous setback at the Summer River, where the selfish nature of Qin Xinghong, who had refused to allow anyone else to gaze upon Xia Lanyi after having seen her beauty, rankled him deeply. Fortunately, the flower thief had been fortunate enough to behold Xia Lanyi's visage through his own skills. Qin Xinghong approached with composure, greeting Xia Lanyi with a casual, "Good morning, landlord." She nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate in front of the two outsiders, and spoke in her NPC tone, "The Qiangli Yui will commence in 3 days. All matters must be attended to diligently. Do you understand?" The trio nodded in agreement, and Xia Lanyi discreetly cast a glance at Qin Xinghong before turning and re-entering the cottage. As soon as she left, the novice god seized Qin Xinghong's sleeve, demanding, "Qin, how is it that you emerged from Xia Lanyi's quarters? Were you perhaps sharing a bed with her last night?" The novice god's bold conjecture left him wide-eyed, nearly stammering in disbelief. He had barely managed to sleep after catching a glimpse of Xia Lanyi's true form just yesterday, and now it seemed that Qin Xinghong had spent the night alone with her. Qin Xinghong cleared his throat. "What are you imagining? The game allows for a maximum of 20 consecutive hours online. I logged off quite abruptly last night, which is why I appeared in the cottage this morning." His words were entirely truthful, albeit overly innocent, as he conveniently omitted any less than pure details. While he would have relished the opportunity to share a bed with Xia Lanyi, the game simply did not permit it. The novice god, realizing the likelihood of this explanation, nodded in understanding. After all, it made no sense that all players were equal, yet Qin Xinghong could sleep in Xia Lanyi's room while he couldn't even step inside. However, the flower thief remained skeptical, regarding him with a discerning gaze. 2 months ago, you were already able to row a boat with Xia Lanyi on the lake. I wonder how high your favorability rating stands now. Qin Xinghong raised an eyebrow. This individual was remarkably perceptive. He recalled that he had received a favorability notification from the game last night, though he had yet to check it. Opening his status bar, he discovered that Xia Lanyi had granted him an additional 5 points, bringing his total favorability to 75 points. Just 5 more points would elevate him to the highest level of intimacy. Regarding this favorability rating, Qin Xinghong felt both satisfaction and discontent. He was undoubtedly the player with the highest favorability towards Xia Lanyi, far ahead of others, yet he was dissatisfied that the maximum was 100 points, and he still had 25 points to work toward. He mused that he needed to exert even more effort. The novice god, curious about Qin Xinghong's current favorability, noticed his prolonged silence and mistakenly assumed that he was embarrassed due to a low score. He placed a hand on Qin Xinghong's shoulder, offering, "Brother Qin, your favorability must be around 30 points, right? Gaining favor with Xia Lanyi is no easy feat, so that is quite impressive." Qin Xinghong shot him a bemused glance. "Apologies, but that is more than double your estimate." The novice god had recently suffered a significant deduction in favorability from Xia Lanyi, even sinking to negative points, which nearly rendered him unable to accept tasks. Qin Xinghong was aware of this and contemplated simply agreeing to avoid diminishing the novice god's confidence. Just as he hesitated, the novice god began to boast, "Regardless, Brother Qin, even if your favorability is low, it must still surpass mine." Yesterday, we accidentally caught a glimpse of Xia Lanyi's true form and lost 20 points of favorability in an instant. Now, my score has plummeted into the negatives, yet, it was worth it, seeing the most beautiful woman in the world, even if it cost me dearly. Qin Xinghong's brows furrowed at this revelation. How exactly did you see her? Seeing his reaction, the novice god assumed it was envy, and his expression grew increasingly smug. It was quite the coincidence. Yesterday, I had important news to report to Xia Lanyi alongside Brother Flower Thief, and we happened upon her without her veil or mask. Although we were nearly struck down by her wrath, it wasn't a real concern. As players, we cannot be truly harmed. A little healing potion suffices. However, this embarrassing tale is best kept from you. Qin Xinghong raised an eyebrow. So it was an accidental encounter. As long as you didn't offend her, that is acceptable. Yet, he still felt a surge of irritation, and any remnants of sympathy for the novice god evaporated. He deliberately remarked, "To be honest, my current favorability is nearly 75 points. What did you say?" The novice god and Flower Thief's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced they had misheard. 75 points, are you certain you didn't misread that? Surely, it cannot be more than 25. Qin Xinghong chuckled lightly, effortlessly revealing his status bar for them to see. To prevent any self-deception, the status bar displayed his favorability with Xia Lanyi as 75 points, with the current relationship status listed as courtship. The two, whose favorability ratings languished at -18 and -20, stared at Qin Xinghong's status bar in shock, muttering, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." Seeing their spirits deflate, Qin Xinghong retracted the status bar and, having finished his modest display of triumph, stated, "I must attend to a task now. Farewell, gentlemen." Just as he prepared to depart, the novice god and Flower Thief suddenly lunged at him, each grasping one of his legs. The novice god, ever adaptable, flatteringly implored, "Brother Qin, esteemed one, I beseech you to impart some wisdom. How did you manage to amass such favorability with Xia Lanyi?" The Flower Thief nodded in admiration. "Brother Qin, I knew I was right about you. You exude experience, let us engage in a friendly exchange." What a peculiar proposition. He could not allow such misconceptions to persist. How had he become the epitome of experience? If Xia Lanyi were to overhear this, it would lead to complications. Qin Xinghong coldly replied, "There is nothing to disclose, I simply possess good fortune." "Do not be so unyielding, Brother Qin, we have faced life and death together." Engaging in a game task hardly constituted a matter of life and death, yet Qin Xinghong found himself firmly ensnared by their grip, dragging the two human-shaped figurines toward the Peach Blossom Grove's exit. As he remained resolute in his silence, the novice god suddenly recalled something, his eyes lighting up. He withdrew one hand and produced a stack of paper from his pocket. "Brother Qin, how about we strike a deal?" Chapter 81. All eyes on beauty. Qin Xinghong gazed at the pile of ink-stained papers in his hands, his brow furrowing in discontent. The manuscript was more akin to scribbles than a musical score. The novice deity sheepishly scratched the back of his head, attempting to defend himself. "I merely lack proficiency with the brush. In reality, my handwriting is quite commendable." Qin Xinghong chose not to expose him. Although the score was poorly rendered, the composition itself was indeed a remarkable piece. He was taken aback by the hidden talent of this seemingly eccentric individual. Truly, one must not judge by appearances, for the gaming world was rife with hidden talents. Casting a glance at him, Qin Xinghong inquired, "What sort of transaction do you propose?" The novice deity rubbed his hands together eagerly. "Isn't the Qion Lu Yuyen about to commence, Qin? Have you not prepared your performance yet? This piece, titled The Greatest Under Heaven, was composed especially for the enchanting Xia Marin. It is sure to astound at the Qion Lu Yuyen. While I cannot guarantee the top spot, securing a place in the top 3 is absolutely within reach." Excitement gleamed in his eyes. This composition was the culmination of his all-nighter, a true masterpiece. Upon glimpsing Xia Lanyi's true beauty, the novice deity's inspiration flowed like a spring, rendering his previous half-composed piece obsolete as he crafted The Greatest Under Heaven anew. "Qin, shall we compete together with this piece? All I ask is that you share how you garnered Xia Marin's favor." Qin Xinghong raised an eyebrow. He had indeed been troubled over what to perform at the Qion Lu Yuyen. This score felt like a timely gift, especially as it was tailored for Xia Lanyi. The novice deity looked at him with eager anticipation, convinced that Qin Xinghong would not decline the offer. Although he had penned the composition, it required a performer to bring it to life. The novice deity himself neither played an instrument nor sang, leaving him no choice but to seek collaboration. Furthermore, he had just undertaken a secret mission assigned by Xia Lanyi, and would be absent from the tower during the Qion Lu Yuyen festivities, making it impossible for him to take the stage even if he desired to. Thus, by striking a deal with Qin Xinghong, he would not only secure a reliable partner but also uncover the means to win Xia Lanyi's affection. Two birds with one stone, indeed. How astute he was. The novice deity reveled in his cleverness, feeling a surge of pride in his intelligence. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Xinghong stored the score in his game inventory, consenting to the deal. The novice deity and the flower-thieving rogue rubbed their hands together in excitement, eagerly urging Qin Xinghong with their gaze to divulge the secret. Unperturbed, Qin Xinghong retrieved paper and pen from his inventory, inscribing a few words before folding the paper with care and solemnly handing it to the novice deity. "I have written the secret on it. Study it diligently, both of you." Seeing Qin Xinghong's serious demeanor, the two adopted a respectful attitude, accepting the folded paper as if it were a sacred edict. The flower-thieving rogue impatiently tugged at the novice deity's arm. "Hurry, open it and see." Though the novice deity was equally anxious, he patiently unfolded the paper, fearful of tearing it. Upon discerning the words inscribed, his mouth fell agape, his pupils trembling in disbelief. The paper boldly proclaimed 3 words: "Be handsome." Both stared in astonishment, their eyes glazing over, and immediately turned to confront Qin Xinghong. However, they soon realized he had vanished without a trace. The novice deity, trembling as he clutched the note, stared incredulously at the flower-thieving rogue. "Have we been played?" After a brief moment of shock, the flower-thieving rogue stroked his chin thoughtfully. "No, I believe Qin Xinghong has spoken the truth." Reflecting on their previous encounter with the flower-thieving bee, he recalled asking Qin Xinghong a similar question, to which he had replied, "Perhaps it is because I am handsome." It seemed they could now ascertain that Xia Lanyi was indeed a connoisseur of beauty. This was not difficult to comprehend. The Qianlu only accepted disciples of both exquisite appearance and skill, and as the head of the tower, it was entirely natural for Xia Lanyi to share this preference. His analysis held some merit, yet the novice deity still felt an inkling that something was amiss. That he touched his own face, puzzled. "But I consider myself quite handsome as well. Why does Xia Maran not favor me?" The flower-thieving rogue cast a knowing glance at him, patting his shoulder. "One must possess self-awareness. If your allure is but a muted sheen, mine is positively radiant. If someone as handsome as he could not capture Xia Lanyi's attention, how could the novice deity expect to?" After a moment's reflection, the novice deity grasped the flower-thieving rogue's implication, exclaiming, "You may insult my character, but you shall not belittle my looks." As tensions rose between the two players, Xia Lanyi, observing the commotion from her chamber, turned to the cloaked figure behind her and said, "Since all is in readiness, take those 2 away." Xingming nodded in agreement, his form darting like a specter, and in an instant, he appeared behind the novice deity and the flower-thieving rogue, seizing them by the scruffs of their necks and lifting them effortlessly into the air. As their startled cries faded into the distance, Xia Lanyi smirked, finally dispatching these 2 bothersome individuals. Having completed the last of his daily tasks, Qin Xinghong received a reward of 5,000 experience points, elevating his level to 61. He had now established himself as a top-tier expert, far ahead of many players still struggling in their 40s. In just 9 short days, Qin Xinghong had ascended from level 47 to 61, a remarkable pace, propelling him to the pinnacle of the player rankings. The news of the Qianlu's upcoming Yuyan had spread, inciting envy among other players, particularly those not affiliated with the Qianlu. They watched as his rank soared, their eyes turning green with jealousy. Just look at the Qianlu players, they not only have beautiful NPCs to admire daily but also an abundance of quests to undertake. Qin Xinghong, in particular, seemed to have rocketed to success. How they lamented their fate of not being born into the Qianlu. Qin Xinghong felt a sense of satisfaction with his progress for the day, having barely met his leveling goal. As the Qianlu Yuyan approached, preparations were nearly complete, and the available quests dwindled. Had it not been for Xia Lanyi's special attention, his leveling would not have been so smooth. After all, other players were equally diligent in pursuing quests. They clamored to seize every opportunity, regardless of size. He often wondered how many of them had exhausted their resources. Meanwhile, the tasks assigned by Xia Lanyi were exclusively designated for him, sparing him the anxiety of missing out on opportunities. Qin Xinghong found himself pondering whether Xia Lanyi, as an NPC, truly wielded such authority to expedite his leveling process by actively assigning him tasks. Could she even create quests in the absence of existing ones? Or was it merely coincidence that he encountered her during the Qianlu Yuyan festivities? His thoughts whirled, but he chose not to delve deeper. Ultimately, his goal remained clear, to reach level 81 within a month and accompany Xia Lanyi to the palace. Glimpsing the time, he noted it was nearly the hour he had arranged to meet his friend. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to visit Xia Lanyi before logging off. Xia Lanyi was seated in her chamber, playing the guqin. Upon noticing Qin Xinghong's arrival, she paused, raising an eyebrow. "Have you reached the pinnacle of martial skill?" Though phrased as a question, her tone conveyed certainty. Qin Xinghong nodded, refraining from questioning how she discerned this so effortlessly, assuming that experts in the realm of carefree mastery possessed such abilities. Xia Lanyi resumed playing the piece Snowy Night, listening to the qin. Qin Xinghong settled beside her and inquired, "It seems the master has a fondness for this piece. Will it be performed at the Qianlu Yuyan?" Chapter 82. The gossip of elders. Xia Lanyi nodded slightly. Although he had begun to grasp the nuances of infusing emotion into his playing, he still excelled most in performing Snowy Night, listening to the qin. His renditions of other pieces were somewhat lacking. The guests at the Qianlu Yuan were numerous, many of whom were well-versed in the art of the guqin. Thus, he could not afford to present a lackluster performance, lest he tarnish the reputation of their esteemed establishment. After hearing Xia Lanyi play Snowy Night, listening to the qin for the first time, Qin Xinghong took to the internet to research the piece, only to discover that it was an original composition, with no references to any existing musical works. This revelation was astonishing. Even in this age of advanced technology, artificial intelligence could not replicate human creativity, yet the game mastermind of Jianghu Xiaoyao had produced such a legendary guqin piece. Of course, it was also possible that this composition was specifically commissioned by the creators of Jianghu Xiaoyao from a composer, but Qin Xinghong found no evidence to support that theory. Xia Lanyi remarked, "Interestingly, this piece was a love token given by Uncle Lin to Uncle Lu. It had never been unveiled before this occasion. They permitted me to perform it at the Qianlu Yuan, likely in hopes of letting such a beautiful melody endure through time." Qin Xinghong was taken aback. "Uncle Lin and Uncle Lu, did the host refer to In Shueshu and Lu Chongqin?" Xia Lanyi nodded, raising an eyebrow at him. "You seem quite surprised. Did you not notice their relationship?" Qin Xinghong fell silent. It was only upon Xia Lanyi's remark that he recognized how inseparable the two were, akin to conjoined twins. He had not realized the nature of their bond. In truth, the name Snowy Night listening to the Qin was a rather obvious hint, referring specifically to Yin Shueshu and Lu Changqin. Qin Xinghong inwardly clicked his tongue, truly deserving of praise, as the seniors were adept at showcasing their affections. He felt he had much to learn. He wondered how Yin and Lu had come to be together. Xiaolani's lips curved into a slight smile, revealing that he had not overlooked Qin Xinghong's curiosity. He then continued, in the past, Uncle Yin made considerable sacrifices to be with Uncle Lu, relinquishing much in the process. Suddenly, he shifted the subject, seemingly mentioning an unrelated name. Have you heard of Wang Fuyuan? The abrupt change in topic momentarily stunned Qin Xinghong, who took a moment to recall the familiar name. During the beta testing, his birthplace was Xiaoxiang Academy, where he had heard NPCs speak of the illustrious achievements of the academy's outstanding graduate, Wang Fuyuan. Are you referring to the current Prime Minister and one of the 4 great masters of the royal court? Xiaolani nodded. 20 years ago, Wang Fuyuan achieved the remarkable feat of being the top scholar, becoming a household name in Daong. Even now, he is still fondly remembered, yet, few can recall who the second and third place candidates were. Yin Shueshu was the third place scholar that year. In terms of talent, Yin Shueshu was not inferior to Wang Fuyuan. However, the late emperor wished to bestow the honor of top scholar upon Wang Fuyuan to inspire scholars across the land, thus granting Wang the title, while Yin Shueshu became the third place scholar due to his striking looks. Qin Xinghong was surprised to learn that Yin Shueshu had indeed passed the imperial examinations and had nearly become the top scholar. Such a person should have been utilized by the court, yet he had instead become a teacher in the Jianghu. So, Uncle Yin gave up the opportunity to serve in the court for Uncle Lu and became a member of our Qianglu. Xiaolani shot him a sidelong glance, noting his familiarity with referring to himself as part of the Qianglu. He chuckled softly. Merely giving up an opportunity does not encompass the extent of his sacrifices. Yin Shueshu hails from a prominent family. His father is the current Prime Minister, Yin Fengli. When his cherished son fell in love with a man, how could Prime Minister Yin accept this? He presented Yin Shueshu with 2 choices: either sever ties with Lu Changqin and marry a woman to enter officialdom, or they would sever all father-son relations, forcing Yin Shueshu to leave the Yin family. It was evident how Yin Shueshu chose. Had he selected the former, he would not be present at the Qianglu today. Qin Xinghong could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Uncle Yin's feelings for Uncle Lu were indeed profound. Xiaolani lowered his gaze, his fingertips gently plucking the strings of the guqin. Although Uncle Yin had not shown it outwardly over the years, there had always been a sense of guilt lingering in their father-son relationship, leaving one to wonder if there would ever be a chance to resolve it. Qin Xinghong felt a stirring in his heart. This sounded like there was a task at hand. However, this time, the system's notification did not sound, and Xiaolani did not continue speaking. Xiaolani rested his chin on Qin Xinghong's shoulder and leaned in closer, whispering softly, "The night is deep, will you be staying here with me tonight?" Qin Xinghong's Adam's apple bobbed. Though he understood that Xiaolani was merely teasing him and did not mean it in a literal sense, he could not help but be drawn in each time. When Qin Xinghong logged off, half an hour had passed. He checked the time and realized he was already 20 minutes late for the appointment with his friend. He hurried into the online room that his friend had prepared, apologizing, "I'm sorry for being late." A clear, pleasant male voice greeted him from the other side, laced with amusement. "Old Qin, this is unlike you. Tell me the truth. Have you recently started dating? You've hardly streamed your gameplay lately and now you're late." Qin Xinghong was speechless. Was his behavior really that obvious? How had both of them guessed correctly? In front of his good friend, he did not hide the truth, laughing. "Indeed, I am in a relationship." His friend exclaimed, expressing his surprise. "I never thought this iron tree would bloom one day. I'm curious, what kind of stunning beauty has captured your heart? I'll let you know when the opportunity arises." Qin Xinghong chuckled. "Now, let us not waste any more time. Let us get started." His friend sent a disdainful emoji. "I must say, the piece you sent me is truly remarkable. Could you introduce me to the composer someday?" "Of course, that is no issue." Qin Xinghong nodded. "I've been quite busy lately, but I'll find a chance to ask in a few days. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye, and the Qianglu Yuan officially commenced. Guests began to arrive at the Qianglu from the morning onward. The players of Qianglu undertook the reception tasks, collecting fees at the entrance with ease. The entry tickets for the Qianglu Yuan were divided into 3 tiers. The third tier was a wooden ticket, priced at 300 taels of silver. The second tier was a golden ticket, costing 500 taels of silver, and the highest tier was a jade ticket, priced at 1,000 taels of silver. Upon learning of these prices, none could suppress their astonishment. The Qianglu could have simply taken the money without offering tickets. The players of Qianglu secretly rejoiced, fortunate to be disciples of the Qianglu, allowing them to attend the Yuan without needing to purchase tickets, thus saving a significant sum. However, players from other factions were less fortunate, as the game's silver was primarily obtained through task rewards, with no means of direct monetary transactions. Moreover, expenditures for food and lodging within the game were quite substantial. For most, accumulating 200 to 300 taels of silver over time was already a considerable achievement. Excited players hurried to Yunmeng County, only to discover that the entry tickets for the Qianglu Yuan were exorbitantly priced, forcing them to contemplate selling their possessions for a mere wooden ticket. Some extravagant players found themselves unable to afford even the wooden ticket, left to gaze longingly at the Qianglu from outside. In an instant, players erupted in curses, denouncing the game developers for their greed, lamenting that they were being exploited within the game, and challenging them to open a direct recharge channel. The players of Qianglu reveled in their misfortune, fanning the flames further. "Those aspiring to attend our Qianglu Yuan, you must act quickly. The entry tickets are limited. Once they are sold out, there will be no more." Xiaolani, well versed in the principles of scarcity marketing, noted that there were only 38 jade tickets, 108 golden tickets, and 388 wooden tickets available, totaling just over 500 spots. Upon hearing of the limited availability, players who had initially hesitated about spending money no longer wavered. They surged forward to snatch up tickets, fearing that they would miss out if they delayed even a moment. Chapter 83 Childhood Sweethearts. In truth, the game's mastermind was well aware that the players possessed limited funds, with only wooden tokens and a scant few golden tokens prepared for them. The coveted jade tokens were predominantly in the hands of NPCs, nevertheless, there were exceptions. Liu Qingbai approached the entrance reserved for esteemed guests holding first-rate jade tokens, producing a piece of exquisite sheep fat jade inscribed with intricate carvings from his sleeve. The NPC disciple in charge of reception accepted the jade token for verification, subsequently breaking into a sweet smile. It was none other than Manager Liu of the Golden Scale Trading Company. Welcome to the Qiangle Jade Feast. Please follow me, he said. Liu Qingbai nodded nonchalantly, following the NPC disciple into the Qiangle with the players scrambling for wooden tokens stood dumbfounded. Who was this prominent figure capable of affording a jade token? It should be noted that jade tokens from Qiangle were not merely available to the wealthy, one had to possess a certain social standing and undergo Qiangle's authentication to acquire a jade token. Consequently, many guests attending the Qiangle Jade Feast did so not only to relish the performances and beauty but also to elevate their social status, taking pride in having attended the feast. During the new year, one might boast to relatives, "Did you attend this year's Qiangle Jade Feast?" "I did, and I must say, the performances were truly splendid." "Must be from some major sect, right?" "It's undoubtedly more than that." "I am from Wudong, and even with sufficient funds, I cannot purchase a jade token." "Goodness brother, how did you amass such wealth? Share your secrets." "Damn it, isn't that Liu Qingbai? It's him. The very one who swindled me during the martial arts matchmaking, no wonder he is so affluent." "So, this is the illustrious Liu. He is ranked first on the players' wealth leaderboard and has already ascended to the position of branch manager at the Golden Scale Trading Company. This unscrupulous capitalist, using the money he swindled from us to indulge in the Qiangle Jade Feast. Brothers, could someone enlighten me? What is the background of this esteemed individual? It's evident you didn't participate in the martial arts matchmaking at Luoxia Water Stronghold. This unscrupulous capitalist exploited the event to set up gambling schemes and rig matches, deceiving countless players. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't even be unable to afford a wooden token." Xia Lanyu and Qin Xinghong observed the guests entering Qiangle from the rooftop of a small building. Upon spotting a familiar figure, Qin Xinghong raised an eyebrow. He was surprised to see Liu Qingbai. The virtual-to-reality project they had discussed would soon be implemented, yet here was the owner indulging in a game, truly a distraction from his duties. Contemplating this, Qin Xinghong glanced at Xia Lanyu, curious about how she would fare in the real world. Xia Lanyu noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What is on your mind?" Qin Xinghong smiled, "I wish to take the owner to see my hometown." Xia Lanyu was taken aback. As a player, he had no hometown in the game. If one were to assert such, it would merely be the real world. How could a game NPC like him traverse into reality? Had Qin Xinghong forgotten that this was a virtual realm, and he was a virtual being? He was acutely aware of Xia Lanyu's every movement, even discerning her mood from the slightest shift in her expression. For reasons unknown, his question seemed to dampen her spirits. He stepped closer, took her hand, and kissed her wrist. "I apologize if my question was too abrupt." If one were to ponder deeply, his inquiry could easily be interpreted as a desire to introduce his partner to his parents, a notion quite hasty given their recent relationship. Qin Xinghong hurriedly clarified, "I merely wished to show you the scenery of my hometown, I meant no other implication." Xia Lanyu glanced at where he had kissed her. The small mark left by the red thread of longing had healed long ago, leaving no trace of past scars. Though Qin Xinghong spoke little of it, he was evidently concerned. A wave of warmth surged through Xia Lanyu. She wrapped her arms around Qin Xinghong's neck, leaning into his embrace and softly scolding him, "You fool." The desire to bring him into the real world stemmed from a genuine wish to spend a lifetime with this virtual game NPC. Was it not foolishness? Despite being admonished, Qin Xinghong felt no displeasure. Her voice was soft and gentle, more akin to a playful tease than a rebuke, akin to a kitten's paw, tickling his heart. "Lanyu." Xia Lanyu paused imperceptibly. Qin Xinghong typically referred to her as the owner, and hearing her name felt somewhat disconcerting. Their eyes locked, emotion surged, and beneath the surface, the red thread of longing shimmered, binding them together. As their noses almost touched, and their lips were on the verge of meeting, a sudden rustle from the entrance interrupted them. Xia Lanyu reacted swiftly, pushing Qin Xinghong away and donning a mask from the table. The newcomer was a striking woman clad in crimson attire, exuding an air of elegance and coolness, her dark hair tied into a high ponytail, radiating confidence. She was none other than Gongsun Yui, the highest martial prowess within Qiangle, a level 112 grandmaster. Gongsun Yui, the martial arts instructor at Qiangle, was responsible for teaching the disciples their skills. Since Qin Xinghong was a disciple of Wudong, he did not require her tutelage, thus, this was his first encounter with her. At this moment, Gongsun Yui was also assessing Qin Xinghong. Before entering, she had caught a glimpse through the beaded curtain, noting the intimate demeanor between the Wudong disciple and Xia Lanyu, confirming the rumors circulating within the building. Clearing her throat, Xia Lanyu addressed her, "Yui, how did your task fare?" Gongsun Yui withdrew her gaze, responding earnestly, returning to the owner, "All areas within the building are secured with hidden sentries. Should anyone infiltrate, we shall be alerted. However, we have yet to discover any traces of the Xinyan sect." Xia Lanyu pondered. Although Muli was a madman, he was also intelligent. If it were easy to trace the Xinyan sect, the martial world and the Central Plains would not have been in such turmoil for so long. He turned to Gongsun Yui. "The Qiangle Jade Feast spans 3 days. The Xinyan sect may appear at any moment, so ensure the disciples remain vigilant." Gongsun Yuyi nodded in agreement but hesitated, glancing back and forth between the two. Xia Lanyi squinted. Yuyi, do you have something to say? After a brief moment of hesitation, Gongsun Yuyi finally closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and pointed at Qin Xinghong, voicing a question she had long withheld. Xia Lanyi, do you have feelings for this Wudong disciple? Xia Lanyi regarded Qin Xinghong and replied plainly, indeed. Gongsun Yuyi's eyes widened. Though she had her suspicions, hearing Xia Lanyi confirm their relationship was a different matter entirely. Qin Xinghong felt as if he had been immersed in honey. How could Xia Lanyi so openly acknowledge their bond before others? Witnessing the corners of Qin Xinghong's mouth struggling to contain a smile, Gongsun Yuyi felt a rush of indignation. Just moments before, he had appeared quite handsome, yet now he seemed utterly detestable. With a hint of displeasure, she inquired, Xia Lanyi, were you not the one who looked down upon Wudong the most? How could you develop feelings for a Wudong disciple? Xia Lanyi replied coolly, my affection for him is unrelated to his identity. Seeing the seriousness in his demeanor, Gongsun Yuyi found herself at a loss for words, sighing, once you set your heart on someone or something, it remains unchanged. She cast a sidelong glance at Qin Xinghong, her eyes filled with bitterness and reluctance. When we were children, I vowed to marry you when we grew up. Since you now have someone in your heart, that promise no longer holds weight. Xia Lanyi couldn't help but laugh. It was merely a childhood whim and held no value, especially since she never agreed at the time. Gongsun Yuyi pouted, her face a picture of regret. If only you hadn't grown more attractive, had you turned out less appealing, I wouldn't still be pining for you. Upon hearing the word pining, Qin Xinghong grew tense, instinctively grasping Xia Lanyi's hand to assert his claim. His rivals were indeed numerous. He had previously only been wary of players, neglecting the NPCs. It seemed Xia Lanyi and Gongsun Yuyi shared a childhood bond. With the air cleared, Gongsun Yuyi resumed her composed demeanor, casting a final scrutinizing glance at Qin Xinghong as she prepared to depart, huffing lightly, consider yourself fortunate, lad. Qin Xinghong discerned her meaning and graciously interpreted her gaze as Gongsun Yuyi's blessing for him and Xia Lanyi. Chapter 84 of The Prince and the County King. Although Xia Lanyi had personally helped him drive away his romantic rival, Qin Xinghong still felt a twinge of jealousy. The host and Gongsun Jiaoshi were childhood sweethearts? Xia Lanyi chuckled lightly, pinching a sour grape and placing it into his mouth. Indeed, I grew up alongside Yuyi. What, do you have any objections? How could Qin Xinghong dare to voice any objections? He merely pressed his lips together and swallowed the sour grape, an air of acidity enveloping him. Xia Lanyi playfully pinched his chin and laughed. Yuyi is 2 years my junior. I have always regarded her as a younger sister. Was that merely a childhood jest, and yet you were so concerned? Qin Xinghong felt that he should not be so childish, but his feelings for Xia Lanyi ran too deep. He could not bear the thought of anyone else encroaching upon what belonged to him. Xia Lanyi found his pitiful demeanor rather endearing and teased. If I told you that Yuyi once claimed she would marry Uncle Lu and Uncle Lin when she was young, would that alleviate your discomfort? Qin Xinghong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Gongsun Yuyi was quite the formidable woman. Observing his dazed expression, Xia Lanyi laughed. Yuyi simply has a penchant for handsome individuals. She has mentioned wanting to marry at least half of the residents of Kyanji-Yula. It was only as she matured that she began to restrain herself, adopting the demeanor of a grandmaster. Qin Xinghong wrapped his arms around her gently, pulling her closer as he sat down, realizing that Gongsun Yuyi was merely infatuated with beauty and not truly enamored with Xia Lanyi. Truly, she was a person of Kyanji-Yula. However, he still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, a hint of grievance in his tone. You refer to Gongsun Jiaoshi so affectionately, yet you have never called me in such a manner. Xia Lanyi always addressed Qin Xinghong by his full name, surprised that he would care about such trivialities. Xia Lanyi found that when Qin Xinghong called her name, it indeed stirred something within her. There should be reciprocity in such matters. With a slight blush gracing her ears, she placed her hand on Qin Xinghong's shoulder and whispered softly in his ear, Qin Lang. The warm breath escaping her lips sent a delightful shiver through him, and Qin Xinghong's expression grew serious as he struggled with an involuntary reaction, only to find himself collapsing to the ground moments later. Xia Lanyi, seated upon Qin Xinghong's lap, nearly toppled over with him, her serene demeanor disrupted by his unexpected fainting. A rare look of confusion crossed his face. How had Qin Xinghong once again succumbed so easily? He had not engaged in any overtly provocative actions. Why was it that since they had begun their romantic entanglement, Qin Xinghong's resistance seemed to diminish? Their interactions had only grown more frequent and intimate. It should not have been this way. In truth, Qin Xinghong had not fainted from a racing heart. Rather, he had unwittingly violated the game system's rule against excessive intimacy. Rising from the gaming pod, Qin Xinghong glanced at the part of his body that required censoring, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. As a serious gaming blogger, he found himself loathing certain legitimate game mechanics at this moment. The first day of the Qiangli Yuyan was merely for welcoming guests to check in and enjoy the breathtaking views of Yunmengs. The various activities would commence the following day. The names of esteemed guests included Lian Feng, the deputy master of Yaowang Valley, Lu Qingbai, the manager of the Jilin Trading Company branch, Prince Gong, Xiao Yutong, and Wuchan, the monk from Mingtiac. As Xia Lanyi perused the guest list, he noted that those he had just mentioned were all distinguished guests for this event. Truly, the Qiangli Yuyan was bustling with esteemed visitors. His gaze lingered on an unfamiliar name, raising an eyebrow. How had he never heard of the Dawan County King? Agutai, Dawan Hongxiu reported. I have already dispatched someone to verify. Recently, Dawan indeed ennobled a man named Agutai as a county king. This individual is not of royal blood but is said to have gained the favor of the Dawan ruler, thus receiving the title. She hesitated. Dawan is one of the small nations in the western regions. Master, do you think this Dawan County King could be connected to the Shenyang sect? The Shenyang sect has been stirring turmoil in the martial arts world of Central Plains. Dewan, being in the western regions, cannot possibly be unaware of it. At such a tense juncture, this county king chooses to venture into the central plains. It is difficult not to suspect he harbors ulterior motives. Xiaolani closed the roster, casting his gaze downward, regardless of any potential connections. We must remain cautious of this Dewan County king. Send 2 disciples to shadow him. Let us not allow any trouble to arise. Duan Hongxiu nodded in agreement and stepped out, casually selecting 2 fortunate players to issue an adventure task. Xiaolani's fingers tapped lightly on the roster. The Dewan County king was secondary, being a person from the western regions, but Prince Gong, Xiao Yutong, warranted closer scrutiny. Prince Gong, Xiao Yutong, was the younger brother of the late emperor, only a few years older than the current sovereign, and he was also a level 116 grandmaster, one of the 4 grandmasters of the royal family, an individual of true noble lineage, ranking just below the emperor. Xiaolani pondered how to enter the imperial palace without raising suspicion. Perhaps Prince Gong represented a potential breakthrough. Meanwhile, within the water pavilion over Yunmeng's, a man appearing to be in his 30s was indulging in wine while enjoying the performances. Qianji Yula certainly lived up to its reputation. The performances here far surpassed those of the courtesse dancers, which had grown stale over the years, lacking any fresh flair. Seated beside him was a masked figure clad in fitted attire, slender and sharp in appearance, reminiscent of a finely honed blade. When Xiao Yutong spoke to him, the masked man merely grunted in response, continuing to savor the pastries on the table. Seeing his companion engrossed in eating, Xiao Yutong, with a hint of exasperation, pushed the pastry platter closer. 14. I have expended considerable wealth to bring you to Qianji Yula for a respite, and all you do is eat. 14 glanced up at him, his expression devoid of emotion. I appreciate your concern, your highness, but I find no enjoyment in such things. Perhaps I should fetch Lu to accompany you instead? Each esteemed guest was permitted to bring an additional person. Even though Xiao Yutong was a prince, he had to adhere to the rules and could only bring in 1 guard. Noting 14's lack of appreciation for the entertainment, Xiao Yutong sighed, summoning a disciple from Qianji Yula, instructing him to bring more pastries. The NPC disciple smiled sincerely. Please wait a moment, esteemed guests. As 14 was nearing the end of the table laden with pastries, Xiao Yutong felt a pang of regret, not because he was reluctant for 14 to eat, but because the delicacies of Qianji Yula were extraordinarily pricey. Each platter of snacks cost at least 2 taels of silver. Even as a prince, he found it somewhat burdensome. 14's appetite seemed insatiable, devouring plate after plate without any visible effect, his waist and abdomen still as slender as if nearly a palm's width. Xiao Yutong narrowed his eyes, pinching 14's thin arm. Where does all the food you consume go? You eat incessantly yet remain so slim. 14 paused in his eating, glancing at the area Xiao Yutong had pinched, feeling that his entire arm was somewhat amiss, and his appetite diminished significantly. Your Highness, please focus on the performances. I shall simply eat less with that. He subtly shifted his position, distancing himself from Xiao Yutong. Xiao Yutong noticed his small maneuver, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that his shadow guard was rejecting him? Chapter 85. Stealthy movements. By the time Qin Xinghong logged back in, it was already evening. It was not that he was unwilling to return, but rather he had been penalized for a violation, resulting in a 6-hour ban from the game. A subsequent infraction would lead to a 24-hour suspension, and a third offense could potentially culminate in a permanent account ban. Upon noticing his return, Xiaolani teasingly remarked, having slept the entire day away, will you be able to sleep tonight? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Xinghong coughed lightly and replied, I shall keep watch for the host tonight. Although he was unable to log into the game, Qin Xinghong did not remain idle. His frequency of live streaming had significantly decreased, to the point where he only broadcasted once every 2 or 3 days, and the content primarily consisted of mundane daily tasks, with Xiaolani's presence virtually absent. The fans expressed their dissatisfaction, and Qin Xinghong's private messages were nearing a breaking point. In a moment of desperation, he posted a teaser, assuring them of a live stream for the upcoming Qiangli Yuyan banquet in a few days, which quelled their unrest. Deep down, Qin Xinghong recognized that he had somewhat neglected his audience. His current success was entirely reliant on their support, and he should not have overlooked the importance of streaming. In addition to appeasing his fans, Qin Xinghong also browsed the game forum to gather intelligence about the Imperial Palace and the Shenyang sect. To his astonishment, he discovered that players were once again preparing for a significant event. The Qiangli Yuyan banquet had attracted players from all corners of the realm, and at 300 taels of silver per wooden token, it was a costly affair. They certainly would not miss such a splendid opportunity to unveil the true visage of the world's most beautiful woman, Xiaolani. The players exhibited remarkable organizational skills. A rallying cry on the game forum elicited responses from hundreds of participants, and within half a day, a majority of those attending the Qiangli Yuyan banquet had been mobilized. The leader of the Lift Your Veil organization, known as the Flower Picker, had mysteriously vanished, leaving the position to his former deputy, who went by the ID Heartstealer. Heartstealer had exhausted his resources to gather 500 taels of silver to purchase a golden token, vowing to unveil Xiaolani's veil at the forthcoming banquet for the benefit of all. A total of 372 players were set to attend the Qiangli Yuyan banquet, with an astounding 99% joining the Lift Your Veil organization. The players were determined to succeed in their endeavor. Unbeknownst to Xiaolani, who had not recently checked the game forum, she inquired, why the sudden need for a night watch over me? Qin Xinghong tactfully responded, during the Qiangli Yuyan banquet, there will inevitably be some individuals with ulterior motives, who may pose a threat to the host. Upon hearing this, Xiaolani sensed that there was more to the story. She checked the game forum and quickly discerned the players' scheming plots. With a soft smile, she mused, since it is a banquet, wouldn't it be more entertaining if it were lively? As night fell, the Qiangli Tower remained brightly lit, bustling with guests, and the scenery of Yunmeng Lake at night was stunning, with many patrons still enjoying the outdoors. A group of players clandestinely observed, wondering if these NPCs ever tired, remaining awake so late. I've inquired with the NPC disciples of Qiangle Tower, the performances will only conclude after midnight, one player noted. Heartstealer checked the team channel and discovered that the outer tower had been thoroughly explored, yet no one had managed to access the inner tower, rendering the route map impossible to chart. Sighing, a player lamented, if only Luqingba would join us, he possesses a jade token that grants access to the inner tower. The prominent players were all rather independent, and Qin Xinghong, to the untrained eye, might even be mistaken for an NPC, as he never participated in collective actions with other players. Alright, Heartstealer declared, even if they do not join us, it matters not. We have the numbers, let us venture into the inner tower tonight. Indeed, as the clock struck midnight, the Qiangle Tower gradually fell silent. Aside from the patrolling NPC disciples, no other figures were visible. The hidden players began to emerge, and Heartstealer issued the command in the team channel for Group 1 to commence their operation. In a secluded area of the Qiangle Tower, 6 shadowy figures appeared, clad in black stealth attire and wearing black masks. They scaled the rooftops. Most players had reached around level 40, qualifying as mid-tier experts, while the NPC disciples in the outer tower were predominantly around level 35, rendering them oblivious to the players' presence. As the 6 players traversed the rooftops towards the inner tower, they felt a surge of pride, noting how lax the security at Qiangle Tower was. Entering the inner tower posed no challenge whatsoever. Had I known, I wouldn't have purchased the token and could have simply infiltrated, saving 300 taels of silver. Let us not speak thus. We are respectable individuals, entering without payment would be akin to the actions of a flower thief. A brief silence fell over the team channel, as their former leader had indeed been known as the flower thief. Clearing his throat, Heartstealer cautioned, do not let your guard down, the elite disciples in the inner tower are around level 45. Exercise caution to avoid detection. The players nodded in agreement, dismissing thoughts of their former leader, and stealthily continued their approach towards the inner tower. Just as they were on the verge of entering the inner tower, a group of players clad in the Qiangle Tower disciple uniforms descended from above, blocking their path. Leading them was a female player with the ID Hua Zhaowan. With a swift flick of her sword, she produced a resounding clang, exuding the aura of a formidable heroine. She cast a disdainful glance at the group of players and coldly stated, "You think a few insignificant fish like you can lay a hand on our host?" The players widened their eyes in surprise, realizing too late that they had overlooked the presence of other players within Qiangle Tower. I warned against posting everything on the game forum. This is precisely what exposed us. One player pleaded, "Beautiful lady, could you show us some leniency? If we unveil Xia Lanyi's veil, everyone could enjoy the spectacle." Without hesitation, Hua Zhaowan raised her hand and launched an attack, declaring, "I'm afraid not. We have a mission to fulfill." In the face of the quest rewards, distinctions between players became irrelevant, all reduced to mere experience points. Hua Zhaowan was at level 45, and those following her were all above level 40, their average strength outclassing the 6 players by 2 or 3 levels, swiftly gaining the upper hand. Heartstealer realized the precariousness of their situation and promptly issued new orders in the team channel for groups 2 and 3 to join the fray, intending to infiltrate the inner tower as per their original plan while Group 1 engaged the opponents. Receiving the command, Groups 2 and 3 emerged from their hiding spots, stealthily advancing towards the inner tower. Heartstealer couldn't help but smirk, for he had anticipated such a scenario. The rumors circulating on the game forum had been a deliberate smokescreen on his part. He had long since prepared a contingency plan. The Lift Your Veil organization now boasted over 300 members, divided into 20 small groups, and he was confident that at least one group would manage to infiltrate the inner tower. Chapter 86, Half a cup of remaining wine. What on earth is happening outside? Why is it so noisy? Xiao Yutong inquired, frowning as he sat up in bed. Shirsi, leaning against the wall with a sword in hand, glanced out the window, seemingly noticing an attempt to breach the Qiongyu Tower. Oh? Xiao Yutong's interest peaked as he donned his robe and approached the window to gaze outside. He observed a chaotic melee at the junction of the inner and outer towers of Qiongyu, where dozens of individuals were engaged in battle, with anguished cries echoing as some fell from the rooftops, while others rushed from afar to join the fray. The cacophony of shouting and clashing was nearly akin to a small battlefield. Xiao Yutong watched the fierce combat with intrigue. The martial skills of these individuals were rather mediocre, easily dealt with. Why had Qiongyu only dispatched ordinary disciples to confront them? Shirsi, indifferent to the turmoil outside, merely stated, "My lord, it is time for you to rest." Xiao Yutong clicked his tongue. Shirsi, with such a commotion outside, are you not even the slightest bit curious? Shirsi remained expressionless, advancing to close the window and gestured towards the bed, indicating it was time to sleep. Reluctantly, Xiao Yutong returned to his bed, reclining on the inner side as he lifted the blanket, patting the space beside him. Since you were so eager to sleep, why not join me? Shirsi shot him a disdainful glance, secured the window, and walked towards the bedroom door. My lord, I am merely a shadow guard. Accompanying you to sleep is beyond my duties. With a loud thud, the door closed behind him. Xiao Yutong sighed, realizing that Shirsi indeed found him bothersome. In the adjacent small building, a foreign man with golden hair and blue eyes gazed out the window. A servant respectfully asked, Your Highness, do you require my assistance in dealing with those people? Agatai raised his hand in a stopping gesture, the jeweled chain on his wrist jingling. No need. Qiongyu Tower likely has their own intentions. Since Agatai had declared it unnecessary, the servant remained silent, retreating and shutting the door behind him. Observing the fervent scene outside, Agatai smirked, appreciating the liveliness of the Central Plains martial world. Did he enjoy such a life? 17 small teams were bogged down in various locations, the Thief of Hearts mused. Fortunately, I arranged for 20 teams, otherwise, we would truly face annihilation. He had not anticipated that the seemingly lax security of Cheonyu Tower was, in fact, exceedingly tight. The Thief of Hearts personally led a team into the inner tower, determined to at least map out the layout of the inner building tonight, even if he could not meet Xia Lanyi. According to the livestream from Qin Xinghong during the initial public test, Xia Marin's residence was within a peach blossom grove, which spanned several acres and was not difficult to locate. There it is, just ahead, a player exclaimed, nearly losing his voice in excitement. The Thief of Hearts smacked the back of his head, whispering, keep it down, what if we attract high-level NPCs? The group stealthily entered the peach blossom grove, finding it actually safer than outside. While disciples of Cheonyu patrolled outside, the grove was eerily quiet. Realizing there were no other individuals within the grove, the players gradually relaxed, striding with more confidence. Captain, what do we do if we encounter Xia Marin? She's a grandmaster, even if we see her, we can't defeat her. How do we lift her veil? Wasn't it a bit late to ponder such questions after coming this far? The Thief of Hearts shot him a glance. Are you foolish? It is late at night, Xia Marin must be asleep. Who sleeps with a veil and a mask on? The questioning players suddenly grasped the implication but soon recognized a flaw in their reasoning. But with the commotion we're causing tonight, surely an NPC will report to Xia Marin. She must be awake by now. Damn, the Thief of Hearts exclaimed, slapping his thigh, I completely overlooked that. The players exchanged glances, wondering who was truly foolish. In truth, the Thief of Hearts had initially devised a meticulous plan, intending to send 2 or 3 teams to distract the patrolling disciples of Cheonyu while he stealthily infiltrated the inner tower. However, the security of Cheonyu Tower had exceeded his expectations. 17 teams had already been lost, creating an overly grand spectacle. The in-game channel was flooded with cries for help as the frontline players began to falter. The Thief of Hearts, steeling himself, ordered the remaining 2 teams to retreat and provide support. They were the last of their kind. Regardless of the odds, they had to meet Xia Lanyi tonight. Hang in there, comrades. Victory shall be ours, he encouraged. Revitalized, the Thief of Hearts and 5 players approached the small building. Lights had already been lit within, and the gentle sound of a guqin could be heard, indicating that someone was awake. The Thief of Hearts sighed in resignation. The difficulty of seeing Xia Lanyi's true visage had dramatically increased. What do we do now, Captain? Do we charge in? A player inquired. After a moment of contemplation, the Thief of Hearts shook his head. Let us proceed cautiously. Let us see if we can infiltrate without alerting Xia Marin. They slowed their breathing, attempting to minimize their presence. Xia Lanyi was at least a Grandmaster-level expert. Even a slight change in their breathing might betray their location. The Thief of Hearts refrained from speaking directly, typing in the team channel to inquire, are the live cameras running? The other 5 players promptly responded with an affirmative gesture in the channel. With everything in place, the Thief of Hearts signaled for them to disperse, seeking opportunities to enter the small building from different angles. Inside the building, behind a screen, a tall and slender figure sat cross-legged, playing the guqin. The music flowed beautifully, melodious and enchanting. Xia Lanyi leaned against a lovely couch, one hand propping up her head, the other delicately holding a white jade cup from which she sipped a peach blossom brew, commenting, you have made remarkable progress. The musician was Qin Xinghong. He gently pressed down on the slightly trembling strings, humbly responding, I do have some foundational skills. Picking it up again isn't too difficult. However, the Peace Phoenix seeking the Phoenix is rather challenging. I will need more practice before I can play it for you. Xia Lanyi smiled, gesturing for him to come closer. Qin Xinghong set the guqin aside and approached, sitting beside her on the couch, lowering his head as he asked, what commands do you have, my lady? Xia Lanyi slightly raised her upper body, offering him the white jade cup to drink. The cup contained half a cup of remaining wine, the pale pink liquid adorned with a translucent peach blossom petal, shimmering beautifully. Qin Xinghong's throat bobbed at the sight. This was Xia Lanyi's cup. He stole a glance at his smiling lover before tilting the cup and finishing the remaining wine in one gulp. The peach blossom brew was not harsh, rather, it tasted like sweet honey with a hint of alcohol, fragrant with the essence of peach blossoms. With a chime, the system notified Qin Xinghong that he had gained 10,000 experience points from consuming the remaining wine. He chewed the peach blossom petal in his mouth and swallowed, admitting to himself that, although he had no desire to be a kept man, he found this indulgence quite delightful. Chapter 87 of The Protector of the Flowers. Qin Xinghong had been closely monitoring the gaming forum. This evening's night raid on Kyanji Yula had seen numerous participating players streaming live, sharing updates in real time. Upon noticing a player mention that their captain had infiltrated the Peach Blossom Grove, Qin Xinghong raised an eyebrow. The player's ability should never be underestimated. Despite the stringent defenses, they had managed to find a loophole. He picked up a mask from the table and handed it to Xia Lanyi, suggesting that the host should wear it. As some unwelcome guests had already entered, Xia Lanyi looked up at him, questioning, do you not remember that you were also a player? Is it truly appropriate to speak of other players in such a manner? In truth, Qin Xinghong had never considered himself on par with the other players. He was Xia Lanyi's boyfriend, and it was rather commendable that he hadn't denounced those who dared to intrude upon his beloved. The oppressive aura of the 6 paths lingered outside the cottage, and Xia Lanyi had long sensed the presence of the players. She accepted the mask but showed no inclination to wear it. With a teasing smile, she inquired, you will protect me, one to you? Who could withstand such a question? Qin Xinghong was instantly captivated. He gently grasped her wrist and placed a kiss upon it. Of course, I shall do everything in my power to protect you. The players wishing to see Xia Lanyi would have to tread over his corpse first. Throughout history, heroes have fought for their beloveds, and the atmosphere suddenly became charged with fervor. A chime echoed as the game system sent out a notification. System notification: limited time adventure quest, the Protector of the Flowers quest introduction. A group of rascals, whose origins remain a mystery, dares to raid Kyanji Yula at night, intent on lifting the veil from the world's most beautiful maiden, Xia Lanyi. Please assist Xia Lanyi in repelling these scoundrels. Quest rewards: experience points 100, 000, silver 20. Xia Lanyi's affection won. The Longtian sword unsheathed with a resonant clang, a beam of snowy light slicing through the window and into the night. A startled exclamation followed. A player, who had been peering in at the window, nearly lost his wits at the unexpected sword strike. Had he not dodged swiftly, his scalp would have been severed. Although he avoided a fatal blow, he was still grazed by the blade, causing his health to plummet by 2/3. Frantically consuming healing potions, he shouted into the team channel, "Oh no, Captain, I've been spotted by the beautiful maiden Xia. I nearly got one shot." To be discovered so quickly was a testament to Xia Lanyi's prowess, a true master of the game. The heart thief cursed under his breath. Now that they had been revealed, the others need not hide anymore. They should rush in and surround the beauty. Remember, our aim is not to compete with her but to unveil her veil. Do not let yourselves be taken down in one blow. The players responded in unison, leaping through the window in a coordinated assault towards the figure within. Qin Xinghong, sword in hand, coldly remarked, "I advise you to abandon your endeavor. As long as I stand, you shall not lay a finger on a single hair of the host." The players had been under the impression that the figure standing there was Xia Lanyi, only to be taken aback to discover it was Qin Xinghong. Their eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "Qin Huang, what are you doing here?" That resounding strike had indeed been delivered by him. How had he grown so formidable? Qin Xinghong arched an eyebrow, stating, "Naturally, I accepted the quest." Positioned before the screen, he could faintly discern another figure behind the screen. It was likely Xia Lanyi. The players seethed with frustration. They had been so close to glimpsing the beauty but were thwarted by an unexpected turn of events. Their leader, the notorious flower thief, had spoken true. Qin Xinghong was indeed a traitor among players, a significant traitor. The night assault on Kyanji Yula had been a spontaneous initiative by the players, yet the game's mastermind was astutely leveraging this incident to issue quests to players on both sides, showcasing an impressive level of intelligence. It was already remarkable that players affiliated with Kyanji Yula could accept quests. Now, to find that Qin Xinghong, a disciple of Wudong, could also accept such a high-level task to protect Xia Lanyi was astonishing. Was the game's mastermind showing him undue favoritism? Where was the justice in that? As they gazed at Qin Xinghong's level 61, the players felt an intense surge of jealousy. Had they known earlier, they would have clung to the NPC's coattails instead. Laboring through quests seemed futile compared to fostering NPC affection. One player bitterly declared, "Brothers, we need not fear. Though this fellow is level 61, he stands alone. We outnumber him. Let us overwhelm him. Even if we lose, it shan't be a crushing defeat." It was hard to tell whether this was encouragement or a dampener, yet the players were undeterred, determined to charge forth and give it their all, for they had come this far. Qin Xinghong engaged in combat with several players. Despite his nearly 20-level advantage, he found himself entangled by the 5 opponents working in unison. The heart thief chose to remain hidden, allowing others to take the forefront while he stealthily made his way to the second floor, intending to descend from above. His plan seemed sound. With Qin Xinghong occupied, Xia Lanyi would likely be focused on the battle and not notice him. His goal was clear, to capture a clear image of Xia Lanyi's face. Even if it was merely a photograph or a few seconds of video, their objective for the night would be fulfilled. The heart thief crept downstairs, the wooden staircase of the cottage adorned with soft woolen carpeting, allowing him to tread silently. He could already see a familiar figure seated on the beauty's couch, facing away from him. His heart raced. He viewed Xia Lanyi's video stills 1,000 times each day, and he would recognize him anywhere. This was indeed Xia Lanyi, and at that moment, he was unmasked and unmasked. The sound of his rapid heartbeat and labored breathing could not escape Xia Lanyi's ears, yet he paid it no mind. Qin Xinghong had vowed to protect him, and this little pest was his responsibility to handle. The 5 players, despite their collective efforts, could not withstand Qin Xinghong's might for long and soon fell, each one severely injured by his blade. Seeing the time slipping away, the heart thief leaped down the stairs, shouting his villainous lines, "Beauty, I have arrived." At the sound, Xia Lanyi slowly turned his head, and the heart thief's eyes widened in awe, hardly daring to blink for fear of missing this splendid first encounter. As Qin Xinghong felled the last player with a decisive strike, he swiftly turned, catching the heart thief's shout as he approached from the rear. The distance was too great. Even employing likeness skills would not allow him to reach in time to slay this audacious intruder. His expression darkened as he channeled his inner strength into the Longtian sword and hurled it towards the heart thief. He was so close, he could see the delicate eyelashes, the slightly upturned corners of the eyes, the elegantly sculpted nose. Just a slight turn of the head, and he would behold Xia Lanyi's full visage. At that moment, a sword shot through the air, piercing the heart thief's shoulder and sending him crashing into the wooden staircase. His health bar plummeted to 0. Were he to die now, he would never find peace. With tremendous willpower, he hastily retrieved healing potions from his inventory, consuming them frantically to cling to life. Phew, he was saved. Seeing the crisis averted, Qin Xinghong exhaled in relief and approached Xia Lanyi, saying, "My apologies for alarming you, dear host." Xia Lanyi shook his head, donning the mask as he replied, "You have only just stepped into the realm of the elite. What you have accomplished is already commendable." Stepping out from behind the screen, he surveyed the scene of devastation. Although it was merely a game, Qin Xinghong had refrained from eliminating the players, only incapacitating them to prevent their further action. Yet, from an outside perspective, it appeared little better than outright slaughter. The cottage was a dismal sight, with furniture nearly obliterated and players sprawled across the floor like discarded dolls, blood pooling around them. However, thanks to the game's harmony system, the blood was obscured, its vivid hue muted. Rather than a gruesome scene, the sight was more akin to something revolting, reminiscent of vomit. Chapter 88 Such offense. Upon witnessing Xia Lanying emerge adorned with a mask, the players collectively lamented their misfortune, exclaiming that their efforts had been in vain, attributing the blame to the traitor Qin Xinghong. Nevertheless, the sight of Xia Lanying in her night attire was deemed worthwhile. The players not only recorded videos but also captured numerous photographs. Even sprawled on the ground, unable to rise, they contorted themselves into various peculiar poses, shifting angles for their snapshots. In Qin Xinghong's eyes, these players resembled writhing maggots obscured by a mass of pixels, an utterly distressing sight. He turned to shield Xia Lanying's view, advising, "Dear host, it would be best to avert your gaze from such unsightly displays." The players widened their eyes in disbelief, retorting, "What do you mean by unsightly? If it weren't for your treachery, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Qin Xinghong cleared his throat, dismissively stating, "Who among you is my friend, you audacious miscreants dare to entangle yourselves in matters concerning the host?" The players were taken aback, momentarily stunned into silence by Qin Xinghong's audacity. This traitor was relentless in his attempts to curry favor with the NPCs. Was his rapid ascension truly achieved through such shamelessness? Though Xia Lanying was aware of the players' identities, as an NPC, she had to maintain appearances. She inquired, "Pray tell, who are you that dares to intrude upon my Qianyu Tower at night?" The players, caught off guard by the unexpected confrontation, stammered and faltered, their gazes darting towards the Thief of Hearts. The Thief of Hearts felt a pang of anxiety. With such scrutiny, it was as if they had openly declared him their leader. How utterly devoid of loyalty they were, daring to implicate Qin Xinghong. Xia Lanying turned her gaze towards the Thief of Hearts, her feline-like eyes narrowing, causing his heart to momentarily skip a beat as he swallowed hard. This was not desire, but sheer terror. "It seems you are indeed the leader," Xia Lanying remarked, and before the Thief of Hearts could protest, she swiftly drew the long sky sword from his shoulder, crimson pixels erupting like a fountain. His health, having just crossed the safety threshold, plummeted once more, prompting the other players to instinctively recoil. Xia Lanying was enraged. How terrifying. May the dead not impede the living. They hoped that Xia Lanying's focus remained solely on the Thief of Hearts, relegating them to mere unsightly decor. Despite suffering another grievous wound, the extraction of the long sky sword restored the Thief of Hearts' mobility. He hastily wiped the blood from his lips and lunged forward, yearning to cling to Xia Lanying's leg. "Dear host, I implore your mercy this once," he pleaded, bloodied and desperate. Naturally, Xia Lanying would not permit him to approach, sidestepping him effortlessly. The Thief of Hearts, finding himself grasping at air, stammered his pleas, but after a brief silence, he resorted to clinging to Qin Xinghong's leg instead. "We merely wished to witness the splendor of host Xia, nothing more," he wailed. Qin Xinghong kicked at the pixels on his leg, coldly responding, "Is this not enough to offend the host? It warrants 100 deaths." Hearing such callousness from Qin Xinghong, the Thief of Hearts cast a reproachful glance his way. After all, they were fellow players. What harm was there in offering them a few kind words? Greedy for glory, he cursed Qin Xinghong, wishing for him to never draw anything good from treasure chests again. Xia Lanying, displeased by the sight of him clinging to Qin Xinghong, grew weary of the Thief of Hearts' incessant prattling and swiftly swung her sword. The Thief of Hearts saw a flash of white light before him, momentarily envisioning his long-deceased grandmother beckoning him. Though it is said that dying beneath the peony blossoms is a romantic fate, at this moment, he wished to advise others to cherish life and avoid reckless actions. A chilling blade of energy grazed his cheek, splitting his black heart-embroidered mask in two. Instead of feeling the expected chill at his throat, he instead felt a cool breeze on his face. As he touched his unscathed visage, realization dawned upon him. Xia Lanying's strike had merely severed his mask, sparing his life. Xia Lanying regarded him with a smirk. "You appear somewhat familiar. Are you not one of my esteemed guests at Qianyu Tower?" The Thief of Hearts felt his heart sink. Being recognized by Xia Lanying was far worse than death. He forced a calm demeanor, managing a strained smile. "Dear host, you must be mistaken. I have a rather ordinary appearance, much like many others." Xia Lanying chuckled softly, lifting his chin with the long sky sword, her gaze piercing down upon him. "I do not share your sentiment." The Thief of Hearts was compelled to tilt his head back, the sword's tip mere inches from his throat. From his perspective, Xia Lanying, clad only in her delicate night attire, had her collar slightly loosened, revealing a glimpse of her collarbone and chest. Her expression was enigmatic, and even behind the mask, her beauty was undeniable. The Thief of Hearts felt as if he had been intoxicated merely by the scent of wine, his heart pounding violently in his chest, his cheeks flushing crimson. How alluring, he mused, Xia Lanying truly possesses such charm. Just as the Thief of Hearts found himself besotted, teetering on the edge of infatuation, Xia Lanying doused him with cold water, declaring, "I find your ugliness to be rather unique." A metaphorical dagger pierced his heart. The Thief of Hearts collapsed to the ground, feeling as if his youthful heart had turned cold. Qin Xinghong, initially displeased with the Thief of Hearts' gaze upon Xia Lanying, couldn't help but chuckle at her remark. He had never cared much for his looks, but at that moment, he was immensely grateful for the handsome visage bestowed upon him by his parents. Xia Lanying glanced at him, her long sky sword twirling gracefully before she casually sheathed it into Qin Xinghong's scabbard. Chuckling to himself, Qin Xinghong mused, "His boyfriend is quite handsome," seal of approval. Xia Lanying cast a glance at the Thief of Hearts, who lay feigning death on the ground, and spoke gently, "Even as a treasured guest, one must adhere to the rules of Qianyu Tower. This evening, all losses incurred shall be borne by you all. Do any of you dissent?" Her gaze swept over the players, whose hair stood on end, resembling quails as they nodded vigorously in agreement. A true gentleman is not perturbed by trifles. If one dares to intrude upon the host's quarters, they must swiftly acknowledge their wrongdoing. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, and Gong Sun Yudi entered. Reporting to the host, all the assailants who attacked Xiangyu Tower tonight have been captured, 162 in total. Please advise on their punishment. Xia Lanying tapped her chin thoughtfully, contemplating the appropriate retribution. The Thief of Hearts, trembling, raised his hand. As the leader of this operation, he felt it was his duty to take responsibility. How could he continue organizing activities otherwise? Host, we meant no malice. After all, who does not have a love for beauty? He implored for understanding. Before Xia Lanying could even cast him a glance, Qin Xinghong interjected, blocking her view. Your actions are no different from that of a flower thief. The Thief of Hearts was momentarily speechless. This Qin fellow was putting on a performance once again. It was merely a game, not the real world. What harm was there in a little peeking at an NPC? Yet such reasoning was unlikely to earn Xia Lanying's forgiveness. He shifted tactics, pleading, Host Xia, consider this, we have all purchased wooden or golden tokens to enter, spending a significant amount of silver. Surely, you can spare us this once? Xia Lanying laughed, responding, you raise a valid point. As esteemed guests of Xiangyu Tower, you ought to receive some preferential treatment. Upon hearing her words, the players' eyes sparkled with hope. Could it be that they would escape punishment? Chapter 89. Very well, His Highness Prince Gong. The players within the small residence were all ushered out to the outer building, resulting in a significant reduction in noise, although the damaged furniture and belongings within the room could not be restored immediately. They would have to wait for the disciple NPCs to come and tidy up tomorrow. The two ascended to the second floor, where Xia Lanying reclined on a soft couch and inquired of Qin Xinghong, what do you think of the punishment I administered? Was it too lenient or excessively severe? In addition to compensating for the items damaged within the residence, the players had also incurred a deduction of 10 points from their faction's favorability with Zhong Yulo, meaning that any future entry would require an additional fee of 20. This had truly left the players on the brink of bankruptcy. Qin Xinghong chuckled softly, remarking that they had received their just desserts. The owner had indeed been too indulgent. Xia Lanying was quite pleased with his response and bestowed a gentle kiss upon his chin, noting how he was increasingly resembling the NPCs of this game world, rather than a mere player. After a moment of intimacy, Qin Xinghong glanced at the time. He had been online for quite a while, and if he did not log off soon, he would be forcibly disconnected. Despite having embarrassed himself numerous times in front of Xia Lanying, he still preferred to minimize further humiliation. With reluctance, he bid her farewell, remarking that it was late and she should rest. Xia Lanying refrained from teasing him this time. Having spent nearly 10 continuous hours in the game, he indeed needed to take a break. She pressed a light kiss to the corner of his mouth, saying, good night. You needn't arrive so early tomorrow, feel free to sleep in. Qin Xinghong was oblivious to the deeper meaning behind her words, and after exchanging goodnights, he logged off. The virtual reality integration would be tested next week, and at that time, he would be able to meet Xia Lanying in the real world, no longer needing to part ways. The players had endured a long night assaulting Xiong Yulo, and although they ultimately met with total defeat, everyone involved in the operation was apprehended and duly punished by Xia Lanying. In their eyes, victory still belonged to them. Though they had not glimpsed the visage of the enchanting beauty, they had managed to capture images of her in nightwear. These were no ordinary images. They revealed a delicate collarbone and a small section of fair skin, blurring the lines with more risque photographs. Especially notable was a segment filmed from the perspective of the heart thief, where Xia Lanying had playfully lifted his chin with her sword's tip. Those who had experienced it could not help but blush and feel their hearts race. Once this video was posted on the game forum, it went viral, with viewership skyrocketing. The heart thief reaped substantial rewards, and the players' losses paled in comparison. They celebrated exuberantly until dawn, resulting in a dearth of players online the following morning, leading to a much quieter Xiong Yulo. Xiao Yutong awoke and sat up in bed, clad in a flowing white undergarment that exposed a generous expanse of his chest, with well-defined pectorals and abdominal muscles, radiating an air of carefree elegance. 14, with a somewhat expressionless face, approached and tugged at his collar to cover him, concealing his unabashed allure. Xiao Yutong smiled playfully and teased, is 14 feeling shy today? 14, slightly taken aback, shot him a glance, pondering whether it should be the bare-chested man who felt embarrassed. Your Highness, the morning breeze is cool. Please take care not to catch a chill. Xiao Yutong's smile faltered. With such a sculpted physique, men would feel ashamed, and women would blush, yet 14 only thought of him possibly getting sick. Was it truly so trivial for a grandmaster to be affected by a mere cool breeze? Unfazed by 14's lack of appreciation for the finer nuances of life, he sighed and donned his attire, inquiring, did we resolve the situation with those individuals from Xiong Yulo last night? 14 nodded, stating that after the early hours, there had been no further disturbances. Having finished dressing, Xiao Yutong unfurled a folding fan and waved it flamboyantly before exclaiming, let us venture out and see if there is any remaining excitement to behold. Upon stepping outside, they were met. The disciples greeted, good morning, His Highness Prince Gong. We sincerely apologize for the minor disturbances that occurred last night and for any interruption to your rest. We hope for your understanding. Xiao Yutong responded amiably, no harm done. However, Xiong Yulo is renowned for its hospitality. In such circumstances, is there not some form of compensation? The expressions of the disciples momentarily faltered, taken aback that a prince would audaciously request recompense. However, the well-trained disciples quickly regained their composure, replying, of course, Your Highness, it is only natural. You are our esteemed guest at Xiong Yulo and deserve the utmost service. How about this? For the duration of the Xiong Liu banquet, all expenses for pastries and tea that you incur will be covered by our establishment. Xiao Yutong snapped his fan shut with a satisfying clap, delighted by the compensation offered. Perfect. My guard and I have yet to have breakfast, do hurry and bring us 2 tables worth. The disciples donned their polite smiles, responding, As you wish, your highness, please wait a moment. Over the next couple of days, eat as much as you desire, let us aim to make up for the cost of the jade slips. 14, uncharacteristically bashful, pondered whether he might have been overindulging. Was it truly so remarkable for Xiao Yutong, a prince, to be excited over free pastries and tea? Even if he indulged, there was no way he could consume 1,000 taels worth of delicacies. On the second day of the Qiong Luyu banquet, in addition to musical performances, there were also art exhibitions, chess matches, and poetry contests. Among the guests were many talented individuals keenly interested in these activities, and those who managed to triumph over the disciples of Qiong Yulo would be rewarded with prizes. Having satiated his hunger, Xiao Yutong strolled with 14 to the art exhibition, which showcased not only the works of Qiong Yulo's disciples but also renowned pieces collected from various masters. Guests had the opportunity to bid on any pieces they fancied, though the prices were certainly not modest. As Xiao Yutong wandered, he marveled at Qiong Yulo's lucrative methods. One could easily assume they were wealthier than entire nations. 14 cast a sidelong glance at him, confident that they were, at the very least, far wealthier than their own master. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Xiao Yutong turned to 14, asking, Are you secretly cursing me in your mind? 14 paused imperceptibly, his gaze distant and voice ethereal. Your highness, how could you think that? As a shadow guard, I hold you in the highest regard, there is no way I would dare to speak ill of you. Had another shadow guard said such a thing, Xiao Yutong might have believed it, but he knew that 14's respect likely stemmed from his fondness for food. Having grown accustomed to this dynamic, Xiao Yutong did not linger on the matter, continuing to peruse the exhibition with a swagger, occasionally offering critiques. Ah, here are numerous works by Yun Mengguisher, truly a rare find. While his demeanor might be somewhat unrefined, he was still a prince with a discerning eye for appreciation. Yun Mengguisher was renowned as the painting sage of Daong, and a single piece could fetch a fortune, yet the sage's elusive nature meant that few of his works ever surfaced, and even with a small fortune, it was difficult to acquire one. It was astonishing that Qiong Yulo had managed to amass such a collection of Yun Mengguisher's paintings. They must be exceedingly wealthy. Xiao Yutong felt a twinge of envy. Had his pockets not been so shallow, he would have eagerly purchased a piece to bring back to the imperial city and sell to Minister Yin for a handsome profit. Alas, what a pity. I wonder if the owner of Qiong Yulo would be willing to extend credit for one. Struggling to divert his gaze from the captivating works of Yun Mengguisher, he noticed a figure in the center of the exhibition space, fervently painting. Feeling a sense of familiarity, he approached and was pleasantly surprised to find an old acquaintance he had not seen in quite some time. Yin Tanhua, what a surprise to encounter you here. Yin Shueshu looked up, momentarily taken aback before recognizing Xiao Yutong after a few scrutinizing glances. After 20 years away from the capital, the boy of yesteryear had transformed into a young man, making it no small feat for Yin Shueshu to identify him. He clasped his hands in a salute, saying, I greet His Highness Prince Gong. Xiao Yutong waved dismissively, no need for such formalities. We are not in the capital, so there is no need for these empty gestures. Yin Shueshu chuckled, Your Highness speaks wisely. I am no longer the celebrated Tanhua of 20 years past. I am merely a humble instructor at Qiong Yulo now. Chapter 90 Learning from the predecessors. Upon reuniting with an old acquaintance, Yin Shueshu invited Xiao Yutong to converse in an elegant pavilion. Xiao Yutong remarked, In my youth, I had only heard whispers of how Master Yin forsook a career in politics to embrace the wanderings of the Jianghu. Little did I know he had chosen to reside in the Qianyu Tower. He fanned himself lightly and continued, In my opinion, you have made the right choice. There is no comparison between the confines of the court and the carefree existence of the Jianghu. Yin Shueshu chuckled softly and shook his head, stating, In this stable era of governance, with peace reigning across the land, only then can one enjoy the liberties of the Jianghu. I have merely sought solace from the demands of life. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yutong's expression deepened with significance. As he mused that such tranquility may not endure for long, however, he refrained from voicing this thought, shifting the conversation instead to a piece of gossip. I have also heard some intriguing rumors. It is said that Master Yin left home for the sake of a man? Yin Shueshu's countenance momentarily stiffened, surprised that such gossip could be brazenly addressed in the presence of the very subject it concerned. Yet, there was little to conceal. He had never regarded his affection for a man as inappropriate, recognizing it merely as the biases of society. With a smile, he replied, Indeed, my beloved is also an instructor at the Qianyu Tower. Xiao Yutong nodded in understanding, realizing the reason behind Yin Shueshu's association with the Qianyu Tower. It was a matter of following one's heart. It was truly enviable that Master Yin could be with his beloved, sharing a life together. Noticing the implication in Xiao Yutong's words, Yin Shueshu inquired, Does your highness perhaps have someone special in mind? With a playful smile, Xiao Yutong responded, Despite my efforts, he remains oblivious. At a nearby table, the ever-absorbed Shirsi was diligently indulging in a plethora of pastries, having just finished a feast of 2 large tables. Yet, he was drawing ever closer to the target of 1,000 taels. Xiao Yutong glanced at him, amusement dancing in his eyes, wondering how Yin Shueshu had once won over his beloved. It was quite audacious of His Highness to pose such intimate inquiries so openly, akin to asking someone where they procured their fresh vegetables. Given their lack of familiarity, it was surprising that someone with His Highness's boldness had not yet succeeded in his pursuit. In Shueshu, feeling somewhat exasperated, mused, years ago, I composed a piece on the Qin to express my sentiments. Tomorrow at the Qianyu banquet, the host will perform this composition. Perhaps your highness will glean some insight. Then I shall look forward to it, Xiao Yutong replied. Speaking of Xia Lanyi sparked Xiao Yutong's interest anew, and with enthusiasm, he exclaimed, it is said that Xia Lanyi, the host of the Qianyu Tower, is the most beautiful person in the world, yet few have truly witnessed his visage. Master Yin, you have certainly seen the true face of the host. Does he indeed live up to such a title? In Shueshu found himself at a loss for words. He glanced at Shirsi, who was still engrossed in his pastries, seemingly indifferent to their conversation. How could his highness, in the presence of his beloved, exhibit such interest in another beauty? It was no wonder he struggled in his pursuit. Smiling, he replied, the Qianyu Tower is home to countless beauties, yet even among them, the host's beauty is unparalleled. If your highness were to meet the host, you would understand what it means to be breathtaking. Taken aback by the praise, Xiao Yutong felt a twinge of surprise. He had assumed this was merely a reputation propagated by the Qianyu Tower for profit, yet In Shueshu's genuine admiration was evident. Knowing In Shueshu's character, he was certain that such a commendation was not exaggerated, igniting his curiosity about how extraordinary Xia Lanyi truly was to earn such an accolade. By the time Qin Qinhan logged in, it was midday, and Xia Lanyi was partaking in lunch. Upon noticing his arrival, Xia Lanyi invited him to join. Players in the game could savor flavors, yet they would not feel full in reality, only accumulating a numeric measure of satiety. When hunger struck, they needed to exit the game for sustenance. The game even simulated pain, so it was only logical that it would also mimic the sensation of fullness, serving as a reminder that the real world held greater significance. Xia Lanyi's lunch was modest, comprising 2 meat dishes and a vegetable dish, along with a soup, yet each dish was exquisite. The 2 meat dishes included gourd chicken and peony fish slices, while the vegetable dish was Westlake vegetable soup, all crafted from fine ingredients with meticulous preparation. Upon tasting a bite, Qin Qinhong gained 1,000 experience points, and a single meal could yield at least 10,000 experience points. He was now truly indulging in the benefits of the game. Following last night's flower guarding mission and this delightful meal, his level had already reached 6-7. By the end of the banquet tomorrow night, if he placed well, reaching level 70 would be well within his grasp. His progress was not merely rapid but akin to light speed. He now surpassed the second-ranked player by a full 15 levels, standing distinctly at the top. As Xia Lanyi leisurely sipped his soup, he asked, what performance are you preparing for the banquet? Qin Qinhan teased, you shall see at the banquet tomorrow night. Xia Lanyi cast him a sidelong glance, noting his increasing boldness in keeping him in suspense. Unable to resist the allure of that gaze, Qin Qinhong divulged a hint, stating that while the performance would take place at the banquet, it was meant as a tribute to the host, hence he wished to retain an element of surprise. Xia Lanyi chuckled, you aren't planning to play Phoenix Seeking Phoenix, are you? Not at all, Qin Qinhong shook his head. I only play Phoenix Seeking Phoenix for you. This performance will involve others as well, hence it will be presented at the banquet. Ah, I see, Xia Lanyi nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Then I shall await the surprise you have in store for me. After finishing their meal, Qin Qinhong pulled Xia Lanyi onto his lap, teasing, if the host enjoys it, perhaps a reward might be in order? Xia Lanyi raised an eyebrow, playfully responding, while I have no issue with offering a reward, you mentioned that this performance was a collaboration. Should I not reward the others as well? Qin Qinhong furrowed his brow, having overlooked that detail, but he remained unfazed, calmly asserting, he requires none, the host need only reward me. Xia Lanyi couldn't help but laugh, lifting his chin, then tell me what reward you desire, and I shall consider whether to grant it. In this virtual realm, one must tread. Xia Lanyi could hardly fathom what Qin Qinhong truly sought. The reason Qin Qinhong had logged into the game so late was due to prolonged discussions with Lu Qingbai. The timeline for the open testing of the virtual reality integration had finally been established, set for the day after tomorrow, just after the Qianyu banquet concluded. However, the introduction of game NPCs into reality came with stipulations. Different games had varying requirements. The Jianghu game mandated that players must possess an NPC's favorability of at least 60 points, indicating a level of romantic interest. Currently, Qin Qinhong boasted an impressive 82 points of favorability with Xia Lanyi, far exceeding the threshold, making it feasible to bring Xia Lanyi into the real world. Yet, he still wished to pose a question to Xia Lanyi, as he regarded him as a genuine person deserving of respect. Gently placing Xia Lanyi's hand against his cheek, he gazed earnestly into his eyes. I wish to take you to my hometown, Lanyi, would you be willing? Xia Lanyi's heart fluttered at the warmth of his gaze, and an unprecedented tenderness graced his expression. Yes. Chapter 91. The Prince of the Western Regions. As the afternoon approached, players, rejuvenated and invigorated, began to log in, transforming the Qianyu Tower into a vibrant hub of activity. Each player was more animated than a multitude of NPCs. To them, the chess matches and poetry competitions hosted by the Qianyu Tower were nothing short of a boon. There was no loss in defeat, yet victory promised rewards. Those who abstained were deemed foolish. Naturally, Qin Qinhong seized this opportunity, participating in several events, accumulating a wealth of experience points that propelled him to the next level. Amidst the fervor of competition, a sudden uproar erupted from the crowd. Qin Qinhong turned towards the source of the commotion, where he beheld an exquisitely attired NPC of foreign descent emerging from the sea of drab players. He epitomized the phrase, a crane among chickens. This NPC's appearance and attire starkly contrasted with those of the Central Plains, unmistakably marking him as an outsider, yet he was undeniably handsome. His light golden locks cascaded carelessly over his shoulders, and his sun-kissed skin was partially exposed, revealing a physique sculpted with fluidity and tension. Most striking were his eyes, a mesmerizing golden green reminiscent of cat's eye gemstones, exuding an air of disdain and arrogance as he surveyed. Adorned with jewels and golden chains, he jingled melodiously with each step, producing a sonorous and affluent sound. Players gasped in awe. This NPC is extraordinarily handsome, just look at those pectorals. And what a lavish ensemble. He must be one of the NPCs who received a jade note. He is the new high-ranking NPC, Prince Agutai of Dawan, an 85-level master. What brings this Westerner to the Qianyu feast? Could it be related to the Shenyang sect? Surely he isn't with them? Impossible. The Shenyang sect, no matter how audacious, wouldn't dare to appear so brazenly. They have always operated in the shadows. I have a feeling this NPC is harboring a quest. Many players shared this sentiment, eager to approach Agutai for a few words, but were thwarted by the attendant at his side. Agutai, exuding an air of nobility and pride, strode through the crowd. As he brushed past Qin Xinghong, he cast a sidelong glance. The gesture, though subtle, did not escape Qin Xinghong's keen perception. It seemed the Prince of Dawan harbored some animosity towards him. Pondering this, Qin Xinghong mused that as a player from the Central Plains, there was no conceivable reason for him to have crossed paths with a newly introduced Western NPC, let alone offend him. The only plausible connection appeared to be Agutai's association with the Shenyang sect. However, despite Agutai's apparent disdain, he did not confront Qin Xinghong. Instead, he approached Yingshuesha directly. With an air of arrogance, he inquired, "This prince has come to partake in the Qianyu feast to meet Master Xia, yet it is already the second day, and Master Xia has yet to make an appearance?" His command of the Central Plains dialect was commendable, albeit tinged with a hint of Western accent, lending it an intriguing quality. The players murmured in excitement, realizing yet another NPC had come seeking the enchanting beauty of Xia. Though Yingshuesha felt a twinge of annoyance, he maintained his politeness, responding, "Master Xia will, of course, be present at tomorrow's feast. I ask that our esteemed guest exercise patience, and you shall certainly meet him then." Agutai, dissatisfied with this response, scoffed, "But this prince wishes to see him now. I have paid 1,000 taels for this experience, not to simply wait idly." Hearing such impolite words, even Yingshueshu, with all his composure, felt a surge of anger. His expression remained unchanged, yet a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he replied curtly, "Even if you are a prince, you must adhere to the rules of Qianyu Tower. Our master is not someone who can be summoned at will. I ask you to conduct yourself with dignity." Agutai narrowed his eyes. "You, a mere instructor, dare to speak to this prince in such a manner?" As he spoke, he unleashed his internal power, directing it forcefully towards Yingshueshu. Yingshueshu, an 85-level master himself, did not falter. He immediately countered with his own internal energy, refusing to yield. What an absurdity, this prince of a mere Western nation dares to act with such bravado in the great young. He seems to have misplaced his confidence. The two faced off, and the air within a 10-meter radius of them churned violently. Onlookers felt the rush of wind, their clothing billowing fiercely, with some even forced to take a few steps back. In this charged atmosphere, rather than fear, the players felt exhilarated. Why aren't they fighting yet? At this rate, no one will get hurt. If they're going to brawl, they should take it to the practice room. Could this be a quest event? Why hasn't the game system issued a quest yet? Who would have thought Yingshueshu, despite his delicate appearance, possesses such strength? No wonder he saw through my laziness in calligraphy class last time. Agutai is clearly seeking trouble. How dare he act out in our Qianyu Tower? Let us band together and teach him a lesson.